Dial TFM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Check out the BetQL Network. Wagertainment for every fan. Get sports betting tips from the Bestie app and our sister station 650 The Bet.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H time. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah.
Let's do it. For us, going to West Virginia for the next week, this will be an opportunity for us to, first and foremost, get away from this heat out here in Houston and be able to actually practice and focus on truly ball, getting better, not just surviving in the heat. And by doing that, hopefully we can also get our team closer, connected. It's a new team. We have to grow together. We have to remain connected, get to know each other even better, and we'll have the opportunities to do that there in West Virginia.
That's right. They're going to have opportunities to do that in West Virginia. We're going to have opportunities to do that in West Virginia. We are live in West Virginia, in White Sulphur Springs, about 8 miles from the Greenbriar, and we will be out there today at 9 o'clock Houston time out at practice. We are at our Airbnb coming to you live here in West Virginia. Sean Pendergast and 3 feet away from me,
yes,
Seth C. Payne.
Yes. We're
How you doing,
You
buddy?
did a good job, Sean, picking out this Airbnb.
Not
We're
bad,
in the middle
huh?
of nowhere. We saw a doe and its fawn out there just at sunrise this morning.
It was beautiful,
It was
man.
magical. You and I cradled each other.
We did. It was
had some coffee.
The kids like to say that was cinema this morning.
Yeah. Oh, is that what they say?
Yeah. It's cinematic. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
No, it's nice. And I drove down from Buffalo. I had cell service for about 1.5 hours total.
Yeah, it ain't good.
I drove because I went down through, I cut across a little bit to my wife's hometown, and then I went straight down through central PA, and then through across the Potomac River, and then on into West Virginia. And I had 5 bars or I had 0 bars at any given time. You get in one little valley, and there might be, you might have a cell tower there or something, but then you'd get out of it and you'd be destitute.
You went through basically a bunch of the 13 colonies, including over the Potomac River, and you had no cell service. You're basically one of our founding fathers.
I went over the Potomac River, and I was like, drama much? Like, this is no big deal. Oh, let me strike a pose, yeah.
Okay, forefathers.
Yeah.
So this is exciting, man. Get to put eyes on practice today.
Yes.
And I know we're going to get to talk to some players after practice today. I think you're getting Kamari Lassiter today.
Yeah.
I'm getting C.J. Gardner-Johnson.
I'm going to have Kamari.
Lots of content.
I'm going to have Kamari take me through a couple of his interceptions from last year.
Like
I'm curious. I'm going to have him teach me this like I'm a dumb defensive lineman. Let's pretend I'm a dumb defensive lineman.
Are you literally going to pull out your phone and show him the INT? And
I'm going to whip out my laptop. That's what I'm going to do.
Nice.
Which I carry in my pocket.
That'll be.
That's how much of a man I am.
That's it, man.
No, I'm excited to see this. Just for one, it's a great environment. You get a better view of practice up here because everything's just kind of all right there. And it's there's one thing about the cooler, crisper environment. Even though it's not like Houston heat, it's hard sometimes to get good quality work done when it's 98 degrees all the time.
Yeah.
Things aren't as fast, things get bogged down. So there's part of it where is in this third week of camp where guys are starting to get fatigued a little bit. You're isolated somewhat, and you can just focus on football in a more comfortable environment and hopefully fine-tune some
You
things.
remember in the year that the Texans were on Hard Knocks and they went to Richmond?
Yeah.
And at the very end of one of the episodes where they were in Richmond, Jonathan Joseph and Kareem Jackson are standing next to each other, and Jonathan Joseph is like, we got to get the bleep out of Richmond. I felt like it was that way on Saturday for the Texans, but with Houston. The offense was really getting bogged down at times, especially situationally at the end. CJ and the offense just looked terrible to the point where CJ tossed his helmet bowling ball style after they got stopped on 4th down. He just ripped it off his head and just bowling ball rolls it across the ground. And he went over and talked to D'Amico, and I don't know if he was talking D'Amico into giving the offense another series or if D'Amico said, no, you need to get back out there.
Yeah.
But they had another series at the end, and it looked really good. He threw a touchdown to Dalton Schultz. They ran another play down there. He throws another touchdown to Nico Collins. But it did feel that way at the end of that practice because they've been stacking up these padded practices in Houston. It felt like we got to get the bleep out of Houston moment.
Except the one in Richmond was because they'd been getting in fights every other play,
different reasons, but they had to get out of town.
That was one of my favorite moments of all time, man. We got to get the bleep out of Richmond. I'm excited to watch a few guys specifically. One, CJ pre-snap, because I was stuck in and been able to watch them yet, so I'm very excited to just watch him pre-snap, see what the difference is between this year and last year in terms of how much time he has at the line of scrimmage. And then Ariante Ursary at right tackle. I'm very excited to see in person because it looks more and more like he's going to be your starting right tackle, and he'll presumably be better 3 weeks from now than he is right now, and he's better now than he was 3 weeks ago. But that's a lot, man, because that first game versus the Rams, it's Jared Verse. Like, there you go.
Jared Verse.
As much as you might say,
Colby
hey,
Turner, Braden Fisk, that's a good defensive line.
Right, and I'll credit guys on the offense for saying this very same thing. You can't just say, well, hey, Danielle Hunter and Will Anderson are really good pass rushers, so they're going to win some. Like, no, you see some really good defensive players week one of the regular season that there's no getting an excuse or just a little bit of credit for going against a tough defense. They got to continue to hem these things up.
Yeah, it is kind of fun watching Will Anderson and Danielle Hunter do their thing, though.
Yeah.
I hate that it's against the Texans offense, but I mean, of all, like, Will Anderson looks like he is primed to take that next step this year.
And that's with Will, so much of the questions about him are just, okay, can he stay completely healthy? And is his ankle going to be, he feels like Steph Curry early in his career a little bit. I almost felt like after the first week of training camp, like, okay, this is, let's just get these guys on a schedule here.
Yeah.
Like, Will, you don't have to worry about Will getting lazy or anything. Yeah. Let's just, let's load manage the young fella.
That'll be interesting. Not to jump too far ahead of ourselves, are going to be in person over the next 4 days. But I am kind of anxious to see in this Minnesota game on Saturday how they play it with the offensive side of the ball. On the defensive side of the ball, I think you do whatever it is you normally do with your first preseason game. If it's a series, if it's 2 series, whatever. This offense has a lot of work to do still to get installed, to build cohesion. C.J. Stroud's essentially playing behind 5 new starters because Titus Howard is not playing a position that he was playing before. So it's 5 compared to last year's starting 5. It's 5 entirely new people.
Other than maybe at center, depending on whether Jarrett Patterson or Jake Andrews ends up winning that spot. But even then, it's not like you think of Jarrett Patterson as some old crusty veteran that knows that he's going to be in a new offense.
Yeah.
And it's a new offense for all of those guys, aside from being new guys in their spots. I think you go back to Bill O'Brien in his first year as a head coach. Remember that first preseason game?
I do.
Versus the Cardinals, right?
It was the first time I ever did post game for the Houston Texans, and I fired like 7 people after that game. After a preseason game, it was so bad.
And they ended up being all right offensively. They exceeded expectations that year.
That was the Fitzpatrick year.
But they ended up playing the whole first half.
Yeah.
Because they couldn't do anything.
No,
Finally, they had a nice drive at the end of the first half versus maybe 4 or 5 guys that made the team, maybe.
On the Cardinals. In 2014.
Right.
Yeah.
So that was an inauspicious beginning.
Yeah.
I try to be calm, cool, and collected about any kind of setbacks early in training camp. We might just have to let's not get too excited if it looks really good in the first couple preseason games. But I think it is okay to start to worry and wring your hands a little bit if it doesn't look good at all. If it looks like that first game versus Arizona back in 2014, then you can freak out a little bit.
There's a lot of guys that are kind of in that second, third layer on this team that are making really good bids to make this team, that if you did a 53-man roster before preseason started, I didn't have them on mine. I've done 2 already. And I didn't like guys like Miles Bryant playing really well in camp. Guys like Solomon Byrd are flashing every day. Now, the one thing I will say about some of the backups, they have been pretty strict in this camp, Seth, about not cross-pollinating ones, twos, and threes. Like the ones have been going against the ones on defense. There's a guy here and a guy there. But generally speaking, you look out there, you go, okay, those are the twos, those are the ones. And it's for the 11-on-11 drills, it's generally been ones on ones, twos on twos, threes on threes. That's why when I look at Davis Mills has had a really good camp. Davis Mills has looked better overall in this camp than C.J. Stroud has looked. Davis Mills has not had Danielle Hunter and Will Anderson steaming down on him every snap.
Right, yeah, and I think the defensive end spot, spots either side of the line, it's going to be super competitive because there's Danico Autry, Dylan Horton has done some good things. Casey Toohill I've seen pop up at times. That's just, go down half of the depth chart. Darrell Taylor, off-season pickup, very impressive at times, and I'm intrigued by his upside playing in this scheme. There's a lot of competition for defense.
Well, a couple of the guys you named haven't even practiced yet.
Yeah.
Autry and Barnett are on the PUP list. So that's
where it's a good opportunity for those other guys because I think those guys are going to make the team regardless. It's just a matter of these other guys really putting their best foot forward.
That'll be another big question. What's some of the big questions coming into these practices here in West Virginia at 7 o'clock today? Because we had a lot to get to today, man. It was a busy weekend, not just Texans stuff, but obviously welcoming back Carlos Correa.
Well, and real quick, you mentioned Miles Bryant. I mean, the reason that's big, and this is going to be interesting to see how they handle it this year, is Jalen Petrie is a safety/linebacker. He's not really a great corner, and when he's in man coverage in the slot, there's some weaknesses there.
Yeah.
And teams have had an entire offseason to prepare for that and to diagnose that. So guys like Miles Bryant or Jalen Smith, the rookie, like those guys are going to have to be used in coverage at times when Jalen Petrie's not the guy.
I'm excited for you to see this rookie class.
Yeah.
It's there's not a guy, at least in the first 5 or 6 guys they took, that looks out of place at an NFL training camp. I mean, Jaden Higgins and Jalen Knoll look fine. They've made mistakes, but they've made plays. They look, I think, exactly how, or maybe even exceeding what a second and third round rookie should look like. Jalen Smith has been a revelation at this camp. He's been really, really good. Woody Marks has really popped. And Ursery's your starting right tackle right now if the season started today.
Jalen Smith's an interesting one, too, because he, in some ways, the book on him is a little bit like it was with Kamari Laster. I'm not sure if he's athletic enough. All right, well,
turns out.
Yeah, it worked out all right. I mean, you credit the defensive coaches for really doing a good job developing these guys. So I think Jalen Smith, just in accepting coaching and just building on what he's already got, he might be – he's the guy nobody's talking about perhaps outside of Houston, but he might be a big role on this team.
All right, so if you're listening right now and you're looking to follow us today, we'll be posting all kinds of stuff on social media, on our social media, and I know that Sports Radio 610 will be picking that stuff up, reposting it. We're going to be talking to players after each practice. We're expecting to have C.J. Gardner-Johnson and Kamari Lassiter today. So we'll be posting those interviews on social. We'll be getting those to the other shows. We'll be doing hits on each of the shows, 1240, 340, 740 on the other 3 shows here on the station. So we got you covered wire to wire here with Texans training camp in West Virginia all week long, leading up to the first preseason game with the Vikings in Minnesota. So keep it tuned to Sports Radio 610 all week long and all season long here as we've got you covered as your home for the Houston Texans. So very excited to be here in West Virginia and off and running on a Monday. Got to drop a thank you to Yingling Flight as well for sponsoring the trip here and all of the elements to go with it. We are very appreciative of the folks over at Yingling. Before we get to break, and by the way, we'll talk about Carlos Correa's home camp. Carlos Correa came back to the Astros this weekend and had to be looking around going, who the hell are these guys? What happened to fundamental baseball while I was gone? I'll get you guys to the men's tee club.
Sports Radio 610 presents live from summer practice in West Virginia, courtesy of Yuengling. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
Indeed, Payne and Pendergast. We are live in West Virginia. We will be at Texans training camp a little later on this morning. They get things going. Same time they've been getting things going in Houston, 9 o'clock Houston time. Just the significantly cooler temperatures, and should be a lot of fun. So we've got you covered not only throughout our show, but with hits on all the other shows and also on social media. And Seth and I are going to be doing interviews. It's going to be a very immersive experience. And it'll be a good distraction from the fact that the Astros still don't know how to play good baseball, even with Carlos Correa on there.
Their understanding of the fundamentals of base running and fielding were about on par with those two fawns we just saw running across the field. The stupid one, the one that stayed behind.
Yeah.
The mother and the one fawn ran off into the woods. There was one that stayed behind looking at us.
That was Altuve.
Yeah.
That was the Altuve.
Just like watching us like we were a catcher with the ball in our hands.
Yeah.
Just like, what was Altuve? He was just staring at us.
For those who don't
I
know,
could have thrown a baseball at its head point blank, and it would just be like, huh.
We're staying in a very rural Airbnb, and the deer have been plentiful in our backyard. And there was a little family, like a doe with a couple of kids behind it there. And when they looked over and saw a couple of two-legged creatures in the house, the parent and one of the kids went running off into the woods. The other one got thrown out at third base.
The fawns, though, are funny. They'll follow you around. If they get separated from their parents, they'll just kind of look at you and like, you can be my mom if you want. They're very opportunistic.
Yeah,
the little bastards.
I'm not a hunter, so I'm fine with that. You know, like it's they won't incur any harm from me.
Yeah.
At all. If anything, they'll get fed.
Yeah.
So, but the Astros, I was starting to get optimistic. I was starting to get excited, Seth, when they take 2 out of 3 from the Diamondbacks. They finally win a series. Remember when we did that segment where we wondered if the Astros are ever going to lose another series ever again?
Yeah.
Yeah, they lost a bunch of them.
We had predicted that the first one would probably be to a bad team. And it did end up being.
They lost to a bad. I don't know if the first one they lost was Seattle right out of the break.
Oh, Seattle and then the A's. Yeah. So it could have been the A's if it had been the A's. Then,
they got swept by the A's like a week. So they get swept by the A's and get outscored 32-7 last week. They beat the Diamondbacks a couple of times, and then the trade deadline hits, and now, oh man, look at Dana Brown. Look at Dana Cook here. He picks Carlos Correa back up. You get Jesus Sanchez. You get Ramon Urias. And, okay, so no pitching, some reinforcements. What?
Was that on Saturday when he was just caught the ball? Should have been an easy throw to first.
Yeah.
And he just sat there like he was like he was a quarterback going through his progressions.
Yeah.
With plenty of time in the pocket.
Right.
And then just threw it to Christian Walker late.
Yeah.
And there's so many stupid things. I completely forgot about that one.
Yeah.
What the hell's wrong with this baseball team?
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead, Sean.
Okay, the Carlos Correa was the big one. So Carlos comes back this weekend, and they get swept by the Red Sox. They get outscored 15-5. Good for Carlos. He hit a home run.
Yeah.
He was responsible for the only run yesterday. There's got to be a part of Carlos Correa, not that he deserves to feel this way because he's not having a great season himself.
Yeah.
And it's not like he was anything great throughout the weekend other than the home run. But Carlos has to be, at least 3 games in, has to be coming back looking around and going, what the hell did I come back to here?
What's this? Yeah, like
who are these guys?
It's the Bad News Bears at times this weekend.
Yeah.
I'm trying not to freak out about it. You know, if there's one thing about it is they, at the very least, the Astros find a way to screw the Yankees. One way or another, they're going to find a way to screw the Yankees. The Yankees are in meltdown mode right now. Yeah. They didn't gain any ground on the Red Sox, and they had a bunch of Aaron Boone's getting lambasted up there because of all their stupid mental errors they made. It's steady as she goes, Sean. Mm-hmm. Keep an even keel. All the old baseball cliches. I'm going to do that.
Empty the satchel, Seth.
Yeah.
Yes, yeah. We need all those cliches. They need to get Yordan Alvarez back. Yeah. They need a presence in the middle of this lineup. They're getting by before largely with pitching, timely hitting, a little bit of luck. They need a big bat in the middle of the order right now.
And then everything hinges so much on your starting pitching. And Fromber was really, really good, except for one really, really bad inning, which was just how many different things went wrong in that inning. There's a ball went between his legs. He bucked a guy home. Yeah. Yiner let a ball pass on him. There was a missed cutoff throw. That was probably, you could just watch that fourth inning of the game yesterday, and that in a nutshell is how that entire series felt.
Yep. So they get swept by the Red Sox. They're playing Miami for the next 3 games. So I say that should help, but they just got swept by the A's a week ago. So who knows? Joe Espada had an update yesterday on the progress of Yordan Alvarez.
Down in West Palm, he's hitting. He's feeling well. So right now it's continue to, build him up. But he's doing well.
Still, do you know what intensity of play look like he's facing, or what intensity of swings he's taking?
Coach's BP, and in how intense his swings are. I saw him swinging the bat at home, and he was taking some really good swings. So, percentage-wise, I don't know, but he looked pretty intent to me when he was taking those swings.
Yeah, there we go. He's feeling well, and it looks like he's taking those swings with intent.
Yeah.
He's not just up there staring off at is that a seagull?
What I coach pitch right now.
Yeah.
He's the coaches are pitching.
Underhand.
Yeah. I don't know. He'll be back.
I get nervous whenever he says that somebody's feeling well.
Yeah.
I get nervous. I can't remember whether that was Javier or Urquidy where he had said he's feeling well, and then I think it was Urquidy.
Probably
and then
Urquidy, because
immediately after.
Javier's been pretty consistent in his comeback here.
No. Well, no, this was when you found out that Urquidy was going to have Tommy John.
Before the Tommy John.
Yeah, he'll say that sometimes about guys that are going through something. It's almost like he's giving us a checkup on their emotional well-being. Yeah. Like yesterday, he could be like, "Wow, yeah, Yordan's feeling great physically, man. He's really been hammering the ball, but he's a little melancholic. Yeah. I guess he's just feeling a little down in the dumps,
Yeah,
that's all. Yeah. So we're just gonna give him some time.
Headspace.
Yeah.
Spencer Arrighetti is returning for this series. That will help.
Yeah.
It's the wheels are coming off the Colton Gordon thing a little bit. Brandon Walters on the IL. Ryan Gusto is no longer a Houston Astro. So the moves they made and the moves they didn't make seem to indicate to me that Arrighetti is going to be the first in what is hopefully a trend of these guys coming back from Sugar Land here.
Yeah.
Because you've still got Javier there. You've still got Luis Garcia, and you've got JP France all ascending here, hopefully getting ready to go.
The other thing about the trade deadline, I suppose, is that, man, this is the pipeline is bereft right now, other than Melton and Bryce Matthews, so you're able to retain them, yet at the same time, you brought in a bunch of guys that are not going to give Melton and Matthews much playing time now.
They're back.
But even if they get called back up, it's not like they're going to be everyday players.
Right.
And I'm cool with that because the development of those guys long term is what matters most. I would just also like it if the new guys don't make these absurdly, ridiculously bad baseball plays.
Yeah.
Sanchez got to start it off on Friday when he decided to take third. Now, I don't know if it was Sanchez or Perez Chica that was to blame there. I just know one thing.
Looked like
bad
a Sanchez issue.
Yes, and yet all this stuff keeps happening with Perez Chica as the third base coach, who's a brilliant fielding coach, and yet I don't remember this many dumb things happening.
No. I'm checking the standings right now. I hadn't checked them yet this morning. Astros are 2.5 games up.
Yeah.
On the Mariners.
They've lost 8 of their last 10.
Yeah. And the problem isn't just that they're losing. They're not a competitive baseball team.
Yeah.
Other than the 2 wins against the Diamondbacks, they've lost 8 out of 10. 3 of them or 7 of them were in these A's and Red Sox series where these aren't other than Friday, they lost 2-1. None of those A's games were competitive. The A's, none of them were competitive. And then you go out this weekend. And I feel like now it's the opposite. Like they're taking a lead to start all these games, and then they just completely wet the bed.
Well, and then the other part of it is Pena and his hamstring strain. I don't feel great about that. I know, give him a break and a little bit of a rest just because it was tight. But all right, Paredes had a hamstring strain that turned into something awful.
Well, they said with the Pena thing, they said he cramped up.
Yeah,
and that you're the athlete in the room, not me, but from time to time. And then I'm able to get on the elliptical the next
Sometimes
day.
a cramp is just a cramp. Yeah. Other times it's an indication that there's something the muscle's protecting itself.
It is?
Well, it can be. Okay. Yeah. It doesn't mean it is.
I don't like that one.
Okay, this is the problem. Like sometimes it cramps because your other parts you might be compensating for something.
Yeah.
These are baseball players, not football players.
Right.
You hydrate every freaking half inning. You're playing largely in climate. They're playing in the Northeast at night. Like, no, you don't go out there and get a cramp because you're dehydrated. You're not allowed to get a cramp.
This is why I love doing the show with you when we're on remote like this and we have a Comrex, because all I have to do, I can look down at the little light on our Comrex right there, and I know that you're hot about something because your little bulb turns red.
Oh, really?
Supposed to be green and yellow. Yeah. Well, no, you're getting heated. It's good.
Yeah. Oh, Ben actually just said turn Seth down a little bit when we get a chance.
Not emotionally, just your mic. Keep this energy.
I'm going to keep turning the levels down as I continue to rant about.
And now it's coming in through my microphone.
Can you hear me?
My microphone is red from your voice coming through mine. I'm so excited for this week. I cannot wait.
How's that, Ben?
Is that better, Ben?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm going to go yell at that deer. Get into the woods, you moron.
And the dumb one will come running over to you.
You're going to get shot like Bambi's mom did.
That's right. Oh, spoiler alert, kids. Yeah.
They probably don't show the shooting anymore.
No.
They're probably like, man, Bambi's mom had some issues.
It's so soft.
Bambi's father wasn't very supportive at all.
That's right.
Bambi's father was nowhere to be found after Bambi was conceived.
Poor Bambi.
Yeah. So Bambi's mom needed some time.
That's right. The Athletic had an article that laid out Carlos Correa's final hours as a Twin. And I'm reading this, I'm going, God, that's got to be awful to be a fan of the Twins. They just completely tore that team down to the studs.
Yeah.
But apparently
plus you're vitamin D deficient.
That as well. But apparently they were keeping Carlos in tune with everything that was going on. The most Carlos quote ever is in this piece, though. I love this. He's talking about their baseball, the president of baseball operations. So basically their GM. So when I'm using pronouns here, that's who he is. And Carlos said, when he told me that we were going to go into rebuild mode, I said, then I deserve to go somewhere where I have a chance to win and my kids can watch me go out there in the playoffs and perform. He agreed with me, and he said out of respect for me, he would get to work. What player deserves, first of all,
Bambi's mom deserves a break, and Carlos deserves to play for his children.
Fair.
I like that. That in Carlos's mind is like, listen, some of these other guys' kids, they don't deserve...
That's true.
These guys don't deserve to have their kids watch them play meaningful baseball. But I am Carlos Correa, okay?
Yeah.
I deserve to have my kids watch me play meaningful baseball.
I mean, it is. I mean, we're kind of doing that thing where we take a quote and we're applying the tone to it that is most. SportsRadio apologizing for it, but the word deserve is always a complicated word in sports. Like, I deserve to go somewhere where I have a chance. You signed with the Twins. You knew you re-signed with the Twins. You signed with them twice. Yeah, you knew what you were getting into. You knew they were a ratchet franchise.
Chandler Rome and his write-up about the weekend was good. I love Chandler has some really good stuff that we acknowledge, even though I think he hates us.
Yeah.
Excitement oozed from a clubhouse energized by Carlos Correa's arrival on Friday afternoon. One of the team photographers made a rare in-season road trip to chronicle the moments. Houston Mayor John Whitmore even found his way onto the Fenway Park field before Saturday's
Holy cow,
matinee,
the mayor went up to Boston
snapping photographs in an Astros sweatshirt. The Astros responded with a 3-day affront to fundamental baseball.
Oh, that's good journalism right there, man. That is good. That is good prose.
He's a good writer.
He's a good writer, yeah.
He just hates us.
Yeah, that's okay. I don't think we're alone.
It's like many great writers. They're complicated, you know?
I like to picture Chandler going to bed at night, like just reciting his list of people like Arya Stark used to do. Like, remember she had her kill list?
Yeah.
She just recited every time she'd go to bed and go to sleep at night.
I worry about talented young writers sometimes because sometimes they feel like they need to live up to like Hemingway or whatever and just be a mess and a disaster.
No.
Like, do I have to be an alcoholic? No, you don't. You don't.
No.
You don't.
Just be better than the guys that started a blog in their basement, man.
My advice to Chandler would be to not touch alcohol at all.
Right,
okay?
yeah.
I myself dabble in the dark arts of just depression and anger and whatnot, and you got to be careful with
good
advice.
Oh, man. We're off and running on a Monday. We're live in West Virginia. We'll be at Texans training camp later on this morning. Very excited about that. We'll be keeping you up to speed all week long. Make sure to give us a follow on all the socials, the station, Seth and myself. And we've got you covered here in West Virginia. Texans leading up to Saturday, first preseason game. Seth and I'll be on Texans Countdown for that one, so we're looking forward to that. Before we go to break and get to headlines in the next segment, let's tell you about Dr. Ben Salento, Texas Sinus and Snoring. Fix my snoring, fix my sleep, fixed my life, basically, is what that boils down to. If your sleep is poor, if you don't sleep well at night, if you snore, if you have sleep apnea, you are slowly, maybe even rapidly killing yourself. Bad sleep leads to bad health and just a bad quality of life. Dr. Ben Salento.
Today's headlines presented by Men's Tea Clinic.
All right, let's get to headlines. Let's start with the Astros as Seth and I continue here live from West Virginia, Texans training camp. We will be at the Greenbriar today. Practice starts at 9. We'll be checking in throughout the day. Keep it followed on social media here on Sports Radio 610. And keep tuned all day long for updates live here from West Virginia at Texans training camp. Let's start with the Astros. They get swept by the Red Sox. It was happy, joy on Friday. Carlos Correa flying to Boston to make his return. I will say this, it did feel cool this weekend to see Carlos Correa back with the Astros in an Astros uniform. It felt very surreal. We didn't think we'd ever see it again. I thought it was funny that not ha-ha funny, but that boy, more deer. Look at this.
Those are the same ones. I think they've been getting fed, so they're curious.
Okay, I got you. Yeah, that's the damn petting zoo out there. So I thought it was interesting that Carlos.
Coming up next, Sean gets Lyme disease.
Yeah, exactly. I thought it was interesting that Carlos not only was willing to play is willing to play third base, but said that when he was in Minnesota, that was the plan eventually. They had a shortstop, or maybe were waiting for a shortstop to come up in the minors.
They were like he had wanted to play third, and they were trying to get one. They couldn't get it done. Yeah.
He gets to Houston. And by the ninth inning of his first game back, he's playing shortstop again because Pena cramps up in his thigh.
Tell me if I was being overly sensitive or something, because sometimes I get that way when I'm talking baseball.
Yeah.
And you give me like a look like, what are you talking about? I feel the possibility of a Correa trade. I said, well, gosh, I mean, is he going to play short or is he going to play third?
You did.
And it felt like you looked at me like, of course he'll play shortstop.
No.
I thought you were confused as to why I was even asking the question.
No. I said he played third.
Yeah.
I said he played third base. I actually thought you were a little dismissive of me saying he would play third base. You were like,
we were on a different page.
Yeah. I mean, it didn't bother me. Right. I mean, I'm bringing it up now because you brought it up. But I said he would play third base when he came here. There's no way you move Jeremy Pena out of shortstop.
I wouldn't expect. The only wrinkle in it was that Correa's got a few more years on his deal. Whereas if it was a one-year rental, by no means would you move Pena.
No. So that's. But overall, independent of Carlos Correa, just a bad weekend of baseball for the Astros. They need to get Yordan Alvarez back. They've got Spencer Arrighetti coming back in this series. He is going to pitch in this Miami series, according to Joe Espada.
Yeah.
So we'll get that. The lead is down to 2.5 games in the AL West. It is red button time here.
It feels like, Sean, I'm reading this book about Ernest Shackleton, the explorer of the Antarctic. Of
course you are.
And he had this one failed mission or botched. It was just a mess where his crew. They all got stranded on an island in Antarctica, and he and 3 or 4 others took off in a lifeboat. In the trying to get trying to make it off of Antarctica in a lifeboat, and the crew is just left back there waiting for months and months in return
to come back and rescue
them?
them?
And he did. Spoiler alert. But that's how I feel right now. I feel like I'm stuck on this beach in Antarctica with a bunch of guys that I might have to eat for food at some point.
Is that what they did?
And then no. Okay. They didn't have to. No, nobody murdered anybody. Yeah.
Really?
It got dicey.
Yeah.
One thing you learn about these missions, these Arctic and Antarctic missions, a lot of it is just about like, man, you really start to hate somebody when you're in 4 months of darkness and your ship is smashed up against the ice.
Did you see the same thing I did? Not to get too far off track. Did you see the same thing I did on social media that Jimmy Graham was doing a trip like that, the former tight end for the Saints?
Oh, yeah?
Was doing like a 24-day Antarctica expedition where they only sleep like 2 hours at night. I saw it on Twitter. I saw it multiple times. So I've you never know nowadays, you know.
I bet it's better planned out than Shackleton's mission was.
Probably, yeah.
Shackleton was like this really charismatic dude. It was great at raising money and everything, but not the best. Like many people who are very charismatic like that, not the best at actually thinking things through.
No.
So it's kind of like, hey, let's get a bunch of guys on a boat and then just go for it.
To Antarctica.
But sir, we're pretty sure you have a heart condition. Nah, that's balderdash.
But then he jumped on a lifeboat and went back and got help? And
yes.
Okay.
To South Georgia Island. They got to this whaling station, landed on it in the middle of a storm, had to hike 3 days with no sleep over a mountain range to get to the whaling station, go back to rescue the rest of the guys from the lifeboat, and then try to find a ship to make it back to Antarctica to get the guys who are stranded landed on the beach. That took 3 different efforts because they couldn't find the right boats.
Is this a biography about the guy, or is this about this specific expedition?
It's about Ernest Shackleton. No, it's a biography about him. But then the other thing about him was, so he's always in debt to the people who invested because he'd have to raise all this money to go off and possibly die, and he was always in debt. But then he would go do these speaking tours afterwards. That's where he was supposed to recoup a lot of the money.
Mr. Charisma.
Well, he would get these huge audiences, and because he loved the attention so much, he would always give the payment to charity. So, like, all his creditors back in London are reading in the papers about, like, Sir Shackleton spoke to Carnegie Hall, crowd of 5,000, and then donated all of the proceeds to charity.
To polio. Oh, my God. All right, so this is headlines.
So the long story short, Spencer Arrighetti is coming back to the island.
That's right, the Astros.
He's coming back to rescue us from Antarctica.
The Astros are all sitting in Antarctica right now. NFL news, Micah Parsons. Do you see over the weekend he officially requested a trade
to Antarctica? He'd rather be in Antarctica than Dallas.
Can you imagine Jerry Jones trying to float on a lifeboat from Antarctica back to Texas?
Nobody's ever done it like this. I'll tell you what, there's people are going to write books about this someday.
Jerry, the funniest quote from this weekend about the Micah Parsons situation, because he's out in like as of right now at least, he's like, I don't want to play for Dallas. I think he's still in camp. But he wants a trade. We've been on this road with players that David Mulligetta wants to get up and out of their places of employment. The funniest quote that I saw was Jerry Jones saying this is all part of negotiation. Like a trade request is all, like, not many negotiations. Most of them don't involve a trade request at some point.
It can be at somebody. You know, a lot of people try to act like they're the ones who are in the know on things and like, listen, I've been through this. Whenever there's a trade request, to act like they're just playing hardball. When in reality, the players have more leverage than anybody ever wants to believe they do. People have all these reasons for why on paper they don't have any leverage. As it is in any situation, the person with the most leverage is the one who just gives the least bleeps about it. And just willing to walk away or sit out an entire season or whatever. And I don't know if Micah Parsons is at that point or not, but it feels like he might be. It feels like, and partly because Jerry Jones has made such a carnival of all of this by being so drastically and woefully uninformed about things like, I don't know, Micah Parsons' agent's name. Or in Jerry Jones claiming that they already had a deal agreed to when Micah Parsons said, no, in no such way do we have a deal agreed to. It's like this in a long list of botched negotiations by Jerry Jones, this might be the most laughable and ridiculous.
Well, and does he have this little bit of information? That over the last 4 years, the Cowboys are the league's best defense with Micah Parsons on the field, according to EPA, expected points added. Across a over 1,000 play sample, they're the league's second worst defense over that same stretch. Is off the field. Parsons, I know, isn't that crazy? Credit Bill Barnwell for that stat. Over the last 4 years, Cowboys' best defense with Micah on the field, second worst defense with Micah off the field.
This feels like something like in with the plus-minus in basketball, where the really smart people will tell you, like, well, don't read into plus-minus too much, unless it suits my purposes. And in this case, is there any argument to be made that, okay, well, there's reasons for that? I don't know. That's a pretty drastic split between having him on the field and off.
It feels almost too drastic for football.
There's a little bit of that where I wonder if he took out, if you're in a fourth quarter blowout and you come off the field. If you have a lead and Micah's not on there, then there's going to be some. But it matches the eyeball test to a certain degree. He's a very good football player.
Very good football player. Yeah. So we got still Trey Hendrickson sitting out there with no contract, and Micah Parsons no contract. Terry McLaurin is no contract. There's some good contract drama going on right now around the NFL. I'm just glad none of it's here. Diana Rossini had a tweet this weekend. Hell, this could be a topic, but as long as we're in headlines talking about contract stuff, she said the 3 teams that, in light of the Micah Parsons situation, the opposite of the Cowboys, the 3 teams around the league that have the best reputation when it comes to taking care of players early. Philadelphia Eagles, well-run team. Los Angeles Rams, well-run team. Both won Super Bowls in the last few years. Houston Texans.
Yeah, the Houston Texans. Now, the nice thing about
soon-to-be Super Bowl
the nice thing about those other 2 teams being in the conversation is I'm glad, because right now I see whisperings or suggestions that Casario is just what he wants. I personally think that it is very calculated with Casario, and a lot of it weighs into that. Look, guaranteed money is what players want, and if you can do it on a shorter-term deal, it protects the team to a certain degree too. If you can get them on shorter-term deals, it's less drama in the long run. But that also, when they feel like they genuinely really like a guy and what he offers, the extra guaranteed money is worth it when you consider the replacement cost, which a lot of times is you whiff on a free agent, you got to draft 2 or 3 guys to replace a guy that you really like. So I think it's very calculated with Nick.
Last headline: Luka Doncic, 3 years, $165 million. He signs an extension with the Los Angeles Lakers. The internet made a point to note that the picture of Luka with his teammates at the announcement of this new contract did not include LeBron James. There were like 10 of his teammates there with him, and one of them was not LeBron James.
Season tickets,
yeah. He had the Dwayne Brown situation. Yeah. So LeBron had better things to do, I guess, than go see Luka sign his new deal.
Let's to clarify, Shackleton was a brilliant leader in terms of when he was on the ice, he could motivate people like no other. He was just incredibly charismatic.
Why do you feel the need to take up for Shackleton?
Because I feel I portrayed him as kind of a complete and total goofball.
Yeah.
Well, it was complex. He needed a general manager.
Yeah.
I'm watching this thing. I'm making all these analogies.
Bill O'Brien.
Yes. No, I'm making all these analogies as I'm reading because so much of it is like a football season.
Yeah.
You got to pick the right guys because people start to get on each other's nerves when you're stuck in perpetual derby weather, all of that. There's a lot of analogies you can draw to sports teams.
Yeah.
And yet, on the business side of things, that's what Shackleton needed. He needed a general manager.
Yeah.
Because he was get him in front of a room of wealthy old ladies, and they were throwing their bloomers and cash at him. But it was a matter of managing all of it and organizing it. Those big old stupid.
Takes a lot longer to take the bloomers
those
off.
big old stupid fake butts they had before the silicone injections. What were those called?
Yeah, I don't know. And I can tell you're reading that book because it's the prop underneath your laptop, so we have a good camera angle right now.
It's a big-time production.
The book is called Shackleton.
Yeah.
Put
a lot of thought into that.
Like quarterback. Shackleton. Yeah, Shackleton. All right, we head into the 7 o'clock hour. Biggest open questions for the Texans this week in West Virginia. Seth and I are live here in West Virginia. We'll be at the Greenbriar today. So we got the biggest open questions for the Texans. We'll do Acknowledge Me at 7:20 on the show, our Monday staple. We'll do all of that in the 7 o'clock hour coming up next. But first, I will miss Bex Prime this week. I'm going to say that right now.
KILT. KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents live from summer practice in West Virginia, courtesy of Yingling. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
Yeah, appreciate Yingling bringing us to West Virginia. We are live. Sean Pendergast, Seth Payne with you. We will be out at training camp today. Practice gets started at 9 a.m. Houston time, 10 o'clock here. We're on Eastern time now, and there's still got a lot of big questions for this team. I mean, we're only 9 practices into training camp. So they're starting to figure some things out, and I think some of we'll talk about the offensive line here in just a second. This is in no particular order, Seth, but I'm very anxious to see some of the guys practice who haven't been practicing yet. The big one is Christian Harris, because the other guys are all on the PUP list and working out off to the side, as is Christian Harris. But and you and I talked about this with Nick Caserio last week. And Nick explained that they didn't put him on the PUP list because he's at a level where he can still do some things, and they wanted to leave him available. If you had to do a walkthrough or something like that.
Some of the on-field stuff that you're not allowed to do if you're on the PUP,
Correct. But here's the thing. D'Amico Ryans had said earlier in the offseason that they expected Christian Harris to be good to go for training camp. Yeah.
He'll be good to go or something thereof.
Yes.
For one, I mean, there's guys like Jamal Hill, the draft pick from last year. He's an intriguing guy to watch during camp. I think Sarge had just tweeted something about him.
He made a play on Saturday.
Well, yeah, and Jamal Hill's very athletic, but was very, very raw coming out of college. So he's exactly the kind of guy you look at and think, okay, what can D'Amico and this coaching staff do with a guy like that?
Well, like Christian Harris, he was a safety turn linebacker.
Yeah. So you like guys that are a little bit underdeveloped and then can almost like learn from scratch in the NFL.
Yeah.
I think that with Christian Harris, the fact that he wasn't on the PUP, I almost look at it like when a player in baseball doesn't go on the IL. You're like, oh, all right, I'll take them at their word now that it's no big deal, because at least they genuinely feel that, because they would have had him in baseball on the IL or in football on the PUP if it was a bigger deal than it is. And yet we just haven't seen Christian Harris on a football field hardly at all since last training camp.
Well, IL in baseball, the lowest one is 10 days.
Yeah.
Christian Harris has been gone for 9 practices. It's just...
So if they were going to put him on the 10-day IL, that would have been.
He'd be back today or whatever.
Well, he couldn't have practiced today.
Yeah, exactly. So
with Christian though, you can make it retroactive from like 365 days.
No kidding.
They put him on the 10-day IL, retroactive to 2024.
Exactly. So I'm anxious to see Christian Harris. The other guys on the PUP. I'll tell you the other one, like Joe Mixon. Joe Mixon's on the non-football injury list. Joe Mixon, I don't anticipate us seeing him in training camp. We'll see if he plays week 1. The guy that's burning daylight right now that's on one of the injured categories is Dameon Pierce.
Yeah.
Because he's missing out on a huge opportunity right now to solidify his spot on the roster. When they went and signed Nick Chubb, who as of right now hasn't really popped, but he's looked good enough to make the team, and he's running with the ones. I don't think you go from running with the ones to not making the team unless there's something physically wrong with him.
Well, that does happen when guys who are veteran players that are on a team and you're trying to figure out, you could run with the ones for a while in training camp and then all of a sudden you're not there anymore.
Yeah.
But especially when guys are as banged up at running back right now, and they need to put guys out there. I don't know if there's anybody, though, other than Dameon Pierce, where they feel like as good about, okay, here's a guy that we trust to be in there, and if Joe Mixon is going to be out, then there's Dare Ogunbowale. They feel good about him having, playing if he has to play. Yeah. Jawar Jordan has been very, very intriguing. Woody Marks has been very, very intriguing. Lots of other. J.J. Taylor brings a difference. But I think the British Brooks, in his ability to play both running back and fullback, is probably something that if I'm a Texans coach, I start thinking more and more about the longer that Dameon Pierce isn't healthy.
Yeah.
Because we gotta have somebody that if push comes to shove and we need somebody out there for 3 downs, you want a bigger body guy that you don't necessarily want to rely on Jawar Jordan and Woody Marks. You got to have somebody out there for 3 or 4 games if Joe Mixon's not there. And there's guys that are competition for Dameon Pierce.
Yeah,
right now.
the running back room is kind of chaos right now, just because you're missing 2 of your top 3 guys. So. So we'll see what happens. Do the rookies continue to pop? That's my second. So the first question is, who do we see, the guys that haven't practiced yet? Second one, do the rookies continue to pop? There is not a rookie that I think that if you had forecasted before the season that's going to make this team, of all the ones you thought would make the team, they've all looked ready to contribute in camp so far. I think there'd probably be 5 that I would have expected to make the team, maybe 6. Obviously, the 2 receivers from Iowa State, Jalen Knoll, Jaden Higgins, have both looked good. We'll hear from D'Amico Ryans on the rookie class in just a second. Ariante Ursary is in line to start for you at right tackle. Now, I don't know how great he's going to be, but he's at least good enough to beat out your second-round pick from last year as of right now. Woody Marks is popping. Jalen Smith is popping out there. Even Jalen Reed, who he had to be helped off the field the other day, but he'd had a couple picks already, including a pick 6, the 6th-round pick.
Yeah.
They all look the part right now.
Graham Mertz versus Keaton Slovis. And then Luke Lachey, practice squad eligible or potential?
Yeah.
Is from everything you've seen so far?
Yeah,
Luke
for
Lachey,
sure.
the tight end out of part of it, he's got a little bit of a cheat code in his being a tight end out of Iowa.
Yeah.
I feel like he could have a horrible camp and they're still going to put him on the practice squad.
He wouldn't make the team as of right now.
No, they're the tight ends. And so far, Dalton Schultz was really good at the podium the other day, but also has done some nice things in camp where D'Amico got up and basically said, oh, this looks more like the Dalton Schultz that we thought we were going to get coming over from Dallas, which is a little bit of a pretty direct criticism of the way Dalton Schultz played last year,
No
I
question.
think. And because he did some good things a couple of years ago.
Absolutely.
But whether it was health or anything else or just the offense, that it just wasn't – it wasn't – Dalton Schultz last year wasn't as good as he was in his first year with the Texans. Yep. I don't need him to look like peak Dallas. I'd settle for what he was the first year with the Texans.
No question. That's worth the money if you get what you got in 2023 out of him. Here was D'Amico Ryans on Saturday about the team's rookie class.
Our rookies are very dialed in. Every one of those guys, Tay, Woody, Jalen Smith, both receivers, Jalen, each one of those guys, they make plays every single day. And they fit right into what we're building here. They fit right in. But what we expect of them, what we ask of them, they show up, they work hard. Those guys don't say much, and they continue to get better every day. So I'm excited, really, to see these guys get an opportunity to play in some preseason games when they really get a chance to cut.
Yeah, and some of these guys, some of these guys are going to be thrust into positions where they need them. Like the 2 receivers, receiver position is Nico Collins and Christian Kirk are really the only guys you can trust right now.
Yeah, I think the cool thing will be that I think the Vikings, at least offensively, are going to probably play their first team a good amount because you're trying to get a rookie quarterback on board. I don't think you just go ahead and say, well, hey, he's a rookie. I mean, technically he's a second-year quarterback, but he was injured his entire first year. I'm guessing that the defensive players will probably, hopefully, get to see at least a couple series against the starters in Minnesota.
Yep. Hey, Ben, let's skip down to Ariante Ursary here. Ursary met with the media after practice on Saturday. He's in line to start right now at right tackle. This same group has gone out there. We'll talk about the offensive line in the next bullet point here, but this has been the last 3 or 4 practices. It's been the same group of ones out there on the offensive line, and it includes Ariante Ursary. How's he feeling about his camp so far?
I feel good where I'm at right now, but ADS, man, I ain't really did nothing. Like I said, I'm just a speck on the wall and trying to earn everything. Nothing is given. I got to earn everything, so it's been good so far.
Learned a new acronym, ADS. I didn't know that until this morning. Ain't done poop.
I didn't. I wonder if he got that from PJ Fleck.
Yeah, that
Remember,
feels.
PJ Fleck has a bunch of little. I don't like one of them. Their big thing is like you want to be a neckton, which is.
Oh yeah.
Which he called like a shark is a neckton, something that's moving through water. It turns out any fish is a neckton.
Okay.
So like. For acronyms and motivational tools and everything.
He's ADS when it comes to that. Ursary, the right mindset, I would say. Let's get to the offensive line. That's number 3. Has the starting offensive line revealed itself? Here's D'Amico Ryans on Saturday on building offensive line continuity.
For our offensive line, we're getting settled into, first group, second group, getting settled in. And we have to find out throughout this camp who our top 9 guys will be. And so we'll continue to go through that process. But you start to see it get solidified. Guys start to separate themselves, especially once we put the pads on. You can see guys start to move ahead of other guys a little bit. So he'll still evaluate those guys and see how the games go. But I'm pleased with where we are now, and there's still room for improvement. But I think it helps when you have continuity. You're working besides the same guy for however many reps you're going through practice. It helps with communication, helps speeds up things, right? And so I think the guy's done a great job of settling in, and we'll see how that continues to move forward.
Okay, so we know last year that the offensive line, the first string, it didn't appear to be a competitive situation.
Yeah.
I will say this, it largely has been the same ones throughout training camp for the most part. There was a lot of mixing and matching going on. So there was a point clearly where, at least outwardly, it was a competitive situation in who was getting reps with who. By the time the pads came on, they've been, other than center, where they've been doing a little bit of flipping back and forth, but it appears like maybe Jake Andrews has taken a little bit of a lead. The other four.
And I think some of that is, it's understandable. For one, Cam Robinson at left tackle, you've got a veteran that you know what he can and cannot do.
Yeah.
And I think the Texans might have ended up getting a bargain with Cam Robinson just because it was not a good fit for him when he got traded to Minnesota midseason, and he had probably one of the worst stretches of his career in a brand new offense that wasn't a good fit. Where by and large he's been like you can have a good offensive line with him at left tackle. Then you've got a veteran at Laken Tomlinson at left guard. I don't have a problem with him not necessarily competing for the job. But at center, I'm glad that they're actually, at least it looks like it might be Patterson versus Andrews, and there's probably some time for guys, whether they make mistakes or whether they're clean in preseason games. Right guard, I'm cool with Titus Howard being it. And then at right tackle, the only concern I have is that, yes, it looks like there was a competition, but did Ariante Ursary really win the competition, or was it that Blake Fisher was so bad that it feels more like Blake Fisher lost the chance to compete for that spot?
It would have been interesting to see if Trent Brown had been healthy, where he would have factored in, just because he's a vet, big body.
He's a vet. He's a gigantic human being who's coming off a patellar tendon tear and hasn't been doing super aggressive stuff out there at practice. I think he's a break glass in case of emergency if Ariante Ursary doesn't work out or is just not advanced enough by the time the regular season starts. The other break glass in case of emergency is just to move Titus Howard back out to right tackle.
Yeah, that's right. Here's CJ is doing. This is CJ after practice on Saturday.
It takes time, especially, the first couple of days, no pass, so it's not always easy. And I think that's the best D-line in football right now, with just how they get off the ball. Two edge guys, Will and Daniil are, crazy athletes, but, they rush together. They rush as a unit. I think it's just making us number better, but, I think you don't want to just continue to, just say the defense is good. You want to start seeing progress and seeing plays being made. I think we've seen that these last couple of days. So it's helpful for me to, start going through reads and be able to go through my full progression when the O-line's, picking everything up. And I think they've done a great job of just continue to work and keeping their head up, staying confident, because it's not easy going against those guys every day, and I get that. But, we have trust that our guys are very talented, too, on the offensive side of the ball.
I liked hearing CJ. that cut came from about halfway through his media availability on Saturday, after a couple of times where he had pointed out how good the Texans' defense is. And I was glad that he had a moment of realization there where he's like, and I'm paraphrasing, but eventually where he said, at some point we got to stop talking about how good our defense is and actually start making plays.
Yeah, the Rams
defense is good.
The Rams front seven is really good. Sean, I've sent you some of the Jared Verse shots.
Yes.
Jared Verse, the defensive end for the Rams, he is a machine. He just physically abuses dudes.
He's getting the most love of any player who's had 4.5 sacks in a season that I've ever seen.
A lot of his game is a lot like Will Anderson, where there was a lot of times where he does a really good job of getting close, but they're just finishing at the end. There's times where Jared Verse was so thoroughly destroying and bull rushing as the offensive tackle that he bull rushed him right past the quarterback.
He overran
He's almost like he's got his head down, like he's pulling a sled in Antarctica, and
Shackleton
it just goes right past the South Pole. So there is a little bit of that to where Will learned in his second year to calm down, and but they've got some really good players in that front seven for the Rams. CJ's exactly right. You can't sit out there and be like, well, what are you going to do? Our defense is really good.
Yeah, no, see, and look, this offensive, I feel like this offensive line to this point in training camp has played better than last year's offensive line to the same point in training camp.
Yeah.
We'll see what it looks like in the regular season. CJ, when CJ's gotten frustrated this camp, it feels like it's been more at himself than it's been at the guys around. Not that the guys around him have been great. And in the last couple of practices, guys are having a real hard time getting open. The secondary has been awesome the last couple of practices.
Yeah.
But CJ's been he's been a little up and down. He's thrown some interceptions in this camp, and they haven't been interceptions because Will Anderson or Danielle Hunter are bearing down on him. Like he's had some. And granted, it's training camp. Maybe it's a little like baseball spring training where you're just trying to do things you wouldn't normally do in a regular season game. But CJ's been a little up and down with the decision-making.
This is where I always feel about quarterbacks with interceptions. If I had to choose between two things, my quarterback that I feel good about, like if I already know he's not a rookie or whatever. If my interceptions in training camp, or several interceptions training camp, I prefer that to throwing 0 interceptions. And it's because 0 interceptions means he's not actually really working on anything or trying anything. He's playing it safe. It's cowardly. So Marcus Mariota, his rookie year, remember everybody was making a big deal of, he hasn't thrown an interception. Yeah, it's because he was peeing between his legs all the time.
Yeah.
He was a petrified. You watch Marcus Mariota in interviews or the way he conducts himself. He's timid and meek.
Yep.
And that's why he wasn't going to be a good quarterback. I don't mind guys testing things out, taking chances, kind of understanding where the envelope is, and throwing interceptions during camp. So now the regular season is a whole different deal. I don't want him throwing a bunch of interceptions, obviously. But in training camp, this is the time where he should be kind of feeling it out. And it's good to do it against a very opportunistic defense.
All right, so the last question, then we'll get to Acknowledge Me, is where are we on the installation of the new offensive system? Nick Caley is here now. It's a new offensive system, a lot of new faces. Here's D'Amico Ryans on C.J. Stroud's progress, in the new offense.
For C.J., it's, for him to have that improvement off the field. You talk about your muscle, adding muscle, taking care of your body comp, like that allows you to get better. And when you're on the field, you have to move around. We know C.J. can be very dangerous when he does escape the pocket, and he's able to move around and make plays, avoid defenders. So adding muscle, shedding body fat, improving your body comp, it only helps you, right, to be able to sustain any hits or anything you go into the ground. It just helps you to all those things take place. So it's great to hear that he's doing that.
He definitely looks, you'll see today, Seth. And you've seen, I know, just from watching the bits and pieces that have been out there, he definitely looks like he's been in an NFL weight room in the offseason.
Yeah, and that's where, he had the shoulder soreness during OTAs, and he said it sounded like, from the way he described it, it was probably because he'd been working out so hard.
Yeah.
I don't know. He looks like the biggest thing I would worry about is if he came back looking muscle bound or something. He doesn't look muscle bound.
Like a Brady Quinn situation.
Yeah. Well, remember when Tebow bulked up to play fullback, and that for a guy that didn't throw the ball so smoothly before that, then he just was almost incapable of throwing the football.
Yeah.
That is the one position that is still bound by. Back in the 60s and 70s, the kids. This is true. People would say, you don't want athletes lifting weights, they'll get muscle bound.
Yeah.
Like that's how, and it was like largely stupid. Quarterbacks, there is still a little bit of that. You got to have some fluidity. Quarterbacks and golfers, I suppose.
Yep, for sure. Here's C.J. Stroud on how he thinks the new offense is coming along.
It takes time. It's not something that just happens overnight. I feel like we're getting better every day. We're having good conversations, on how routes are going to be ran and how scheme is seen by both player and coach. So, it's been really good to, hash out some things and, going against a good defense. So, it's not always easy just going against them and they're really good. So, it's bumps and bruises, but, I feel like we're making progress.
I think the other tough thing, too, for quarterbacks is to kind of get a feel in practice for when to get hit. So there's what would have been a sack, but you want the play to keep going on. But you got to be realistic about, okay, at some point here, the clock in my head is in a real game, I'd have to start running. Mm-hmm. And it looks like CJ, I think, has gotten better at that part of it. It's the stuff the quarterback can control to simulate actual conditions. Last year, there were a lot of times where we were watching where CJ was sitting in the pocket after he would have been sacked, and eventually, obviously, something's going to come clear. but it doesn't actually do anything for you to practice a rep like that.
Yeah.
So for CJ to get a feel for when to pull the ball down and run, we saw that in the second half of last season and in the playoffs, and I think he did a good job of it. And I think he's able to translate that into practice now too, and hopefully be able to pick up where he left off.
All right, so those are the big questions from Texans training camp. We'll be out there today over at the Greenbriar starting at 9 o'clock Houston time. Let's get to Acknowledge Me. Let's acknowledge big performances, big honors from over the weekend in this case. I'd love to acknowledge some Astros from over the weekend, but I just can't find a single one to acknowledge.
I guess Carlos Correa just for
for his first time. You know what, Ben?
Allowing the trade.
Yeah, Ben. Carlos Correa.
Acknowledge me.
For waiving his no trade clause and hitting a home run yesterday.
Hit a home run and then he had that one robbed from on Friday. It wouldn't have been a home run, but it was a really nice hit.
He's had some good swings. I don't know what his numbers were from over the weekend. I think the home run was. Yeah. I think he had 2 hits over the weekend. He had a single and a home run, but he put some good swings on the ball. I'm optimistic we're getting a good version of Carlos Correa, and he's only 30 years old or 31, whatever he is. If you get the good version of Carlos for the next few years at $22 million or whatever it's costing the Astros, thumbs up on that. You know what? And let's acknowledge Dana Brown and Jim Crane.
Acknowledge me.
For at least keeping things spicy.
Yeah, keeping things spicy, not just with Carlos Correa, but with multiple additions at the trade deadline.
Yeah.
Doing what we have come to expect out of you in this era.
Do you want Ryan Presley back? Because that was a rumor.
Bring him on!
Yesterday. I say bring everybody back.
Bring everybody back.
It's like a family reunion.
I want all the former Astros to be current Astros right now.
Yes.
Where's Keuchel? Get him over here from Asia.
Keuchel just signed with somebody like a month ago.
Oh, that's right. He did, didn't he?
Yeah. He was.
Had he been in Asia?
He had been in Mexico. He'd been not in America. I know that. I can't remember which country he was in. The text line will tell us. All right. Hall of Fame inductions were this weekend in the NFL. So let's acknowledge this Hall of Fame class. Eric Allen.
Acknowledge me.
Jared Allen.
Acknowledge me.
Not related. Antonio Gates.
Acknowledge me.
And Sterling Sharp.
Acknowledge
Shannon's already
me.
in. Acknowledge Sterling.
Sterling, what happened to Sterling on television?
I don't know what happened to him on television. I think you would ask me what happened in his career.
No, I know what happened in his career.
He got a neck injury in his career.
But on television, I liked him. And then he just kind of disappeared.
Yeah, you know what? He bothered me a little bit in that he was one of those guys that not only didn't talk to the media when he was a player, but bragged about it after his career that he never talked to the media and how he then became a media member.
I like it.
I'm sure as a player you like it. As a non-player,
refused also.
Yeah.
I think some people, he gave an impression of almost like he thought he was better than me. On TV
because his posture.
His posture was so erect.
He had amazing
posture. I was like, you're only allowed to have that posture if you're a retired general.
Yeah. So maybe we should all get our spines fused so we have better posture. And project better.
That's good for your back health long term.
Yeah. Spinal fusion.
I can avoid.
You know what?
I can avoid back surgery if I get spinal fusion to have good posture.
You know, the irony in avoiding back surgery is the best thing for it.
Yes.
Is back surgery. Mm-hmm. Yeah. So I wowould say I hate doing this because it's a Hall of Fame class. Like,
and I got a lobotomy to avoid dementia.
It's the same thing. Yeah. This Hall of Fame, obviously all great players. It lacks a sizzle candidate. You know, it lacks a face of this class. You know, and I think some of that is the Hall of Fame changed the way they did the induction. I'm shocked. Like,
where was that? What was that in? Was that in a it looked like at a Holiday Inn breakout room or something?
Where they did the jacket ceremony?
Yeah.
They usually do it like a banquet room. They do it in a banquet room.
Oh, that's right. This is just that ceremony.
Yeah, that was on Friday, and then they do the induction. The speeches are on Saturday or Sunday. I'm a junkie for Hall of Fame speeches. There was nobody in this class I felt like I had to go out of my way to hear their Hall of Fame speech. Mm-hmm. Congrats to all. You've been acknowledged on Payne and Pendergast. Now, next year's class, do these names interest you? Larry Fitzgerald.
Oh, yeah.
According to the odds makers, a 95.2% chance of getting into the Hall of Fame. Drew Brees.
Quarterback.
Brees, 9%.
That always makes pops.
And then it drops off a little bit. Jason Witten, 40%.
Going to give a horrible speech.
Yep. Definitely will have a
Toupee?
Toupee, yeah.
No,
yeah,
did he abandon the toupee, or did he just
Well,
have to
he
stick
abandoned
with
it when he started playing again. Because remember,
that's right.
he went back to the Raiders and started playing football again.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I assume so. That would be awesome if he kept it while still playing for the Raiders. Takes his helmet off on the sidelines.
Like a toupee I would get I wouldn't get a toupee. I would make something that looks like I have long hair.
Like a mullet stapled to the bottom of your helmet.
Yeah, yeah. And I would have a dickie on the front.
There you go. So those are the potential headline. But there were guys that didn't.
Julian Edelman is that's an interesting one, just because people are going to make
2%.
That's going to be the annoying one, because people are going to try to make a hardcore case for Julian Edelman.
Yeah.
And I get it, and I get why, but it's just his. It's his no. No is the answer on that one.
Well, the most interesting one to me of next year's first ballot potential is Frank Gore. Because he's 3.9% according to the odds makers.
He's a compiler.
He's like the third leading rusher of all time, and yet he was an All-Pro once.
I think that
over 17 years.
Without looking at their stats, I wonder if Fred Taylor is going to kind of be a comp for Frank Gore. Because Fred...
So I think Fred's a better player than Frank Gore.
Fred, at his peak especially. Yeah. But then a lot of Fred's stats, because Fred had so many injuries, it was the fact that he ended up being able to play surprisingly a large number of years, but on limited reps, that I think he bolstered up some of those stats.
Yep.
Gore wasn't as good at his peak, but his durability was so incredible that he's just...
All right, I'm going to acknowledge some of the better quotes from Texans practice. 9 practices in. Jalen Petrie.
Acknowledge me.
This is Jalen Petrie's answer to this is after the third padded practice, Seth, where there was a bit of a dust-up at the end of practice from some backups. It was the closest thing we've gotten to fisticuffs in this camp. Petrie did media that day and was asked, do you like the fighting when it happens out of practice?
Oh, I love it. Yeah, I love it. And I think it does nothing but heightens the awareness of practice. People know they got to be even more on their P's and Q's. And, because, a fight might break out if you get hit too hard. So you better be ready to go, and you better have your, chin strap buckled. So, I love it, though. I think it does nothing but help in the right way.
That was not the answer I expected.
Which boxer does he sound like? Was that Marvin Hearns a little bit? No, it wouldn't be Hearns.
Well, Tyson's got the pitchy high voice.
No, it's not quite
Tyson.
It's not pitchy. There's more of a soft-spoken boxer from the 70s or 80s.
Okay.
Somebody our text line will remember it.
Okay.
Yeah, I think Jalen. Plus, it's all like, look, nobody's the training camp fight is mostly just what you're concerned with is that nobody punches a helmet with their fist.
This was as far as fights go. This is like the one that happened that day at practice was like a 1 on a scale of 1 to 5.
The best one we've seen in the last couple of years was when they got into the scuffle with Diggs and Jimmy Ward. It was originally who it was, but then Derek Stingley came out of nowhere and blindsided Dalton Schultz.
That was great.
But I don't know if there were still any actual punches thrown or not.
No.
A mosh pit.
Right.
That's my rule for football fighting.
Yep.
Treat it like a mosh pit.
Yeah.
Somebody might get hurt or something, but it's not going to be a broken orbital or whatever.
That's right. That's right. There you go.
Do kids mosh pit anymore?
I don't know, man. Kids text in. Do you mosh?
Yeah.
Do you even mosh? C.J. Gardner-Johnson.
Acknowledge me.
This is C.J. Gardner-Johnson meeting with the media, saying he was being asked about his time in Philadelphia, and he said, "That's behind me. I'm chasing a ring now."
It didn't, because I don't play for them no more. I ain't defending nothing. I'm actually chasing it now. I'm hungry, like you said. They're prey. Like, I gotta go hunt them. Like, they're champions. When you're a champion of something, you become the prey to a lot of predators. So there's no shot at them. It's just you gotta understand, like, when you switch sides of the ball, switch roles, I gotta go hunt again.
What kind of predator are you?
I don't sleep. I feel like coming here, I gotta get better. As a man, as a teammate, father, and whatever this team called me to do, I'm here to put my best foot forward.
I don't sleep. I don't know if
he's great.
The way he delivers it, you don't know if he's speaking metaphorically or not.
I know. I know.
I would feel like, hey man, CJ, let's just to be clear, you do actually sleep, right? Because I feel like some of the things that have happened in the past might be explained.
Yeah.
Maybe you get a few winks.
Yeah, sleep. It's nature's wonder drug. That's what Mattress Mac calls it.
Oh,
yeah.
that's
nature's wonder drug. Yeah.
You should start an ad campaign with that.
He should do some advertising.
Should be an ads.
Yeah.
He's a Matt Gateball when it comes to quotes. You don't know exactly what he's going to say or how it just shake him up and see what comes out.
I'm supposed to interview him after practice today, so I'm anxious. Text in some questions that you'd like me to ask C.J. Gardner-Johnson on the text page, 713-572-4610.
I think I'm thinking of Sugar Ray Leonard. He was a little bit more soft-spoken.
Yeah.
So Jalen Petrie talking about fighting there.
He was on Match Game the other day.
Reminded me of Sugar Ray
I was watching
Leonard
Match Game, and Sugar Ray was one of the 6 celebrities on Match Game.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll never forgive the singer Sugar Ray for ending up having a relevant name, Sugar Ray.
Yeah.
That's bogus,
dude.
That
is bogus. That's theft is what that is. All right, I'm going to skip down here, Ben, because I definitely want to get to these two with Seth. This was Cade Stover, Seth, when he was asked, what did he... Oh, yeah, sorry. I got to acknowledge Cade Stover.
Sean?
Yeah, sorry about that. Sorry I stepped on your acknowledgement, Cade. This is Cade Stover when he was asked the other day, what did you do this offseason?
I just go back to the farm, feed cows, work out, catch football, and do it again next day, probably.
Yeah, that's right. That's what he does. I like they didn't use proper grammar either. Go home, feed cow.
Me feed cow, me catch ball.
Feed cow, catch ball.
Me do again next day.
Push hay.
I just love Cade. Cade Stover's had
Talk to cousin. Remember, no cousin. She not okay to know. No kiss cousin.
Just talk cousin. No
Family
kiss.
reunion, very important. Remember, no kiss cousin.
He's got it written down on his arm. So we love Cade Stover. I don't want to make sure I get this one in because I'm guessing you might agree with this. This was Andre Johnson on Texans All Access.
Acknowledge me.
He was asked by John and Mark, what do you miss about camp? You know, what is something you don't? Basically, do you miss training camp?
To be honest, there's nothing I miss about
I knew it. Exactly. I just want to hear you say it.
I don't miss nothing about any of it. I have people like, I was out here the other day at practice, and people was like, man, you don't miss playing. I don't miss any of it at all. Yeah. Actually, when I'm out here looking at it, I'm always like, how was I able to do this for 14 years? Yeah. So to be honest, it makes you ask more questions than anything. So, but no, I just enjoy coming out though, watching it. I love watching practice and just watching the games and things of that nature. So, yeah, I'm a huge fan of football. So, yeah.
Yeah, amen to that. There's nothing that cures you of that of just going out to camp. Like, no, especially camp, especially training camp. I miss the strawberry shortcake they used to have at dinner.
In the cafeteria?
Yeah, and ice cream all over the place.
Yeah,
Most guys have a hard time keeping weight on during training camp, where I would generally gain about 10 pounds.
Yeah.
But there's no... From the very first time I ever came back to a practice and I watched a game from the sideline, I was like, no, this is stupid.
Yeah.
It wasn't like I want to go back out there and do it again. It was like, why did I ever do that? Oh, my God.
Andre did it for a long time,
it's
man.
so fast and violent.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, my stars.
And Andre...
Yeah, and I was really good at it.
Yeah.
He doesn't want any part of it.
Yeah. Well, you should be proud, man, that you did it that long. It's hard work.
Proud of being stupid and remembering not to kiss my cousins.
Got well compensated.
Got a pat on the back for a bunch of simple stuff.
It's not a bad salary.
Hey, Seth, you're a big, strong guy. Yeah. You should go accept lots of money to play sports. Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks for that advice.
And don't kiss your cousin. 2 things: training camp and don't kiss your cousin.
One of those is going to be really difficult.
Have you seen my cousin? All right. Hey, one last quick acknowledgement. Lonnie Anderson.
Acknowledge me.
She died yesterday at age 79.
Oh, really?
The 80s,
wow.
70s and 80s icons are taking a beating the last few weeks.
Yeah.
We lost Ozzy Osbourne. We lost Theo Huxtable, Malcolm Jamal Warner.
He did?
Theo Huxtable died. He drowned trying to save his kid.
Oh, God.
At age 53 or 54.
Did his kid survive?
Yes.
Oh, jeez.
Yes.
Wow.
We lost Hulk Hogan.
Yeah.
And now we lose Lonnie Anderson. Lonnie Anderson was, kids, back in the day, I brought this up before, you put posters on the wall back in the day of bikini-clad icons. Lonnie Anderson was at the top of those power rankings of the celebrities in bikini posters you'd put on your walls back in the 70s and 80s. Lonnie Anderson, Farrah Fawcett, the chick who played Daisy Duke on the Dukes of Hazzard. Catherine Bach was her name.
Kids, if you go back and search for this, you got to remember it was a time when people were frowned upon exercise and not smoking cigarettes.
Yeah.
So it was a very
different time.
Yeah, it was a different time. You're gonna be like, this is what mom and dad were. This is what dad was into it to me.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. You know, times change. It was good. The Lonnie Anderson poster,
She
baby.
looks like she smokes a filtered cigarette. So she died at 79, which 79. Is okay, cool. Good long,
She was with Burt Reynolds.
Life.
She was with Burt Reynolds back in the day.
I feel like Hulk Hogan and Ozzy Osbourne both pushed above and beyond what you would have expected out of there. I mean, Hulk Hogan, massive wrestler from the days of speed and steroids and everything. Yeah. And Ozzy, obviously. The fact that Ozzy had a second act in his career or life is a phenomenon.
Ozzy hit the over. Hulk Hogan hit the over. I would say Lonnie Anderson, 79. Who knows what she, back in Hollywood days, what she was up to. I would say that probably hit the over as well.
Didn't Theo have issues early in his when he was done with his? I thought he had some drug issues.
I don't know if he did.
Yeah.
But a lot of those, like his peak of stardom was like the age of 18. Yeah. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Final segment coming up. Seth referenced this earlier in the show. D'Amico Ryans talking about a player. Could this be the position group that surprises in this upcoming season? That is next.
Trajan Wealth. Talk about, some of those old previous folks we're talking about.
Sports Radio 610 presents live from summer practice in West Virginia, courtesy of Yingling. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
Texter pointing out Chuck Mangione died as well in the last week or so.
The trumpeter?
The trumpeter, yeah. Been a rough week for the icons,
Is
man.
that guy?
Yeah,
70s were a weird time.
I know all the words to that song. Yeah, it's.
He was very good at trumpeting, from what I understand. We have a turntable here.
We do.
We've got a record player and a bunch of records at our Airbnb.
Like old school classic album. Think about the people who own this thing love Kiss.
Yeah.
We should rock out to some Kiss later here.
Who was their trumpet player?
Chuck Mangione, actually. He left the band to go be a trumpeter. With an eye patch like a pirate. They had the cat, and they had the guy with the star, and Gene Simmons.
Yeah, they should have done that. I'm surprised Gene Simmons never thought of that. Maybe they did.
Eye patch?
No, I have a lot of cameos from otherwise people you never expect.
To be with Kiss?
Chris Christopherson up there,
Barry Manilow.
Yeah. Lawrence Welk.
Kiss.
Just anything. They could have killed with that.
Kiss sings Beth, featuring Barry Manilow. FT period Barry Manilow. That would have
Cats performed by Kiss.
That would have been amazing. All right, here's D'Amico Ryans. You referred to this cut earlier in the show, Seth. D'Amico Ryans talking about Dalton Schultz, who needs a bounce-back year. I think this offense needs Dalton Schultz to have a bounce-back year.
Dalton has continued to improve throughout camp, just watching him from day one. Like, he's came out with a phenomenal attitude, urgency to get better in the running game, also in the passing game, and people that have been here, you've seen him make some tremendous catches in the passing game and looking like the old Dalton. And the guy we thought, we would get coming from Dallas, guy who made a ton of plays in the passing game, that's who I'm seeing showing up this camp. So it's good to see him. He's looking fresh, playing fast, making plays, great catch radius, making big plays in the passing game. Expect to see more of that.
The fact that D'Amico said, this is the guy we thought we were getting.
Yeah.
That's about as close as you get to D'Amico just flat out saying, that whatever that was last year, that ain't it.
Well, and he did that with the offensive line earlier in the offseason, too.
That's true. He
right?
said there needed to be a different energy or a different
there's been an
improvement in the culture. I mean, that's just flat out. That's easier because you're barely even talking about the same guys now with the offensive line. The new guys, there's enough new guys brought in that you're kind of giving some of the guys a pass.
I like it
though too. Yeah. No, that's where I think it's notable. Not that D'Amico is being a jerk or anything, but it's kind of nice that it's acknowledgement. Like, look, last year, and I understand why Nick, said what he said last year when he talked about, hey, it's kind of a false narrative that the offensive line is a problem or the problem.
Yeah.
Because he was partly accurate. It wasn't just the offensive line. It was the tight ends. It was the wide receivers. It was the offensive coordinator. There were a lot of things wrong. But the offensive line certainly was an issue last year. So it's nice to hear kind of acknowledgement after the season and now in training camp that we had to fix some of these things. And that one of those things is Dalton Schultz. Hopefully he's got to look more like he did, not just back in Dallas, but I think in 2023. That was what it was a little bit of surprise for the way D'Amico
I would take that, Dalton, in a heartbeat.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, what D'Amico said that it was like the guy we got when he came over from Dallas. I kind of felt like, he wasn't like he was bad in 2023.
Right.
You guys did. You gave him a new contract.
Yeah.
But it's nice to hear. It's an acknowledgement.
Yep. And Dalton Schultz met with the media on Saturday too. This was a fun one here. Dalton himself acknowledged, I think in the very first answer at the press conference, that he was dealing with some things last year, and it sounded like it was things that were physical. So this was actually Landry followed up with this, Landry Locker, and said, point blank, he said, were you hurt last year? Here was the answer.
That's hard. Everybody's hurt, dude. Like, no matter. Right. Just some, rehabs and some deficiencies that I had. But, I don't know, everybody's hurt, dude. Like, nobody's fresh, especially in the playoffs. Like, you ain't playing somebody at 100%. That's the beauty of the game, is to try to find a way to give everything you have into whatever percentage that you want to call your health at that point. You know what I mean? Everybody's fighting through that. And so that's just a battle. It's the war of attrition that we play. And I was happy to get an offseason under my belt where I could just kind of refocus on getting my body back to a really nice baseline.
I was trying to figure out whether it was an aggressive dude or not. And at first it sounded like that was an aggressive dude. Dude.
Well, there was
like a surfer who's upset.
There was a dude that didn't make the cut at the very
he started
beginning.
off with a dude.
Started with a dude in like a 4-second pause and a glare at Landry.
And then later on, in about a few of his other answers, he was using "dude" pretty liberally.
Oh, yeah.
So I don't think it wasn't unique.
Would you like to hear some more?
Well, let me make quick the point.
Sure.
I think that the way I read that was. Yeah, he was definitely hurt, but he also doesn't want to get up there and use injuries as an excuse. So he's saying everybody's injured, everybody's fighting through something.
It's true.
I think that it might have been above and beyond last year with Dalton. I hope it was. I hope that retroactively he was injured.
It's an explanation, at least.
And it's something that could be a lot better this year.
Yeah. All right, so we're probably tight on time. Which of these answers do you think has more dudes in them?
Okay.
Him assessing his performance from last year, or his talk about the improvement of the tight end, Brevin Jordan.
I bet that Brevin Jordan one. Yeah, that
probably so. All right, let's do that one, Ben. The improvement of the tight end room with Dalton Schultz.
We got a really good group of 6 guys, really. I think Brevin brings y'all saw Cleveland a couple years ago. That dude's fast. He brings something that me and Cade maybe don't quite have in terms of just raw speed. And dude, Brevin looks so good. He's watching him run, he looks like I'm excited for him just to see him put together a full year. The kid looks fast. And so I think between, I already talked about Cade, but between us three, we're very unique in what we bring and what we offer. And I'm really excited to see Kaylee, who's got a very strong tight end background, how he kind of employs different guys in different spots and doing the things that might suit us well.
Okay, so we got one dude used as a noun.
Yeah, one dude used in its classic sense. Yeah,
and another one that was an interjection. That's what we were looking for.
That's what I realized, realized until I realized, it turned out that there were several people who were insulted by me saying buddy so much.
Yeah.
There's a cultural difference in the black community and the white community and how we use buddy.
Yeah.
And sometimes when you say buddy, it can mean different things.
Mm-hmm.
So likewise with dude, I think that's our version of buddy.
It is?
Dude is the white people's buddy.
It's the pale buddy.
Dude could be hey, dude, but it very much can be dude here.
Yeah. Yeah. Message. And I thought the same thing at the time, but I felt uncomfortable saying it. Texter, I think you were thinking of Willis from Different Strokes, not Theo from the Cosby Show.
I just assumed that all child actors had drug issues.
Todd Bridges played Willis in Different Strokes. He had major issues. Yeah.
Okay.
So I think that might have been who you were thinking of.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Of 80s sitcom involving a family.
Mm-hmm.
Same thing. All right. We are about done. We're out of time. So we are headed out to the Greenbriar. You'll have Mark Vandermeer and John Harris, Texans Training Camp Live, coming up next. In the Loop, The Drive, and then Area 45. We'll be bumping on there later on today to talk about Texans practice. Big doings this week. It'll be a whole lot of fun. Keep followed on the social media as well for the station and for us individually. And big thanks again to Yingling for sending us here to the Greenbriar. We are off to practice. Texans Training Camp Live is up next, but first.
Hey, if you were injured in an accident.
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
The National Football League originated in the 1920s in rural America, then moved to the cities to flourish and prosper. Each summer, the game relives its heritage. Towns across the country witness the first bloom of the NFL season. There's glory in the legends of this hard muscle life, and there's poetry in each season made of sweat and strife. But now's the time to work and strain at a sport that tests the spirit and challenges the brain. All sights are set on one glittering goal, the chance to play and win in the Super Bowl.
It's time
Here we go!
to get back to the grind
Let's go to work, baby!
and prepare for the season.
Go, 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 go!
It's Texiv. Here's Mark Vandermeer and John Harris.
As the morning fog crawls over the mountaintops here in West Virginia, we welcome you to the Greenbriar. The Houston Texans visiting here for the third time in franchise history, and we are ready to go for a week of practices that will go a long way toward determining how this team will start off the 2025 season. Mark Vandermeer and John Harris with you. Welcome to West Virginia, God's country. It is a beautiful day. Temperature in the lower 60s currently, and the Texans ready for practice within the hour. It's 62 degrees, John Harris shows me, and it is a pleasure to be here. We won't brag about the weather too much, but it's important for the football team to have these conditions on two gorgeous natural surface fields. There's also an artificial surface field down the hill from where we are, and we are not technically in the resort right now. The resort is across the street. This is the Sports Performance Center, which was built and really improved for the New Orleans Saints 2014, 15, 16. The Texans were here in 17 and 18. Numerous other teams have made stops here. The Patriots, the 49ers, the Cardinals. The Browns were here the last 2 years, and the Texans are here now, Johnny, and we can't wait to see practice today.
Well, it's interesting you mentioned that about the weather. It is 62 degrees, and I remember last time, the first time we were here, 2017, we talked about the weather for the full first segment. And we got texts like, y'all got to stop talking about the weather. People are having FOMO, which we understood. But it team is up here. It's a massive factor.
Yep.
Because they're going to start practice here in about an hour. Just, you're hearing us at 8 o'clock. Practice starts at 9. We're done at 10. We turn it over to Reggie and John, and practice moves on. I mean, it's the same timing. It's just moved up here, but the last 20 minutes or so of practice, you can get so much more done because the end of practice today, it'll maybe hit 70.
Yep.
And that's a big factor for being up here. We've talked about the players. D'Amico's talked with us about, hey, getting everybody together. There's camaraderie in the group where it's just us. It's just Texans. You see people wearing a Texans logo. You're like, oh, okay, you're good people because you're with us, that kind of thing. You can't get them mixed up with the oil and gas expo or whatever they're having in the building because there are a few of those people too. But that said, I know a lot of people are like, well, the weather. Yeah, the weather's a massiher factor of being up here.
Yep.
It's huge because you can get so much more done in the second half of a practice really than you can. The other day I was talking with Henry Toto. We were walking in practice after Saturday, and it got salty on Saturday.
Yep.
And I remember the first day of practice, I asked Henry, I talked to him about survival, the last part of practice, and he was great. He had the right answer. He's like, no, you can't look at it that way. You have to look at it as if you're getting something done. But after Saturday, I was trying to survive, Henry. I don't know about you, and he just kind of looked at me and said, yeah, man, survival is, sometimes you just got to get through it. And that, you won't have that here. You will have such beautiful days, hopefully. Hopefully we won't get too much rain. It does have some rain scheduled past that, but I woke up this morning and I walked out of the front of the Greenbriar with coaches Corey Unlin and Danny Barrett, and I wondered whether I was dressed appropriately because I had
warm enough.
I had a big hoodie.
Yeah.
And I stood outside for 5 minutes. I was like, am I going to be warm enough?
Yeah.
And so then I kind of was like, oh, I don't know, maybe I'll be too warm. So I swapped out, and That's a great problem to have.
Yeah.
Like, do I have enough layers on? Because I can always take them off.
If you're watching us on YouTube, you can see that we both have 2 layers right now.
Layers.
But, look, they're going to be shed throughout the day. The sun is out, very few clouds as they burn off coming off the mountaintops. And it is going to be a great day. Now, yesterday afternoon, does it get a little warmer? Yeah, it's not Houston warm. It's not even Houston in the middle of the night. But it just feels different, and then the temperature drops again. It's the mountains. This is what happens. We're in West Virginia. Very cool stuff. This resort, a lot of history to it. We hope to get Jim Justice on, the owner of the resort, a U.S. Senator, former governor of West Virginia. We had him on last time we were here 7 years ago, my goodness, and a very interesting guy. So we want to get him on the air at some point to talk about this, and numerous other surprise guests tend to show up at the Greenbriar because people live here, people vacation here. Mike D'Antoni with a home here. Last time we had him on the air, he entertained a lot of media members and was part of Texans events, actually. It was really cool to have that Rockets-Texans crossover stuff going on. So big practice scheduled today because they've got the Minnesota Vikings coming up Saturday at 3. We are in preseason week 1 right now, Johnny. It is game week Tuesday. So here we go. Now, preseason's different because they'll be in pads more this week than they would in a normal regular season week, of course, and that sort of thing. So getting ready for week 1. Can't wait. 2 weeks from Saturday, all the preseason games are over. Just ridiculous to think about in that context, but it's true. It goes very fast. So many things to cover. Now, football is back. We had the Hall of Fame game on Thursday. Everybody's playing a preseason game this week, so we're going to have hot and cold running football, and that's great because not a moment too soon. Because ESPN is running the Ocho. They're running stuff like rooftop football world championships. This is where you throw the football on the roof, and you have to catch it as it bounces off the roof. We've all done stuff like this at our houses, and you invent games with your family, and they turn it into a thing because there's nothing on. Yeah. Now, I know there's some baseball, there's some other things, but really, we need football badly. We need to inject it into our veins, and we get to do that starting this weekend.
Did you really want to watch the last 3 days in Boston? No. Watch roof ball.
Roof ball.
Roof ball. No, roof ball is something the Gen Xers made up many, many years ago. I'm pretty sure because parents were screaming at them, "Get out of the house!" So you had to go invent a game, and I can't tell you the number of games that I invented and we invented in my little.
Hang on, you cannot claim you invented this because cavemen probably played a version of this.
We didn't invent it. I'm saying we invented other games. I'm sure roof ball was was part of that.
No, cavemen, like Grog throws the rock on top of the hill, bounces off. Grog caught the rock. Grog has 1 point, and that's how they learned how to count.
Grog makes the fair catch.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. Grog, we need replay. Anyway, and it's going to be great. We got numerous guests on the show today. This is going to be good. Frank Ross will be on the show with us today. Yeah. That is cool. Also, Arian Teyerseri, rookie right tackle, having played a lot of left. He's now played a lot of right. Now, they moved him around a little bit, but you get the feeling he's
starting to settle a little bit.
Johnny. He's RT1 right now.
That's right. He's starting to settle a little bit at right tackle, and he is getting a baptism by fire against Will Anderson Jr. and Daniil Hunter, but strength-wise, there's no question he's holding up very, very well. Agility-wise, I think he's moving okay. So I think he's done a really nice job, but he's starting to settle, and that offensive line is starting to settle into what we may see as the first group. But look, these practices out here in the Greenbriar, and we have no idea at this point who are we going to see Saturday. How much of the offensive line do you need to see? Do you need to see the first group? How – again, guys like C.J. Stroud, Nico Collins, you don't think you're going to see too much of them, if at all. So from that standpoint, I'm curious to see how they do this with the offensive line. But we've seen the one, in air quotes, the first offensive line. We've seen the same group. I say the same group. We've seen the guard tackle combinations. We see the center moving a little bit. Sometimes it's Jake. Sometimes it's Jared Patterson. That kind of moves a little bit. So they're trying to settle on who's going to be the starting center, but it feels like right guard, right tackle, Titus Howard, Arian Teyerseri, left guard, left tackle, Laken Tomlinson, Cam Robinson. That's kind of what it's been. How that changes.
All right, I have
don't
questions.
know if that'll change. It could definitely change out here. Blake Fisher, when I watch him on one-on-ones, boy, he looks a lot better in one-on-one activity than I remember him last year. But it's just a matter, can he make a strong enough push for either one of the spots because I really feel like Tay Ursher is going to be one of the spots.
All right, I have questions. Let's get to hot reads, as a matter of fact, because this is one of them.
Right.
It's the offensive line. This is it. Because we all know this defense is good to go. Yeah. All right, we can talk about them all day long. They're good to go. I don't know where they're going to rank, how they're going to finish. Statistically, I know they're good to go, right? Yeah. Barring any kind of injuries, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
All right, so I also want to know at right tackle, so it's Ursary, good. In this first preseason game, coaching-wise, you got to see the number one line, regardless of Stroud and Nico Collins and everything like that. I feel like they've got to play a little bit together in a game situation. I know we get joint practice next week with the Panthers, but you and I talk about this. How many reps do you really get in a practice? All right, never mind joint practice. How many reps does that first-team O-line really get? Yeah. I don't know, 12 to 15. First-team, 11 on 11 reps. I know they get some other work, of course, a lot of other work, but 11 on 11 kind of live-ish to fully live reps. That's it.
That's why I think you've got to go with that first group. And I think that's what's different than prior years, because you had Larry Tunsil. He wasn't going to be ready. And then you had to decide, well, you're going to play Titus. Well, if you're going to play Titus next to backup tackle, then a backup center, are you playing your center? I think this year you've got a better opportunity to look at that front five and go, look, you got a series. Go. Mm-hmm. Go do what you got to do for a series. We want to see how this thing looks. And even though I just mentioned a little while ago, it feels like the offensive line is sort of settling in, there's still a competition going on. I mentioned earlier, Blake Fisher starts, he has a good week of practice here at the Greenbriar, and he has a good game against the Vikings. Man, we could come back from that week, and there could be alternation with alternating with either the left or the right side, depending on what Blake does. There could be, Juice Scruggs could make a push for one of the guard spots with the way that he plays up here and the way that he plays in the preseason game. So there's still a competition going on. It feels, but it looks like they've kind of settled in on what they think that first line should be. And that, I think, is important because go play Minnesota, go get the joint practice reps, get a few reps, presumably with CJ. And even just because the first line plays doesn't mean that CJ is going to.
That's what I'm wondering.
So I don't know that maybe against Minnesota, maybe you don't do that. Maybe and against the Panthers, you get some joint practice work so he doesn't have to play a series, more than a series if the first series looks good. But again, this is an offense, and everything with the offense to me is on the table for these preseason games because it's all new. Everything, the perimeter players, and even that's different because you don't have Joe ready to go. Damian hasn't practiced, so you're indoctrinating a few rookie receivers into the mix, and Christian Kirk too. So there's a lot different on that offense. You got to kind of see where it is in some game action. So nothing will surprise me with what happens against Minnesota. Nothing. The one thing about CJ is I think you could keep CJ out of that first game and let Davis go run the first unit. I think that would be a good thing to do because in the second week, then CJ gets the joint practice work with the first unit. He then gets some preseason work with the first unit, and then week 3, you're not gonna play anybody from that first unit. I wouldn't imagine against the Detroit Lions because you're also going to get joint practice work against the Detroit Lions.
What did they do last year? Remind me. Game 3, preseason. Did we see the guys at all?
We did not.
We did not. Okay.
Did not.
So we handled it like old school preseason game 4.
Which, because we had 4 preseason games
That means when we go – well, that's true. But I think a lot of teams are handling Game 3 like they used to handle Game 4.
Exactly.
And that means when we go to 2 preseason games, they're going to handle Game 2 like they used to handle Game 4.
That's right.
They'll have one game where starters get some work, and then that's it.
Yeah.
Sean and Seth were talking this morning. They're here, by the way. They did their show this morning. They're 2 hours. And we're done with our 2-hour segment after tomorrow. It'll be back to the full 4 for Sean and Seth, and we're going to try to get them to do it out here on the field because I think they should.
Yeah,
so we'll talk to them about that. Now, I don't want to set them up, so I don't want to get up that early. But Sean got himself on the air very nicely. So
Sean should know.
No,
Sean
Sean's
should
good.
know. Sean's
He's been through the ringer. He's been
Sean
through
and
a
I
lot.
have been through a few rings of fire, if you will.
But they were talking about this, and it wasn't that long ago. It feels like not that long ago, but 2014, all right? This is 11 years ago when Bill O'Brien had Ryan Fitzpatrick in the first-team offense play the entire first half of Game 1 in a 4 preseason game schedule. And that kind of stuff used to sort of happen. Now, not the full first half, because that game, by the way, they went 3 and out so much, I think they were trying to, get something going.
Yeah, something.
Just get something on tape before they went for the showers with the first team. But in the old days, it used to be a quarter in Game 1, about 2 quarters Game 2, come out of the locker room, at least a drive to a full third quarter for the ones in Game 3, and then Game 4, everybody sits.
Yeah.
Now, the first season in franchise history, they had 5 preseason games because they had the Hall of Fame game.
Right.
They even played Carr 1 drive in the 5th preseason game, which was the 4th total for most people. Anyway, stop me. There will be a quiz on this later. My point is this. I'm not going to be surprised to see Stroud play a series or so on Saturday at 3 o'clock in Minnesota. Maybe, 8, 10, 12 plays, however a drive goes. If it's 3 and out, maybe you bring him out one more time. I don't know what they're planning in Minnesota for their starters. Kevin O'Connell, he might have a different plan, but J.J. McCarthy's got to play. He's got to play football.
He's got to play. I mean, he hadn't played football since Well, he played a little bit in preseason. They got hurt preseason last year.
Yeah, he's got to play.
He's got to play. So, and some of what happens out here this week in West Virginia will dictate what they do in Minnesota. And obviously, if a guy gets hurt, stuff like that. Yeah. But I'm talking about the performance of the offense. If the offense looks better over these 4, just consistently improves over these days, and they feel like they've seen what they wanted to see, then maybe CJ doesn't play. But I do think the first offensive line, in whatever iteration it is right now, I think that group needs to play, especially against a group like the Vikings. They can throw a lot of different looks at you. I don't know how much you'll see in the preseason, but I don't know if JG will play. I don't know if Van Ginkel will play. I don't know, what the plan would be at that point. But you're right. J.J. McCarthy's definitely got to play.
All right.
We're definitely going to see him.
Let's get to another hot read here. And this is more like a subjective thing. I'm going to give you mine.
Okay.
Your favorite thing you've seen about the new offense so far? Because, look, it's been an uphill climb, right? When you were without pads, oh, my gosh, this defense is on fire. You can't block them. They got into pads. Okay, offense coming around a little bit. Yep. And we've seen some things here and there. But you want – here's mine.
Your favorite thing about the offense?
My favorite thing about the offense so far, this run the football ethic and running to the inside, downhill, let's smash, let's go, let's get 3-4 yards at least on first down. Let's get progress. How many drives have we seen in the last couple of years, especially last year, where it's like 2nd and 12, 2nd and 11, 2nd and 10? Okay, get some forward momentum. I'm not saying you're running the ball every time on first down. But as much as we rave about the pass rushers, and we know there's a great rotation at defensive tackle and all that, I've seen some things. I've seen a few cracks here. Now, I've seen some stuffs, too. Don't get me wrong. I've seen some backfield blasts. I've seen some stuffs at the line. But I've seen this purposeful, we got to do this ethic about running the ball, and I'm excited to see what this translates into once we get into the games.
Well, you stole mine. That was where I was going. I was going to be a little bit more specific. I like the way that they're running duo inside. Duo essentially is it's a power play without a puller, and you kind of took that. But I feel like they've gotten some good movement out of those double teams, and you don't stay on the double team. You combo off to a linebacker at certain points, but it's got to be a timing thing. So you get the initial push and get those defensive linemen locked in, and then somebody can bump off and occupy a linebacker, and then it's up to the running back to be able to make the cut. So duo, I think, I wasn't a real big fan of it. I haven't been a big fan of it, but watching how it's being executed here, I'm like, I like this a little bit more. I could see more of its usage. So you took that.
Okay. Give me something.
Now I got to give you something else. I think one thing that I like is, when you have a stud wide receiver like Nico Collins, I think there's this propensity for teams around the league, even here at times over the years, the ball is going to that guy no matter what. Like when we had Hop here, even in practice, the ball went to Hop.
Yeah.
And it was, I feel like so many pass catchers touch the ball during a practice. Like, the ball is being spread to everybody. Like, I look up at my notes at the end of the day, and almost every player has caught a pass during a team session or add in a 7-on-7 session, and it's been incredible. And Nico's getting his, but Christian Kirk's gotten a few, nice plays. The Cyclones have all made plays. Xavier Hutchinson, Jalen Knoll, and Jaden Higgins, they've all made plays. The tight ends have all gotten involved. Like, every single pass catcher gets a look, which I kind of like, and I hope that's something that continues, because I feel like all the pass-catching groups, running back, tight ends, wide receivers, they all have guys that have got really, really good hands, including Woody Marks, who we'll hear from hopefully a little bit later in the show, because I caught up with Woody at the end of practice the other day after he signed autographs for like an hour and a half or so, it seemed. So he was real thrilled at that point to come over and have to do media with me. But that said, he was great. He was fantastic. He laughed a few times, so we always hit it off. But Woody also is another guy, and I think that would be. I'll go with that second thing. I've seen a few things out there, and they really need Joe Mixon. They really need him back, and I'm like, not right now. Do you know how long this season is? We need Joe during the season, like point blank in the story. We don't need Joe at the Greenbriar just because we need to see him because it makes us feel good. But what it's done is Jordan and Woody Marks. And I think those guys have really jumped on that opportunity and done some really good things. Now, you won't get the total picture until the season goes on, but you won't get a total picture until you see them in preseason games. But I think people are going to be maybe not surprised, but I think you're going to get that,
encouraged. All
right, yeah, encouraged, great word. I think they're going to be encouraged by what you see from the young backs. And that, to me, I get excited about, because I've seen more from them than people want to give them credit for.
What do you think?
It's just in practice. I understand all of that. I get all of that. But the things you need to see from them, I think you're seeing in the practice. The last piece ends up being, can they avoid tackles? Can they break tackles? Well, that's going to only come in a preseason game. I'm just telling you, from what I see right now, you got a couple of young backs I think can do some things. Now, are they going to completely supplant Nick Chubb and Joe Mixon when he's healthy? Hell no. But they can absolutely complement.
What about Chubb, though?
Joe and Nick. How about I was in the 10. It was kind of early.
The 10 is the dining room here.
Yeah. And I was sitting there, and I was kind of just finishing up my breakfast, and I was kind of just on the phone, and this guy walked by me. I was like, God, that dude looks like Nick Chubb. Oh, that is Nick Chubb.
You keep forgetting.
I keep forgetting that Nick Chubb is a Texan. I was like, that looks like Nick. Oh, that is Nick Chubb. So
he's here.
Yeah, I think Nick has. The word I keep writing the adjective I keep using in my notebook is spry. He looks active and agile. He doesn't look like he's out of place. I mean, he looks to be running hard. And obviously, one of Nick's best assets is his ability to break tackles, whether that's the stiff arm, whether it's just lowering his shoulder, whether it's making a guy miss. I mean, he can do all of that. So that you see in preseason games, but I don't know how much I want to subject Nick Chubb to that either at that point. So I do think Jawar Jordan and Woody Marks in particular are going to get a lot of action in these preseason games, because my guess is, hey, we want to see this offensive line run block. All right, let's get them 25 to 30 attempts run blocking. That's going to give a lot of carries to those guys. So you're really going to get a good read, I think, on what you have there. We get to week 2 against the Panthers. Who knows what we'll have at that point. Don't know the status of Joe and don't know where that's going to go. But, again, I've said I don't want to see Joe until he is 100% healthy, or as close to healthy as he can be, and maintain that health through a season.
We just want to see him.
Yeah,
that's the thing. Don't need to see him now. Just have to see him at some point, and hopefully that point is against the Rams on September 7th. Okay, next up, we're going to hear from Frank Ross, who is a super interesting guy, as we all know. But, Ross, what does he have to say about special teams so far? This is a great way for some of those young guys to make the team. And a monumentally important part of the ball game. What about the touchback rule to the 35? What does that mean for the Texans this season? We'll get into that. Plus, you give me something that happened in the AFC South this week, and I'll give you something that happened in the AFC South this week that we can comment on. It is Texans Training Camp Live.
More training camp coverage is coming up.
The
summer sales event with the Ford.
We're back with a front row seat. It's Texans Training Camp Live.
You are looking live at the Greenbriar Sports Performance Center in White Silver Springs, West Virginia. I'm Brent Musburg. No, I'm actually John Harris, but I've always wanted to do that. Mark Vandermeer going to join us in just a second because he caught up with special teams coordinator Frank Ross. It is always a blast when Frank joins us on the air. I unfortunately was not a part of this one, but Mark was. Here's Mark and Frank Ross.
Coach,
hey, Ben.
It feels like you coach everything. I saw you over here with Higgins on the jugs machine, helping him out catching passes, and that doesn't seem too special teamish. Tell me.
Been always big fan of the post-practice, extra hands work for the wide receiver or any group. Big part of transitioning from the NFL for young guys especially is windows or small contact catching.
Right.
You know, versus slapping the hands. Been doing that my whole life. Love doing that with the young guys, and I'll do that as much as humanly possible. Schulte is usually my primary target right there, but Higgins needs that work, and he was getting it today. It was it's always fun.
And pre-practice, you like to throw the ball a little bit too, I noticed.
Always, and as many touches you can get. It's football.
Yeah.
The guys who are going to touch the ball on Sundays, they got to protect it or take it away. So I love to just be an extra volume source of that. And as long as the shoulder's holding up, I'm going to be doing that.
How hard is it to take advantage of the periods you do have here in training camp? I notice sometimes you get 8 minutes, sometimes you only get 5. How do you handle that?
Yeah, man, to me, that's where my assistant Will Burnham, Sean Baker, working with Jake Olson and the head coach, how diligent, how intentional can we be with every scripted ounce of time that we get? And for us, it's special teams. You got to cram it all into a paper bag that's small. So for us, how efficient can that be? To me, what needs focused on at different points of the year is where you're going to chop up and divvy that time. As you get later into the season, it's not hitting, in practice. It's not hitting, it's mental. So it might be more team periods. Right now, fundamentals. We're going to break those up and really going to work on our foundation of how much fundamentally better can we get right now.
We talk about leaders on offense and defense. Who are your leaders to be great examples for the young players, might not have been drafted as high as some of the others, a power of example that this is their ticket into the league?
Yep. So I've got a two-part answer for us with Farron.
Okay.
The mental growth for him was such a focus for him, being now the senior captain of the room, got a rookie snapper. He's definitely improved use of his voice for the room. But in the core, we look at guys like Dare, MJ, Jake Hansen. Nick Neiman's done a good job of stepping in. I know Henry's playing a lot of defense toe-to-toe, but he comes in, he's asking questions that, Casey Osai or Jalen Reed might just osmosis learning in the room be answering in his own head when those guys speak up. But Dare, MJ, I'm honored having Traymon back to teach the young gunners. D'Angelo Ross is the consummate professional. But when it is game on the line, and it's week 13 and week 15, and the guys that have showed up yesterday, today, and tomorrow in training camp are those guys. Dare, MJ, Jake. I couldn't be luckier as a coach to be working with guys like them.
Another year of dynamic kickoff. Now the touchback to the 35. How does that affect you here in practice, if at all?
We just got to be prepared to play more ball. We're going to get more opportunities. So for us, we have to be smart with depth because more people are going to play. There's 5 kickoffs didn't matter last year each side. That's 10 extra plays. Well, where are those 10 extra plays going to happen if somebody gets hurt in the game? You're able to cover it up a year ago. No more this year. We got to be on it with all 48 that are on the roster on Sundays at noon, but also working the whole 70-man. Everybody's got to be ready to play. So the more training for special now, and then you might not rep until week 4 on Sunday, but you need to be ready now.
How do you keep your meetings entertaining? You guys meet a lot, so how do you go about that? Because I don't know about you, but when I get back into the air conditioning, it's tough to keep the focus going. How do you handle it with your players?
Man, I'm gas pedal down until it falls off. So I'm good. I sprint the marathon until as long as I can go, and then I'll find a way to get past the finish line. So whatever it takes. I have a great room that stays engaged. I try to put some humor in there. They probably laugh at me more than the joke, but that's okay. Whatever it takes. And there's an element of keeping it light, keeping it loose, and getting your work done. I like to flirt with that line as much as possible.
All right, one more.
Yes.
Greenbriar bonding. How is that going to help? Tell us about that.
Yeah, so not about them, to put it about me. I'm going to be a clean-shaven man in West Virginia. I'm finally going to get rid of this beard. Can't wait. That was just a little training camp startup. But for those guys, I think this is a real chance to get away. Isolation in football, an old dorm room. Go into the dorm rooms, and in high school we used to cut each other's hair. So that's where all the genesis of my haircut started in the team camps. But can them to go away, get some isolation time, and just decompress from all the outside stimulus. It's about ball. Right. Here's a great opportunity for us, and we'll be right in there with the mix, whether that's playing Uno, whether that's sitting at the cafeteria extra hour because we have nowhere to be, or whether that's staying extra and doing a little bit more work on a football field we want to capitalize on.
I lied. This is the last one. How did your Coach's Cuts event go? We promoted it prior to. How was it, Frank?
Yep. I'm so proud and thankful for you guys. It allowed some listeners. It was a raging success, in my opinion. It's grown. We're officially a 501c3 a nonprofit cleared over the summer. Wow. The event was unbelievable. Working to get a young man a scholarship to a welding program at Houston Community College right now. It's been unbelievable. And my kiddos right here, they are a part of it. Josie, Lucia, say hi.
Yeah.
Hi. Celia, say hi.
Hi.
Okay. And they're hopefully raising these guys the same way that our community matters, and we're thankful to be Houstonians. And the success of last year's Coach's Cuts hopefully can only continue to grow.
Thanks a lot, Coach.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
All right, there's Frank Ross. He joined us after practice on Saturday. Now we're at the Greenbriar, and what a treasure he is to have coaching special teams and just being around him. Yeah. This is, again, we talk about this with the players, with these coaches. These are the kind of people you want representing your team and your city. And Frank Ross with his Coach's Cuts, outstanding charitable program, had a great event at Covenant House about a month and a half ago, whenever it was. I don't know. You lose track of time during camp,
It was in
Johnny.
June. I know it was in June.
In June. Okay, yeah. June was a long time ago. It's August now. But anyway, that's where we're at, and great to hear from Frank. Okay, AFC South, Texans trying to go back-to-back, all right? This should be the trifecta.
We've never done that.
Haven't won the hat trick in AFC South. We all know you got to do this. I mean, you absolutely have to do this. This is job one. If nothing else, you got to do this and make sure you're at home. I don't care if it's the Saturday Invitational or not. You've got to be the division champion, so you get at least that one home game, and we want more. We're clear on this. We want more. But what's going on in the AFC South? You give me one thing that jumped out to you this past weekend since we've been on the air last on Friday, and I'll give you one thing that jumped out to me about the division.
Well, I'm gonna mention the Colts and Anthony Richardson. We were talking about a little bit about this on the bus. You know, this training camp, offense, there's a lot of different things happening with the offense. So
right.
as CJ said during his presser the other day, he's like, look, this thing takes time. CJ's success up until now has, I don't know the right way of saying this, but afforded him the thought that the media isn't going to sit there and evaluate every single throw, every single practice, panic when everything's not going right, all that kind of stuff, because of the success he's had the first couple of years. So even though there have been a couple of practices that have been great, there's been an interception or two here or there, there's not this panic every day. You're not reading stories every single day that say, ooh, C.J. Stroud was 6 of 13 or whatever it is. He's been afforded the opportunity to, look, he's had 2 good years. You don't have to go through that minutia. But the Colts are having to do that. Every single day I see a tweet from somebody in the Indianapolis media that essentially rates how Anthony Richardson looked in practice. This is a good day for Richardson. Oh, this was a step back for Richardson. Oh, this was not a great day. He was 3 of 13 in the red zone. Like, they're minutia for examining him, and I guess it's worth it because of how the first 2 years have gone. Like, every single detail is being boiled down, to a minute level that you're not really kind of potentially seeing the forest through the trees.
Yep.
And so you're examining him. This weekend has just been, Richardson good, Richardson bad, good week, bad weekend, good this, good that. Like, every single thing is minutely examined. And if that were going right now, or CJ, I would lose my mind. I would lose my mind. Oh, is he winning the job with Daniel Jones? Well, against the red zone, he was this. Well, that proves he's going to do. Like, just stop. I know he hasn't been great, but essentially that's what I don't know the right way of saying it, but that's kind of what his lack of performance has brought for that media to examine everything he's doing.
Right.
And I hate that, for him. I hate it in general. I hate hearing about quarterbacks. Well, in the red zone, they were 7 for 7. I chart every play, and I write my Harris hits. I don't at the end go, okay, well, CJ was 6 of 7 for 83 yards and 2 touchdowns and 3 interceptions. I tell you what happens,
right?
And I give you the hits, but I'm not gonna go to that level. That's a way bit much. But that's what Anthony Richardson has really brought upon himself because of his lack of performance, and then checking out of our game on third and long. Me that kind of understands it, but I'm so tired of hearing about what Anthony Richardson has done or not done in practice because that isn't going to matter. What's going to matter is what he does in these 3 preseason games and whether he gets named the starter and then what he does in week 1. That's what it is all going to boil down to.
Right. But you get it. People track training camp stuff.
Sure.
I agree with you on the statistics. It's ridiculous because coaches will tell you, we're working on dropbacks today. We're not working on, we would run something different if we were actually in a game situation based on the matchups we're getting and the game plan and all of that. We are working on all 100% dropbacks today or very little play action. This offense has not shown you as much play action as they're going to show you eventually. We talked about the inside runs in the first segment. They're setting that stuff up. Look, it's not terribly exciting to get a 4-yard run up the middle in training camp practice, but it's terribly important because in a game, they're going to have to gear up to stop that stuff. Now you got play action working for you, and imagine what that can do. So, look, I hate to defend Anthony Richardson, and I really won't, but I'll say this. You can't overanalyze things and overreact to every day in practice because they are working on specific things tailored to that day's practice.
That's right.
They want to see those things, and they build off those. All the coaches will tell you that. You listen to Pat and Jim on SiriusXM NFL Radio, and you should really be listening to the 610 afternoon show, but I do this on, occasional weekends because they replay all the shows. And those guys are going to be out here, by the way, tomorrow and Wednesday, I think. But they talk to a lot of different coaches, and they all say the same. So you can't overreact to certain things because they wouldn't game plan it that way. That doesn't mean when they do game plan, everything's going to go perfectly. I'm not here to tell you that either. But the evaluation has to be in the 60-minute games we're going to get starting in September because you and I talked about it first segment. We talk about it every day. You're getting 12 to 15 first-team reps. 12 to 15 reps, that's not even a quarter. You know, that might be a quarter in some games.
Hell, that was one drive against Kansas City in the playoff game.
I mean, that's just – think about that for a moment, how we react to these 12 to 15 rep days where you can't work yourself out of things. And, Sean and Seth brought this up as well on Saturday when CJ talked to D'Amico after one frustrating series and the first team got back in there, then they scored. And I don't know if they lobbied for more playing time, either coach or player or whatever, and maybe that was scheduled as well. But it was great to see him able to work through some things.
Sure.
So that's cool to see.
And one other thing, and I actually thought about saying this when we were talking in the first segment about what are the things that we like about what the offense has been doing. I think one of the things that I like, and I think it's a very delicate balance of making sure your guys know everything that's in the playbook versus little bites to finish everything that's in the playbook. Because I know there are some coaches that are in a mindset like, I'm going to throw everything the first 3 days at them. Just, hit them with the water hose. They can't remember anything, and it can be frustrating that way. I was always of a mindset that if I could give my guys, when I coached, if I give my guys, okay, we're working on this for installation day. This is what I want to work on today. I think Nick Haley has taken that approach. These are the things we're working on today. Because the first few days of practice, I even said to you at some point, because I felt like this was something that the 2024 offense lacked after Nico got hurt against the Bills on that deep route. I felt like the deep game just kind of went away for a number of reasons. But I feel like it went away. And we didn't see it through the first probably 4 or 5 days of practice. And I remember saying to you one time we were sitting in the studio, I said, we really haven't thrown the ball deep at all. And then the very next day, first throw CJ makes, down the field to Nico. A little bit later, quarterbacks throwing the ball down the field. Like they were taking some downfield shots. And so I remember talking to some people about that, and I thought, I bet that was purposeful. That was planned. It was planned that way. Some of the things that they were looking at, like they were going to have a day where they expanded the playbook. Like these deep elements are going to be there, but now we're going to put a focus on hitting them down the field and really working on them. So I feel like the word is intentional. I used to always think when I'd hear players talk about that, like, what does that mean, intentional? But I get it. I understand it. It has such intent, and that is Nick Haley, kind of like teaching a math class, like I've done many years. You don't really move on until everybody or close to everybody has the right idea about what you're teaching.
Right.
If they understand, like, okay, are we all on the same page here that we understand how to solve, this slope problem? Can we all do? Okay, let's move on to the next thing.
I can't solve that.
If we're all still struggling, then we're going to spend another day doing it. I've always been of a mindset that's to me doesn't affect most people. And I think that's what he's done. He's taken, okay, are we good with we're going to continue to work on it, but are we good at running duo? Are we good at running outside zone? Are we good at running these plays, these run plays? Okay, let's work on play action off of that. Let's work on the play action slant game because they've got that part down. All right, now let's add in the deep wrinkles. I just feel like Nick has been very intentional about what they're doing day after day, and eventually we're going to see the whole picture. We're going to see the whole picture.
You might not see it, though, till week 4.
Yeah, but that's okay. That's okay.
Right.
I'm okay with that.
What math class did you teach?
All of them.
Really?
Algebra 1 through Calculus BC.
Is that kind of frustrating, teaching students how to understand math?
It's not the easiest thing.
I don't even understand it myself. That would be impossible.
If Meg Garner-Harris is listening, she's like, you had to teach me everything. This is true. My daughter was not a math student. She was my most difficult.
Well, she's more like the literary type, like me.
Yes,
yes. I was good at English.
Incredibly talented, you guys are, but the math wasn't mathing all the time.
Yeah, no, you need to know some basic things like how to use a calculator. Okay, coming up, I'll give you my AFC South observation from the weekend, and I know you have thoughts on this. And you're going to give me something that you got to see here this week, some bit of improvement or an area that needs to be not exposed, but shown to you, demonstrated to us here at the Greenbriar. It's a beautiful day here in West Virginia, and you are with us for the ride. Great to have you along. It's Texans Radio.
More Texans Radio coming up in a moment.
It's Texans Training Camp Live.
Here we go.
Now, back to the show.
At the Greenbriar, West Virginia, beautiful day, sun is out. What is it now, like 68 or something degrees? You know,
I don't think it's
climbing.
70.
It's climbing.
65.
I haven't taken
Good
off
solid
the other
65.
layer. But, you know, when the sun's out, you're going to feel that a little bit.
Yeah,
no, listen, everyone's like, shut the
Yeah, what is it?
Shut your mouth.
Let's see. 82.
Yeah, but 82 in Houston in the morning in the summer feels like death, you know, so it's awful.
I know.
So we're, 20 degrees cooler, 15 at least with the sun out. So it makes a big difference, and they're starting some warm-ups right now, the team out on the field, just doing some throwing around, warming up. Slovis had the golf swing going with the ball on the end of the
that's
club thing.
That's one of the things they do for, torque rotation.
It's a lot of sports that move, right? You got to have
exactly
that.
right.
Very cool. All right,
Exactly
so
right.
my AFC South tidbit.
Okay, yeah, I
Wait,
wanna
Johnny,
hear this.
who had the hip drop? Was that the Titans? The hip.
Oh no, it's Colts.
It was the Colts. Okay,
It was Ahmed.
Yeah, Ahmed got hurt.
Yeah, hip drop tackle in practice.
What are we doing here, Colts?
The stupidest thing I've ever seen.
Seriously?
Stupidest thing ever.
Like, this is training camp practice. To do a hip drop, you really got to put your heart and soul into it, right? Mm-hmm. You got to literally drop all your weight while you're holding on to the guy.
Right.
And that's the hip drop.
What are you doing?
For lack of a better explanation, once you have your arms around him, it's over. All right? It's over.
So basically what happens for a hip drop tackle is you get a hold of the guy, but then you leave your feet and land on the back of the legs of the ball carrier.
I mean, this takes a lot of effort to do that, and it's illegal. And not only is it illegal in a game, in practice, it's double, triple illegal.
Yep.
It's stupid.
On
you
your
don't do
own
that.
damn team. You lost a running back. And look, he's not Jonathan Taylor, I get it, but he's a vet. He's been around. He ran the ball for the Dolphins pretty well for a couple of years. How in the hell do you cost a dude a year, basically, because you've got this is when Nick Caserio and D'Amico Ryans talk about this one thing. It is take care of the team.
Right.
This is exactly what he's talking about. You don't take a shot on a wide receiver going across the middle in practice when you know you can decapitate him. Look, we know you can do that. Don't do that to him going across the middle in a practice. Take care of your teammates. You can make your impression to make the team or be a starter or whatever by making clean, good plays in practice. You don't have to go hip drop tackle on a guy. I saw that. I showed it to you. I think we were on a bus. I was like, do you see this? I was incredulous.
Yeah.
I was incredulous how you could have something like that happen. Whoever made that hip drop tackle would have absolutely been the last done. I would have called Chris Ballard and said, Ballard, get that dude out. We want another guy.
Franklin? No, he didn't
Don't care.
He didn't do it.
He didn't do it?
No, he didn't.
Starters know starters know the deal. That sounded like an undrafted free agent. Just, and then going, oh, gosh, I didn't mean to do that. Well, yeah, you've got to play the game under control and do what you're supposed to do.
Under control. But the interesting thing is, and look, this is easier said than done. I'm not a professional football player, but they do have to play at a high level of intensity, yet be careful at the same time, and it's got to be tough sometimes, but you shouldn't do that. Because that takes that extra hitch of, now I'm going to leave my legs and bring them to the ground. Like,
you have to.
You had a split second.
That's right.
To make up your mind to not do that.
That's
By
right.
the way, so Texans hot takes. D'Angelo Ross is a lock to make this football team. Yes or no? How hot a take is that, Johnny?
2 and 2.
Two sizzle
I
fires.
I don't like saying guys are locks. All
right.
Okay,
I'm being hot takey though.
I know.
It's a Texans hot take.
But he's been so good in training camp, man. I think about not the last.
Yeah, 2-point conversion.
He gets a 2-point conversion. He blocked the punt. He downed a ball inside the 5. Those are 3 massive plays in that game.
Yeah.
He's making those. I said this. I want to say this to Frank Ross when I see him. His guys on special teams, it can be an hour and 30, hour and 45 into practice, and they're working on, inside the 50, punt into the old coffin corner, and the guy's got to go down. The last rep of special teams the other day, D'Angelo Ross is diving. The ball is going in. He's diving, full-out diving to try and keep it out of the end zone. I'm like, in Houston, hour and 45 minutes into practice, and you got to go to a team session next, and you got dudes your gunners that are going down, diving to keep a ball out of the end zone in practice. We talking about practice? That's the kind of effort that he gets out of those special teams guys. But the core of that special teams, you think about the guys that are core in that. Dare, MJ, D'Angelo, Jake Hansen. When people start talking about their numbers, what number is this? Well, we got these numbers of linebackers, this number of running backs, this number of wide receivers, whatever. You have to take those guys into account. Whatever position you think they play, you have to take them into account on the 53-man roster because they are massively important. And like you said, he's had a great camp covering and making plays on the ball. Look, it's not been perfect. That he got beat one day by somebody, but that was it. It was like Mechie, I think, beat him on deep route. That was it. Other than that, he has been all about it. That's why I gave it a 2 out of 5 because I don't think it's that significant of a hot take, if I'm being honest.
Yep. Well, corners, list them for me. We got the top
Sting,
2, Smith.
J-Rock is probably the number 3 corner right now. He's been phenomenal. Tremont has been unbelievable.
That's been a nice return.
D'Lo has been good. Really, really good. So how many is that? Is that 5?
Yeah.
And the thing about D'Angelo, you can play him at nickel. You can play him inside, depending on what receivers you're facing, that kind of thing. But you can
I need 6, though.
See, I'm going off the top of my head, so I know I'm missing somebody, but I feel like the corners have played exceedingly well.
All right, so do any of the new guys, does Arnett make it perhaps?
He's had some good moments in practice, yeah. But I don't know. Like I just rattled off 5 corners. Now Arthur Maulette has been really, really good, but and again, I don't know how you break up your designation of corner, nickel, safety, but to me, Arthur is a true nickel.
Right.
So when he's been healthy and available, he's been pretty good. Like he's made a few really nice plays, but it's just a matter of, is he a corner? Is he a nickel? To me, he's a true nickel.
I can tell you this, don't lose anybody. These guys got to stay healthy, man. And as far as playing time on Saturday, I don't need to see the top 2 at all. Like, you guys just sit.
Kamari and Sting they can sit next to Shelby. They don't need to like do anything.
Shelby Coppage, our sideline reporter for TV broadcast in the preseason, and you'll be on the air at 3:00. Johnny in the booth, ND in the booth, Kevin Kugler in the sideline. We talked about offensive playing time. I don't want to go off on a long tangent with this, but as we look at the defense, I mean, there are numerous guys that I don't even want to see dress.
No.
Not at all.
51 can go eat hot dogs.
51, 55, good night.
See ya.
Defensive tackle, I think you got to dress everybody almost because you're so thin there to begin with. You don't have a number of guys out there.
But you can rotate the vets of that group, Mario, Rankin, Settle.
Yeah.
You can rotate those vets. You'll probably at some point in that game, you might see some defensive ends that end up moving inside.
Like Two-Hill?
Like Two-Hill's done a little bit of that. Dylan Horton's done a little bit of that. Yeah. So I think you'll see those guys kind of 270-ish or more, which both Dylan and KCR get some reps on the inside.
Aziz, no.
Don't need to see Aziz. Mm-hmm. I really don't need to see Henry either, if I'm being honest. I
think so.
It feels very much Jake Hansen, Nick Neiman.
Yeah, it's that crew.
Scooby, Jamal Hill. Woodard and Osai.
Yeah,
and I think Osai's – look, I wrote this in Harris Hits. You haven't heard the names much of Jackson Woodard and Casey Osai. Nobody's paying a whole lot of attention to them. But those are 2 very good college, productive linebackers with great builds and can run. So I'm very interested to see what they look like in preseason special teams because that's going to be the way that they have to earn that thing. So I'm interested to see how they look, and they're going to get a lot of reps in that first preseason game, and that's exactly what it's all about. So the defense, even Kalen, CJ, don't need to see him. Mm-hmm. Maybe you get Kalen a couple reps, but I don't even know if I want to mess with that, to be honest. They got a lot of safeties.
I don't need to see him.
I mean, let's get Russ East. Russ East has got to get some time. Jalen Reed got banged up the other day, so we won't see him, and that's a gut punch.
He would have played 3 quarters in that game.
Yep.
Okay, coming up, rookie time. Woody Marks, Ariante Ursary. We've got them both in depth next as we talk about this rookie class and what we expect from them in the next few weeks before we get ready for the 2025 opener and then into the season as well. And also, you got Jake Hansen in the next hour as well. So a lot of things happening before we close for business here from the Greenbriar on Texans Radio.
This is Texans Radio on Sports Radio 610.
Rooting for the family team.
Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
We're a few feet away from your Texans.
Nice! Way to run!
On Texans Training Camp Live.
At the Greenbriar in West Virginia, team in activation, which we don't normally see because they do that at the bubble at the Houston Methodist Training Center. So here at the Greenbriar, we're outdoors.
That begs the question.
Yeah?
What's cooler, this or the bubble?
The sun's out right now, but it's cool. I mean, come on, it's like 70 max right now.
I think it's cooler here than it is in the bubble. So you activate, a.k.a. warm up right out here.
Yeah, I mean, if the bubble is 78, that's cooler compared to outside in Houston, so no problem there. Now, the running backs, we talk about them an awful lot. Very important position, obviously, and you don't have Joe Mixon out here. He's on the non-football injury list. We don't know when he'll be back. Dameon Pierce has yet to appear. We don't know what his injury is. He's on the PUP list, physically unable to perform. That's where J.J. Taylor began training camp, but he's been out there in practice lately. But what about this group now? We're going to see a bunch of them on Saturday. As you know, Nick Hill is going to want to run the rock and shorten that game. But he wants to see some passing, yet he wants to run the rock and shorten the game. So what to expect from rookie performances on Saturday and in the coming weeks. We have Ariante Ursary coming up in a bit, but let's start off with Woody Marks, fourth-round draft choice. John Harris had a chance to visit with Woody.
Training camp 2025, get an opportunity to catch up. John Harris along. I've been wondering this for a long time, Joquavius. Where did Woody come from? Because Joquavius is your first name. Where did Woody come from?
Woody came from my grandma when I came out. I stopped crying at Toy Story, just watching him. And then Halloween growing up, I was with his costume. And then it turned to an everyday thing. I'd cry if I couldn't wear it. So my mom let me wear it basically every day. I had a closet full of costumes.
Woody Marks it is. How's camp been going your rookie year? How's it been?
I think camp's been going good. Just progressing every day, learning from the older guys in the room, learning from the QBs and terminology, just asking for extra help. If I think I know the question right, just asking other people, like the quarterback. All right, I'm telling you what I got before I go on the play, so you can trust me and know that I'm an outlet for you.
Now, you did practice at Mississippi State when you were there, so it was hot there. What's it like here? How's this? Because you did have a year at USC where you got a little bit of a break. What's the heat been like in adapting to it? How key is it to adapt to it?
I'll say it was kind of challenging coming back from the West Coast. It was pretty smooth every day. And then when I came back, I stayed here for the whole summer just to get adapted. So right now in training camp, it really haven't hit me, but they say hotter days to come, so we'll see.
In that running back room, the day that we interviewed you for Media Days, I think was the day that Nick Chubb signed. What's that been like, being in a room with a guy that, I don't know if you watched Nick growing up, I don't know if you watched Joe Mixon, but what's it like kind of being in a room with guys that have been around, they've seen some things, and then, wow, I'm in a room with Nick Chubb. They're also in a room with Woody Marks. What's that?
Just being in the room with Nick Chubb, I'll say first. Just watching him when he was at Georgia. I watched him every time, like pregame, just going out, watching his highlights. And I kind of knew about him, like a little personal from being from Georgia. He went to Cedartown, so I knew a lot about him. And just the way he carries himself every day, like a pro. I try to go stand behind that. And Joe, he's just a guy who know everything. Go come in. Obviously, he's not on the field right now, but he knows the playbook. So that just shows how leadership he is and how he commands himself.
What's the one snack that's absolutely demanded that you have to get as a rookie in the running back room?
Sunflower seeds.
Oh, okay. What flavor? Because I heard there's some kind of interesting flavors in the quarterback room. What's the flavor you have to get?
It's a barbecue, some barbecue, but they love the ranch and dill pickle.
Yeah. I heard that's a big one.
Nick Chubb kind of different. Trail mix. We call it old snack.
That sounds right. That sounds about right. Woody, we're going to West Virginia very soon. We get out of the heat for a little bit. I don't know if you've been in a camp where you guys have gone away for a little bit, but just the opportunity to be amongst just the guys at the Greenbriar, how important do you think that's going to be for the team?
Just getting together, bonding together. We got a long road, 17 games plus the ones to go to the Super Bowl, and that's what our goal is. So we got to connect together, offense and defense. Just can't be one side of the ball. And then we go out Saturday, we got our first preseason game.
How excited are you to get in the full uniform and play the Vikings a week from today?
I'm very excited. Show what I can do for the team. Just following them weeks up and then going to the regular season.
Woody, I appreciate your time, man. Thank you very much.
No problem. Thank you.
That's John Harris with Woody Marks after Saturday's practice. And what's your sense of him how he's doing out here. Obviously, a glib guy. Pretty talkative after signing autographs for like an hour and being in the 95-degree heat practicing.
He's great. He understands it. I mean, he's at Mississippi State last year. He was at USC. He understands how that goes. And I love it. I love what he's done out here. I feel like he's getting more and more comfortable every single day. Run the ball. Mississippi State, it was Mike Leach's offense. USC, obviously Lincoln's offense is a little bit different. So he's been learning a different offense for the last 3 years. I think this offense will actually fit him really well. I think there's enough. As my buddy Cole Kublik had sent me a text that night, if you guys run a zone scheme, Woody's the perfect fit. And I think when you do see Woody run in the zone scheme, he looks very comfortable. When they're running power stuff, they're running duo. He looks comfortable. He's hitting things 100 miles an hour. He's a rookie, so there are things, things he just doesn't know, which is fine because he's going hard all the time, and he's going to make defenders feel him. Like, he's going to make people miss. He's got enough shake to run, enough shake to make people miss, but enough speed to get away from people. But he's also got power, and he's going to make tacklers feel him. I would imagine the first time that he gets to the second level and somebody tries to straight up tackle, he's going to try and run right through them and just deliver a message at that point because he's got that. I mean, you see his build. I mean, he's strong. He's put together. His traps, they look like yours. But he's well put together.
What?
Oh, I meant Mark's, not yours, Sean. I meant Mark's. You got no traps, bro. Mark's got traps for days.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Me. Definitely. Spend nothing but time on those.
Yeah.
Okay,
well, that's
good.
what you should be working on. Those are the beach muscles that everybody wants to see, are the traps, man. If you got that big neck with big traps.
So what's a good exercise for that? Military or?
Not lunges. What am I thinking?
The shoulder ups?
Shrugs, yeah.
Shrugs?
Yeah.
Shrugs.
Do that.
Okay, I shrug a lot, so maybe that would help me, I guess.
But I'm excited to see Woody in these preseason games, man. It's going to be fun to watch him play.
All right, and another guy we want to watch play is Tay Ursery. He's the rookie right tackle, we'll call him that right now, from Minnesota. And he played left tackle in college. Now he's out here playing a lot of right tackle. He was playing some left when camp began, but he seems to have settled in. You never know what happens here, though. We've got a full practice awaiting us, and they're still in warm-up mode here at the Greenbriar. Beautiful day here, and it was great to talk to Tay Ursery after Saturday's practice. Let's hear that.
All right, so tell me, how's it going so far overall? In your estimation, your personal evaluation, Tay?
My overall, and so far, man, I feel like as a unit, we're getting better and better each and every day. And it's just all about attacking the small details and carrying that over to the team. And then carrying that over to the meeting rooms and attacking everything just like a pro. And as a unit, coming together, talking to the defense, what we giving away, what's some things they see, what's our family, and we all trying to get each other better. And we always talk about iron sharper iron, and that's what we out there doing.
So you started out with a love for basketball, right, and switched to football, or were you doing both? How did all that go for you?
Yeah, basketball was my first love. I started playing around 5th grade all the way up to like 7th or 8th grade. Then I kind of took a break from sports because I kind of kicked back and wanted to see what I wanted to do with my life, whether it was academics or athletically. And then sophomore year of high school, that's when I started playing football, track, wrestling. I try to play it all.
How do wrestling and basketball help as an offensive lineman?
Any good offensive lineman to tell you, just go out there and play basketball. Stay in front of the guy,
Okay.
But it's not as easy as people think it is.
When Will Ederson's over there?
Yeah, when you got a guy like Will Ederson, who's all muscle, pure muscle, and who comes off the rock. And you got Daniil Hunter, who's crafty and is an older guy. So it's definitely been exciting.
Well, what about facing some of these guys? You got Will, Daniil, you got really good players on the defensive line. So it's got to really help you iron sharpens iron wise.
Yeah. Big difference from college to the pros. You can tell these guys been doing it for a minute, and they've been doing it at a high level.
Right.
So just being able to even go against them is just only gonna make me better because I done seen it so many times, and I'm able to go out there and play at my best.
One thing about being a rookie in this league, it must be interesting. Now it's all for anything else on campus. This is your campus. What's that like for you personally?
It's definitely fun. I mean, I just get to focus on what I love to do, and that's football every day, and get around the guys, and get to know more of their life on a personal level. They get to know more about me. So it's like I said, it's been fun.
One more. Give me a couple of guys who've been really helpful to you, just mentoring you, whatever, with advice, whether it's your position or not, along the O-line, or maybe another position. I don't know.
Yeah, I would say Jake Andrews, JP, Lakeland Thomason. I don't know if I said that right.
Lakin, close.
Lakin.
Close enough.
Titus Howard, Ken Robinson. They all been kind of helping me. And, I'm taking on the little bro role serious, trying to be a good rookie.
Yeah.
Do everything they asked me to do. So far, it's been good.
All right. Well, good luck to you. Thanks a lot.
Yes, sir. Appreciate it.
Tay Ursery, right tackle. Hold the phone, though, folks. Hold the phone. All right, so we're watching them warm up, and we just comment on what we see, okay? We're just stating the facts here. The media's here. Practice is open to the media, not to the fans, as we are at the Greenbriar, West Virginia. So when they're doing the walkthrough type stuff, today it's another look at the offensive line.
Right.
And Titus goes back to right. Ursery to left.
Right.
As in correct?
As in right.
Right tackle. Yeah, that's what I meant.
Right. Because he's been at right guard.
Yeah.
So
he's still on the right. He just moved over
right.
one.
He's just slide out 3 feet. As the late, great Ken Hoffman would say, it's 3 feet. What does it matter?
Yeah. Come on.
There's a lot of difference.
Look, he's played a lot of right tackle in his career. We all know this. So it's not like it's an unfamiliar position to him.
That's
and
correct.
We don't know why they're doing it, what they're doing. Now they go with another unit out there with Cam Robinson at left.
Lakin at left guard, and then the right side is Juice Scruggs at right guard and Titus at right tackle.
Wait, who was left guard when they went out with Ursery at left tackle?
Jalen Thomas.
All right, Jalen Thomas is somebody you talked about.
What did I tell you? I said it since last camp. There was a day last year in training camp where he took the majority of reps with the ones, and I was like, that's telling. And then he got hurt, and then he was gone for a while, but he wasn't there long enough to kind of, all right, well, he's shown something over the last 2 or 3 days to really kind of get excited about what Jalen Thomas can give you. But I'm telling you, you walk up next to Jalen Thomas and you just ogle him, as I do because I live in that draft world. It's like, damn, he's put together like a brick outhouse. I mean, he is thick and he can move a little bit. He played tackle at SMU. And I remember when I saw him come to the Texans and he was working at guard, I thought, ooh, this could work. I would like this. This would be kind of fun. So that's where he's getting some reps. And look, we said this earlier in the show. You'd like to get your one group. We thought that they had kind of settled on that group. And the first group they show you, not really. Now, it may be apropos of nothing. There could be nothing going on with that. It could just be, we're giving these guys a look because, well, we just want to give them a look. Keep the competition going.
So it's hurt. Somebody moves over. Somebody has to play a position they might have never played in a game before, but at least they did a few things in practice that can give them some recall. By the way, Jalen Thomas, who you mentioned SMU, with the Ravens in 2023, but he was cut. And then Giants signed him to the practice squad. They elevated him. Then they cut him. Texans picked him up in 2023, and he's been here since. But you mentioned it, injuries, whatever, slowing him down. Clearly there's some there as they see it. Everybody sees it, and it's a matter of it flourishing.
Is that the center?
What?
Helicopter flying above us. He doesn't look to be going all that fast. Is that the senator?
It could be Jim Justice.
I think that could be Senator Justice.
Yeah.
Making his way to practice.
I mean, this is coming in very hot here.
And I think his landing pad is like right over.
Are we in it? Is our broadcast position set up?
We're not the landing pad, but it's close.
It's close. Helicopter coming in hot.
Yeah, very hot.
It's got to be Jim Justice. Now, there's a medical facility here right next to the Greenbriar, which is very good apparently. But it's one of the reasons why teams like coming here. They have an outstanding medical coverage here. Nothing like Houston Methodist, of course, but it's very good here in the middle of West Virginia.
Not going very, very fast.
I mean, he's coming in, and we'll see if he lands here right near our broadcast position. I'd love to get him on the air here, Jim Justice.
He's awesome.
He's a stud. He's 74 years old. I've been governor for long enough. Let's be a senator
now.
Mark,
he's putting that right down on the landing pad. Do we walk?
All right,
we'll get him on. We'll see.
continuing O-line talk. Is that interesting enough? Look, they're still doing walkthrough stuff, offense versus offense, where guys simulate being defensive players. This is where you saw a couple of years ago in 2021, Deshaun Watson's playing scout team safety. No, he's really not. He's just modeling for the other quarterbacks. They do this for each other. People overreacted to that. That was a classic training camp overreaction. Just like one time Andre Johnson, I forget, one of the shows was talking about the term carted off. Carted off is such an alarming term. When you hear somebody was carted off, you're imagining stretcher, the whole thing, when it could simply be that they rode a cart into the building because it's a long walk. They got a little something. I remember Andre Johnson once took a cart ride, and it was termed that he was carted off, and everybody flipped out, you know. But it doesn't have to be that way.
No, it does not have to be that way at all.
Did that copter land?
Yeah, it landed in the landing zone. There's a little landing pad over there.
Well, let's see if the senator comes on over. They're doing ball warm-up now. Got all dusty here.
I know it.
The huge cloud of dust from the helicopter blew across the field as the players warm up here at the Greenbriar. All right, and we mentioned Jim Justice. He was the governor of West Virginia. He owns the Greenbriar. He's now a U.S. senator. And he bought this place in 2009 for $20 million. That's after a big hotel chain wanted to take it over and gut it and modernize. I want to observe the history of this joint.
Such a good move.
Johnny, $20 million. When I read that, I thought, that's a bargain.
It was my exact thought. That is
for this place, the entire property, even in 2009, that's not that long ago, $20 million. He got it for a song.
A steal. A steal in a sense.
Incredible. So, and it's an amazing place. Horse and buggies riding around. And
who did we see walking out last night? The linebackers. Where were they going?
They were going skeet shooting.
Skeet shooting. Yeah, the linebackers together having
a little team bonding
a group
thing.
Bonding event. Skeet shooting.
Yeah.
And it was just like those are the kind of things you can do up here. That look, you can do them at home too, but. It's just it's all encompassed within the Greenbriar to be able to do it. How many groups did we see yesterday that were playing golf or played golf at some point yesterday because it was gorgeous?
Yeah, it was a day off for the players, by the way.
Gorgeous.
That was an official day off. You can't travel on a day off, so they traveled Saturday late, and they got here Saturday evening, and yesterday had a day off. But they were milling around the facility here, the Sports Performance Center, where they do their business. But the quarterbacks are decked out in the H-Town blue Don't Hit Me jerseys. That's new branding for this year. I love it. Yep. They didn't start camp that way, but they unveiled them during camp, and that is an awesome touch for the Texans to get that H-Town blue out there. And we're about to see more warm-up, team huddling up here, quarterbacks ready to go. It's going to be awesome to see practice here today. And comment on it, by the way, weeknight 6, Texans Radio. Johnny, we lead off the show right out of the chute, training camp reactions. He gives it all to you. So on your ride home, that is the place to be. And if you missed it, just go to the podcast on the Odyssey app or on Spotify. However you get your podcasts, you can check it out. Coming up, Jake Hansen, linebacker. He's going to play a ton on Saturday against the Vikings. We love him, and he is in possession of some of the great trivia on this football team. You're going to give me, we didn't get to this, you're going to give me something you got to see this week. Something you got to see as far as something emerging, something developing, something improving. I don't care what it is, and I'll give you mine as well. That's coming up here as we get you ready for In the Loop at 10. It's Texans Radio.
More training camp coverage is coming up on Texans Radio.
Oh.
We're back with a front row seat. It's Texans Training Camp Live.
All right, the offensive linemen are working out just to our left. I mean, they are about 20 yards away from us and just working out amongst themselves with pads and combinations. And Cole Popovich is not exactly quiet. We heard some things during the break. He did some aggressive counseling with his players. I mean, he's not going to miss anything. And let's put it this way. They're going to know. They're going to know what to do. Now, whether they do it as well as he wants them to or whether they execute as well as we want them to remains to be seen because you don't know until you see the games. But trust us, the coaching is going on. There is coaching happening here.
Yes,
and
absolutely.
It is occurring right in front of us, and it's very cool. So, good to see that.
And when the offensive line works during practice, they and the defensive line go in the far, far, far corner of the practice field. So we really can't see them until they go do one-on-ones, which, as I've said a couple of times now, I've seen them do one-on-ones a couple of times. I feel like the offensive line at this point in practice is doing an even better job with their one-on-ones. And that is a raw, stripped-down, man-on-man, let's go. That's it. I mean, it's a wrestling match. I mean, but I feel like they've done a much better job in those drills than I can remember them doing in the past.
Very nice. All right, and other groups are working out amongst themselves. This is individual period, so let's see what happens when they get to 11-on-11. That's not going to happen anytime soon because we still have about a half hour to go for that. In the Loop's going to be on. And don't forget Sean and Seth. They're here as well, observing practice. See them in the end zone practice here at the Greenbriar. Elevated view. You see the whole thing. Eye in the sky. It's very cool. So you're going to get a lot of great coverage today from Sports Radio 610 on training camp. Jake Hansen. So Jake was picked up as an undrafted free agent from Illinois when Lovie Smith was here. And Lovie recruited him at Illinois, came from Tampa, did well at Illinois, and did well enough to get an NFL job, and he's still here. He's still here making plays. He's one of those guys, when he's out there, he's going to make plays, and that's just the way he lives, playing linebacker for this football team. And I remind everybody once again, he's named after Jake Ryan in the movie 16 Candles.
Here's where I made a mistake.
What?
I got Jake Olsen confused with Jake Ryan the other day. We have a Jake Olsen, not a Jake Ryan, so now we're good, because I screwed that up.
I was, wondering if we had an offensive assistant that was named Jake Ryan that I missed, because there are some guys that I still have sort of missed.
Yeah.
Or not missed, but, haven't gotten to know as well as some others. We get to know them along the way here. But we're still sort of, not early, but midway through. And
that's right.
By the end of camp, I'll know everybody.
But I'll say
we have a lot of new faces.
I know a lot of people, you mentioned it. Undrafted free agent, he followed Lovie here. If Jake Hansen plays the 2021 season at Illinois, he's probably not here.
He's drafted high.
He's drafted
or higher.
He's drafted maybe still a day 3 guy, but I guarantee he would have got invited to the Senior Bowl. He would have killed it at the Senior Bowl, and it would have been hard-pressed to get him out of the 3rd round. But because he was hurt that year, everybody's like, well, I don't know. Well, Lovie knew him because he had coached him throughout his career at Illinois, and he ends up here. So when you hear about a 53-man roster, John tweeted about this. He's like, I didn't have Jake Hansen making my 53-man roster. I'm like, well, that's a mistake. But I think part of it is because, he's an undrafted guy. No, he would have been a day 3 guy, probably 4th round, maybe even 5th round. And you think about it that way, that's the same round that Henry To'o went in.
Yep.
So, and look at what
doing.
Henry's doing now. So I think there's kind of this perception thing of a guy not getting drafted. And you would think in Houston, Arian Foster didn't get drafted. You'd think we'd kind of break through that, but I still think that matters to people when they're thinking about this team. And they look at the stars and they're like, oh, E.J. Speed got added to that group, and oh, man, it's going to be tough. Jake Hansen's been one of the best linebackers in this camp.
Yeah.
Bar none, end of story. He's been tremendous.
Yep.
Sorry, went on a little rant about that.
All right, I like it.
I need to get that out.
By the way, I just have to get this in before we get to Jake, that the speed of things today, it's probably just in my mind, but with the cooler temperatures, it feels like everything's a click faster.
Oh, yeah.
Crisper, faster, that there's an exuberance. I mean, they have plenty of enthusiasm at home, but I just think that there's a beatdown effect of being in 90 degrees so often.
Totally.
And being here, that's why they're here. I mean, that's a huge reason why they're here. They want the team bonding, but they want the team building on the field and cooler temperatures to make things happen. Okay, Jake Hansen, we talked about him. Johnny, you had a chance to catch up with him. Always like the visits with Jake Hansen. Here it is.
Training camp 2025 continues. John Harris alongside guy I love to watch play football, Jake Hansen. Jake, just give me your overall thoughts.
Feeling good. It's probably the most fun I've had in training camp, honestly. And, you know, I feel like a lot of guys don't like to say they're having a blast in camp because it's a grind, but we're having a lot of fun. The defense is flying around, making a bunch of plays early. Offense is starting to find their rhythm, too. So it's been a lot of fun competing with those guys.
So third year in this defense, how much has that helped you? That you know where to be, you know where everybody else is supposed to be. How has that helped you in, what is this, year 4 now for you?
Year 4.
A grizzled vet, but you've been in this defense for 3 years. How has that helped you?
It's helped me a ton. I feel like I'm seeing the field a lot better, and giving me opportunity to make more plays, you know, and I can run the show at Mike and play the will as well. So it's been a lot of fun, like growing in the defense and learning what you can kind of take chances on and go out there and make plays. So it's been a lot of fun.
You guys have made a lot of plays, and you've done it in Houston. Soon enough, we'll go to West Virginia.
Yeah.
A, are you looking forward to it? B, how much are you looking forward to getting out of this heat?
A, looking forward to getting out of it. B, looking forward to getting out of the heat. No, West Virginia's going to be a blast. We get all the guys in a little secluded environment and get some team bonding stuff and just have fun and get in the mountain air and play some ball up in the mountains. So that'll be fun.
It will. And then we followed up with a trip to Minnesota. We'll talk about last year's game in Minnesota. But being able to hit a different colored jersey, Jake, you hit the same guys, you see the same guys, it starts getting ornery a little bit, but then you get to see a different group of guys. What's that like for you?
It's just like another opportunity to showcase your skills. So one, the NFL, and then it's always competitive. At practice, we're competitive, and in the game, it's like you said, it's another team, so everything's heightened a bit. And getting an opportunity to throw the pads on against another team on TV in the NFL, there's nothing like it. So I feel blessed to do it every time we step out there, and it's going to be a lot of fun.
4 years, you've seen a lot of changes in the linebacker room. What's that linebacker room like this year? It's pretty similar. You've had a couple of pieces in there.
Yeah.
What's the linebacker room like this year?
I would say it's similar from like a player skill set standpoint. We got a lot of athletes in there and a lot of smart players. Again, Aziz is a great leader for us in there, and really truly is a leader on defense. And we just got Henry into year 2 is going to be, or year 2 as a starter in the defense. He's going to have another great year. So it's we got a lot of great players in the room, and guys go down. I think we got guys to step up too as well. So it'll be great.
The defense in 2025.
Yeah.
Every year is a different year. Every unit's a different unit. What's different this year?
How we doing?
Versus last year or the few years before that? What's different about defense 2025?
I think kind of like you said, this is year 3 with having Coach Ryans and Coach Burke as a DC. It's we all know the defense like inside and out. Like you have a lot of coaches on the field from in the back end, the second level, and then at the line of scrimmage, we got guys that have just been in the system and are playing so fast and so together, and the communication's on another level. So we're playing really good football, playing really together. I would say 2020 together.
I love it. Now, I'm going to put your analyst hat on.
All right, let's hear it.
Because every day you get a chance to see this offense. And it's new to a lot of people. A lot of fans may not get a chance to see it.
Yeah.
What are your thoughts about this offense, what it can do, number of new pieces, the offensive line? What do you see with this offense in 2025?
I just see our guys getting opportunities, and like our players are getting opportunities in space and creating good matchups. So Coach Cayley calls a great play for a certain coverage, and it's on our best players against their best player, and we want to see our guys win, and we're just putting them in opportunities to make plays in space, I think is what you're going to see.
Good analyst. Yeah. Nice job, Jake Hansen. It's always good catching up with you, brother. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. It's great catching up.
All right, Jake Hansen with John Harris after practice. That was back in Houston. We're in the Greenbriar right now at the Sports Performance Center here across the street from the resort, where the Texans are working out on 2 natural surface fields with the mountains in the background. Gorgeous, gorgeous day, gorgeous weather, and that's why they're here, to get great work in this week before playing the Vikings on Saturday. Now, NFL preseason, full slate Thursday and Friday. And Thursday, our friends in Indianapolis, and I say our friends in air quotes. And
Our
there,
frenemies?
as we buzz around the league quickly here, Anthony Richardson and Daniel Jones will each play a fair amount, okay? Whatever that means, they're each going to play. So that's kind of must-see TV. I want to watch the progress of them. I know it's preseason, whatever, but, again, we're going to overreact to everything. Rich Jones really smooth. You'll say, well, Jones can look smooth for them. So we'll see how it all goes for them. But we've been talking about that a lot this offseason and preseason.
Let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
Just as it hits me about the Colts. Because I hear a lot of people say this. Well, if they have a quarterback, they're going to be really good.
Yeah.
If Daniel Jones could just play quarterback well, they're going to be really good. The insinuation there is that the roster is really good. And
is the defense really good, Johnny?
That's kind of my point. They lost Ryan Kelly and they lost Fries, the two interior studs they had. Now, they still have Quentin Nelson, and Bernard Rahman just got paid, big time. So the left side of the line, I think, is good, but from center going the other way, Braden Smith has come back. I think, but I don't think the offensive line is what it used to be, especially with Kelly and Fries out of there. Linebackers, they lose E.J. Speed. So, okay, Zaire Franklin, but I don't think Franklin was all that good last year.
Look,
receivers are good.
They get Latu back. Well, Latu's playing,
yeah.
So he's good. They do have, the two inside guys, the studs. But I still think, look at what they gave up last year. They had games where they gave up a lot of points.
We ran the ball all over them.
Yeah, we ran the ball well. So, look, even though they have those two inside studs, and I know early in the year everybody tends to be on their best or at their best, but we'll see how it goes for them. I
just don't know that. I don't think that roster is as great as everybody wants to say it is outside of the quarterback.
The division record predictions, though, you'll go at least 5-1 in the.
That's what I've been saying, so I hope I'm right.
I will take 4-2 right now over whatever's behind door number 2.
Really?
Yes, I will take 4-2 right now. I think these things tend to be tougher than we think. It's the division. We lost to Tennessee at home last year. You just don't know how they play out.
Division.
So I'll take a winning record in the division. Now, if we're playing Let's Make a Deal, you got to talk to me about the other divisions that we're facing, the AFC West, the NFC West, and what the records are going to be there.
Will you take right now, no questions asked, take 1-2 against Chiefs, Bills, Ravens? That's what we were last year.
I'll take my shot at door number 2 there. I feel like
that's
we
1 at home and 2 on the road.
Yeah, I feel like we can go 1-2 for sure. I want to go 2-1, 3-0. So I'll take my chances there. I feel good about winning at least one of those. My gosh, if you don't win at least one of those, who are you?
Yeah,
right?
Exactly.
So you want to be one of those teams. You got to win at least one of those, and I'm going to take my chances at a better record.
Yeah, I'm with you. I mean, we won 1-2 against them last year, beat the Bills, lost to the Chiefs and the Ravens.
That was a close game against the Bills.
Fortunately, we lost to the Ravens at home, but now we got to go to Baltimore and to Kansas City. But next year, if I did my math, no, not Buffalo next year. Not Buffalo next year, because next year we have the AFC North.
Right.
But if Buffalo...
Yeah, we play them again. They finish first.
If they finish first in the division, then we would go to Buffalo and they open a new stadium next year.
That's right, and that's why the Patriots played the Colts every year, because they were both winning their divisions.
That's
and
right.
They had that dynamic.
That's why the Ravens, the Chiefs, the Bills, and the Texans are all playing each other for like the second or third year in a row.
Yeah, it's the round robin. And, last back in the 4-day span, and you didn't handle it well. And so you lost both those games, and that sucked. But hopefully you do better this year. All right, other things going on. James Cook, speaking of the Bills, Texans play them this year at NRG Stadium again. James Cook in, what is it called? Hold-in. So he's in the building, but he's not participating. So it's a hold-in. He's reported, so you don't get fined. And the hold-in is increasingly popular these years.
When asked about it, he had one word for it. Business.
Yeah.
And it is.
Okay,
it's
he wants
business.
the money. But I get their side of it.
I do too. They got 2 or 3 other running backs that they roll with. They're not James Cook, but they're pretty good in tandem with one another, and Ray Davis and Ty Johnson.
It always feels like they find somebody to be productive because Josh Allen is so dangerous. The defense is always worried about him pulling it. So the running back, when you go standard, it tends to be not a surprise, but it's just part of a very diverse diet that the offense can present to you. So I understand their side of it, and we'll see how they work all that out. Okay, Hall of Fame game. 6.9 million viewers for a preseason game that's
nobody really played in.
Nobody really played in this. I mean, Trey Lance, great, okay?
And he looked good. But he was playing
better.
basically the threes of the line.
Yeah, but so what? You want to look good.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
Looking good is looking good.
All you can do is perform against what's in front of you. You put the ones out there, go perform. You put the fives out there in front of you, go perform.
Exactly.
And that's what he did.
So that, though, is a very notable why they don't play preseason football. Look, never mind the football part of it. This is a TV show that gets 6.9 million viewers. Do you know what the NBA would do for a 6.9 million viewer postseason game in the early going? Like, not finals. I'm talking about first, second round, 6.9 million. They'll take that and run away. Major League Baseball, 6.9 million viewers for a playoff game early. They would love that.
Yeah.
This is preseason football in the game that doesn't matter at all. The game that matters the least is the Hall of Fame game.
Yep.
That's the power of the NFL. It's not like you had the Cowboys going that night.
Yeah.
All right? So, and look, the Cowboys draw no matter what. We understand that. In fact, NBC was promoting the opening game. Blockbuster in Philly. Dallas, Philly. And I'm thinking, okay, I understand that this is the opening night of the NFL and it's a blockbuster no matter what. But Cowboys, really? Blockbuster?
Okay, well,
but it's the Cowboys. Everybody wants to watch them lose, so there's that.
So let's go to the main topic of the weekend, and I'll ask you this question.
Okay.
Because you brought it up. In that game, is Micah Parsons, A, playing, B, playing for the Cowboys?
I think they work it all out at some point. Now, the farewell to Dallas was kind of a smooth move by him.
You know who also gave a farewell to his city?
Who?
One Lamar Jackson.
He did, huh?
They got it done.
Yeah. Well, maybe he went to that part of the playbook.
Maybe.
And decided, because I thought it was a good move by him.
I did
Like,
too.
hey, I'm putting it out there. I'm out. I'm not only do I want out, I'm out.
Yeah.
So now they really have to patch it up. But Jerry can behind closed doors. He's got to be thinking, okay, now I got to pay the guy.
Yep.
And he should have done it earlier. We all agree with that. You do it earlier, you pay less. Talk to Nick Caserio about that. And it just creates better feelings. We get it done. We don't have this hanging over our heads. We can get to work. I mean, this is a profession, and you don't want to have these things lingering and festering and creating ill will and all of that, because that is a weird franchise, you know. I'll never forget the image of CeeDee Lamb and Micah Parsons off to the side, hobnobbing with sideline fans and sponsors while the rest of the team is warming up prior to a Monday night game. I will never forget that image. That will sit with me about the Dallas culture. Now, maybe it's different with Schottenheimer in charge. Not sure.
You think?
We'll see.
The circus master is still there, i.e. Jerry Jones.
Yeah.
I mean, but for Micah to taking it that far, but again, you know, look, the Cowboys are Cowboys. They're going to cowboy, and they'll pay Micah Parsons a whole lot more than they probably would have got if they'd have signed him. What if they would have signed him when they should have last year? They certainly are not going to pay him the number that they're going to have to. They're going to pay him over $40 million. And they could have paid him probably in the low 30s last year.
The longer you wait, the higher the price is. And if I know this, how do they not know that anyway?
They know it. They don't care.
I guess not.
That's what it feels like.
It's just millions. Millions.
Just millions.
Whatever, millions. Okay, coming up. Oh, we haven't done this. Things you need to see this week in practice.
Gotta do it.
Fairbairn attempts a field goal in front of our eyes here at the Greenbriar. Brinkman with the snap. Townsend with the holding operations. Okay. That's enough about that as live practice play-by-play continues. Final segment on the way before In the Loop next. Texans Radio.
More Texans Radio coming up in a moment. It's Texans Training Camp Live.
Here we go.
Now, back to the show.
All right, we've got more practice going on in front of us, and the offensive line huddling up right in front of us along the sideline. The offensive line works out in their private area about 20 yards to our left, but right in front of us, they're huddling up right now. You made an observation, Johnny. Go.
I did?
Yeah, you did. You said they're a group. You see
Yeah.
see
Okay. I didn't know that was, there's so many things I just kind of rattle off, like during a break or so. Yeah. The one thing we always talk about the offensive line, 5 fingers in the glove, the whole thing, being together, being a group. They move as a group. They do things. They're just more group-oriented than they've been. And you can take it for what it is or what it was, but that's what I think this group has to do, because it's kind of it's kind of them against the world, because nobody thinks they're going to do anything. I mean, PFF has them as the 32nd ranked offensive line in the NFL. So they have to be better as a group. It has to be the whole is greater than the sum of the parts. And I think some of the parts can end up being really good. So I think they can end up being a pretty solid unit, but they have to go and prove it. But it is just more of a group environment than I can remember, even in the last couple of years. Since I've been in the building in 2014. I mean, I felt like when that group was, Chris Myers and Dwayne Brown, they had been together for a while. So you kind of just naturally go with those guys because you've been going with them at that particular time. So looks like we're going to have a little action here. Are we going to get a little in-practice game action, if you will?
We might get some game action right here. Ooh. And clearly, I think that's one of the things we need to see here. This is like, remember the Titans when they go to Gettysburg. Okay, maybe not that dramatic. But when they go to Gettysburg for training camp, and they need to be a team. They need to come together as a team.
Come together as a team.
And
right.
Look, not that they weren't. We all know the defense is good to go and all that, but the offensive line in particular, and then you add everything else in addition, you need to bond big here, and they've got a good chance to do it.
So let me throw this at you. Watch the groups. Look at the groups that are out there right now. Davis Mills is at quarterback with this particular group.
Yeah.
I got a feeling this might be the group that we see to start the game again.
Kind of 2-on-2s-ish.
Right.
I don't want to say everybody's
right.
a 2.
Because that's Jaden Higgins right there.
Yeah. And a toss here to your guy, Woody Marks. Toss right. And we got a guy down. Jeez.
Cam Robinson.
Oh, gosh, get up. Oh, that's just
the very
terrible.
first play.
That's just terrible.
Well, he's getting up, so hopefully.
All right, he's getting up.
You never know.
Yeah.
You never know. It's just first play toss to Woody, but you hope you're okay. And look, you worry. The one thing you stay up at night worrying about when you're a coach or a GM, and this, but just a fan even. And a player, too. You worry. As a player, you can't really worry about it. You just got to go play. Whatever happens. But you just got to go play.
Yep.
But as a coach, you worry about, man, all 22 players, I got to have them get up after every play. Every single play, I need them up. It was one of the things I know as a coach. It probably worked against me, too, because I would always look, are my 11 guys up off the ground? Okay, good. They're all up off the ground. And that was just something that I worried about every single play. And I just remember – I had a player, my running back, all 10 guys were up, one guy was down, and he was right in front of me. And I just, the feeling in my heart just dropped, when I knew he was hurt. So hopefully that's going to, Cam will be okay. He's kind of walking off right now, and hopefully he'll be all right. So we'll see how it goes. Zach Thomas, the aforementioned, we talked about him earlier, steps in at left tackle.
Zach Thomas, named after Zach Thomas. That trivial bit will be unveiled during the game as well on the TV broadcast, I'm sure. You better mention that, John.
Yeah, I will.
Yeah. All right, so it's great to have you listening. Benny, thanks for producing. Aaron Raybould helping us out, engineering this stuff as well, getting us on the air here from the Greenbriar. Sean and Seth will have 6 to 8 tomorrow. We'll be back out here at the field at 8, and a full week of coverage here from the Greenbriar before we get you ready for the Minnesota Vikings and Texans Saturday at 3. Can't wait for it. Big week for your Texans. In the Loop on the way. Have a great day. Go Texans.
This is Texans Radio on Sports Radio 610.
Here's another Whataburger DM.
Subscribe for free now at HoustonTexans.com/fans.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Figgy, let's hit him big time.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
You better get ready because we're going to show up and show out.
With John Lopez and Reggie Atatula. Always live, always local.
Clogging the toilet? Like that's not awkward at all. When you Dumb and Dumber it? Not awkward at all. Yes, it is too.
You're in the loop on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio.
Yeah, good morning. Happy Monday to you. You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. I'm Reginald Atatula alongside Luke Morrow for this Monday. John Lopez got the day off. Figgy Fig still rocking with you. And you, obviously, hanging out with us and getting involved with the program as you know how to. 713-572-4610 is the number to text. And, of course, we appreciate the Mo Karam Injury Lawyers for the live stream.
We keep it 100.
Both on the YouTube page, Sports Radio 610, and on Twitch, 610 Houston. Luke, what's happening, man?
Oh, not much. Good to be here. I mean, tough weekend for the Astros, but obviously gearing up for the Texans. Always a great time to hang out with you guys and talk Houston sports.
Yeah, let's talk about all of it over the course of the next 4 hours. We got you till 2. In the course of that, we'll do a lot of things that we need to do during this time, including we'll hear from D'Amico Ryans off of the practice field when it comes to what's happening out there in West Virginia. You know, we still want to keep tied into the Houston Texans as we're gearing up for preseason game number 1 this weekend when they'll catch the Vikings in Minnesota. So still very much going to be tied into what's happening out there. In fact, there's a couple of things already happening that have caught my attention this morning. So we'll talk about that, but we'll also get a chance to chat with Sean Pendergast, courtesy of Fly by Yingling, at 12:40 to get his thoughts from practice today, because we are still on the ground, boots on the ground, giving you coverage of your Houston Texans.
I got my boots on the ground. Where the fans at?
Oh, yes. That has been a nice viral sensation. Actually, is it still viral considered? Like, it's been a little bit of a time.
Yeah. I think it's normal now. I might have to play that song when Sean hop on since he actually got the boots on the ground.
Look, I think the thing about Sean is that he enjoys, like, he is a fan of wrestling. I'm certain that was a good part of his weekend watching SummerSlam, I believe, is the wrestling event.
Oh, yeah.
That was this weekend.
Big weekend.
And I think that, he will be very much tapped into the idea of having a certain level of walkout music in that space.
Right.
Let's talk a little bit, though, about your Houston Texans. Like I mentioned, out there working out in West Virginia already in practice, and a couple of notable things that the various reporters are already getting into. Dameon Pierce and Christian Harris, neither of them have been practicing. Dameon Pierce has been on the physically unable to perform list. He remains there. And Christian Harris has not been on the physically unable to perform list, but he also remains out of the practice. They're working over to the side, though, which maybe does portend some level of return to play, hopefully sooner rather than later. Which of those for you, Luke, is the bigger deal, not being out here practicing, especially at this juncture where we get out to the cool temperatures in West Virginia?
Yeah, interesting. By the way, on the cool temperatures, they were talking about it was 62 degrees there in West Virginia. I mean, it's still August. That, I think, is too much. It's too hot here. I lost power this morning at 4 a.m. because I assume, like, rolling blackouts. I don't know. It happened over the weekend, too, not at my place, but a few other places around. I tried to go to lunch. So it's too hot here in Houston. I think 62 is too cold in West Virginia. There's some sort of happy medium that I would prefer for August, but that's besides the point. To answer your question.
That's Luke already in. Yeah, I love it.
I'm just saying, 62, it's still August. What are we doing?
62 is overrated.
Yeah, in August.
Cold. That's not football enough.
No.
We need to hit a nice 73 degrees in order to get football weather for real.
That's good weather right there. I need a little more than 62 when it's August 4th still. Next month, October, 62 is nice. To answer your question, I think Dameon Pierce, because Christian Harris to me is just so, I don't know, confusing. It's almost like, this is probably a bad comparison, but it's almost like, what was it, Al Capone's vault, when there was all this build up and then they opened the vault, there was nothing in there, and it was like a mystery of like, what? There was so much anticipation that they thought all this stuff was in the vault that wasn't in there. And for Harris, trying to figure out now, going back almost 12 months of what's going on with this guy, and he made that return last year, and then, you know, it wasn't much of a return, and now who knows. But Pierce for me, because I'm still intrigued by the running back position. It was one of my questions going into this year when you're relying, and I think you've said similar things too, Reggie, if I've heard you in recent weeks, but when you're relying on two running backs that are approaching their 30s, obviously Chubb has the injury history that he's trying to come back from, and Mixon right now is not on the field. So I think there's still a lot of questions at that running back position. I think Woody Marks, you hope he can play a good role, but obviously he's still a question as a rookie. And Dameon Pierce has some experience being with this organization, of course. I think he's a better fit for this system than what he had to deal with last year. So I think he can. And then also, I was reading over the weekend Ben Solak talking about Stroud last year, saw so much too deep coverage, and the way to improve that's a better run game. So then you talk about the more importance of the run game this year. So all of this is to say I'm more concerned, I guess, right now about that running back room than, say, the linebackers or even the defense as a whole. So I go with Dameon Pierce because I think there's a great opportunity for him if he could get back out there.
Yeah, I mean, that was the thought. I was hoping that at some point here, sooner rather than later, he'd be able to get out there. Obviously, credit due to, like, Woody Marks and Jawar Jordan. I think that they've shown pretty damn well to this point in the, previous 9 practices that we've been able to get thus far in training camp 2025. But, I mean, you have a rookie and a Jawar Jordan who is, a second-year player that has not necessarily been at least he has not seemed highly regarded, at least in the places that the Texans have placed him, right? He's been kind of a practice squad guy that's had the elevations and maybe had a little bit of run, although he has handled those opportunities well. I do wonder, and then, of course, you talk about this offseason where you add a Nick Chubb, you draft a Woody Marks, which would seem to indicate that at least the Texans have not, valued him highly enough to believe that he absolutely will take a large swath of the snaps or what have you for running back. But those guys have practiced pretty well. I think that it remains to be seen what they look like in a game before we start talking about them in that space. And, yeah, I think the point ultimately is the only guy that has a level of experience, in what you're trying to do is Nick Chubb, who has injury issues. It's a question that remains there. I'm trying to fight I know that a decent amount of this is just kind of like anxiety, because Joe Mixon is a capable running back when he is ready, and it does seem like all indications are he will be ready for the season. I think that's still the kind of thought process to the point being. So I'm trying not to be too anxious about that. Something that seems like you're a little bit anxious about, Luke, and I don't want to put words in your mouth, is the defense in a weird way, because the defense, they have shown to be incredible. They've clearly been the winners of camp to this point, as much as you can kind of view things in those terms. But you kind of seem to believe that there's a double-edged sword to this, right?
Yeah, I think so. For one, look, I do think the defense is going to be really good this year, top 5, maybe top 10. But at the same time, when they're going up against this offense in training camp, do we have to take some of these results with a grain of salt? I think it's going to be a really good defense. But that's where the concern comes in. It's almost like in The Office, the Michael Scott Paper Company, when they visit their accountant. And Michael says, it's our low prices that are keeping us in business. And the accountant says, no, it's actually your low prices that are putting you out of business. And it's when you think like this thing that is your greatest strength actually turns out to be somewhat of a weakness. And what I mean in that is a bit of a weakness for the team as a whole when it comes to the offense, where we keep getting these reports, and it looks like they ended Saturday. You were out there on Saturday. You know better than me. I was not there on Saturday. It seems like they ended practice on a little bit of a high note offensively, but we kept getting these stories in the press conferences and the reports last week, and you guys were out there all week talking about it, just how defense keeps winning, and this offense, you're trying to learn a new offense. And I think, if nothing else, just for the mentality, it's almost like a jump shooter just needing to see the ball go through the net once or twice to get the psyche back. That when you are an offense that is trying to bounce, you're now trying to develop a new offense, and you are just getting like curb stomped by your defense every day, and it's just like, man, when are we going to see some of these improvements, or see some of the things clicking with the offense, to the point where Stroud threw his helmet Saturday before that good finish. And just that mentality of, it was already a tough year last year. You make the changes this offseason, and then you just keep getting beat up every time. Sometimes you just got to see the ball go through the net. Sometimes you need that small victory. I'm the youngest of 3 boys. I got beat up all the time. So, when there was that one glimmer of hope where I got a small win, you start feeling a little good about yourself instead of just being beat down every day. And I think that could be important for this offense that's trying to turn the corner this year, learn a new system, to have some of those small victories instead of going up against this, to the compliments of this defense, this great defense every day where you feel like you just can't get anything done.
Sounds like you're pro call the dogs off to some degree, in a way that I think D'Amico kind of joked at in one of his availabilities last week. It might have been Friday, talking about how, Will was getting too close to the quarterback. too often. And yeah, look, I understand where you're coming from. I think it's kind of interesting though that you use the framework of, being the youngest in a group of with like 3 or just having older siblings. Because I always think about it, reminds me rather of, when you see in sports, I always think about it in basketball terms, but I think it happens in other spaces as well, where you kind of have a group of brothers and it's like the youngest is the best that's coming because he's had to develop the tools and tricks in order to, combat guys that are older and more developed than him that he's constantly playing against. That's the watchword of competition that this Texans team has come up against. I do wonder if that's ultimately what happens in practice for this Texas team because, look, in theory, that would be good. I mean, if you want to be the level of offense or team just in general that you're hoping to be, you're going to need to face off against defenses of the caliber, or at least similar to the caliber of the defense that this Texans team has, right? The Ravens are going to give you some issues. I mean, the Bills, if they have their druthers, are going to give you some issues on defense. And we already have a decent amount of familiarity with Steve Spagnuolo's defense there in Kansas City. Like, these are tough things that you are combating against. And so if you find a way to figure out the tips and tricks now in order to deal with this kind of defense, you will better set yourself up for success. The question I have is not necessarily is the defense going too hard on them, is does this offense, and particularly the line, have it within themselves to be able to compete against them in any circumstance, right? Like, is this offensive line talented enough to handle that? Because I think in some ways there's been admissions all the way through the offseason from this team that this offense is not as talented as maybe what others would have wanted. But the idea is, the competition will raise the boats. The competition will make them better. Iron will sharpen iron in that way. But I'm wondering if we're starting to see some of the issues with kind of acquiescing and kind of letting up on the idea that off of the jump, we're not going to have a crazy amount of talent. And this is also where it kind of comes into play. I don't know that this is going to be a big deal. However, if you were listening to Training Camp Live with Mark Vandermeer and John Harris just a second ago, you will have heard them make mention of the idea that your presumed starting left tackle went down in a play and kind of came off the field a little gimpy. Again, he walked off under his own power. It is practice. They are playing the car crash sport. These things will happen. But I think it reminds you again, even as you're starting to see a starting line coalesce, that if you have to get to depth, where are you also, right? Because of the, seemingly lack of talent, at least that's the way I will say it, for the offensive line. So I don't know that I blame it on the defense, although I think, again, the defense being as good as they can, I think it gives you a good litmus test for what your offensive line is. And early on, even though, again, they're focusing on foundational pieces and making sure that their fundamentals are right, it keeps coming to mind to me, okay, do they have the high watermark capable within them of even being an adversarial foe for a defense of this caliber?
I'm with you 100%. This defense is kind of like the donut on the baseball bat, where you use that because, then you get up to the batter's box, it's then lighter to swing the bat. And so if you go up against this defense all training camp and throughout preseason, by the time you face some of the other defenses in the NFL, it'll feel like that lighter bat that you've been trained for. And an easier swing for the offense. But for me, it's just, and to your point, maybe it's better to find out the answers right away of like, oh, shoot, this offensive line isn't good enough. But for me, the whole thing is, while I agree with your point, it's just the fact of the beginning of the year. Like, I want to just ease in this offense first, and then you have all season to sharpen things against this really good defense. But give them some small victories early on so that you start feeling good right away, and you have some of that momentum and encouragement. And then you get to continue to be, get better as you go up against the regular season and throughout the rest of this month, gearing up for week 1. But it's just a tough start it's like just, to use another cliche, you're just throwing them into the deep end here against this defense and seeing if they can swim. And more days than not, it seems like they've been sinking or drowning, unfortunately. And with the whole iron sharpens iron, I think it's a bit of a misnomer right now because, like in basketball, they always say, like, if you're the best player on the court, it's time to find a new court. And so the defense is really good. But when you are not being challenged enough by the offense, that's another issue for me that I think it's that double-edged sword of the defense, again, really good. I'm not coming down on the defense, but how much are they being tested, and is the offense almost being too tested right now? And by the way, then they get the Vikings, which I know it's the preseason, but things may not be much easier when you go up against Brian Flores, and we saw what happened last year in that Vikings defense. Flores is a New England guy. Kevin O'Connell's a McVay guy, so they also have familiarity with maybe what the Texans want to do offensively. So it's just a tough start to this new offense for the Texans.
That's interesting. I'm not worried about the defense, and I hear what you're saying, like the iron sharpens iron. I think that they're very capable of handling their business. All of the baseline things that I would look at seem to be the same, right, or seem to be in the place that would make me feel comfortable with what's happening with the defense. I think you're seeing kind of the fundamentals of the pass rushing still showing up. You're seeing secondary, including depth, kind of play their system, play their spots, not break the system, but still make plays on the football. All of that is what I want to see. Offensively, though, I think, again, has been the question for all of us, and it continues to be that. How does this particularly hit you? Because we mentioned Cam Robinson coming up a little gimpy. When he was out, I don't know if he has returned to play. However, when he was being out, they moved Juice Scruggs to right guard, who he's been getting a little work at right guard, both of the interior guard spots. In addition to, obviously, we know that he has played center in his time. Titus Howard moved to right tackle, and then Ariante Ursery moved to left tackle with that group. Not bringing in one of the other tackles that they move up. In fact, I remember Nick Casario even mentioned when he was talking about tackles with Payne and Pendergast last week, he still mentioned that, hey, Titus can still slide out there. You see them doing that, going to that in this moment, instead of moving like a Blake Fisher into that spot, playing right tackle. Does that for you solidify what this starting offensive line is in circumstances with or in the mindset, I imagine, of the Texans right now?
Yeah, I think it just tells us more about Blake Fisher. I think all of the actions since the end of last season have kind of told us all we need to know about Blake Fisher. And I know Lopez is really down on Blake, right? So I guess I can continue that sitting in this chair for him today. But my personal rule in football, people could tell me it doesn't matter, it's no difference. I like keeping guys at set positions, so I wouldn't like the idea of moving Titus Howard back and forth throughout the year. I want him to just have to be able to focus on that one position and be the stalwart and be the leader at that position on this offensive line. But I've also made it very clear on these airwaves that I'm not a big fan of Cam Robinson either, and that's not me rooting for any sort of injury or issue for him. I hope he's good to go, but I just don't think he's a very good left tackle in today's football. So just that iteration of the offensive line like that, better than what they've been running with, or better than having Cam at the left tackle. So
having the rookie Tay Ursery out there.
Yeah. I think that. I know it's asking a lot right away, but
it is. I mean, that's offensive line for rookies, unless you're like the very, very upper echelon of rookies, is a steep learning curve jumping in the offensive line. You don't often see guys jump in and immediately make that level of impact. So you'd be asking a lot of Tay.
Yeah, I don't even think that was their plan to begin with. I don't think they planned for him to be the left tackle starting week one like that. I think the plan was to probably have Cam Robinson there and then kind of bring him on a little bit. But if that's the case, that's a big ask.
But do you guys anticipate him to be starting at one of the tackles week one, or do you still think it's Blake Fisher?
No, it definitely has felt like as he has maintained that right tackle role in most of the first units that they've thrown out there at camp, and then today again with them moving him to left tackle as soon as Cam Robinson is not available. It seems very obvious that they're confident in him, that he is up there on your tackles, and I think this particular lineup that they threw out. Again, the left tackle being Ursery, then Tomlinson, left guard, Jake Andrews at center. I think that they could go either way with him and Patterson. I don't know that they've settled in there. Right guard being Juice Scruggs sliding up with Titus Howard moving out. I think that gives us a big insight into the way that they're viewing their depth chart right now, as of right now. And it feels like the time where they're starting to build that, where, your starting five, as we've previously seen, is what it is. And then when you look at beyond that, the guys that you view as tackles, moving is probably higher than Blake. They're low on Blake. Juice Scruggs is probably who they're looking at as guard 3 before you get to like Ed Ingram or maybe even like Jalen Thomas, who's been in there. This is kind of an idea of how they feel about their offensive line as you start figuring out who your 1 through 9 or 1 through 10 are. And I guess just to circle back around to where we started from, it doesn't give me a ton of confidence because again, you're not carrying 14 guys into the season. You're carrying your 10 or so, and you're going to have 8 of them active on a game day. And those are the guys that are going to need to go and protect C.J. Stroud and create holes and gaps for Nick Chubb and Joe Mixon. And as of right now, I'm still leaving. There's still something left to be desired for me.
No, I agree with you there. My point just being, though, if you're going to start Ursery on the offensive line anyways, for me, I don't care if it's right tackle or left tackle. I think it's a little different nowadays With the tackles, maybe this is a hot take. I don't know, because the pass rushers move around enough, and especially if you have Cam Robinson and you have a rookie on the other end, you're probably going to focus on that rookie on the right side anyways. So just in regards to specifically that conversation of right tackle, left tackle, Ursary, if he's going to be one of your starting linemen in week 1, I don't care if it's the right tackle or left tackle. That doesn't make a big difference to me anymore, like 10, 15 years ago when it was all about the left tackle. So if he's going to be out there, put him at either one, and it seems like he's going to be out there because – like I said, the actions, they just don't seem to be very high on Blake Fisher since the end of last year.
Yeah, that's the alarming part to me. It seemed like he jumped Blake Fisher by a couple feet, man. Like it's not even the question that Blake Fisher.
That portends good things for Ariante Ursary, right? Like I think that's good. And I hear what you're saying on the tackles. I think for me, actually, what that then pops out to is the secondary move of Titus out to right tackle, and then having Juice Scruggs in there at guard, where I have one of the kind of things that I've held on to as a positive for this offensive line is the amount of size that they seemingly have put all the way across the line. Juice Scruggs having to come in and be in that space. And again, I want to acknowledge Cam Robinson catches a little knock here in practice. I don't think that this means that he is hurt and lost for a good amount of time. But I think just thinking through what that permutation would be, having Juice Scruggs at guard versus a bigger, more substantial Titus Howard, I think that is something I'm not comfortable with, especially because we saw the effect of interior pressure on C.J. Stroud last year. And not to blame Juice Scruggs exclusively for that interior pressure, but I could easily see that being more prominent for him rather than the more sizable Titus Howard in that film.
And this is very important, too, because this is pretty much their B team. So if one of the tackles was to get hurt, they're not going to Blake Fisher as the swing tackle type of guy. This is their B team, so they're taking Titus Howard. And so that when if Cam do get hurt during the season, now they're going to this. That might be the possibility.
That's a good point. Yeah, right. Speaks to maybe the lack of depth at the tackle position or just how low they are on Blake Fisher. Just to put a bow on all of it, the texts coming in have been mixed on my take with the offense versus defense. But I will highlight this one from the 832. If you're starting to learn to play piano, I guess that was my point. You got to ease in with the new offense.
Well, and that's what Nick Haley has harped on, fundamentals, making sure that all the fundamentals are right, and he sticks to that point. And so you got to hope that is still where they're focusing on, is making sure that the fundamentals are right and that ultimately shows up. We'll see what that looks like this weekend when we get to the Vikings. But before we get there, we got practice all week long, and Sean Pendergast, Seth Payne are both out there, and Sean out there courtesy of Flight by Yingling. We'll talk to him at 12:40. Coming up next, though, let's talk a little bit about these Astros, where a weekend sweep, unfortunately, in Boston. Let's talk a little bit about the additions, though, because we got a chance to see all of the additions over the weekend, and maybe some of them that we're still hoping to see coming. Which of the additions, whether from trade or injury, will have the biggest impact for this Astros team going forward? 713-572-4610. Let's talk about it next.
Coach D'Amico. Home of the Texans. Sports Radio 610. It's Texans Training Camp. Live from the Houston Methodist Training Center. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop.
All right, let's talk a little bit about the Astros. They lose, or they are swept on the road in at Fenway this weekend. They lose a combined 15-5 over the weekend.
Sheesh.
Yeah, not what you want. And fundamental baseball. We were talking about fundamentals. Fundamental baseball got away from the Astros this weekend.
It was out here looking like the Rangers, man.
All right. I mean,
looking like the Yankees, really.
That is a good point.
Yeah.
The Yankees have been bad this year.
Man.
In that way, like mistakes ways, which we don't have to get into that. The question ultimately, though, 713-572-4610. Let's focus on some of the good, hopefully, here. Which of the additions, reinforcements of sorts, whether it's via trade, the three guys that you brought in at the deadline, or, coming back off of the injured list, do you anticipate making the biggest splash with the Astros, making the biggest impact over the remainder of the season? Because we're starting to see some. Obviously, we saw Correa back in that number 1 jersey, manning the hot corner for 2 of the 3 games. You saw Rafael. You saw Jesus Sanchez handling some outfield work. And then you even got Ramon Urias at one point in this. But then also we know that Spencer Arrighetti should be handling one of the outings this week. Obviously not tonight, but at some point in this 3-game set versus the Marlins, you will see Spencer Arrighetti returning. Soon thereafter, we should see the likes of Christian Javier, Luis Garcia. Which of those guys, or maybe you have another name that you'd like to throw in there, are you anticipating to make the biggest impact for the Astros moving forward?
Yeah, it's tough. First of all, this weekend reminded you have the trade deadline. Everyone was so excited for Carlos Correa's return, and I get it. Although, Reggie, I think you were more in line with how I would feel of tempering those that it's really just nostalgia. I don't know how much Correa really is going to help the team. But everywhere else, it's been a love fest, and then you go out and you get swept by the Red Sox. It was like, to reference a terrible movie that you should never watch, the final Jaws they did, Jaws the Revenge to the Bahamas to get away from the sharks, and then they find sharks in the Bahamas.
What?
I know, it's unbelievable.
Sharks in the Bahamas?
What?
Yeah.
Oh, man.
But they thought they solved their problems, like, finally, we're going to get away and be happy, and everyone was so happy for Correa, and then you go out, you get swept. It was just a bittersweet reminder over the weekend. But
especially when he has a couple of shots going dead center and just warning track power that don't get out. Now, of course, you did get the home run, which is fun. But a few of those where it's like, is the power there?
Yeah, he hit the ball pretty well over the weekend, as did, of course, Christian Walker. But to answer the question at hand here, I've been leaning pitching all along. Now, the lineup did not look, or the offense did not look that great this weekend. You mentioned just the 5 runs scored. And it was really a boom or bust with the homers, runners in scoring position. They've been terrible during this this downstretch, hitting under the Mendoza line in those scenarios. But I've always said pitching, I think you still, if you want to win in the playoffs, or at this point just even get to the playoffs, I think you still need at least that third arm in the rotation behind Hunter Brown and Fromber. So I don't know who exactly that pitcher is going to be, because I wanted them to add someone at the deadline. My concern is banking on these guys coming back. There was kind of that thought last year with Justin Verlander of just like, hey, wait till we get Verlander back second half of the season. And then he was terrible. And you had to get Kikuchi at the deadline, and Kikuchi was really the big addition for that pitching staff. And I thought it was going to be something similar. They did not bring in that player. So it's going to have to be one of the returning pitchers, but you're going to rely on guys who haven't pitched in a while. Arrighetti is going back to the first weeks of the season. You're going to rely on callers who can't stay healthy. You're going to rely on someone else who hasn't pitched in more than 25 months. Walker Buehler, who just pitched against the Astros this weekend, the Dodgers were hoping, hey, when he returns last year, we're going to get Walker Buehler back in this rotation. And then he pitched like a 5 ERA because it's just hard to count on pitchers coming back from injuries. But with that said, I think it has to be somebody on that pitching staff because to me, as bad of a weekend as this might have been offensively, I still lean towards needing more starting pitching than even more lineup help. Now that you have Correa, Sanchez, Pena's back, I still think that the starting pitching needs more depth and more strength.
You laid out exactly my same thought process in this space, and that's why I think you made a fantastic selection here when you talk about the starting pitching. I hope I'm not showing too much my bias here. No, I think you're right. Like, as much as I think that Carlos Correa will be very helpful, defensively, we already saw some of the awkwardness that he has defensively. This is not the Gold Glove Correa of old. Hopefully working with Paris Chica will help some of that, although did you see that weird send with Sanchez that he had, where it's just like, I don't understand why Paris Chica sent him at all.
No.
But we know him to be a very good fielding coach, and I think that should hopefully help Correa get better defensively. But you're right. I think that we're seeing the quad A pitchers, as I've called them, who have really pitched admirably for this Astros team. We're seeing them start to lose a little gas. In fact, look, I'm not even going to say the other thing that I'm thinking about, but when you talk about Hunter Brown and Framber Valdez, even they're not as dominant as they had been prior. That third pitcher or just getting better pitching, helping support your bullpen a little bit, and then also, again, making it so that offense, not a robust offense, can be useful, and not giving up 4 runs. And, of course, I understand that's kind of unfair to ask them, hey, keep it to 1 or 2 every game. But that's kind of what's necessary for this offense because I don't know that this offense is going to blow up Shuey in a way to give you that run support. I think it's going to need to be one of these pitchers. And I was going to say Arrighetti, who you should see, because like you were talking about, these other pitchers, Garcia, Javier, even hopefully France in the future, if those guys come back, they have not pitched this season. They have not pitched for a while. At least Arrighetti had pitched this season.
True.
And I was like, and he's been good. Not that much. Like, he only has 2 outings, but even that is more to lean on. Plus, you kind of had the freak accident. Whereas I feel like maybe it'll be easier for him to get back into the zone of being a better pitcher, one that you can depend on to go out there and be well. Like, that's what I would lean upon. But I think it highlights, again, they are really depending on reinforcements in a way, and it's a real cross the fingers type of situation for the Astros.
Yeah, I think you've convinced me of if I had to settle on one pitcher in particular, I think Arrighetti, because like you said, he has the shorter layoff of these other guys. And we saw what he did down the stretch last year. So, but yeah, because I'm looking ahead towards October. Now, I know that lead's shrinking in the division, and maybe Astro fans are worried about some teams behind them in the West. But
thankfully, the Mariners and the Rangers split that series, or not split it, but at least they didn't. Nobody swept on one side or the other.
Yeah, they beat up on each other and bought you a little bit of a buffer with that sweep over the weekend. So, but yeah, I mean, Correa will be big in the postseason for his clutchness. But like you said, I mean, who's starting Game 3 right now? Who's starting Game 4 has not been good on regular rest in his career. They always give him extra rest, and so you're not going to be able to get him for 3 games in a 7-game series. So you're going to need probably 4 starters in a playoff series. I think they only have 2 right now. You can figure some things out that lineup, but you need more pitching. And I'm still of the school of thought that even in modern baseball, pitching is still what pitching and defense still wins in October. And so that's why I resort to pitching.
All right, so if you did not go there, it's got to be Carlos Correa, right? It has to be him when you talk about, obviously, leadership, but then swinging the bat, which, to be fair, and I think this is where both of our, skepticism, for lack of a better term, has been for the Correa, reunion is the word that I was looking for there. He's been inconsistent, to say the least, offensively this year with the Twins. Hopefully the familiar confines of now Dyken Park, once Minute Maid Park helps him get back to that space. But, I mean, he's still going to be the closest to – he's going to be an everyday guy. I know Sanchez also being a left-handed bat will be useful. Mm-hmm. But it feels like Correa is situated to probably be a bigger deal of importance to your offense, right?
Yeah, I would say so. I mean, you could probably have an argument for that lineup of Correa, or if and when Yordan ever comes back, who will be the bigger boost in the lineup. But Correa, even with the Twins, I mean, he didn't have the best seasons with the Twins, but the one year they made the playoffs, he hit like 400 in the playoffs for the Twins. He's just a clutch guy in those big moments in the playoffs, especially for a franchise like the Twins that are so bad in the postseason. It didn't rub off on him. So I think for the leadership and for what he can provide, assuming they get to October, that's where he'll be the big addition. He's not the same guy he was when he left Houston with the trade. It seemed like everyone thought we're getting Correa back from 5 years ago. His metrics are not good this year. He hasn't been very good in Minnesota. He's been a really bad fielder. So you're not getting the same guy. I always say it's the pet cemetery, theory, if you will, where you want your pets. Wouldn't it be great if our pets could come back, and then they come back and they haunt the town? It's like, oh, this is not the same pet I remember. This is not so fun. And it's similar at Correa. Like, it'd be great if this was the 2020 Carlos Correa, but that's not what you're getting. He's not the same guy. However, with that said, come playoff time, you hope that clutchness will play a big role, assuming the Astros get there.
Yeah. You talk about, a pitcher that you probably could have had at the deadline. Sandy Alcantara is the man who is going for the Marlins tonight in Miami. Actually, I say tonight. It's 5:40 first pitch, so it's going to feel the sun's still going to be up and everything. It'll be Jason Alexander going for the Astros before they figure out who's going tomorrow. And it seems like the possible starter on Wednesday is Hunter Brown, so that would, in theory, slay Arrighetti into Tuesday. But again, we'll see what is officially situated for the Astros. Hopefully they can get back to winning ways, because losing 8 out of the last 10 is no bueno, obviously, and it very much is bad because only a 2.5 game lead over the Mariners at this point.
Yeah, and you looked at this series with the Marlins thinking like, oh, this is going to be one of the easier series they have in this month. And now the Marlins are playing really good baseball, just swept the Yankees for, I think, the first time in like 15 years. And the Astros, meanwhile, are, 7-15, something like that, since that Dodgers series. So it looks a little tougher now, this Marlins series, than you probably would have thought 2 weeks ago.
Yeah. All right, 6. And coming up next, let's get a little takey, because I got hating-ass Luke in the building. I say that with all love, mind you. So our question of the day, what's an unpopular take that would get you booed? Because there was a lot of booing out there at MetLife Stadium this weekend for SummerSlam. We'll talk about it next.
The Astros needed. Texans training camp. Live from the Houston Methodist Training Center. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop.
All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Let's get to our question of the day. Inspired by Tyrese Halliburton going out there to New York and antagonizing the New Yorkers. What's your unpopular take that would get you booed? 713-572-4610. Because I don't. You're not a Rask guy, are you?
Of the 90s.
Of the 90s.
Yeah,
okay.
I grew up on it.
As much as any red-blooded American male is a wrestling guy.
Yeah.
Right? Like, yeah, I watched it, and I did a couple of choke slams in my day when I was 12 years old, and then maybe not so much. Shout out to the people who still do it because they are rabid, and they were out there for, what was it, a 2-day event now?
Yeah, that's what it's becoming, all these.
Yeah, it seems like all these pay-per-view events are 2-day, just weekend events now.
That's right.
It was one night back in my day.
I know it.
A good, you might get a good 3-hour event.
At least now, though, like I do have WWE Network just for the nostalgia. At least now, like back then, that was a big deal. We try to convince our parents, can we get the pay-per-view? And it'd be like $60. At least now, you can watch these for free if you do subscribe to like the WWE Network or Peacock. So I will grant you that
they really got us, don't they? Because you said you can watch for free if you.
You're paying it anyways. It comes with The Office and everything else you get to watch. It's thrown in there.
Yeah, if you got Peacock. I think you can watch it for free, right?
Yeah,
if you got
right.
Peacock,
and Peacock, they just up their prices by like 40%,
right.
So that's a whole nother thing.
How about that free, baby?
Yeah.
How about that free? Anyways, send those in. What
I'm
are
a
your
sucker?
But yeah, Tyrese Halliburton was out at MetLife Stadium where they were having SummerSlam. WWE was, and if you'll remember, he was really antagonizing the New York Knicks fans in the Eastern Conference playoffs this past playoff season, and I guess they don't like him, which I get it. So they showed him up on the video board at MetLife Stadium. Obviously, there's going to be a lot of New Yorkers there. This is what they had to give to Tyrese Halliburton.
The two-time All-Star Tyrese Halliburton just underwent successful surgery for a torn Achilles tendon. Said he would not miss the opportunity to be here in the front row tonight.
Good boo. Good boos. And I got me thinking, like, what would get you booed like that? What's your take that'd get you booed like that? I do wonder if the one that I was talking about with you, the one that I talked with Lopez about last week, would get me booed in the idea that low-level football is the worst sport to watch at that level. Because I'll take lower-level basketball, lower-level baseball. Then once you don't have a quarterback of the top 25 status, once you're talking about like, with all due respect, UFL, I mean, they abandoned Houston anyways, right? So there's no longer going to be a Houston Roughnecks next year in the UFL, so they abandoned Houston anyways. I think I can talk crazy about them ball. I think that one would get me booed. I think people especially love football in any iteration to a point where they will watch any version of football, whether or not it's actually good.
Yeah, probably, because I'm not with you on that. I would rather watch preseason. I don't watch spring football, but I will watch preseason football over like the summer league. And having watched or worked in minor league sports before, even refereeing over the years, like, I don't know, low-level basketball, even some low-level baseball when a guy can't throw it over the plate, I think there's a lot worse watches than maybe preseason football. But that could get you booed, especially maybe in this state. For me, I don't know. This is a great question. I was thinking about it. I mean, you could probably go back through the podcasts of when I've been on the air in recent months and find plenty of examples of unpopular opinions. I would tell you, you said a turn of phrase earlier before we came on the air, and it sort of reminded me. I've had this argument with friends for years. We've done polls at weddings. Everyone seems to disagree with me. I know what the expression is, which is play it by ear. I intentionally say it wrong because it makes more sense if it was play it by year. I don't know if it's going to get me booed because it's a grammar thing. I don't know if people care enough to boo on an expression, but I've had drag down arguments for years on this. It should be play it by year, and that's how I say it because it makes more sense.
Y-E-A-R?
Y-E-A-R, yeah.
Yeah, why did that make more sense?
Because you're giving it, when people use that phrase, they're talking typically more about time. They're not waiting to hear something. We're going to let's see things play out. Let's give it a few days.
What do you think you're playing here? Huh? In the expression, in this metaphor of sorts, what do you think that you are playing?
I don't know, but you're giving it time before you make a decision. It's like, hey, you want to go to the movies this weekend? We'll play it by year. because you're giving it more time to see. I got to wait to see how I feel this weekend instead of ear. You're not waiting to hear anything. You're not going to sight read any music here. What is play it by ear? You're not sight reading any music to decide if you want to go to the movies this weekend or not.
I love this so much, man.
I love it so much.
Play it by ear. You're welcome. Start using it.
Play it by year. This is the funny thing is, I think if you say that, people might not even notice that you're saying year.
No, they don't.
But in your mind, you're like, I'm right now.
Absolutely. And by the way, the stupid iPhone autocorrect, every time I try to type play it by year, they always autocorrect to ear. And I keep going back and forth. Ear. Drives me nuts. Change that.
This is so delightfully dumb. I love it. Somebody said, Jacob on the YouTube said, there's used to be that the Astrodome sucks and needs to be torn down, but now you wouldn't get booed by it. Yeah, no, I think a lot of people have come around to that thought process there. Fig, do you have one that you would get booed behind?
Yeah, and I said this a couple times during the, I guess, the duration of this show, just as long as I've been on the air. Mexican food is towards the bottom of my list whenever I'm thinking about going somewhere to get something to eat. Yeah.
Big boos.
Yeah. Boo me all y'all want. Boo me all y'all. No, I'm just playing. But, yeah, I got a lot more foods I go to before I get the Mexican food. It's not bad, but I would go to Japanese food, Korean barbecue, Japanese barbecue, American food, Italian. I got this whole list before I get the Mexican food. Whew. So that's a tough one for me.
Yeah, it's
man.
Unbelievable.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're definitely getting booed behind that one. From the 281, unpopular opinion, Texas high school football is a more watchable product than 80% of college football. That's a lot of college football. That's a high percentage.
That's big ups to Texas football or Texas sports and all that stuff. But man, I don't know if I watched that over college.
No, maybe like Division III. Are we talking all college football? Like
they said 80% of college football, which I mean, look.
No, I can't do that.
Even if you're getting Division III in there, you're clipping off a decent amount of. Which I am interested in this. How many people would boo that? Because it does feel like, especially as the sport of college football has become more national and less regional, people are probably only consuming more than anything just the upper echelons, just like kind of the SEC game of the day, and then whoever the top 25 is. If it doesn't have a number next to the name, there's a low likelihood, I think, of people watching it comparatively. I do think that maybe we are seeing people watch a lot less of that 80% of college football.
Yeah, I think so. But I would also compare it, like obviously the football is great here, but it's always like the conversation people have of, can this college team beat this NFL team? And it's like, well, the NFL team's made up of all pros, where the college team has some. And I think it's similar, where as good as the football is here, if you're talking about Division I football, those are all guys that can play better viewing product. But I think just the talent, as we were talking earlier about the importance of having good talent to make football enjoyable, the talent, obviously, it would be superior at the college level. So I don't know what I would put that percentage at, but it certainly wouldn't be 80%.
Some other opinions coming in that they would get booed. From Marcus on the YouTube, get booed because I think Tim Duncan should be ranked higher than Kobe. I 1,000% agree with that, actually. And I will not be taking any questions at this point because Kobe fans, they're different. I'll just say that. In fact, I will go further. If I really think about it, I don't believe that there was a point in time where Kobe was the single best player in the league. Yeah, bring that in. Yeah. That's not to say I don't think he's one of the greatest players of all time. If you think about it, things just kind of hit at the wrong times for him to be the single best player in the league. However, and people aren't trying to hear that.
Yeah, of course. People ain't trying to hear that. They're trying to put him top 3.
I know. I think.
No.
I know. It's almost like a lot of times where people pass away and then like their music, they sell more music afterwards. And we just romanticize people after their passing. And I think the Kobe talk nowadays has really gone. The pendulum has maybe swung too far in a certain direction. He was a great player, of course, but some people have some crazy conversations about him.
Yeah, keep those coming in. The various things, opinions that would get you booed. Because shout out to Tyrese Halliburton. Definitely took his fair share of boos, but he enjoyed it. Like, he actually got on social media afterwards, took the video, tweeted and said the orange and blue heart emojis. He's like, leaning into his villain era.
Yeah, which he should do. It's perfect for wrestling, and it's even good for the NBA and good for him. I like it. Used to be Trae Young there in New York. Now Tyrese Halliburton's public enemy number 1. You know, at our steak night, we were doing like most overrated, underrated, whatever it was. Figgy, you said Bruce Springsteen is overrated for musicians.
Yeah.
That might get you booed.
Yeah.
At least among sports writers.
100%. Yeah.
Or anybody from New Jersey. But I think Forrest Gump is a very overrated movie. Everyone seems to love that movie. Maybe that'd get me booed, but Forrest Gump to me is one of the more overrated films.
Ooh, okay. Now we start talking about pop culture, you get into some real good overrated or underrated type things that would really get you into trouble. Like our guy B. Scott, who again, I will remind you, he thinks that John Wick was a waste of his time. I am still amazed by that take.
That's the part I don't like. I don't like the waste of my time thing. It'd be one thing if you said, it was all right. It wasn't that big of a deal. I don't need to see 2 or 3 or 4. But a waste of your time.
He thought it was a waste of his time. Somebody said 346 will get booed because they think Jeter was overrated. Oh, I'm with you.
Me too.
I'm with you there.
Yeah.
Like, I never gave him. All right, real quick. I'm going to say this, and I'm going to run and hide as soon as we say it. I think he should have given up shortstop when A-Rod came through.
Wow.
Right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 6.
Good thing we ain't in New York.
Appreciate you rocking with us. Coming up next, let's go around the NFL, including are Browns fans sick for this thing that they're doing? We'll do it next.
coffee tastes good at participating locations.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. It's Texans training camp. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studio. Sports Radio 610 presents
Sports Radio 610. Yet another day inside, as a part of Texans training camp. And reminder, we will talk to Sean Pendergast, courtesy of Fly by Yingling, live from West Virginia at 12:40. Before we get there, let's go around the NFL. And we begin with some notes from what we're seeing out of West Virginia. Another day of practice. And I don't know, are we going to look at this as, I don't know if we're looking at this as a winning day for the offense. I can't imagine that that's what I see from the reports out there. They finished out practice. I guess I'll work backwards with some drills that ultimately ended up with the first team being stopped, the second team throwing a pick, and the third team throwing a pick six, which I thought was kind of hilarious in that I guess, it's hierarchy there.
Yeah. It's a credit to the coaching staff and front office for knowing the depth chart well. They got the teams right, at least. They got the right people on the first team, right people on the second team, right people on the third team. We're not mixing that up, at least.
EJ Speed with the pick, though. That is good within that linebacker space. I didn't get a chance to see it. We'll talk to Sean to get more insight on that portion of it. But it's good to see. I don't know what your level of concern is with the offensive line, just generally. But I think, or not offensive line, goodness gracious, wrong words entirely, with the linebacking core. But that it seems to be, if you were to find a weak spot in this defense, that would be it. Good to see some kind of coverage situations happening with that linebacker.
Yeah, for sure. That is, of course, the concern on defense for even defensive tackle. But what I've said all along is that I think this defense is talented enough elsewhere that it'll cover up any sort of holes they might have at a linebacker position or in the interior defensive line. It's almost like a zone defense in basketball where you can hide somebody because they're not as good of a defender. I think the talent on the outside of this defense will be good enough to make up for the rest of that. But with that said, yeah, to see plays being made in coverage specifically, but playmaking ability from the linebacking core is another huge bonus. And if you get that, this defense is going to be even that much better. But it is the concern of the defense, but for me, I don't have a lot of big concerns with this defense in general because I just think it's incredibly talented.
Yeah, and they're doing what they're supposed to be doing. Sounds like a big day for the defense. And one thing, though, I will note, Dameon Pierce working off to the side. I think it was Jonathan Alexander who made the note that seemed to look good, cuts look good, looked fast. So those are good things. Hopefully that would mean that sometime relatively soon we'll see Dameon Pierce integrated with the team, and he needs this camp. He does.
I've always been a Dameon Pierce guy. I kept trying to find ways to defend him last year. I'm glad he's still on this roster. I think there's still a role for him, and he can provide some value to an NFL team. So I'm glad he's still on the roster. But yeah, like you said, he's got to get out there now. I mean, this is the opportunity, especially with Mixon out. You bring in a rookie in Woody Marks. You bring in Nick Chubb, who's new to the team and coming off those injuries. I mean, this is your chance, maybe your last chance if you're Dameon Pierce. You got to get yourself on the field and show something, and I think he can. I think he can fit this system and this offense well and still provide something of value for the Texans.
All right. We'll get more into your Texans as we continue throughout the day. We'll hear from D'Amico Ryans and Nooner Gas 40. But continuing around the NFL, training camp happening all over when it comes to the NFL. And thankfully, there has not been too many injuries of note. And there's been the one with Keontae Hamilton with the Texans, and thankfully it's been limited to that. Unfortunately, a former Texan had a serious injury with the Raiders. Safety Lonnie Johnson Jr. Seemingly suffered a very serious injury. I believe that it was a broken fibula during the Saturday practice at Allegiant Stadium. He had to be carted off the field, and this is truly carted off the field, not in the same way as we were doing with Justin Fields a week ago, but he ended up colliding with Max Crosby trying to tackle Raheem Mostert. Just a reminder, man, again, injuries happen in this sport in general, just in the nature of playing it. So again, prayers up, and I guess a lot of fortune, or a lot of kind of good fortune, or good, thanks I would have put out there. That the Texans have not suffered too much of those.
That kind of sucked for him too, man.
Very much
because
so.
He's probably trying to make the team. It's not like he got a guaranteed spot. Kind of been bouncing around a little bit. So That sucks for him, man.
1 year, $1.6 million is the deal that he's on, and it's his 5th team. Like, this is, you're right. He
been bouncing around trying to stay on a squad, and this obviously ain't gonna help.
100%. So that sucks for him. Obviously, hope for a speedy recovery. But yeah, that's not good for Lonnie Johnson Jr., who I imagine was really scrapping to make other things around the NFL. People getting paid. There's a lot of people getting paid. I try not to get into every single person who gets paid, but this one was these two. There was a pair of players that got paid this weekend that I thought was interesting for one of the big stories that we've been keeping track of. So I'll start with mentioning that the Dolphins defensive tackle Zach Seiler, who I recall playing pretty well against the Texans when they played against each other in, what was that, week 15 after the bye week. He ended up getting a extension. I think it was a 3-year, $67.75 million extension. I believe that ends up being in the space of like 22.5 a year for him. So, he gets into that space where not amongst the elites on defensive line, but he slides in that second level, I think, thereabouts. And then also joining him, Broncos pass rusher Zach Allen agreed to a 4-year deal worth $102 million. Again, in a similar space, 25.5 average annual value to slide into that, again, in that range of those secondary guys. He, mind you, I think he has the last couple of seasons I think he had 8.5, or was it 10 in the last couple of years for him, sacks, that is. So you're seeing some of those guys in that space. Of course, I don't think that says anything about the Texans, thankfully, but I immediately, I don't know if you went to this place, thought of Trey Hendrickson, who currently makes less on average annual value than these two gentlemen now do. And I'm like, this has got to steal his resolve to hold in as he is now with the Cincinnati Bengals.
Yeah, that's got to irk him, because he is more fair paydays, like you said. They're not that top tier. They're in maybe that next tier, and at least, and so that makes it a fair payday for them. I think the concern with Trey Hendrickson is that he is a little bit older now, in his 30s. These guys are still in their 20s, so that's the one thing working against him. But he is, I think, the superior pass rusher of these two. So you try to use that as your ammo now of like, hey, look how much these guys, I need to be getting more. If these guys are now getting paid more than me, these guys who the typical NFL fan probably couldn't even name or pick out of a lineup. So I would be irked if I was Trey. He's better. He's a better pass rusher. He should be making more than them, but he is also a little bit older, and that might be a concern.
I'm glad you mentioned Trey Hendrickson being a little older, because we can get to the philosophical standpoint of this, which is, would you be in a position, or if you were in a position like Mike Brown, which I wouldn't want to put you in, because I hope you would be significantly less cheap than he is, would you be in that space where you question paying the 30-year-old? Like, obviously, at some point you have to consider age and what you are going to be able to continue to squeeze out of a player. Before Trey Hendrickson, who has played at that level, where would you fall on that? Maybe not specifically him, but just the idea of the pass rusher reaching around that age. Because, again, TJ Watt was also in a somewhat similar space when you were looking at paying him. Obviously, the Steelers, they got to that place. I think it's necessary in where they are as a team and what they're trying to accomplish. But just in a vacuum, how do you feel about paying the 30 or almost 30 pass rusher, the highest echelon of money?
I would be concerned. He's been so good the last 2 years. For him, you'd be willing to take the risk and hope that there's not that steep drop-off as he's set to turn 31 this year. But certainly that's a concern in general. Like Jared Allen just went into the Hall of Fame this weekend, and he was one of my favorite. When he was in the league, he was one of my favorite players in the league at the time. I love Jared Allen. But if you go back and look, same thing. At that age, that's when he dropped off at 31 and then was out of the league 2 years later, and he was a Hall of Famer. So there is that concern of once these guys get into their 30s, they're not the same player. How long do you want to invest? He's so good. That defense is so bad. But at the same time, it reminds me of, I wish I could remember the baseball manager or GM who always used to say, going back years ago, of like, we lost 100 games with you. We can lose 100 games without you. And so my point being, that defense is already so bad, even with his 18 sacks, that it's like, do we need to pay a 30-year-old pass rusher all this money where even without him, our defense is probably going to be just as bad?
That's kind of, I feel like that's how the Texans start with Laramie Tunsil. Like, you had an expensive left tackle, and the offensive line was still bad. So why not get rid of this expensive left tackle and try to make it work with some cheaper deals?
Now, that's a great comparison. The only thing that I will highlight is where my brain was going, which is, why are we assuming it can't get worse? You know what I mean? Like that defense for the Bengals, oh, man, it was bad. You think it might not be worse if you don't apply the level of pressure that Trey Henderson was able to apply?
Probably will be.
It will be worse, but you just got to out-offense everybody at this point.
Yeah, lean into that philosophy.
Just load up on the offense.
Yeah.
Joe Burrow's got to get hazard pay at that point.
50 to 48 all season long.
Yeah, they set records last year for points scored in losses. Just brutal for Burrow on that offense.
Yep, and it seems like Trey Henderson has renewed desire to hold in until he gets his money. So we'll see how that continues to play out, and obviously we'll continue to watch that space. Something I have been deeply interested in, to the point where I'm not even sure how much everybody else is interested in it, to be completely honest. But it's the NFLPA and their their executive director and their executive council, and the ways in which their presidents and all of this has been handled. Pablo Torre and Mike Florio have continued to be on the space. And today, or actually this weekend, we learned of them appointing their new director, I believe in an interim status, actually, if I remember correctly. But they have a new director when it comes to what they're doing there for the NFLPA. And, of course, his name escapes me as soon as I get there. But it's David White, and that's why, because it's kind of generic. David White, he's been elected as an interim executive director. It's worth noting that he was one of the two finalists to be executive director when they ultimately hired Lloyd Howell, who jumped in, and he had the strip club incident when it comes to expensing all of that. But when it comes to figuring out the ways in which the larger story that I know Pablo Torre has done a lot of reporting on, that kind of seems to point towards J.C. Tretter trying to establish a level of cronyism and his guys in there to be able to figure out who's the director. That is kind of Tretter put in a NFLPA president that he could kind of massage. And ultimately, actually, the latest reporting that they put out there seemingly indicates that all of this was possibly, if you follow the money, to be able to work with. I don't know if you heard about the scandal with one team partners, which is what the NFLPA and the MLBPA and some other players associations use to kind of as a company to negotiate their name, image, and likeness rights with the likes of Madden and these types of things. That they kind of had put together an executive payout situation that would have taken some of the benefits, some of the monetary benefits that would have come from the player's name, images, and likeness, and found a way to filter it back in to the executives rather than into the association and towards the players that ultimately should be getting paid from this. Like the large kind of scale of all of the funniness around this executive director, it does feel like once you ultimately get to the money is some malfeasance to get these dudes paid from where the players, the actual, people in the union should be getting money.
Right. Do you think, because I haven't been following this certainly as closely as it seems you have, do you think this leads to any big changes down the road for that union? Like, we're gearing up for an expected lockout in the WNBA, and they're trying to strengthen things there. Major League Baseball is supposed to have a lockout in 2027, and they have a really strong union. The NFL has not had the same issues in the past because the union has never had the same power as specifically baseball. Do you think all of this, what will come of this? Do you think it helps strengthen the players' union? Will there be any sort of big change, or we just move forward status quo?
When it comes to David White, at the very least, I imagine he might be a little bit better than Lloyd Howell Jr., because he at least has been a union head for SAG-AFTRA when it comes to actual actors and everything. Although he did seem to play ball with the union that operates for producers, which would be playing on the other side of the line, which is a little disconcerting. However, he seems to understand unions. The problem is, with all of this, it's the way that they've been operated, the way that various people were voted into positions, and the way in which the union membership has been kept in the dark on various things, which I imagine the NFL just continues to look at the PA and says, the way that y'all operate makes it very clear that you're not going to consolidate power in order to actually battle the NFL. So no, I don't think that you're going to end up in a better place for the Players Association in the NFL with all of the reporting that continues to come out about the way that they've been operating. So more power to them. We'll see if at least getting someone who understands unions might help them a little bit. And finally, before we go, NFL Top 100. I've been giving you updates on this. You were excited about this.
Can't wait.
As voted on by the players, we got a few to catch up on. Terry McLaurin, number 52, as he continues to seeks to be traded right now from his team. Kyle Hamilton comes in at 51, the safety for the Ravens. And now we've dipped into the 40s now. Number 50 is Baker Mayfield. Still no C.J. Stroud. Quinyon Mitchell, who is the cornerback for the Eagles, comes in at 49 as well. Thoughts?
I can't wait to find out in 24 days. Where do they rank Terry for the top receivers in the league? Tune in 4 weeks from now to find out. I can't wait.
It really is incredible that this has continued to unfold.
I'm just curious to see, how mad are we going to be if Baker Mayfield is ranked ahead of C.J. Stroud? Like, are we throwing a fit?
It would have to be a lot, right? Because at this point, Baker Mayfield is 50. In order for C.J. to be below Baker Mayfield, he'd have to not crack the top 100.
Yeah, that would be a big conversation.
Yeah, I'd be sick. So we'll keep you abreast of what's happening there. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, I do kind of want to go back to baseball real quick. Sorry, I've been enamored with the trade deadline for the Astros. More nuggets came out, mind you, around the trade deadline. Which of these nuggets, when it comes to the Astros, is the most important in understanding what this team is going through, or maybe that you would want to see? 713-572-4610. I'll give you the nuggets as per Bob Nightingale next.
New offensive coordinator. Sports Radio 610. It's Texans training camp. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studio, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop.
Yeah, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Luke Morrow in for the OG John Lopez. I'm Reginald Adatula. Figgy Fig always here with you as well. Guys are out at actually a day down out there at the Greenbriar in West Virginia of practice. Again, another dominant defensive day from all indications. We'll talk to Sean Pendergast at 12:40 and get more insight into what happened out there today. We'll hear from D'Amico at noon as well. All the things on what's happening out there as we continue to go today. But I did want to talk a little bit more about the Astros. The trade deadline came and went. They acquired 3 bats, no pitchers. And this weekend, we got to see some of those bats. Unfortunately, didn't lead to victories, but we can talk more about that later. Right now, though, whenever you get the trade deadline, you get more information about what could have been as well. And I thought that it was very interesting from Bob Nightingale of USA Today. I really butchered that man's name saying that. Bob Nightingale of USA Today. And there was a few nuggets. I think there was 5 nuggets that came through when it came to the Astros. And I catch your attention the most. Which one of these maybe you're the most interested in? Should they have happened, or if they could still happen? And so nugget number 1, that Christian Walker was asked for in the deal to the Twins in one of the versions to acquire Carlos Correa, that ultimately the Astros said no to. All right. Nugget number 2, that the Astros had a chance to reacquire Justin Verlander from the Giants, but the Astros declined. Number 3, the Astros are considering bringing back Ryan Presley, who was DFA'd by the Cubs. Nugget number 4, the Astros rejected the Padres' request of Spencer Arrighetti and 3 prospects for Dylan Cease. We knew a little bit about that one. And finally, that Nolan Arenado was a backup plan in case a Carlos Correa deal was not able to get over the line. Is there one of those that really strikes you, that hits you the strongest when it comes to deadline nuggets for your Houston Astros?
They're all interesting. By the way, the Astros are like a suburban housewife. Like, nobody loves a reunion more than them. But
is that the 4th reference?
Yeah,
that Lopez has made, or not Lopez? That
today's Lopez.
Yeah, today's Lopez. Luke Morrow has made.
Yeah, that's right. We still got ways to go.
Okay, all right. He's ruminating on references that dropped in here.
Yeah, I would say Christian Walker though, because I was surprised to hear his inclusion, because to me that says the Astros would be willing to move on from him already. And by the way, he's finally starting to hit this past month. The numbers have been good, but half a season into the 3-year deal, move on. Like, if you had somebody that you feel confident in plugging in there, then by all means do it. Like, trade him away, because he's not as valuable of an asset anymore. He's expendable, but they don't really have that. So it seems like they were just willing to almost hand him over to get Correa. So that was the most interesting one to me, because I liked that signing originally. I didn't want to give up on him too early this year, and I'm surprised to see that the Astros at least were having conversations of already moving on from him. But at the same time,
I don't know how deep those conversations went.
Fair.
And I don't know if I was clear in that. It seems like the Twins maybe asked for him to be included, and they said no. So again, that goes the other way, where I know that there's people who have been frustrated. Hell, I've been frustrated with Christian Walker and his bat to this point. But it seems like the Astros are still in on the Christian Walker experience, whether it's just because the defense has been substantial and capable at first base, or whether they still have a level of belief that bat will come around, and we're not seeing a level of decline that maybe would be indicated by his last couple of years in Arizona, and then obviously once you tack on this season in Houston.
Okay, well then in that case, if that's how it went down, that the Twins asked for him, which I'm also surprised the Twins would even do that, because they were trying to shed so much payroll. I'm surprised they were willing to take on anybody's contract. Then that's a different story. Then I'm happy to see the Astros are still, they still feel strong in their first baseman. Although, and this is a conversation for another day, but there is a hole you're going to have to open up on next year's roster based off of the current pieces. So
correct.
That might open that hole if you did move on, but that's a whole other story. So with that said, if that's how it went, I guess I would change my answer to going back to what I said a moment ago. Just like Correa, there's at least thoughts of bringing back Verlander for a third stint, bringing back Ryan Presley. Like they love to bring some of these guys back here the last couple of years, and so If those occur, if those guys, especially Presley, comes in, I think that could be interesting. Maybe that would be number one on my list.
Yeah, Presley is the one that I think has gotten people's attention. Obviously, he's not too far removed from being a good reliever for you. However, he got to Chicago and he had some real issues being able to be as effective as you wanted to. However, I do wonder, in a lower leverage situation, could he be a guy that works in helping support your bullpen, especially seeing as you didn't add any pitchers, you didn't add any relievers clearly, but you also didn't add any starters so that when you got guys coming back from injury, they could slide into the pen. That might be a way to add a low-cost reliever that is familiar with the system, familiar with the pitching staff, and who, I'm looking at his game logs, his last, 4 out of his last 5 outings, he did give up earned runs. However, before that, he had a good stretch of 8 games with the Cubs where he did not give up an earned run in his outing. So I do wonder if maybe, you still have the capability of Ryan Presley in there, and you can have him return, oddly enough, in a lesser role than you previously had before you traded him, and be some level of effective in addition to some of the other guys that you have with this pen right now.
Yeah, they brought back Hector Neris last year from the Cubs. They brought him back again this year. I think Presley's probably better than him at this point, so you could have him come in and kind of fill that spot that's been held by Neris. There's been some concern for me of that bullpen. Some of your better arms wearing press provides a little more depth there that hopefully you can save some of those arms through these dog days of summer and as you head towards a potential playoff run. But, when I worked in baseball, they always said for starters, you look at their ERA. You don't look at win-loss. We all know that. The win-loss record for starting pitchers isn't as valuable. But for relievers, you look at their win-loss record more than ERA because for relievers, one bad inning could blow up their whole earned run average for the year. And that's kind of the case with Ryan Presley, where he allowed 40% of his earned runs in one outing this year when they left him out there to take one for the team, and he gave up 9 runs against whoever it was earlier in the season.
So, I remember that game.
Yeah, poor guy. So if you take away that outing, that one appearance, his numbers do look a lot better on paper this year. I know he's not the same guy he was 2 to 3 years ago, but he's not as bad as the numbers might suggest in Chicago. And then to your point, you bring him back here. Maybe he's even pitching in lower leverage situations with the Astros than he was with the Cubs.
I don't even know
that could help too.
I think that 100%.
I think he should.
You like Hader as your closer. I think that they're very confident in Abreu holding down that 8th inning spot. And so, highest leverage that you put him in is being a 7th inning guy, or maybe having to pick up some, higher leverage situations in maybe in instances where Hader or, Abreu has gotten work on days prior. But I think that could work out well. I think the big thing, though, is how would he feel about it? Because I think that's what started to fray the relationship the first time.
Yeah.
When you brought in Hader to take a role that was more substantial from him. It seemed a relationship, it definitely did. Dana Brown talking about it at when they were getting ready to trade him earlier in the season, the idea that, they hadn't had conversations since that point. That clearly dealt with it. And Ryan Presley is a human being. I expect him to have some emotions in that. I do wonder, is he capable of getting over that to return to the Houston Astros? Because it did seem like they had some thoughts. Remember, he had the no trade clause. They had some real conversations, him and his family, on whether or not they wanted to move away from Houston. So he has some affinity here. Just be interested on whether he'd want to come back, because it feels like it. Maybe I'm speaking out of turn. Feels like a no-brainer in some ways to just kind of add him and see what he can get, knowing what the high end is possible.
Yeah, for sure. And I think his mom was tweeting about bringing him back to Houston last week, I believe. We'll have to check that Twitter account. But yeah, it's funny with the timing because, Joe Madden was just on our TV here in the studio talking about that transition of having a closer as from a manager perspective. How do you handle moving a closer to maybe a setup man or a reliever, and things didn't go the smoothest for Ryan. But I would just say, if you look around, it comes down to options. But what other options might he have, or what other options might he have that are better than the Astros, where you've pitched, obviously, for a long time? You are from Texas. Like I said, I think his mom was tweeting about bringing him back to Houston. You're going to join a first-place team, so you have to kind of accept, and I know it's hard for these guys, but this is just kind of your role now. You're not that closer anymore. You weren't the closer with the Cubs either, and they got rid of you. So at this point in your career, this is just kind of who you are. And if you want to still pitch for competitive teams, it's going to have to be in the 6th or 7th inning.
All right. Real quick before we go. though, as like fallback, if not Correa, especially for someone like you, Luke, who I know was not like super jazzed at the idea of Correa. Not to say that you were not excited to see him return to the Astros, but you weren't like the most over the moon, as I think there have absolutely been around the city of Houston. Would Nolan Arenado have been at all preferable to you in this space as the third baseman that the Astros acquired at the deadline?
No, I'd rather have Correa. I mean, I guess if the option was like nobody else, or maybe Ramon, I don't know. I'd probably rather have Urias as well.
Really, as the depth guy compared to Nolan Arenado, who I think you feel better playing every day.
Arenado's a good defensive player. His numbers are not good this year. No. He's not the same. He's kind of over the hill at this point. Also, didn't he at least say publicly, I don't know how it played out, but didn't he say he turned down a trade in the offseason or the potential to come to Houston? Like, I didn't think he wanted to be here to begin with. So it's the old Frank Costanza in Seinfeld. Like, if you don't want me, I don't want you. Don't come here then. We don't want you. So I was surprised by that. I didn't think there'd be continued interest from the Astros based off of what happened in the offseason and how he plays, or how he has played this year. So it was somewhat interesting to see that. I would rather have Correa, though, at third, and I'm not a big Nolan Arenado guy at this point.
Fair enough. All right, so that's what's happened with the Astros. You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610, 5:40 first pitch tonight. And you'll see Jason Alexander take the mound versus Sandy Alcantara.
Speaking of Seinfeld.
Yep. Not that Jason Alexander. We're not getting the Summer of George as much as we've tried to. By the way, it would be nice to find a Summer of Jason Alexander right now. Because have they so is the way I'd put that. Best case scenario. So hopefully we get a better. So maybe we can make the Summer of George jokes then. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah,
I would very much enjoy that, as opposed to yelling Serenity now on my television.
That's
All
right.
You're in the loop right here. I can throw references myself.
I love it.
Do it. Oh, wow. I did not know that was something that we could do. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's get into what's popping, including a date that I think that you should put on your calendar if you are indeed a true Texan. We'll do that next.
Where did the Texans...
Market has spoken. Call D&M Leasing before you buy.
The biggest stories in sports and entertainment. Sports Radio 610 style. In the Loop presents What's Poppin'.
All right, let's get into What's Poppin' here. August 4th, 2025, in Loop on Sports Radio 610. That's Luke Morrow, who's sitting in for John Lopez on the day. I'm Reginald Natula, Figgy Fig, hanging out with you. And yet another day of work for the Houston Texans today in West Virginia. They open up their little stint at the Greenbriar. I think they'll be there till Thursday, if memory serves. Mm-hmm. And all week long, of course, there, Sean, courtesy of Flight by Yingling. In fact, we'll talk to him at 12:40 to get a little bit of a better idea of what happened at practice. But from what we could surmise from various reports, another strong defensive day, including a 2-minute drill that saw the first team get stuffed, the second team get intercepted, and the third team have a pick six. So the defense continuing to make waves. Some of the people that have been really shining in those spaces, I think it is worth noting that guys that have been running a little bit more with the first team of late, including, I think, Saturday's practice that I was at. I say I think like I wasn't there. Xavier Hutchinson. And I think we'll talk about the wide receiver group a decent amount, but Xavier Hutchinson has been kind of getting some burn with ones at times. It's kind of moved around. I do wonder how they view him, especially because I'm still trying to figure out exactly the type of impact that Jaden Higgins will have, who we've kind of slotted as that wide receiver opposite Nico Collins, obviously, with Christian Kirk in the slot as that veteran guy. But I do wonder if maybe as an offense, they're looking at, Hutchinson having some role opposite Nico Collins as well, or if that's just, they like what he's doing. They want to continue to see him in various different spaces. But they have that on the offense, and then on the defense, very much so, Jalen Smith, the third-round cornerback out of USC. He has had a hell of a camp, and he's gotten some burn with the first-team guys, including on Saturday as well.
Yeah, I've heard a lot about him. I've heard a lot of that name. I hope it translates. Look, he's a third-round pick, so it's different, but a lot of times you get these guys that do jump up in camp, and they're these training camps late over towards the regular season or once you get into actual games and such. Anyone that played sports, some guys that are better in practice than in games and vice versa. So certainly hopes that translate, because everything, he's been the talk of the town, if you will, in this training camp from the people that have been out there that I've been reading or hearing from, of just how good he has looked. Getting back to the wide receiver position, that's one of the more interesting ones of just how that's going to shake out in terms of the roster configuration, these position battles. I'm really curious to see what 6 or 7 guys make the roster. I obviously focus more towards the skill groups because they're just more noteworthy. Mm-hmm. So that's one. It might be number one for me because I think the offensive line's a little more figured out, at least in terms of the pieces, just trying to figure out where exactly they go. But yeah, that wide receiver room is really interesting to see who are those guys that are going to be the back half of the wide receiver room, and if Hutch is going to be one of them. Yeah, for sure. So that continues to be something that we watch. We'll talk more about that as we go, and I think it might be worth asking Sean what he saw on the day from those. One of the things that I imagine he saw on the day, because it seems like everybody out there at the Greenbriar saw it, Cam Robinson goes down at one point and actually forces the Texans offensively to make a little bit of move on the offensive line that I think gives us a little bit of an idea of what they are thinking when it comes to how this depth chart is, coming together on the offensive line. We know that Nick Caserio told us last week that, this week I think that, you'll start to see the offensive line come together. It feels like it. We know what the starting offensive line has typically been. I think today you had Cam Robinson from left to right, Robinson, Tomlinson, and Laken Tomlinson at left guard, and then center, I believe, was Andrews to Patterson. Seemed to flip a decent amount. And then they had Titus Howard at right guard, Ariante Ursery at right tackle, who, again, it feels like is really holding on to the top spot there at right tackle. When Robinson goes down, they shift this by flipping Ariante Ursery to left tackle, which would seem to mean that he is the second choice option at left tackle. And then at right tackle, they slide out Titus Howard from that guard spot to tackle, as opposed to putting a Blake Fisher there, and then put Juice Scruggs in as the secondary right guard, which, again, that would seem to mean that he is above Ed Ingram in that space. So that seems to be like what we're looking at offensive line-wise as we start to get some ideas as to what at least the depth chart looks like before we even talk about what they're capable of doing and trying to block this D-line. Yeah, you certainly hope Cam is okay. It's kind of a reminder. It was the first play in team drills. They were doing a little play-by-play on the radio here before we came on, and so there was like that excitement of, okay, here we go, lining up some team drills, and then very first play, Cam Robinson on a run play goes down. It's just that reminder of how quickly things can change. I'm not saying that's the case. Hopefully Cam's good. He's back out there tomorrow, fingers crossed. But just how quickly, we talked about some of the injuries in the NFL earlier, just how quickly things can change for you in a New York minute in one of these practices. So hopefully everything's good for Cam. But, yeah, the big takeaway is just if Blake Fisher still can't crack the rotation when Cam goes down and you'd rather slide Titus Howard over, I think the big takeaway is just the indictment on Blake Fisher in this scenario and what they think of him, and also how it speaks to maybe the lack of depth there at the tackle position where Titus Howard has to move back over to fill one of those voids because somebody like Blake Fisher cannot. So hopefully Cam's okay, but another.
Yeah. All right, some other things that are popping. The Astros get swept over the weekend by the Boston Red Sox. It's just a number of different issues that pop up. One is just you're not scoring enough runs, 5 total on the weekend, including a 3-run day on Saturday. Fromber's Day, what was that, yesterday?
Mm-hmm.
That early game, which I gotta admit I hate.
Yep.
At like 11:35 Central Time.
No, it's 11:35 Eastern, right?
Yeah, 11:35 Eastern.
10:30 or 5 our time.
Yeah,
which is
no,
crazy.
it was 10:30. Yeah,
crazy.
Early
on Roku.
Yes, yeah. I just put on my MLB app. I was like, I'm not doing all that.
Yeah,
I'm not downloading no Roku app. Get out of my face. Fromber had like a real blow up. Was it the 4th inning where he just kind of put a whole bunch of dudes on base? He was going pretty well to that point. Just a weird weekend, including. Is anybody else in baseball ever going to get over 2017? Because Hector Neris was on the mound on Saturday, the 7-3 loss, and there was a runner at second that seemingly might have been relaying signs or at least looking at the grips that Hector Neris had. And ultimately, Hector Neris does the thing that any baseball player would do. All right, we'll balk you over so that you're not in position. Go to third base. You're not in position to see my pitches. And then ultimately, this is what it sounds like on the broadcast. Because you get to a place where Hector Neris is upset.
So he balks on purpose. See, he wanted him to go to third that whole time because he thought he was relaying Neris's grip.
Bounding ball deep short. Correa staggered a bit. He'll skip it over there. Made a beautiful play.
Yes, I was angry first with Trevor Story.
Benches are empty. Here come the bullpens, too.
Yeah, imagine the Astros being mad about stealing signs.
Yeah, that was the Red Sox broadcast, if you couldn't tell.
Oh, word.
Y'all not going to get over this? Like, Hector Neris wasn't on that team.
I think just in general, just because it's the Astros. They were also booing Altuve all weekend. It's just par for the course.
Your manager was a part of that.
I know.
This is
one
like,
of your star players was a
This
part
is
of
like
that.
a couple that just cheats on each other all the time, and one of them complaining about cheating.
Right, and the Red Sox, weren't y'all supposed to get in trouble for using Apple Watches in the dugout in the next season in 2018? But because the MLB looked up and they were like, oh, we didn't like the way that kind of tore baseball fans apart with the Astros thing, we're just going to let this go under the radar, was the way that it seemed like they handled the Red Sox thing. Y'all got the nerve, the audacity, the temerity to do that? Really?
I don't think it's ever going to stop until like everyone's gone from the Astros that were part of that, or even like the more recent World Series too. Maybe just Altuve once he's gone.
I don't even think that's going to stop it.
No,
man.
You think 20 years from now people are still going to be making cracks?
I think they're the face of it, man. Every time you talk about cheating in baseball, people going to point to the Astros or make some type of comment. Some type of Astros comment.
Well, I will say once Belichick and Brady left, I think people have moved on from I don't think that people still talk about Deflategate and whatever the camera one was too, Spygate, with the Patriots. So I don't know. Once the pieces move on, maybe people will move on too. But in the meantime, it's open season for these types of comments.
Yeah, the reason why I say I don't know that people are getting over it soon, or once a majority of the guys who are part of it leave, is you look at it, and there's been a number of times where people have gotten mad at Astros that were not on that 2017 team. There's been a number of times, including this one with Hector Neris. And yes, I see you 713. You are right. Like, kind of trying to interpret Steins from second base is a part of the game. But also, pitchers have, from the dawn of time, gotten upset about that. Like, all of this was very normal baseball stuff, but because you had the Astros jerseys on, this becomes a whole thing. And I just need y'all to, like, at least act with the level of consistency, right? Like, if this is a baseball thing, can we just treat it as a baseball thing? And if you're gonna be mad about like sign or like the Astros and what they did in 2017, I can understand you being mad. Be mad at the people who were part of that team.
But see, I understand why Hector Neris kind of got a little attitude over it, and I have no problem with that. My issue is with the broadcasters, like, damn, they can't be upset about it. Like, anybody else could be upset about it, and it wouldn't be a big deal. But it's just the whole, the cheating scandal thing. That was the perfect way to throw a little jab in there.
Well, of course. I actually do have a problem with Neris having an issue. I have a problem with his problem.
Okay.
Yeah, because they're not doing. It's part of the game. Like, hide your signs, or for your catcher, do a better job. Don't be tipping your pitches, which that has become such a thing this year. Where there was one point Hunter Brown was saying, like, I think I was tipping my pitches. There's been so much pitch tipping this year. It seems more than ever. But if you are allowing the guy behind you to see, or the way you're moving the ball in your glove, or you're tipping your pitches, like, that's on you. Don't get upset at them for finding something to be able to figure you out a little more. It's why DeGrom this year, actually, when he went up against the Astros, used a glove that didn't have a finger slot on it so he could move the ball a little bit better in the glove without people noticing.
Oh, I didn't realize that.
Yeah, I think it's on the pitcher. If they find you out, it's on you. Sorry.
I think he's just a firecracker anyway.
Yeah,
though.
He is.
He talk a lot of smack on the field and all that. So I think that was part of it too.
It's like the guy who steps out and then the missus goes through his phone and finds out, and then he gets pissed at her for going through the phone to catch him. It's like, well, you were doing the wrong thing. You just got caught. You're mad you got caught. I think he was just mad he got caught.
Hector Neris is a narcissist, pretty much.
Yes, that's right.
You're just gonna stand on that take, huh?
Yeah, that's what years of terrible reality dating TV shows have taught me. You're right.
All right, real quick before we go, we got a top 25 preseason coaches poll in college football. You want to guess who's at the top? Do you have any guesses?
College football number one?
Yeah.
Texas.
Figgy?
Yeah, I think it's going to be Texas.
It is correct. Texas number one. Ohio State number two, though. Shout out to
Fig. Yeah, sounds about right. A little Arch effect.
That's right. Some other notable teams up there. I guess when you talk about Texas team, SMU is ranked 16th in the preseason poll. Shout out to my Kansas State Wildcats, 20th, right above Texas A&M Aggies at 21, and then Tech comes in at 24 on the top 25. So, yeah, shout out to the various Texas teams in that. Alabama coming in at 8, Georgia at 4.25. What does that mean? It means that you know which games that you want to watch in week 0 and week 1 when you see those numbers next to them, and nothing else.
That Texas-Ohio State game, that's a good way to kick off, too.
Nice banger.
That's true.
Good banger in seeing Lee Corso off.
Yeah. I hate the preseason polls. Yeah, this is ridiculous. It sets up these perceptions that you base the whole season off of, just because it's like giving out the awards for the movies just based off of the trailers. It's a ridiculous idea.
That's right. That's right. And we're gonna keep doing it. Why? Because tradition, and that's what
That's what get the people going.
That is true. If it gets the people going, it'll do that. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, D'Amico Ryans talked after practice today in West Virginia. We'll hear from D'Amico and break it down next.
Nick Casario gave Payne and Pendergast to make any disease. KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. It's Texans training camp. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studio, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop.
All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Again, Texans continue their work in training camp 2025 this week in West Virginia at the Greenbriar. And hearing from the head coach from West Virginia will be you. So let's listen to D'Amico Ryan.
Good. We've talked a lot about the offense, but defense has had a lot of good days. What have you seen from their development so far?
When I look at our defense just throughout training camp, these guys are they're competitive, they're edgy, they play together, and I see a really good unit like gelling together defensively. They're making a lot of plays, and they're playing with enthusiasm as well. Not only just the enthusiasm, but they're really executing very well, and that's, credit to those guys really putting in the work with their coaches to being on the details. So they're doing an outstanding job.
It looked like the offense got better as the practice went on after a little bit of a tough start. Did you see progress and some resiliency from the offense? In the same vein as I said for the defense, our offense is getting better. That's training camp. I talk about it all the time. I'm not just throwing out a term, but when I talk about iron sharpening iron, if everybody brings their best every single day, we will all get better. We're still one team. We're going to go out and compete against another team. We are making each other better here. Our offense is making our defense better. Defense is making our offense better. And that's what training camp is all about. So I'm very, excited to see where our guys are. And really, I'm excited to see them go play against someone else. It's becoming that time of camp where it starts to get a little chippy. Guys are tired of going against each other, so I'll be excited, when the end of the week comes and we're able to go against Minnesota. You mentioned Titus's ability to play a bunch of different spots. Is him at tackle today a playing thing, or is that out of necessity for camp?
As you see with our offensive line, you'll see different guys in different spots. You've seen that from OTAs. You've seen that throughout training camp. I'm no different. Extra news to report or anything about it today. Is just our guys are moving around just like they've done kind of all camp.
Do you like Titus at guard versus tackle, or just he can do a lot of stuff?
Yeah, Titus has shown the ability to play outside at tackle, and he's played at guard all his career, so he's moved around a lot. He's flexible to be able to do that. I remember we were in a pinch a couple years ago. Titus bumped inside, and there's no issue. Titus is an unselfish player that does whatever we're asked to do. That's what I like about him, and it always helps when you have the ability to do both, and he's done a good job at both tackle and guard. So wherever he ends up, Titus is going to bring his best, and he's going to help our line to be better this year.
You had an exotic look with Neil and Will. Obviously, I will get the specifics of this training camp, but what about their ability to give you that confidence to be able to utilize them in the way that you're utilizing them in practice?
And when it comes to our structure defensively, I don't know how those guys line up. I don't know. So I don't know. I don't know what you're talking about. Sorry. Yeah, being here, man, it's awesome. Hopefully you guys get a shot. Man, this is a beautiful place to come here, to get great weather, for our guys to be able to work. Everything is very convenient where we are with the Performance Center here, fields right here. Man, it's been outstanding. And the people here at Greenbriar have been unbelievably nice, kind to us, and it's been first day has been great, and it'll continue to go that way. In the ball ops department, for them to set up shop just like we're back home. They brought everything you could think of, everything we need. We have it. Our team has done an unbelievable job of just being prepared. Even though we're away here in West Virginia, it feels like we're at home because we have everything that we need.
Coach, you have a lot of players on the defensive side of the ball who brings a lot of energy. But how infectious is C.J. Gardner-Johnson's energy, especially from that safety position and everybody being able to hear him in front of him?
Yeah, joy is contagious, and that's what you see from our unit. They play with joy, and they're so excited to see other guys make a play. I have to wait for a period. They make a play, the entire sideline is running on the field. They're having a lot of fun, and it's not just about one guy. Anybody who makes a play, everybody's excited, and I like to see that because that's what we're about, that team mentality, seeing your brother do well and being just as excited as if you made that play. I love to see our guys gelling together that way, and it's fun to watch.
How would you rate
Go.
the celebration?
I did not see it. I was on to the next play.
I've got a question about a totally different player, man. You play with John Weeks, right? Did you play with John Weeks?
I did, yes.
I was going to say, okay, so now that you guys have Austin Brinkman, the West Virginia guy, that's what I'm asking you about him. How does he kind of fit in? Because Weeks held that position now for 15 years. What do you guys see him bring from that kind of things that he can replace anything?
Yeah, we're excited to have Brinkman, a young player. Anytime you have a rookie at the long snapper position, there's some growing pains that comes with it. He has the skill set to step in and do a great job. And the first thing first is to have great snaps. And that's what he's done. He's been very consistent with his snaps. All right, him and Tommy are working together. I mean, pre-practice, after practice, the work never stops with Brinkman. And for him, having two veterans and Tommy and Emi work with him to bring him along, like I think he ended up in the best spot that he can end up in by having those veterans who's taking him under their wings and they're caring for him, making sure they're all on the same page. So really pleased with Brinkman, excited to see him get some action in the game so he can get, knock the rust off a little bit. It's a little different when the games come, but I think he'll do a really good job for us. And from our tight ends, what I've seen, difference is how these guys are blocking at the line of scrimmage, right? You see that finish, you see the edge, you see the physicality. They're doing a really great job, on the end of the line of scrimmage blocking, our defensive ends, and they make it tough. Our guys make it tough every down, but our tight ends, they're fighting, they're playing really great technique, and it's going to pay off for us. I think really well in the run game is when it's going to pay off, and, Kaylee's done a great job. Him and Jake working together with the tight ends, I can see a drastic improvement in where the guys are now, so it's good.
What are some of your best memories from playing high school ball, and how did those 4 years help shape you into the player and coach that you are today?
Yeah, taking it back to high school ball, so fun playing high school ball because for me, you represented your community. Everybody there at your high school were guys that you went to elementary school with, middle school with, and you get to play high school football with those same guys. So it was a special moment to represent your hometown. And it was just fun times being in the locker room with your guys. It's grimy practices, like it's drinking out of the PVC pipe, like water hose. It's just you found out you really love football or you don't playing high school football, right? And that's what I found out. I found my love for the game in high school when we went through some rough times. We had a really great coach, and we had really great work in the offseason to bring us together. We were a very close group as our high school team, and that's what I remember most, those memories, us being close, playing well together, and representing our hometown.
We'll take a couple more. Do you have a goal for this week, getting the guys out of Houston, getting the guys to Kansas City, just goal for this week in here in West Virginia?
Yeah, the main goal is for our guys to come up and really focus on football. I think being in Houston at times, we really have to be conscious of the weather. And you're trying to make sure guys are hydrated, making sure guys are, sometimes you're just surviving practice, where here we're not worried about those elements and we're worried about, thriving, actually getting better at technique in football. And that's all you have to focus on. So the heat isn't an issue. So my goal is to come here, can we be dialed in, and can we see great improvement in our execution from not having to worry about the heat.
Your second year with Tim Settle in this team, him having a year under his belt in the system, and what can he bring to the table to you guys?
Tim is he's much more comfortable with what we're asking him to do, and we're still training him. He still has to be better at being consistent with this technique. At times it's great, at times, so if he's consistent, I think Tim can be a dominant player inside for us, and he's training every day to work that consistency, but he's more comfortable, he understands what we're asking him to do, and when he does it right, he's in the backfield a lot, disrupting, making a lot of plays.
You guys, you and Matt have both talked about improving the tackling this year. Have you guys tweaked the way you teach it or coach it at all?
Yeah, we haven't tweaked how we coach tackling. Is just bringing awareness to where we miss tackles and how we miss tackles. And a lot of times, if we miss tackles where our body is behind the player a lot, right? And that's going to put you in a bad position to miss, bad position to hip drop, whatever that case may be. So it's more reteaching and emphasizing, hey, can we get our bodies in front? As I say, it's body on body, step on the guy's toes, and wrap them up. So if we wrap better, if we get our body in better position, we'll be a better tackling team. Our backs have done a really good job, man. Woody Marks has stepped in, and he's made some really nice runs over the past couple of days. Jawar is playing fast. It shows he's playing, and Chubb he plows behind his pads, and he's going to gain yardage. So all those guys collectively have done a really good job at the running back room.
Thanks, Coach.
Good. All right. Thank you, guys.
There you go. The head coach of Lions there after practice number 1 at the Greenbriar, practice number 10 of training camp. And I'm sorry, how did he describe the running backs that have been out there working? Obviously, we know Joe Mixon dealing with the ankle injury. Dameon Pierce still trying to find his way back to the practice field, doing work on the side, although I saw a number of people mention that he looked like he was doing good work, like he looked, explosive and the cuts were good. Woody Marks made some really good runs. Jawar Jordan has been good. And Nick Chubb, with a little bit of a hesitation, plowing behind those pads. I don't sound like somebody who's crazy explosive right now. Now, does it? With all due respect, like I do think that, hey, you need somebody who can plow behind them pads. I mean, we were talking about, hey, can you get British Brooks to do some of that last year? I think that is useful. However, that does not strike me as like do everything back necessarily.
Has that been a train you've been on?
I have not seen the same level of explosion as with old Nick Chubb, which again, I don't think that's a crazy thing to say. I think that's a reasonable expectation at his age and with the injury history that he has. But I did find it interesting that in fact, you know what? I'm not even waiting to ask. I'm adding a Woody Marks point on that because the first name that he talks about when we talk about the backs is Woody Marks, then Jawar Jordan, then he circles back around to Nick Chubb. I do find that interesting. Am I making too much of that?
No, I don't think so. I mean, first on Chubb, I lean more in your camp. I like the addition. I think he could have a good year, but I think expectations are also too high for him with a lot of fans where they think, kind of like we were talking about with Correa, like this is the Chubb of 3 years ago and he's going to come be that star. That's not him anymore, and D'Amico's made multiple comments talking about how he's kind of not. That's okay. But in regards to Woody Marks, yeah, I touched on it briefly in passing maybe earlier, but I kind of have high expectations for him in the sense of there's just that.
Not Nick Chubb, though.
What's that?
Not Nick Chubb, though.
No. High expectations? I'm in your camp. But for Woody, I think it's just because of the opportunity right now. And they traded to get him, and I think they obviously like him and what he brings to the table. So that somebody's going to have to step. I still have a lot of questions with some of the position groups on offense. So whether it's Dameon Pierce, whether it's Woody Marks, I think somebody else is going to have to step up, not be the be-all, end-all back, but just as that supplement option, because I don't think you can solely rely on Joe Mixon and or Nick Chubb.
Yeah, I'm very intrigued and interested to see how this kind of mentality, assuming that this is, representative of the way they're actually thinking and it's not just Reggie reading too much into one statement that D'Amico Ryans makes, does this mean that we'll get a more balanced approach? Because that was a conversation we had going into last year. Are we just going to continue to workhorse Joe Mixon at this point in his career? That's a question that is asked, and how much do they believe in the idea of Woody Marks and Jawar Jordan and Nick Chubb to the point of do they spread this out with whoever the return remains? Plus, no mention of Dare. Does it just feel like Dare's in a different group, or maybe do you think that, D'Amico, if not, other decision makers on the Texans are not thinking of him in that same space?
Yeah, I think he's in the different group in terms of just what he brings to the table. I don't think he's viewed as the same type of option or weapon as Marks and so forth. And then, like I said, if Dameon Pierce is healthy, I'd put him in that group as well. So now you're already talking about 4 options at the position that I think are better and bring more to the table than Dare. So he'd be slotted in, probably number 5th at best, or then you get into the other guys too, Taylor and Jordan. So, yeah, I just don't think he's in that same fold and viewed as the same as what Woody Marks could do potentially for this team and bring to that running back position.
Although the thing that I know Dare does, and I'm still hoping to get some idea of if Woody Marks can develop for himself, is pass block.
It's true.
Pass block. That will definitely change the way that you can be utilized, especially if we're starting to talk about third down backs. Again, that was one of the places where we saw Dare. Unfortunately, you were in third and long a decent amount, and when you're in that space, you could expect number 33 to trot out there because you knew he could pass block and then leak out, catch the football, maybe run a draw if you needed him to. That's a little tougher if you have Woody Marks, who is a great receiving back. His catch radius has been very fun to watch. But if you know that you're going to get pressure, people are pinning their ears back, and you don't know if he can pick up that block, you can't put him out there.
That's got to be such like an unfun role to have. You only go out there to pass block, and then when we do hand you the ball, it's going to be in a draw, and the whole stadium's going to boo because we're running it on 3rd and 12.
No, that's a great point. We should do like a quick list of the least fun roles or jobs to have in sports, because sometimes a lot of times I don't think any of those guys enjoy it, but at some point I got to do this in order to make my hay.
For sure.
And so Dare, I think he knows to get in where he fits in, and that is being draw and pick up. That is very much a part of what you got to do.
Yeah, I'd say good for him. He's a team player. But, that's probably one of the tougher roles out there for these guys, non-linemen, that you only block, and then, every once in a while we'll give you a little dump off, and when you have no chance of getting a first down, or we'll give you a handoff, and everyone's going to boo you, and those are the only times you touch the football.
I will say he was making the best out of it, though, man, because it was times where they actually had to rely on him, and he was making a couple plays. I think at one point, a couple years ago, he was the kicker. I know you hate to turn the Swiss Army knife, but he is literally that, man. Whatever you need me to do, I'll do it. I'll try my best.
Yes, absolutely. So I don't know. We might have to find a way to shoehorn that in at some point. But you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. A number of more things I thought caught my attention hearing D'Amico. I think we'll talk with Sean and Seth about that at 12:40 when we have the practice report come down. But before we get there, let's get into our lunchtime confessions as we typically do, and we will do those next.
Let's get you that new roof that you
Texans. Sports Radio 610. Sometimes it's sports, sometimes it's not. Whatever it is, Reggie and John are keeping it real. It's In the Loop's Lunchtime Confessions, presented by the Men's Clinic on Sports Radio 610.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
All right, football is back. The month of August does always give us that. And, of course, we got preseason football coming up this weekend for the Texans when they take on the Vikings. We also have college football by the end of the month, coming back, including a Week 0 matchup in Dublin, Ireland, as they've taken doing between my Kansas State Wildcats and the Iowa State Cyclones, obviously. The alma mater of Xavier Hutchinson, Jaden Higgins, Jalen Noel. And I got to confess, as much as I understand trying to export games that are actually good with real interest as opposed to what we typically do, like in NFL where we'll send out a Jaguars game or something, I appreciate that they're doing that and sending Ireland a good game. An in-conference annual rivalry game being your Week 0 game that you're playing in Ireland rather than one of the home stadiums, I think that sucks. I think that just flat out is Can you imagine having the game in Ireland Week 0?
Just imagine Ohio State, Michigan.
Yeah.
Hey,
let's play the Iron Bowl in Madrid. Week 0. What are we doing?
I'm with you.
No home field advantage, and that's very important in college football, man.
But it's also like it's Week 0. This rivalry game should be in November. Like, it should feel like something. Yeah. We're starting the season Week 0 with the one of the biggest, if not the biggest, rivalry game that these teams have on the season.
I agree. I hate exporting these games. I've ranted about it before, specifically in the NFL, where like it was Tyreek Hill's game against. It was supposed to be his return to Kansas City. They played that overseas. Aaron Rodgers against the Vikings. Now with the Jets, a little bit of rivalry there. They put that over. The Bills had a game against somebody good, I forget, instead of being in Buffalo. I'm with you. I hate this idea of taking good games and putting them in other countries where fans really don't care, certainly not as much as we do here. And it's silly. It'd be like, you try to go eat at your favorite restaurant. It's like, we're closed today because he's trying to serve people in Alabama. It's like, well, I've been a longtime customer and I always support this guy. They don't care about you over there in Alabama. Feed me. So same idea.
No, that's
Keep
like
these games here.
That's like going to the restaurant. Oh, we closed for a private party. I'm like, what?
Yeah.
Like, oh man.
Look, trying to grow the sport. Although I don't know what the need is for college football to grow the sport internationally, but that's neither here nor there. Look, you can even sell me on a conference game, maybe. A rivalry game?
Yeah.
Really? You put rivalry in in Mexico City. Nah, man. That's crazy talk.
You can't have that feeling. You ain't gonna have that feeling.
That is crazy talk to me.
I agree. I'm out. Don't even do it with conference games. Do it with these meaningless, when
non-cons.
When Alabama plays Panera Bread, put that over there.
Hey, yo. Panera Bread University.
Yeah. Give them that game.
These are my confessions.
I guess I'm just going to tell on myself. I guess I embarrassed myself last week, though nobody would know it. I was at a Whole Foods, not far from the Galleria. It's kind of like a bougie area. And Whole Foods, to begin with, is always obviously kind of bougie as well.
Right.
And don't worry, I was just in there dropping off Amazon packages to return. I wasn't doing my grocery shopping at Whole Foods.
You thought we were going to be worried about you? That you were eating hehealthy?
And people, I'm not a bougie. I'm an everyman, okay? I go get my food at the gas station.
What?
No.
Too far the other way.
Okay.
This man is subsisting exclusively off of taxes.
Try to move over to HEB at least.
No, I'm a big HEB guy. I don't go to Whole Foods. But I had to drop off some packages. Anyways, as I parked, this nice car rolls in, and they back in right next to me, and I was already out of my car walking into Whole Foods, and I turned around and see this nice car. Has a Connecticut license plate. I'm from Connecticut originally, so that automatically, there's a kinship. This guy's also down here from Connecticut. Anyways, the dude that gets out, he's taller than I am. He's built. He's in athletic wear. I'm like, oh, is this like some sort of athlete? He's driving a nice car. He's at Whole Foods. He looks athletic. He walks in behind me. I drop off my packages at Amazon. He goes to get like a smoothie from the little smoothie bar they have.
That's right.
And so I'm going to try to time it where we walk out at the same time. I'm going to try. The Connecticut's going to be my opening line.
This is such a Seinfeld episode that you're describing right now.
I'm going to say, like, hey, you from Connecticut? So am I. That's my opener. And I'm going to try to figure out who this guy is.
This is the whole conversation.
He looks like a professional athlete I should know, or somebody played at UConn. I don't know. I was like, who is this guy? Anyways, long story longer, after he's ordering the smoothie, he starts walking around the store. And I already returned my packages, so this throws me off. I have to time the exit perfectly. Yeah,
that's right.
So I start walking around the store. I have nothing to get, but I'm following this guy through the store, trying to get a good look at him. At one point, I was going to take a photo and send it to people and be like, is this somebody I should know? Is this an athlete? And I was following this guy around, and he probably knew. I probably got too close. He wasn't even buying anything. I think he was window shopping. I'm just walking right behind him. And eventually I was like, all right, you know what? Like, it's been 10 minutes. He's not leaving Whole Foods. I'm just going to go. So I may have saw an athlete in Whole Foods last week. I didn't stick around long enough to find out. But then, in hindsight, when I was telling the story to somebody, I was like, that's pretty embarrassing.
Yeah, you were very creepy. You were stalking that man.
Yeah.
Or it could have just been some type of fitness trainer who rented a car.
That's true.
It just had some Connecticut license plates.
100%.
These are my confessions.
Man, I got to confess, man, I didn't realize how big of a star Reggie Adatula is, man.
Star?
Yeah, he is a star Saturday.
Yeah, I mean, look, any day I can get to practice, I'm going to try and get
there. So you was out there. I'm sure you was shaking hands, kissing babies and all this, as well as watching practice. And I saw Josina Anderson was out there. Mm-hmm. So I'm like, oh, she's out there. Okay, cool. And she posted a little video on her Twitter of her time at Houston, Texas training camp. And DJ Bieneme, he made the cut in the video. She I think she even tagged him like, hey, so DJ Bieneme out there. Also in the video was Reggie Adatula with his arm around and just looking like a man, just sitting there looking like a star.
As opposed to what?
Hey, just looking like a star, looking like an athlete out there.
Yeah, that's right. I'd follow him around a Whole Foods.
Yeah.
I'd follow him around a Whole Foods. It's hilarious.
Yeah, Reggie was looking like just an A1 reporter out there because she posted the picture and everything. I'm like, dang, look at Reggie made the cut. I'm like, that's dope, man. I didn't realize how much of a star you was, man. How you get that picture with
not a star
Josina?
By any means. I mean, had an opportunity to meet Josina. I think at Super Bowl. Actually, I met her when she came because she covers the entirety of the league.
Yeah,
she had come to one of the home games here with the Texans last year, so I met her then, and then I saw her again at Super Bowl. And I actually helped her out because, there was an internet thing.
That's right.
It's a whole different thing.
Yeah.
But I will say, I ain't nobody's star because, as you mentioned, DJ Bieneme got a tag.
She
put me in the reel.
Video.
That is cool.
She ain't have to do that.
I guarantee you asked Josina Anderson, what's this man's name? No chance in hell. Now, she knows my name.
I want you to be honest with me.
Yeah.
Who asked for the picture first? Who asked for the picture?
Josina.
Ooh,
but I was nearby.
Wow.
I was nearby. That's all.
Hey, that's a big look, man. That ain't no small little deal, man. Don't sell yourself short, man.
Yeah. If she asked for the photo, she's then got to tag
Reggie
you too.
Reggie is a star, man.
I don't know about that. I think Josina Anderson is just a very, very kind woman, and who also looks around and sees other brothers in the context of covering the team and wants to support. That's all.
Yeah, no, I really like that though, man. Matter of fact, just go to her page, retweet it, and just say, there go my boy Reggie. just go in the comments, say, there go my boy Reggie. Tag Reggie in that tweet too, man. I'm a retweet it too and say, there go my boy Reggie.
I appreciate it.
I was happy when I saw that because I was looking, I didn't know she was out there. I'm like, oh, okay, she out there. Oh, there go DJ. Okay. Oh, there go Reggie. I had to rewind. I had to go back on the video. I'm like, that's Reggie. There go Reggie.
And that's the thing, though, is that you look at it and you go, you expected DJ to be there. You were surprised I was there. See, that's how you know I'm not supposed to be there for real. I snuck in.
Yeah, that's why I'm like, man, Reggie is a star, man. Because I expected DJ to be in it because she put him in a tweet.
ESPN, man, big dog.
Yeah, so I understand that DJ. He's a superstar at this point. But I'm like, there go Reggie. I'm like, there go. I know that guy. I was Leonardo DiCaprio, that guy with the point. Like, I like that, man. Salute to you, man.
And I'm just trying to get him like my guy DJ. That's all it is. That's what's happening there. But yeah, those are our lunchtime confessions here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Somebody said from the 631, they do the same thing when they see a New York license plate or wearing a New York team shirt or jersey. Don't know why. I think I
do the same thing with Ohio plate.
When you see somebody who has a similar fandom or is from where you from, it's immediate connection, man.
Yeah.
Like, it's just an immediate talking point.
Every time I see somebody with an Ohio State shirt or a hoodie or something, I just, OH! They look around, Ayo!
I will say, as annoying as Ohio State fans can be, and I love you, Fig, that is one of the coolest things that y'all have, like that little call and response that you can instantly know. Like, when you have your little, if you had a Connecticut equivalent of that, you wouldn't have had to chase him around the whole Foods. You could have just yelled out, OH, and then if he looked at you crazy, you'd be like, nah. Yeah. But if he responded back, boom, you in there, you know?
I did that one time to somebody, and they didn't respond. And then I was looking, and then I ended up catching up with them. I'm like, Ohio State? Nah, it's just a shirt. I'm like, you just rocking the random ass Ohio State shirt down here.
Stolen valor.
Man, I was so disappointed. I'm like, take the damn shirt off then.
Wow. You did him like T.I.? You grabbed it up off him? That's crazy.
I'm like, why you rocking these colors, man?
All right. I would love to keep doing this, but I'm already cutting into time that I very, very much want to get into as we're set up for a practice report from West Virginia with Sean, and I think Seth will join as well. So without further ado, let's take a break, and when we come back, let's get a practice report courtesy of Yingling.
Karam Injury Lawyers Studio, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop.
All right, let's take it to West Virginia, where we have Sean Pendergast join us now for a practice report live from West Virginia, courtesy of Yingling. And it is the man who is you hear every morning, 6 to 8 p.m. or 6 to 8 a.m. rather, while training camp is going on. It is Sean Pendergast. What's happening, man?
Hey, you'll hear me between 6 and 8 p.m. tonight, too, at 7:40 on Area 45.
There you go. There you go. As he gives it all down again, thank you, and courtesy of Yingling. All right, my man. There's another day of practice going on, and one of the interesting things that I heard when D'Amico Ryans was talking was he mentioned the tight ends, and he talked about them blocking significantly better. Did you get any feel for what's happening with the tight ends out there today at practice?
With the blocking, not so much. I mean, in general, the tight ends have been better throughout camp, and they made some plays again today. There were not a lot of plays to be made on offense today. And I know we'll talk about this. The defense dominated. It's starting to get to a point that the defense is dominating enough to where I'm formulating big picture takes on all this. But we'll get to that. But to answer your question, Reggie, I mean, the blocking overall was not great as a team today. But Dalton Schultz made a couple of plays. Kate Stover had a touchdown. There were not many touchdowns today for the offense, so he had a touchdown. Today, I think my biggest takeaway from the tight ends, though, there were a couple of big drops over the middle on some plays. Brevin Jordan, who's had a really good camp so far, had dropped one of the few plays that really opened up for the first string offense today. So yeah, if D'Amico's seeing that, he's seeing that. It was just overall not a great day for the offense.
Yeah, which takes me back to something we were talking about earlier, and we can zero in on specific players or groups, but you know, talking earlier, I was saying that I almost worry for this offense where you just keep getting battered every day against the defense, especially for a new system, new offense starting out, and how demoralizing that can be. As someone who's been at all, like, what's the vibe even just for the offensive side of the football, as it seems like the defense has been so dominant day in and day out against that group?
Yeah, I guess Luke, prefacing it with the risks of reading body language, that was my overall my biggest takeaway today was by the end of this practice, I felt like I was almost watching two different franchises out there. I was watching the defense was its own franchise and the offense was the other franchise, because these two groups were completely acting and interacting differently. The defense was high energy. Now, granted, they closed on as high a note as you can close on today. There were interceptions in each of the last three situational periods at the end of the practice. First string went against, ones against one, twos against twos, threes against threes, all did a 2-minute drill, and all 3 2-minute drills, they all ended in picks. And so, so the recency of that probably was some of it, but really even just watching throughout practice, man, that defense is such high energy, so positive, and it jumped out at me today, and maybe some of it is our vantage point here at the Greenbriar, where they have a bunch of bleachers up in the end zone that are on a hill, and you can really see everything. Whereas opposed, you guys know, like in Houston, we're on ground level, and you're having to look over players that are on the bench. You really don't get to see, the bird's eye view of everything. But today felt like a day where the defense, or the offense, I should say, just looked demoralized at the end of this practice, and rightfully so. Like, I guess it's, it wasn't good. C.J. Stroud did not have a good practice today. If you're a fan of football so far, this training camp would seem to indicate take the under on a lot of Texans games this year.
We're talking to Sean Pendergast right here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610 with a practice report courtesy of Yingling. And I did want to ask you, because D'Amico also talked about this, like the distinction of being in West Virginia with that 60-degree weather is they're not worrying about the weather and that they can kind of go more all out. You mentioned the energy on one side. Did you notice it even higher than what had been in Houston? And I know for the offense, like, what is the energy comparative to what you had seen previously in Houston?
I didn't notice a big difference in this team. I think does a pretty good job of bringing the energy even in that heat, especially the defensive side. Reggie, we stand right behind the defense at practice, so we hear everything and we see everything, all the interaction and stuff like that. So I don't think energy or weather or anything like that. The weather was the same for both sides today. It wasn't like the weather was good for the offense and bad for the defense or vice versa. I just think this defense is that much further ahead of the offense right now, and the offense had to shuffle along the offensive line pretty early in this practice. I don't know if you guys saw any of that banter, but Cam Robinson, the starting left tackle, went out the first play in team drills in 11-on-11. He went out with some leg injury that kept him out for the rest of practice. He went in the building. So they moved Ariante Ursary from right tackle to left tackle with the ones, which is his natural position. What was interesting was instead of just bumping Blake Fisher up from the twos to take the right there, they bumped Titus Howard back out to right tackle and put Juice Scruggs in at right guard, which says to me right now that this team is more comfortable playing with Juice Scruggs on the first-team offensive line than they are with Blake Fisher playing on the first-team offensive line, which I think neither is a great solution right now. Neither guy has been great in camp so far. But I just thought it was interesting. Like, I always look at this, like, whatever they're doing in this practice is what they would do in a game. And what that tells me right now is that if that were to have happened in a game, you wouldn't bring your swing tackle in to play right tackle. You would be bumping your right guard out to right tackle and bringing in one of your swing interior guys. So I thought that was really, really interesting.
Yes, for sure. An indictment on Blake Fisher, it seems. When it comes to the wide receiver position, and it doesn't just have to be today because you've been at all the practices, but who's stood out most to you? Who's kind of separating themselves at that position group from the rest of the pack?
I think the biggest thing is, Luke, nobody's separating themselves. And I don't mean that in a bad way. I don't mean guys have been bad. I think John Mechie has actually John Mechie had one of the few really nice downfield plays for the offense today. Braxton Berrios has factored in at times offensively, not just in the return game, which I think most of us thought his avenue to make the team would be on the return as part of the return unit. And that may be what gets him on the team. But he's made some plays. I think Xavier Hutchinson is a guy that they like a lot, who has not made didn't make any wow plays today, but he had a couple of catches. I think we're all looking at it knowing there's four guys that are definitely going to make this team at wide receiver. It's Nico Collins, it's Christian Kirk, and then the two rookies on the team. The battle after that is for what I would say is a maximum of 2 spots plus like a half a spot like Steven Sims had last year as sort of a return guy and an emergency receiver. But the tight end position, which I know we talked about a little bit earlier, they've got some guys that are doing some good things there. They may want to carry a fullback this year. It might not be that, okay, we're down to deciding who our 6th receiver is. It might be deciding who, like, your 10th or 11th sort of offensive skill guy. You know what I mean? Like, it may come down to, do we keep John Mechie or do we keep a fullback? Or do we keep John Mechie or does Luke Lachey make the 53-man roster? So it's not always necessarily where the receivers are battling each other. They're battling, if you're that far down the depth chart, you're battling whoever is battling for spots 53, 52, and 51. You might be battling with a defensive end. Do we keep 6 defensive ends or do we keep 6 wide receivers? That kind of thing.
Yeah, and you went exactly where I was hoping to go next, because defensive end, especially on a day like this, it might be a little bit tough to surmise between the different ones. But we know that, the guys at the top. How are you seeing, especially on a day like today, the performances for your rush edges, especially the guys that are at depth?
They're all making plays, Reggie. I mean, I know you've been out there. They've been making plays throughout camp. They're making plays again today. Darrell Taylor had a nice sack today. Solomon Byrd is a guy that nobody was factoring into their 53-man roster before training camp started, but he keeps showing up. And I think it's complicated by the fact that you've got a couple of guys, Danico Autry, who are going to make this team in all likelihood. I know Danico Autry has not played a lot of football for the Texans, but he's a guy who I know they like a lot. He's older, so maybe does that factor in positively or negatively? Do they want that veteran presence, or does the age thing factor into where they go, okay, well, availability might be an issue with this guy? The guys that are out there are making plays, but again, it's a lot like the running back position, which is, okay, there's all these second and third string guys that are really popping, but how does the team view Dameon Pierce, who was working out off to the side again today, that kind of thing. So they're really interesting positions just because you've got guys that are doing things in practice who probably weren't on schedule to make this team, and in theory, they're going against guys who aren't practicing at all right now, and we don't know when they're going to practice.
Yeah, I know you caught up with C.J. Gardner-Johnson after practice. I'm sure we'll hear that tomorrow morning. But he seems like a real fun guy to talk to, I'm sure.
Yeah, he had a pick six today off of C.J. Stroud, and you can imagine the energy surrounding that celebration, knowing what we know about C.J. Gardner-Johnson. I actually asked him, kind of like post-game show style, hey, like I said, pretend that you're walking into the post-game show. My first question to you would be, take us through the pick six. And he said that was a drop that they just installed in the last couple of days. It was a new coverage that they had put in, so he thought that was really cool that he got to see it come to the ultimate fruition. It was neat, man. He's clearly really enjoying being on this team. Talked about what are the things that you compare to Super Bowl teams that you've been on. So he kind of listed those things as well. He was really, really good.
Yeah, he seems to also have like a pretty good rapport, as I think all this defensive team does with like Jalen Smith. Jalen Smith got a little run with the ones. Like, again, is he just continuing to skyrocket up for you?
He deserves it. Yeah, he's played really, really well. He's been great. That was a pick that Nick was kind of criticized for, Caserio.
Yeah,
but that's worked out.
Yeah, he does well in those circumstances, doesn't he? All right, I think one of the things that I want to do every day with you that we get a chance to do this, that we had kind of a pet cat draft. Now, of course, you don't have to consider that, but I want to know maybe a couple of guys, maybe a handful of guys that you felt like were the winners of practice today, and maybe that'll help us add some points. Are there any that come to mind for you immediately?
Yeah, for sure. I would say Mario Edwards had a lot of really good plays in the interior of the defensive line, including a sack. Woody Marks has been a guy who's flashed a little bit. He was getting the first set of reps with the twos today and had some really good runs. So I would put Woody Marks on that list. I mentioned Mario Edwards I would put on that list. Jalen Petrie should have had a pick today. Jalen Petrie's been around the ball quite a bit at practice today and throughout camp, so I'll throw his name in there as well.
Okay, I like that very much. Can you break down like the Woody Marks? It's just good wiggle or just like good vision? What are you seeing specifically?
You got your point, man.
I know,
but get some extra points.
Now this isn't about my point. I kind of want to because we are still looking at the running back. We found it very interesting. I know that you were probably mentions the running backs, and he immediately mentions Woody Marks first, then Jawar Jordan, then he mentions Nick Chubb as the basically physicality. I remember the exact words. In that order, and so that jumped out.
Hey, Reggie,
me.
I'll tell you because I know we're up against it. He is a no nonsense runner. Like he gets upfield quick. Woody Marks does. That's what I notice most about him. He's got nice wiggle. He's got all that stuff, but he is north and south quick. He gets upfield real quick.
That's right. All right. So you talked to C.J. Gardner-Johnson. Were there any other conversations you were able to have that we should be on the lookout for?
Seth had a conversation with Kamari Lassiter as well, and I'm sure that will be out there amongst the interwebs and on the radio at some point here very, very soon.
Very good. Make sure to follow Sports Radio 610 on all the social media platforms, and then follow these fine gentlemen, Sean Pendergast and Seth Payne, because again they've got conversations. They're on the ground, and again that was Sean Pendergast joining us for a practice report live from West Virginia, courtesy of.
And Seth was about to jump on, but we were up against it, so I didn't want to mess your clock.
No, it's all good. We appreciate you doing it because again, this is outside of your job description. So thanks for giving us a little bit of time. We'll talk to you tomorrow.
All right, we'll see you guys later.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Sean Pendergast again joining us for a practice report from West Virginia, and that is courtesy of Yingling. All right. I was not just trying to get my points.
Yeah, you try to get some extra credit, man.
No. I really and truly want to know what kind of runner we're looking at with Woody Marks, especially on the day, and what kind of things that we could possibly expect from him.
Okay, so
that's a good point. Thank you for that counterpoint, John Harris. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, it's a Monday, so let's get some winners. 1-3-572-4610. Who are some folks that you believe were winners and or losers on the weekend? We'll talk about it next.
The Drive. AILT. AILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. It's Texans training camp. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studio. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop.
All right. It's a Monday. Let's get some winners and losers on the weekend. 713-572-4610 if you have some winners and or losers on the weekend. Not a lot of sports actually happening, weirdly enough, this weekend, even though it feels like we're getting back into that space where sports is about to hit very hard in the fall. But regardless, I think there were still some winners and losers on the weekend, and I'll start with training camp winners and losers. And one of the big winners in my book, I think that Dalton Schultz was a winner on the weekend. I think, for one, we've seen him kind of make a number of catches that are encouraging towards the role that he should have and that we've expected of him on this team as the pass catching tight end. I think D'Amico also gave him a little credit for the catch radius that he has, that he demonstrated at one point, kind of with one of those bobbling catches that was thrown a little bit out just on the edge where he kind of tips it back to himself and makes the grab. But then he was available for the media on Saturday. And I thought he took a decent amount of accountability in that. Speaking of, this was one of the things that he said, and this is Schultz 1 here, Fig, where he was asked straight up, were you hurt last year? And this is what he had to say.
That's hard. Everybody's hurt, dude. Like, no matter. Right. Like, I went through just some, like, rehabs and some deficiencies that I had. But, like, I don't know. Everybody's hurt, dude. Like, nobody's fresh. Especially in the playoffs. Like, you ain't playing somebody at 100%. That's like the beauty of the game, is to try to find a way to give everything you have into whatever percentage that you want to call your health at that point. You know what I mean? Everybody's fighting through that. And so that's just a battle. It's the war of attrition that we play. And I was happy to get an offseason under my belt where I could just kind of refocus on getting my body back to a really nice baseline.
Yeah, first, I'm glad he didn't use it.
You're like, I'm not feeling that. I don't care.
Well, I'm glad he didn't use it as an excuse. I think he gave a good answer. And you hope that maybe that was the reason for last year. But, the rule is always like, if you're good enough to play, then you can't use the injury as an excuse. So I think he still needed to be better out there.
Oh, for sure.
Hopefully that was the difference, and he will be better this year. But, no, I'm not really buying that. And for me, I remember – I was trying to think about it driving in. I don't know if it was the Jets game on Halloween. There was one game in particular where just like the body language just seemed so poor, and that was a big thing throughout the year of, I know physically like the numbers are not there. At times like mentally checked out, or he was so discouraged with the season. So, maybe the injury played a role, some sort of injury, or just his body being beat up, and if he's healthier this year, he can have a better year. But I also think there was still more at play last year with him.
Without question, there was more at play. In fact, the question that the answer that he had given before that kind of were you hurt, because that was actually a follow-up kind of talking about, he basically kind of said things that to the effect of he wasn't in a place that, he liked or what have you. And it felt to me like there might be some, and maybe this is just reading too much into it, there might have been some like mental health portions in this or what have you. I don't know. But he also talked about, because I have notes from being out there, the energy around the building being different, changes from last year, given the facility new energy. So I think you're right. Like, there's definitely something in his demeanor and the way he operated last year that left something to be desired. But he also seems to be pretty excited. This is what he said about kind of the Nick Caley's tight end background kind of helping in everything that's going on. See if you can peep the excitement that I seem to hear.
It's good, dude. It's good. Especially like in these installs, he's able to tight end, you got a lot on your plate, like run game, pass game, protections, like running back, like everything. You have to know everything. And so having a guy that's installing that, knowing that there's like few quirks on certain things, that's like, hey, on this you can treat it like X, Y, and Z, and he's able to kind of like give you that on the front end before you go out for yourself and run it and have to learn it for yourself. So he's able to kind of get you almost ahead of the curve.
All the messaging has always been very positive around Nick Caley from these, from the players in the organization, which is great. But obviously, it's then a different thing to actually implement it in the game. But this is the one position group where I still have questions about the wide receiver room. I still have questions about the running back, certainly with Joe Mixon's injury, and I have questions about the tight end position that I don't know how much it was improved in the offseason, but the hope with this position is specifically tied to Nick Caley because of his background, that almost like the addition by subtraction on the offensive line. In this case, you can almost have the same parts. Obviously, Brevin Jordan, knock on wood, should be back and healthy this year. But
I think Dalton gave big praise to like his speed as well. So I think that's definitely an addition there.
But just simply by adding Nick Caley, you hope that brings the most out of that room. So it's better than hearing your players put down your new coach.
Yeah.
But we've played a lot of audio this offseason of everyone talking up Caley, which is great, and it sounds great, but still I have to actually see it come out on the field because he's doing something he's never done before in calling plays. So we'll find out when the season starts, but that's certainly good to hear from Schultz in the meantime.
And, I mean, just real quick on training camp, because I was looking at my notes, there's a number of guys I can maybe shout out as winners on the weekend, but specifically a number that pops up, because I try and write numbers instead of writing names. It's a little bit quicker in my shorthand. Number 30, Jalen Smith, third-round pick. They call him J-Rock. He just shows up everywhere, including there was one play where, Sean was talking about us being on the field, sideline situation. There was one play where the play actually happens close to us. They have officials out there. It looked like J-Rock got called. He seemed to be kind of trying to explain himself to the ref. C.J. Gardner-Johnson comes and gets him, pulls him away. The next play goes over to him. He does a great job running the receiver out of the ability to go and catch the ball. C.J. Gardner-Johnson comes over and hey, don't worry about it. We'll get that bleep back next time, as if to say, that was how you get that back. He's integrated really well with that first team. He's made a lot of plays, interceptions. I'm ready for J-Rock to be that depth cornerback that I think we're all looking forward to. So I don't know that I can say definitively right now that it is a big check mark for Nick Caserio on that draft pick. But we are moving very quickly towards that.
Well, yeah, you're not alone. I've heard a lot of praise about him, so I am looking forward to seeing him in real game action against other teams, because that could be a big spot. If he could fill that, that's important for this defense. By the way, you sound like a real football coach with just the number. I always hate when you interview a coach and they're talking about the other team and they don't know any of their names because they watch film and they just know numbers and number 55 is pretty good, and then the linebacking core is like, what? Who are you talking about?
How much do you think that's just looking at the tape, or how much do you think is like a petty thing where I don't want to say that guy's name?
It's true. It's probably both. Yeah. I think so.
But it might also just be that they don't know that dude's name. It's just the number.
Yeah, that's true, especially at the NFL level. Like, you should know a lot of these guys, and, they still just use their numbers when it's like you're talking about, like one of the better receivers in the league. You know who this guy is.
Yeah, it could be a thing that's how they communicate, especially if you're on the field. Hey, number 55, that's how they just communicate with people.
What's worse, just using the numbers or using, like, these arbitrary nicknames or, like, letters? Talking about LD.
Oh,
no, what was the one that he would say? What was it for was it the Colts? Buck. Like DeForest Buckner just calling him Buck.
Yeah, that's worse. And I hate in baseball how they just add Y to the end of everybody with all the nicknames.
Yeah.
Like Breggy or
Hosey.
Yeah, they just shorten the name and add a Y. And
that's right.
That's everyone's nickname in baseball.
That's
it's
right.
so annoying when you hear Aaron Boone listing off all his players one after one with those stupid nicknames.
It's like, just say his name.
Yeah.
You're already there. In fact, you might have made it more difficult. All right, some other winners and losers. I see you on the 713. Former North Shore and UH Coug, A.J. Carter, signed with the Kansas City Chiefs. Carter caught the Hail Mary that beat Duncanville in the 18 state championship game. Shout out to Ocho, because only Ocho would have that kind of detail on high school football. But again, salute to a man who's able to, sign with the team, and hopefully he has an opportunity to latch. Some other winners and losers of the weekend. How about this? I don't know how much you care about this. I know there's been a lot of conversation. You mentioned it, the WNBA careening towards a potential lockout because of revenue sharing. Well, I think this is a win for the WNBA in a large place. We could kind of break this down if we want, but there's a Boston ownership group that now has been put into a place to have a deal to buy the Connecticut Sun from your beloved state of Connecticut for a WNBA record $325 million, and it seems like they would then move that team from the Mohegan Sun Arena to Boston, I imagine, possibly into the TD Garden as well. But, I mean, outside of, I know that you might have some sentimental situations that you want to talk about. I think that it is good to see WNBA valuations continue to go up, especially if you're, as an ownership, yes, you might lose money, as a lot of teams in sports do. What you're doing, though, is you're continuing to increase the value on your asset, and when you sell, you will make all that money, so you cannot act like you're not gaining out of this situation.
Yeah, it's. I mean, it stinks for Connecticut. They already lost the Whalers in the '90s. Now they lose the Connecticut Sun. Any professional team that comes into that state just bails. But for the WNBA, it's a good sign. When I saw the team was being sold, I thought, oh wow, that's surprising and interesting because I did grow up going to Connecticut Sun games and I have a connection to them. But then I saw the figure and I was like, dang, $325 million. I think that bodes well that someone is willing to invest that much money into the league or into this team, to try to project the future of this league that obviously this league has improved by a lot in the last just 2 years alone. So it's good to see these guys didn't make money by making bad investments. So to see somebody, can see the direction of this league and where they're going to be and is willing to spend that much to get a WNBA team and move them to Boston, I think that bodes well for the league. Sucks for Connecticut, but that's Connecticut, and bodes well for the WNBA.
Yeah. So, that is fair. I don't know what you keep getting from Connecticut. Like, where do you turn your attention? Is it the MLR? Don't they have a team in Connecticut there? I don't know. I was trying to see if I could make you feel better, and I realized what I threw up here for you was, do they maybe have a Major League Rugby team? So I apologize.
So. Hey, y'all got UConn, right?
Yeah, you're good. Yeah, you got Dan Hurley there good. Doing all
That's
that.
Right.
You're
y'all
good, dog.
Good money.
Yeah.
Dan and Gino holding you down.
That's
you
right.
all right.
And some guy at a Whole Foods here, and he was
callback king here. All right, how about this as a loser? The Dallas Mavericks. In a roundabout way, did you see this weekend a big extension get signed for Los Angeles Lakers guard Luka Doncic, a 3-year, $165 million contract. Big, but not the biggest. Not the full extent of what he could have gone. He could have gone 4 years with an additional, I think, $65 million on top of that. Compare that, though, to the player that they traded Luka Doncic for. Anthony Davis, this year, he has his 3-year, $175 million extension going to kick in. So not only did they trade Luka Doncic, the younger player, I think some would argue the better player, definitely the more healthy player in that situation. Now, of course, Luka's extension I don't believe kicks in this year, but when it does, it will be cheaper than the extension of Anthony Davis, who we'll see how many games he plays on that 3-year extension.
That's ridiculous. I mean, the trade will continue to look worse as time goes on because obviously the career projections, Luka, assuming he does stay healthy and fit, is going to play a lot longer from this point forward than Anthony Davis will or even that team that you were trying to put together with him and Kyrie. Now, you're fortunate you got Cooper Flagg, but the actual trade itself in a vacuum is just going to continue to look worse and worse the further we move away from it. And if you're a Mavericks fan, I know there's a lot of excitement around this team still, even without Luka, for some fans at least, but that still has to make you sick that Anthony Davis is going to get that much, and he's going to get more than Luka, and you're going to get a lot less on the court, I would imagine.
So if you just want to upset a Mavericks fan, just remind him, the dude that they traded Luka Doncic for and Luka just signed. Now, to be fair, some of that is because of the trade, and Luka did this specifically. I think it's a 2+1, so after 2 years, he'll have reached that 10 years point where he can get the bigger extension. So obviously this is all a monetary thing, but it also still just looks hilarious that the dude that has been injured, that you traded for Luka, and the idea of we're going to win now is also going to be on a higher extension than Luka.
Also good for Luka for actually taking that team discount, because I saw the stories about Mikal Bridges taking a discount so the Knicks could save money, and I know there's different levels to the salary cap, but he turned down an extra it was $6 million. And it's like, okay, you're making $150. You can turn down $6 million to help the team. I don't get why everyone was giving him such a round of applause last week.
Somebody said UConn is like a major team in Connecticut, but they did feel bad for you when it came to the Whalers and now the WNBA team. But I mean, Connecticut and Boston fans, they might as well be. You right in there with them. They right in there with them. How about this? I feel like this is a winner. Fan appreciation. Have you heard of the Portland Pickles?
Mm-hmm.
Portland Pickles. It's a college summer league wooden bat team or league rather, or team in that league, I should say. And apparently what they did is in the 8th inning, they did that thing that we always joke about where they got a fan out the stands to actually get out here and play. He sets up for an at-bat, and then he does this.
Payoff pitch. High fly ball. Left center field. Are you kidding me? 4 letters, 1 word. God.
First and foremost, rate ball.
That was good. I give it I'll give it a 9.0 on a scale of 10. That was a good call. I like the energy. I I didn't see this. What was it? Was this guy like? Did he look fit, like an athletic dude?
Yeah, he looked athletic. He didn't look like super strong. He looked a little bit wiredy. And he's wearing like a open, like his
open jersey.
His jersey is open. It's the BB Bat Boy jersey. It's not the same color that the team is wearing that day either. And he is just out here in his runners, and he steps up and a 2-run blast. No doubter, as you can hear.
Yeah, that's something. This is they're college kids, right?
With
that
bat.
They're playing against.
Yeah.
So still, that's cool, and that's real bragging rights. I mean, it's not like a professional game. If you did that in a professional game, then you could tell all your friends like, oh, I could be a professional hitter. But still, that is pretty cool to come out of the stands and actually homer.
That's something to tell your grandkids about too, man. Like, I know it's a smaller league and all that stuff, but just imagine you sitting in the stands and they call you up to bat and you hit a 2-run home run like that.
Is there a sport that you think you could get on the court with like college level players and have some level of success akin to the 2-run homer?
No, the only thing would be if you just left me all alone in the corner in basketball, and like eventually I'll probably hit a shot. That's about it. But no, to a 2-run homer, no.
Yeah, I feel like the 2-run homer equivalent of college basketball is you got to knock down a 3 in somebody's face.
Oh, I'm not doing
right?
that.
Like I feel like that's the equivalent in that space. You got to do that.
No, I couldn't. Yeah, football, absolutely not. Baseball, no. It's not like these sports fans who believe that they could beat, Venus Williams in tennis.
You knocking down a 45-yard field goal?
Yeah, no.
No? Okay.
Well, I could score 5 points in a real NBA game.
Please. Yeah, right.
If they let you, if they get you out here like a Make-A-Wish and they, all right, here you go. There, put the layup up. Hey, look at you. I'm proud of you.
If we were playing 5-on-4, I'm the 5, and you just leave me all by myself and I get to shoot every possession, maybe I'll eventually make 1 or 2, but that's it.
If I had to put a loser on the situation, imagine being the pitcher out here.
Oh, absolutely.
Oh, man.
Because I don't care if you grooved it either. Ain't nobody letting you live that down.
Hey, that's a rough week. I ain't going to say you scar forever, but a rough week. That's a rough week for you, man.
I'm talking crazy.
Hey, that's the guy you hit the home run on?
Yeah, right. Yeah, you got to retire after
They're going to be snickering at the lockers, man.
Yeah. Joey in the concession stand, his father came in and hit a homer off of you. Jeez.
All right, those are some winners and losers on the weekend. You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, it's about that time where we hand things over to Figgy Fig for Figgy's mixtape. What you got for us, man?
Yeah, so I got a story about a guy who stabbed 2 deli workers, and I think this guy got elephant memory. I will explain why. Plus, we got to talk about Noah Lyles. He had a little thing going on this weekend, and it almost caused some little beef towards the end.
Oh, okay. Beef in sports, always fun. Let's do that next.
New offensive coordinator. more information.
Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
We have been hoodwinked, bamboozled, led astray, run amok, and flat out deceived.
Pass the aux cord and crank up the volume. Figgy Figs in the driver's seat. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. It's time for Figgy's Mixtape on Sports Radio 610.
Yep, it's the Mixtape in the Loop, Sports Radio 610. It's your man Figgy Fig holding it down on a Monday. Happy Monday to everyone out there. So I got to talk about this stupid criminal. I don't even know if this is stupid. I think it is stupid, but it's a crazy situation that happened in, I want to say this was Patterson, New Jersey.
Oh, yeah.
Salute the good old Patterson.
Yeah, that's one of them supposedly really, really rough places.
Yeah, tourist spot, man. If you're in New Jersey.
Buddy, don't listen to Fig. Figgy will get you hemmed up. You better not try and be no tourist in Patterson. They will take your stuff.
Yeah. Just salute. Apparently, a guy attacked 2 deli workers with a box cutter. And I think this happened on Thursday. And this was all because he was angry about a sandwich. I guess it was a wrong order. And this order was 4 years ago.
What?
This was 4 years ago. So let's go to ABC 7 Eyewitness News in New York.
Bizarre story in New Jersey where 2 bakery owners were stabbed over something they served 4 years ago. And tonight, as they recover from that attack, cops are still on the hunt for this customer who apparently held a grudge.
Munir Simran, a friend of the victims, tells us the suspect walked into Baladna Bakery on Main Street around 8 o'clock yesterday, complaining about eggplant he wrongly got on his sandwich.
He said he's allergic with the eggplant, and he told him, you give me that eggplant in my sandwich, and my stomach was bothering me and stuff like that.
The dispute turned violent, with Mohammed getting stabbed in the stomach. When a bed stepped in to help, he was slashed in the arm. Both men were taken to St. Joseph's University Medical Center.
Why you finish the sandwich? Why you come back like 4 years later asking for why? That's crazy.
4 years ago?
What's the statute of limitations to complain about a meal?
Or hell, anything petty like that.
If you have an allergic reaction, I'll complain. I'll still complain about it 4 years later. Going in with box cutter.
Yeah, I feel like we should make that clear.
And I'm probably not going to go in person and complain, but I'll complain to others like, oh, that bakery over there? Yeah, they gave me an allergic reaction.
Yeah, but I feel like you got a solid, 3 days to make your ire known to the establishment before you just got to hold that one, dog. Like, if you didn't feel like you needed to say something in that first 3 days, you just got to hold that. And I understand, again, not condoning your say something being with your hands and with straight edges. I don't think that's the way you need to handle this, clearly. But I'm like, 4 years, bro?
It's true. It's probably a whole new staff.
What happened?
Yeah,
the dude that made the sandwich isn't even there anymore.
I'm sitting here thinking I'm trying to think the one time I got sick from eating Chick-fil-A or Chipotle. About 5 years ago. Let me go back and tell them how I really felt and how that sandwich was so bad I was throwing up all over the place.
Man, you said Chipotle, man. I don't even know if anybody held a grudge for Chipotle at all. Remember when Chipotle was out here getting people sick on the regular and everybody was like, yeah, let me go head down, give me another burrito.
You know
still
what?
Happens.
You know what? Let me go complain about Chipotle right now. Let me go to that Chipotle all the way in Cleveland, Ohio, about that time they were passing out Ebola or whatever it was.
The Kirk Cousins Chipotle.
Yeah, let me tell them how I really feel and give them a piece of my mind. About 10 years ago.
I love the one line. Didn't he say, why did he finish the sandwich or something?
Yeah. Look, man, that happened way too often, man. Back when I used to work at KFC, when I was 16, people, we'd give them an order. They'd come back later on and be like, hey, my order was messed up with no food.
Right, of course.
I'm like, dog, he was like, oh, no, I ordered these wings didn't really taste right. I'm like, dog, you ate all of the wings. You left one wing in here, man.
Mm-hmm.
So, why you ain't take it back when you realized the order was wrong?
Classic.
I never understood that, and we still got to do something about that. Still got to give them like some free wings.
It works?
Yeah, you got to make sure.
Why'd you sound so excited when you said that?
You got to
I got lunch plans today.
Yeah, the thing is, you got to make sure the customer is happy no matter what. Like, we'll cuss them out afterwards, but just like, hey, give him just give him what he ordered and get him the hell out of here.
Ridiculous.
I don't think I've remembered a order that went wrong for longer than like 2 years. I just don't. Also, though, I'm a person that if I get sick somewhere, within reason, I'm still going to go back there at a different time.
Really?
Unless it's like, it's very evident that was it. Because I feel like people place too much blame on a restaurant for something that is probably just a one-time thing, right? Like, people are like, man, that place got to be dirty. Like, no, you just happen to get sick that one time. You get sick eating at your own house.
Yeah. The one thing I hate is when people kind of have that mindset with like a local spot, like a small little family-owned business where you're like, oh, no, that sucked. Da, 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 da. But you keep going back and forth to McDonald's and you get some bad fries once you phone. So I kind of wish everybody had that mindset when it comes to everything.
Yeah, at first I was really on Clown Dude, but then it is worth noting, as you mentioned, the idea that he had an allergic reaction, that's a real problem. If it's like, I'm allergic to this, you could have taken me out of here.
Yeah. If you got the wrong order and he's allergic to eggplant.
But see, if that happened to me, I'm going back up there as soon as I'm better.
He's been recovering for 4 years.
Yeah, I don't know. 4 years ago. Yeah, I'm trying to think what kind of beef I have from 4 years ago, like a little petty beef.
713-572-4610. What is a beef that you've been able to hold for over 4 years? I
actually do have one, too.
Oh, yes.
Yeah,
you share or no?
Yeah, I share it. So back when me and my wife first started dating, this was probably 2009, maybe 2010. For her birthday, I got her like a cake. Her favorite color was like lime green and all this other stuff. So I'm like, let me surprise her with a cake. I got her the cake, and she's like, oh, I like it. Didn't realize that her family made her a cake, but they hid it because they didn't want me to feel bad that I got her a cake. And then, long story less long, I found out she didn't really care for the cake.
Didn't care for the one you got?
Yeah, the one I got. So I'm still mad. I still bring it up to this day. And that was over 10 years ago. I'm still mad about
That's
that.
That's a good one. I would hold on to that one.
Yeah, I throw it in her face a couple times. A couple times a year.
See, 281, you got a reason. They say they got sick 3 times at a place.
Jeez.
Never going back. Yeah,
see, that's a good point.
You put in the work.
All right, we in the mixtape in the Loop Sports Radio 610. So over the weekend, Noah Lyles, he had a race going on. Was it the 200? Was it the 200 meters?
That's a shame that I don't remember exactly. I think it was the 200.
Yeah.
Or it might have been 100, but it was at the USA Track and Field Championships out in Eugene. I was watching some of that this weekend.
Yeah. So he was taking. I'm saying this like he taking on one person, but I think the story was him versus. Is it Kenny Bernard?
Bernard, yep.
Yeah.
And it was the 200 final.
Yeah, so this is how that sounded, and there was a little situation that happened at the end of the race.
The one thing that Kenny Bernard cannot do in this race, he cannot leave it late, and that's why you see him going right past the world champion, Noah Lyles. But now he has to hold everybody off, including Noah.
Bernard, as Noah Lyles tries to reel him in, Lyles slightly ahead and looks over and says, I'm still the world champion, and a little bit of a push there at the end as the rivalry comes into view.
So Kenny pushed him towards the end. So Noah kind of caught up to him and stared the brother down as he crossed the finish line. And Kenny gave him a little shove at the end and then quickly tried to dap him up like everything was good, man. I thought that was kind of hilarious. So they had a little conversation. It took a minute for Noah Lyles to actually shake his hand. He was kind of and probably about after 5 seconds he shook his hand. They had a brief little conversation and kept it moving. But Kenny was asked about that situation that happened towards the end, and this is what he had to say.
You care to explain what happened between you and Noah at the end there? Your thoughts?
I mean, like I said before, for years, Noah's going to be Noah. You want to stare me down, that's fine, but You know, I ran 5 rounds. He's fresh. You know, he can line up again when we're above fresh and see what happens. Because I'm very confident I can beat him. That's all I can say. A little personal stuff, and we'll figure it out. What did he say to you? Oh, what he said doesn't matter. It's just what he did. That's it. And unsportsmanlike, and I don't deal with that.
And it was the taunting that you didn't like, the respect factor to you?
Respect factor. I mean, at the end of the day, like I said, he's fresh. Last time we lined it up, I beat him, so that's all I can say. You know, next time we line up, I'm going to win. That's all that matters to me.
You sound kind of salty.
Kind of. I don't think you could be the guy who's like, well, we'll run it again and I'm going to beat you when you was just the dude that was so upset you pushed old boy. Like, it can't be that.
He was sitting there like, I done ran like 500 races before he ran his. So that's the only reason. I beat him in practice before.
I was tired, man. Like, okay, so if
he was fresh.
I feel like if you truly believed that, you don't see the dude staring you down as he finished the race, which, by the way, kind of a jerk move to do, but also cold as hell.
I kind of like it. Was a jerk move that I like, that I can appreciate.
Agreed.
Especially if you that good.
Agreed. You got in your feelings and pushed him, and then you realized you was in your feelings. You were all the way in the wrong, so you can't get out here talking tough on the backside of this.
That's the part I don't like, because it's one thing for you to push him and then immediately, all right, no, you know what? It's all good, man. It's all good. But don't come post game talking all this mess. Nah, man. I wish Noah Lyles didn't dap him up.
My favorite part is if he wants to stare me down, that's fine. Clearly, it's not.
Yeah, that's not the whole problem.
Clearly, it's not. Well, I don't know if that's the whole problem, because was it the stare down? Or was he in his feelings about yet again watching Noah Lyles hawk him down? Because that's clearly what happened. Like, and I imagine that's the most annoying thing about Noah, because Noah will get out here and talk. We know that. Mm-hmm. We've seen the ways in which he's trying to get at various NFL players and stuff. He'll talk. But also, he is a notoriously slow starter. So at any given point, if you were a pretty good runner, you probably going to be ahead of him, but not for long. And I imagine that's got to be the worst way to constantly lose races. Just every time I am ahead of him until I'm not. Yes. That's got to be sickening.
That's kind of like that Tom Brady effect of, hey, I'm winning right now, and then Tom Brady get the ball back with a couple seconds left, beat you. It's like, dang, man, I almost had him.
But you didn't.
Yeah.
Some 281 said he pushed him because he ran in his lane. That's why he got pushed. I can't recall if I saw him kind of lean into the lane. But if that's the reason why, I don't necessarily know how we can explain on the back end trying to dap him up, and then also getting in front of the camera.
Or I would have said that. I'm like, the only reason I pushed him because he got in my lane. I would have said that. Yeah, maybe everybody would have understood it. Maybe we all would have called for doing that.
Yeah, that'd be a fair reason to push him.
Yeah. We probably wouldn't be talking about this now, or we'd be trashing on Noah Lyles. But yeah, don't try to do that quick little dap up at the end, man.
Yeah, my thing about it is, look, he might have good reason. Because again, I'm not out here like caping for Noah Lyles. I think he's done some things that I would term a little corny.
Uh-huh.
However, like, you don't have to also be corny in the way that you handle this, Kenny, right? Like, and when somebody's popping, you kind of just got to let that ride, man.
He should have stood on business, man. I would have gave him a little shove and just stood there. I wouldn't dap. What's up with that? Like, nah, I don't appreciate that. Just that would have made it a little more fun. I probably would have been rooting for him a little bit. But don't give me that little corny dap up at the end and then talk all that trash in the post game.
Yeah, that's fair, because I have no problem with the shove. But yeah, I guess if then you immediately go and shake his hand after, but then still are bitter in the interview afterwards.
The shaking the hand or putting your hand out at the end and showing, to me, that's throwing a white flag. Like, I don't want no problems. We good. And then, like, clearly y'all ain't good.
Yeah.
Man.
He wants to be good, though. He does. And I feel it for you, Kenny.
Not good enough.
There you go. Figgy's Mixtape every weekday right here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610, 1:20 p.m., mind you. At the Figgy Fig on social media if you see something that you believe to be mixtape worthy. All right, you're in the loop. Coming up next, let's get ready to hand things off to the fellas of the drive, Clint and Ron. But before we do that, we have the over-under on win totals. There's a lot of experts that seem to not believe in the Rockets when it comes to what Vegas is setting the win total at. Do you think that win total will be achieved by the Rockets? 713-572-4610. We'll talk about that quickly next.
Where do the Texans stand? training camp. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studio, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop.
Yeah, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Much appreciation to everybody rocking with us on this Monday, and a lot of thanks to Sean Pendergast jumping on with us live from West Virginia, courtesy of Yingling. Luke, I appreciate you rocking with me in the stead of the OG John Lopez.
Always. My pleasure. It's always great to hang out with you guys.
Yeah, man. Very, very fun today. We're getting ready to hand things over to the fellas of the drive here in a moment. But before we get there, the Rockets, man, like, I know we haven't talked a lot about them. It's their offseason. There's been some interesting things going around, like Jabari Smith Jr. I've seen some of his work. Amen Thompson, seen some of his work with a really well-regarded guard on his shooting and everything. And Jabari also sat down with one of those kind of basketball podcasters, the Young Man in the Three, which was used to be JJ Redick's old podcast. But we have, kind of official type things. We have Vegas numbers that have come in for the Rockets. I think the over-under was 54 wins, or the win total.
Yeah, I think 54.5.
54.5 for the Rockets. And the Hoop Collective, Brian Windhurst of ESPN, I think alongside, I believe it is Tim McMahon and Bond Temps as well. Those guys were tasked with picking, whether or not various teams would hit their win total. And it seems like they don't have very much belief in your Houston Rockets.
All right, Houston Rockets up next. Big number here, big offseason where they trade for Kevin Durant. Bontemps 54.5 wins for the Houston Rockets as the over-under.
I've talked a lot about how much I love the Rockets offseason. I still love the Rockets offseason. I'm going to take the under. I'm a little concerned about Kevin's health just in terms of getting through the regular season, playing games. They've got, Fred VanVleet. We'll see how many games he's going to play if he doesn't get banged up. I do think they're still got to have some growth from some of the young guys. Reed Shepherd's going to have a much bigger role. How's that going to go? They probably played above their heads last year, getting to 52 wins. And like you in the West, I think we're going to have another big glut of teams all in about the same record range. So I could see a world where the Rockets go over. I think it's more likely that they end up somewhere back around 50, and I'm going to take the under.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. And the point of bringing in Kevin Durant was about the playoffs, not the regular seasons. It's about addressing their glaring void of a go-to guy down the stretch of close playoff games. If he plays 65 games in the regular season, awesome. I would anticipate them erring on the side of caution there. I think they'll be a top 4, probably top 3 seed. I just don't know if there's going to be more than one team that's got 55 plus wins in the West.
Yeah, I really like what the Rockets have done. It's just a big number. A lot of things got to go your way to get 55 plus wins. Again, I'm going to hedge under, not a commentary on the Rockets, just a commentary on the strength of the West. I think everyone's going to kind of sort of move more towards the middle just because of, some teams are going to take some losses.
So will the improvements that this team has clearly made in the offseason actually show up in the record? Because, you heard the various people on that podcast all kind of points to the idea that no, they don't believe that you'll see more than the 52 wins that they won this year.
And I don't know if I disagree with really anything that was said in that clip. I think the Rockets are better this year than last year. But if you go back and you look at last season, to their point, only the Thunder did reach 55 victories. Only 3 teams in the league did that throughout the NBA. And the West is a very tough conference. As they said, Durant is more for the playoff type of move. We'll see how many he typically plays, a fair share of games. But as he gets a little bit older, we'll see how everything laid out. I do sort of agree with. I don't think it's an indictment on the Rockets, as Wendy said there at the end, that it's not like putting down Houston per se, just that maybe they don't think anybody other than potentially the Thunder get to that point, which is interesting because, like I said, I think I agree with them. So even though the Rockets are going to be better this upcoming season than last year, I don't know if you'll see that in the record or the standings. They might be similar to the 52 wins they had last year. They might be a 2 or 3 seed again, similar to last year, but still, you'd still feel better about their chances to compete in the playoffs and win a championship because they are a better team, even if there isn't that huge jump in the record.
Yeah, and you're right, Champ. I see you on the YouTube page. They definitely had like a slump in February, and they had some winnable games that they let go, but they also had some really incredible runs. And I think there might have been Bontemps that made mention of it. I think that he's right in regarding the idea of you're going to also have more teams that are actually trying to contend and compete this season that take wins away. Like, it's one of the things that I don't think we've talked about enough in the world of the NBA is how much the win totals have gotten inflated to some degree over the last 10, 15 years with the teams who have tanked and just inherently come into a season and largely been bad and given up wins that they would have normally scrapped for if everybody was playing on more of a, previous NFL type stance where we're all trying to go and get as many wins as possible, even if we know we don't really have an opportunity to go and win. Like, some of those wins that you walk in and know you're going to have as you walk into the building, you would not have. I think that you're getting a little bit closer to that feel with more and more teams, at the very least in the West, but largely around the league level of success. On top of the fact that there's a number of people that with the KD deal were like, he's not going to play all the games. And I don't know that that's the standard. I think the idea is probably if you get around that 65 game mark, that number in order to be eligible for awards, that's probably right. As long as that 65 games comes with a health, when you're ready for the postseason, I think that that's where you are now. You're no longer an 82-game team. You're a 16-game team, seeing if you can win in that postseason and get those victories. So I think that that's probably the most important thing. I would still like to see you get 50 wins. Like, you still need to also position yourself, though, in a place where you are able to have home court advantage and have a good space where you're not competing to try and stay out of the play-in. You need to have that level of comfort, but I don't think that you need 55 wins in order to justify yourself.
Yeah, that's fair. I think they'll be better this year, but I don't know if we're heading towards, just a 20-loss team type of season. By the way, the over is, as they say, juiced, so it's at 54.5, but the favorite is for the Rockets in Vegas. The favorite is to go over that 54.5.
Okay.
Yeah, you get even money if you bet the under. It's plus 100. So if you agree with what those three guys just laid out, you could take the under without any juice on it. So that'd be nice. But also, by the way, I saw there was a conversation about 10 days ago on ESPN where they're saying, is this going to be the best team Kevin Durant has ever played on? We played audio when I was actually in for you, Reggie, a few weeks back about Giannis's brother saying this is the most talented team Durant's ever been on, forgetting the historic Warriors that he joined. So I will say, I do kind of like that the narrative, at least just in this one clip, has shifted a little, because I remember when I was in with you one day, being too positive, that almost concerns me when everyone is too hyped about something. So I do like, if we want to call this some sort of negative opinion on the Rockets, I like that we're at least getting it, and it's not all just like, oh yeah, they're going to be great, because that worries me more.
Yeah, I don't even know if I'd call it negative. It's just tempered expectation, which I think is always good, like to make sure that you temper expectations, especially early on before a season kicks off, so that you don't end up in a bad place. I would say that that's largely where I'm coming from with a Nick Chubb type situation, is more tempered expectation than negativity towards him. The idea of, hey, let's not get ourselves in a place where we make ourselves sad trying to imagine something that was never going to be within the realm of possibility. And so, no, I'm super excited for when the Rockets get to action, because I think they'll jump in with a Texans team that should already start with a level of energy and intensity, although we were talking about the idea of the offense and maybe taking a little bit of an opportunity, a little bit of time throughout the early portions of the season to find themselves. So hopefully you're not in a place where you have any level of negativity early, that at least your expectations can be in the right space. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you rocking with us, and also appreciation to D&M Auto Leasing for giving us the opportunity to chat with the fellas of the drive. It's Clint, it's Ron. Fellas, what's popping, man?
What's good?
Hey,
everybody's looking beautiful.
Thanks, man. That's very kind of you to say. I'm guessing you're saying that because of Luke, but Luke is, he's got the hair. He's got the hair in the hat again. He's hiding it from the people.
You know what? I'm with you, Figgy. This overly humble thing that you got going, Reggie. Like, I'm just over it, man. Chill out, man. Quit, man. I like Figgy out here trying to give you compliments because you was over there cozied up with Josina, and you just keep trying to shoot it down and act like you ain't cool and all this, and now you just gonna push it all over to Luke, who Luke is a pretty son of a gun. But damn it, you done got your hair done. I've seen you at work at the Dyken Park before. Chill out, man. Chill out with this overly humbleness stuff.
I do sometimes do that. I will admit.
Over
But I'm not no star. Like, I want that to be clear. Like, I think we should probably recognize that. Especially, look, I look up and down the 610 airwaves. We got former football players. We got dudes who have done this for 10, 15, 20, 30 years. Who am I to say that I'm a star right now, man? I'm just trying to get in where I fit in.
Hey, you on the Wikipedia page.
Yeah, you made that wiki.
It's always going to come right back to that, ain't it?
You made that wiki, dog. Hey, man. Take your shine, baby. Take your shine, baby.
I'll earn it. I'll get there.
Yeah, you don't need to earn that damn thing. You get it, baby. You got it. I think that's just in your nature. It's all right, man. Don't let Ron make you walk around. Ron wants you to walk around here beating on your chest all the time and talking about yourself all the time.
It ain't in his nature. It ain't in his nature. I've seen him. I've seen him at work. It ain't in his nature. All right? He got that side. It ain't in his nature. He likes to shoot ladies' looks just to see if he can still get a reaction. That ain't a guy that, oh no, man, ain't me, baby. Ain't me. Just Luke.
That's a definition of a man, ain't it?
I think so. I would like to say so.
I mean, we're on these airwaves. I can't say what I want to say, but that's
he get to say what he's want to say.
I'm gonna tell you what that is, Ron. That's that dog. It's some of us. It's on the surface. Some you got to dig a little deeper. I think maybe Reg, you got to dig a little deeper. You got to stare a little longer to find it.
Okay. Yeah, I saw that son of a gun do that.
I'm never living that one down, am I?
Nah, man. Hell, Clint Tyler, she almost got out of her concession stand line to go walk him down. And he over here, nah, baby, you got it, Luke. It's all on you, Luke. Ain't me, baby. Ain't me, Doc. Just you, Luke. Shut up. That boy shot her that look. I said, what the hell is going on? She almost said, hell with these nachos, because that's what she was ordering. The hell with these nachos. Let me walk this pretty dark-skinned 5'11" gentleman down. Let me walk him down.
See what you did? I see what you did. No. 6 foot.
I mean, you got
just under 6'1".
That's not what I listened to the show. That's not what the doctor said.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm
yeah. I appreciate that you listen to the show, so you know exactly how to build me up and then knock me down. I appreciate
just saying,
that.
Man, stay up. Oh man, your humble ass.
Another day where the offense gets battered by the defense. I know that you'll get into it. At what point, because I was asking this to Lopez on Friday, and I don't know that we settled on a time, at what point does this become an issue? I think Daniel Jeremiah also was reminding all the football faithful that, hey, at this time of year, the defense is going to still be ahead of the offense. At what point do we need to see that?
Yeah, look, we talk about it on the drive all the time. I'm giving them a 2-week grace period. I mean, at 2 weeks, I'm not saying all the kinks are worked out and you look great and you're even to what I believe is, but at some point, D'Amico Ryans is gonna flip the script and he's gonna quit going to the media talking about they're improving.
Yeah,
right. Knowing that we all just watched them get skunked on the field. I mean, when that happens is when you know, okay, now in that building they are expecting, instead of install and guys knowing how to communicate, they're expecting some production. And right now, I give them a 2-week grace period, which we're up against it now.
From here or 2 weeks from the start?
No, from the beginning. I think you got to give an offense 2 weeks from the beginning to get terminology down, to communicate the base offense, to say, hey, it doesn't matter what the defense is doing, we've got to get our installation right. At that 2-week period, you get tired of getting your ass kicked, right? Somebody needs to chip Will Anderson, right? Somebody needs to chip Daniil Hunter. They need to create something to go at a certain player that now they've been scouting their guys, and you've played against these guys enough. You need to see a little success. You know, right now it's just you got to take it and wear it right now because you're trying to install an offense. At the 2-week period, we should at least be at a point where we can run base offense and not think a lot about it.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, to steal a line from you, hey Chief, we about 12 practice.
I know we're close. So by the time we're done with Greenbriar, we should be there. We should be at a point where, I mean, if we go out and watch the offense get absolutely skull drugged, then there should be some semblance of that given back to us when D'Amico speaks to the media.
Yeah.
I mean, you hear old buddy in Chicago?
Oh, yeah.
Offense plays like this, we ain't going to win many games.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? They're installing an offense, too.
They are.
In time, you know, that's I'd expect that out of D'Amico unless they get a little bit better, unless they turn the corner a bit.
That's very fair. I'm excited to hear you guys continue to talk more about that. I imagine also there's some conversation about the little fun that we saw with the movings and shakings on the offensive line, Training camp continues to roll on, and of course, no better place to be than Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610. You're listening to KLT AM, KLT FM, HD2 Houston, and Odyssey Sports Station. Luke, appreciate you once again, but right now, the drive is live.
That's right, the drive is live, and Psycho T got on. He got on the clear glasses, and he got on that Michael Jordan baseball bearings.
Yeah.
How about that? I like that.
Happy Monday. Let's go.
I'm not going to lie to you. We'll see how it looks, Clint. I just put in an order to get them same type style of glasses.
Them clear ones? I'm going to be honest with you, I'm really disappointed in mine, man. I mean, the old manhood definitely hit me when I finally went to the eye doctor not too long ago. And I got my glasses, and I went with the safe route. They're fine, they work really good. Actually, I didn't know how bad my eyesight was until you throw them joints on.
Bad boys on.
But I'm a little disappointed with my decision, man. It was
That's surprising.
It was run of the mill, bro. It was I tried on the clear. I tried on the thicker black. Now they didn't have the kind that you got. You got some. You must have went shopping for yours somewhere, but. I'm a little disappointed in my option, what I picked, man. Especially
I'm surprised.
If I'm only going to wear them at the house, I mean, because right now I don't need them to read my iPad, so I don't menu public. But other than that, I really don't need them. So I should have went a little edgy and just to maybe get my wife's attention, maybe get her turned on a bit with the glasses. Do women they get turned on by stuff like that? Is the same that men do sometimes with the little outfits women put on?
Oh, yeah, I think so.
I'm going to be honest with you. Like, I'm not a big outfit guy, but there was a time in my life where a good pair of black rim glasses on a nice, confident female, preferably a shapely one, was
hair up?
Yes.
Ooh, yeah, that got you.
That did. I wonder do women see the same thing? Like, is there a certain a black rimmed, or in Tyler's case, a clear rimmed glass that really does it for you?
Well, ladies out there, 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch. Is there a look? Is there a glasses look that turns you on? Is Tyler bringing it right now? Tyler with the is he bringing it right now? Real quick before we get to it, I am surprised. There you go. He's really looking in, folks. I'm really surprised. I'm surprised you went running the mill. I mean, I understand they're just at the house, but you are a visual person.
I've got some factors going on here, though, Ron. I've got. We've talked about this before. I've got to have straight arms on my glasses. My ears sit way back on my head.
I got you.
So if a normal set of glasses doesn't wrap around my ear like they're designed to, right? They sit up on top of my ear. So it's one of those where there was definitely some cooler looking ones. Some that I was like, when you really look at it, like them arms, they're sitting up about an inch or two higher than they should be because my ears sit back. So I had to go with a straight arm, and so then I get narrowed down, and I'm like, oh man, now I've been here an hour and a half.
Hell, now you're just ready to go.
Get me up out of here, man. So you're right. I got to look at some designer custom glasses. Got to do
it. Coming in first, supplanting and becoming our new number one female listener, Lauren Mack. Absolutely like a Clark Kent Superman kind of vibe. Sally comes right behind her. Lauren Mack, the guy has to have a good look too. That's a couple of our top female listeners.
Damn, Sally.
Right,
well, yeah. I mean,
Sal's got a point. You can't be some ugly son bitch rocking these things, you know?
Well, let's be honest. If you're some ugly sunbuck, Sally ain't gonna look at you no way. So, some things. Glasses can't fix ugly, but I'm just in general. Like if you see something.
That's the line of the week so far, folks. Glasses can't.
If you got a face only a mother can love, glasses ain't gonna help you.
Yeah, in every sense of the phrase too, because as you put them up, somebody can't see real good, and they put them on, and you're ugly. You are gross.
Hey, Seal said, "Kiss my ass."
Yeah, I got a feeling it wasn't them glasses, but
better be able to sing your ass off.
I like that. Good call. I mean, man.
He didn't even put them on.
Yeah, he didn't even need to.
he said, "Heidi, this is what I'm bringing to the table."
Yeah,
right here.
As he put it on the table.
Okay, that's probably all right. Let's jump in this before we get off. All right, D'Amico around the podium today because I'm going to give you a little. Listen, we are not in West Virginia. Sean Pendergast, Seth Payne are. We will talk to Sean Pendergast coming up at 3:40. So stay tuned for that. We'll get his thoughts, and you don't want to miss it. You got to like Sean, I'll just say if there is any level of concern from Sean, I think you, as Texans fans, you would really be on concern. And no shade towards him, but he thinks and views things much more optimistic than others, like myself. And so you'll want to hear what he has to say. He was out there watching it. We'll let you hear his assessment coming up at 3:40. But this is D'Amico Ryans talking about what he's seeing today when he met with the media, progress from his offense.
In the same vein as I said for the defense, our offense is getting better. That's training camp. I talk about it all the time. I'm not just throwing out a term, but when I talk about iron sharpening iron, if everybody brings their best every single day, we will all get better. We're still one team. We're going to go out and compete against another team. We are making each other better here. Our offense is making our defense better. Defense is making our offense better. And that's what training camp is all about. So I'm very, excited to see where our guys are, and really, I'm excited to see them go play against someone else. It's becoming that time of camp where it starts to get a little chippy. Guys are tired of going against each other, so I'll be excited. When the end of the week comes and we're able to go against Minnesota.
All right, that's D'Amico Ryans talking about his offense today. Them have to play somebody else because then that'll be the last thing that many of us are holding on to. Well, maybe it's not that bad. This is DJ Bieniemy. Before I get your thoughts, Clint. This is DJ Bieniemy reporting it as he was watching camp. He said, this is easily the worst start for the Texans offense I've seen from them in training camp. Stuffed runs, a drop pass from Nico Collins, a false start, a batted pass at the line, playmakers not getting open fast enough for Stroud, and CJ threw a pick six to CJ Gardner-Johnson. He then later said, hey, let's see if they can bounce back in the next period. He did say CJ in the passing offense has been better since he last tweeted that. Stroud had a nice completion to Dalton and Jalen Noel, even had a decent scramble when pressured. He then also said, Clint, in the last ones versus ones 2-minute period, CJ Stroud to Schultz on the sideline for a medium gain. CJ Stroud in the middle to Schultz, poked out by Petrie. He overthrew Schultz when he was under pressure. He was under pressure again, had to escape to his left, and got a sideline pass to Hutchinson. CJ incomplete to Kirk in the middle. CJ to Brevin, open down the seam, but dropped by Brevin Jordan. And then it didn't end any better in the last of the 2-minute drills. The first team offense got stopped inside the 5 as CJ threw an interception to Azeez Alshire. Also, Davis Mills threw a pick, and Graham Mertz a pick 6. That's what DJ Bieniemy said he saw and reported from the offensive snaps today. Clint, it looks like the belts to asses is continuing from the offense, and as you said, we're getting close to your 2-week grace period.
Well, we're getting close to the grace period of just things catching up, and things should level out a bit. Your defense, being this defense, is still going to be ahead. You're not going to catch this defense in training camp. Hell, you're not probably going to catch them really this season. But the reality of it is you should be able to protect the quarterback. Your quarterback should start getting some good looks, and your offense should start having the ability to get out of bad plays and in good plays. Your offense coordinator should be able to game plan a little bit towards the Texans defense so you can see a little bit of success. But here, the more concerning part of that, I'm not worried about the offense being overwhelmed and the offense being behind and the defense having a great day. The biggest thing, the biggest issue I have with the report you just laid out right there is I don't give a damn how much better the defense is or isn't, or how far along we are offensively. If C.J. Stroud's going to throw interceptions and miss open receivers, if Brevin Jordan's going to drop balls that are hitting his chest, if Nico Collins is going to drop balls in practice, if those things are, this offense is going absolutely nowhere fast. I don't care if you got good protection or you don't. If Dalton Schultz, Nico Collins, C.J. Stroud, Brevin Jordan, and I do put Brevin Jordan in that category. They've re-upped Brevin Jordan. Brevin Jordan, the expectation isn't just right. If those guys aren't going to make plays, and if those guys are going to actually, be missing throws, missing opportunities, or dropping passes, missing opportunities, then you really have an issue in Houston. There's two different things going on here. Today, ball's getting poked out. It's inexcusable. Like it just those kind of things, especially practicing against D'Amico Ryan's defense. I know right now going into every practice they're going to try to turn the football over, whether it's the defensive ends poking the ball out at the quarterback level or it's a secondary poking the football out after you catch a ball, right? I mean, all of these things just like that snowball rolling downhill, man, you got to be able to stop it. And this team right now doesn't appear to have the ability to stop those.
Well, it seems like what you're talking about, and I think what's jumping to you, and I don't mean to put words in your mouth, but that some of the stuff that we're seeing, and I think it's what's kind of brought some issues for me is I don't know how much that is. We're installing a new system. I don't know how much getting the ball poked out of your hands in the middle of the field or dropping the ball or constantly getting pressure is, but they're installing a new offense and they're like, I'm not going to say none of it is that, but some of that is, it doesn't matter what offense you're in. You're not dropping the ball in 2 minutes or you're not getting the ball poked out in the middle of the field like that. And I feel like that's kind of where you're hitting towards.
Yeah, no question. I mean, that's the part that concerns me more. I can handle chaos up front against this defense. I can handle Ariante Ursery not being able to handle Will Anderson, so the pockets. I can handle all those things. I can look at that iron sharpens iron, baby. And then you go out there and all of a sudden you got guys dropping balls. You got your All-American quarterback overthrowing open receivers. You got your number one receiver dropping passes. I mean, that is something that you got to be really conscious of and just cannot be tolerated. Because part of overcoming, right, the frustrations, if you will, of going against this defense and the frustrations, if you will, of a rough start to a practice is then you got guys like a $12 million tight end that go out there and catch and run for a big chunk play or a touchdown. You got guys like C.J. Stroud that can hang in there and with a guy in his grill can throw a dime 20 yards down the field on an in-cut route that might spit out the back door for a touchdown. You got a guy like Nico Collins that can catch a slant or a hitch and make a guy miss a tackle. If those guys you can't rely on to help you overcome the hurdle of maybe the hurdle and the frustration of a bad practice or, hey, we're installing, we're a little behind everybody. Those are the guys that you got to depend on to help you get over the hump. And if you can't even depend on them, if those guys have a rough day, it's going to be even more detrimental to the whole team as a whole. But look, I'm not, again, my grace period is
not hit yet.
It is not hit yet. They're still inside the 2-week mark for me. I think the messaging that we hear coming from Nick Caley and C.J. Stroud will change once. I'll say this: they're going to see much from the first team, obviously in that first preseason game. When they get back here and start prepping for that Carolina preseason game, I would expect there to be a different expectation day in, day out, and a different messaging coming out of from the coaches, particularly D'Amico, if it's been a bad day.
Text line coming through, Clint. This S sounds stupid. We have the best defense in football. You're never going to have the best offense in football. Has never happened. Nobody's saying you got to have the best offense in football. But, I mean, it shouldn't be boots to asses every day.
Well, you can't run. You can't have drops. You can't have turnovers. They have thrown C.J. Stroud, and you can talk about the pocket being chaotic, but C.J. Stroud and Davis Mills have thrown a lot of interceptions, especially, again, for the minimal reps that they appeared to get for the first at least 6-7 days of camp. So, I think there's two things at play here because the texter does make a great point. But all of us here in Houston, and the more rabid the fan, the higher the expectations. You expect to win more than 10 games. You expect to, when you do exit the playoffs, you don't exit the playoffs in a we got suffocated on offense fashion. So this is the bar, guys. Like, this is the bar. If we're being honest, this is the bar. The great defenses in this league, when we ran up against them and win suffocated, right? And so now you're playing one of those type of defenses every day, day in, day out. You got to catch up at some point.
Yeah. Pal says the texture is right. I disagree. There's got to be some movement. The Baltimore Ravens 2 years ago had the number one offense and the number one defense. Right? Like you don't have to have. Like even Seattle when they had the Legion of Boom, right? They didn't just suck ass on offense, right? I mean, they weren't the 99 Rams, but dog, man, like it's got to be some competition. This isn't competition. This is, I mean, again, it's early, sort of. This is not competition. All right, as we'll continue to talk, as I said, later on in the 3 o'clock hour, we will hear from Sean Pendergast, who is there in West Virginia, watching the practice with his own eyes. We'll get his thoughts on things.
Old Seth Payne's going to be joining him as well.
Oh, that is great, because I want to see where Seth is when it comes to the offensive line. I want to see where he is as a defensive lineman and see where they are. I'd like to see where his mindset is from watching that. So Seth and Sean will join us at 3:40. Let's get to the Astros, who had a weird weekend. What's the overall feeling about your Houston Astros, who got swept and is in a struggle since they swept the Dodgers July 7th? What's the feeling about the Astros right now? We'll discuss that next.
Speaking of the Astros, they had a power outage this weekend. Here, power outages around this area. Hey, don't worry about it, man. It happen anytime. Extreme heat, extreme cold, hurricanes. By the way, we're in the middle of hurricane season.
Injured? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers, 281-222-2222.
Houston Sports Leader is your one-stop shop for all things Texans training camp. Don't miss live reaction to practice and exclusive conversations with players and coaches. Only on Texans Training Camp Live. Then even more inside information every weeknight on Texans All Access. Mark Vandermeer and John Harris have you covered all the way through the preseason on your home of the Texans. Sports Radio 610. Training Camp, live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in. Hopefully you beautiful people all had a great weekend, especially some of our very dedicated female listeners who have been chiming in. Abigail has chimed in. Obviously, Sally and Lauren Mack are our two top female listeners on the show. A lot of our female listeners chiming in. We appreciate you guys chiming in, and hope you had a good weekend. We always love when the ladies put in their thoughts on things we're talking about. Speaking of that, you can continue. By the way, weekend's best, weekend's worst, coming up next with Sean and Seth coming up at 3:40. We're going to move it up to the 2 o'clock hour, so make sure you have your weekend's best, weekend's worst coming up, and we'll do that next. But Clint, maybe could be the number one weekend's worst in the sports world in Houston is the Astros just walked into Boston, just got their ass kicked. 5 runs they scored. We're back to that. And right now in their last 10, they're 2-8. This AL West leads down to 2.5 as the Mariners beat the Rangers in a series over the weekend, so they're 2.5 back. And since July 7th, when they swept the Dodgers with whoever the hell they had, swept Dodgers, they've played 21 games. They've only won 7. They've been swept 3 different times in that 21-game stretch.
We'll get all this little funk.
And this is now becoming a larger sample size of struggles right now. And hell, Clint, they go and get swept by Boston, and Hunter and Framber both pitch in the series. So I ask you, Tyler, the people, 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch, what's your overall feeling about the Astros right now?
Well, it's not a good one. I mean, that's for damn sure. But I still, I'm not moved off my stance of just can these guys, can they hold them off? Can they hold the Rangers and the Mariners off in the division long enough to get whole? And once you get whole, are you getting healthy guys, or are you having to push guys into action because you need them that desperately? I still feel like that's where we're at with the Astros right now. The one silver lining from the weekend that I did like was that I mean, I think unless you guys saw something different, Hunter Brown was pretty good.
Yep, 7 innings. Yep, he bounced back.
Hunter Brown appeared to have bounced back. I'd rather that not be followed up by Framber Valdez, struggling as much as he has all year long, and that in one game. So, but the Hunter Brown return to top form, I think is a big plus. Carlos Correa, I'll be honest with you, Carlos Correa being in uniform really took a lot of the sting for me this weekend.
That's fair.
But the reality of it is you got swept, and the lead in the division is down to that 2.5 games that you mentioned. This weekend hurt in a major way. And really the pain comes because the Mariners were playing the Rangers, right? So you knew somebody was going to take 2 or 3 there. Somebody was going to gain some ground on you if you got swept, and you messed around and got swept. So,
and then you said that, right? Just don't get swept.
Yeah.
Right now, like win series, but at the least just don't go in and walk in and get swept.
That's right. That's right. I mean, the getting swept is what can erase this lead in a hurry, which is the one thing. Losing the lead over a month or over an extended period of time is one thing, but for you to lose 4 to 5 games off of a division lead, as you mentioned, in a month, and hell, less than a month, then you've that could spell real problems for the Astros as they get healthy.
Yeah. And to me, man, I will say this, Clint and Tyler. I feel a lot better about the Astros right now that I think I should when you look at what they've done in this recent sample size. Right? I feel better about them because right now, I'll beat you to the punch, Clint. They are leaking oil. They are right now, whatever the hell's going on, they are leaking oil right now and struggling mightily. They get Pena back. I know Tyler was scared to hell of. I saw his tweet over the weekend when it looked like he had a hamstring issue, but he did get back in the. Yeah, I know he did. Yeah, I just repeatedly saw Tyler is feeling the same way every Astro fan is feeling. Is what I had responded to.
Anger sharks.
Yes, they get Pena back. And Los, he didn't stink it up. How about Sanchez? He looked pretty good over the weekend, swinging the bat, that left-handed bat they were looking for. They are just fighting it. But when you look at it, Correa's there. He swung the bat decently. And I'm a bit surprised, Clint, they weren't more focused and there wasn't a bigger spark coming this weekend with him returning. Like we saw a lot of unforced errors. We got to have a conversation about Yainer Diaz behind the plate at some point today.
I mean, look, I've had it on a rundown for about a month now, Ron. I mean, that is. Am I the only one in Houston that has major concerns about? I mean, it's laughable.
We need a segment. We need a segment, but that one's hard to come to mind. All right, I understand. Some tough pitches to handle. Can't be having pass balls in the air. Like can't have pass balls that don't bounce. Can't have that. That can't. Not two in one inning. All right, now, but we'll have to get to him. But I do feel better because I do think obviously they have guys coming with them, and Boston's a good baseball team. And like you said, it would feel different if Hunter had a game where he gave up 6 runs. One of those things where he just got screwed by his offense. And you do feel like that part is coming. Now, I do hope, Clint, Tyler, we get something very soon about, as someone just text in, what the heck is up with Jordan, John in Spring? I'm with you. Don't remember the last time we got an update. Feels like it's been a while with that.
It's become a season-long issue, this one.
Tease and soft toss, baby. Tease and soft toss.
Tease and soft toss. Again, I was 40 the last time he played. And Cinco de Mayo is my birthday. I was 40 the last time he played. So we'll see what happens there, but I do feel a lot better about him. But, man, you ain't kidding. Sweeps is the thing that can turn this thing serious. I mean, we were just sitting here 5-game lead. I felt like when we left Friday, and now it's 2.5. So that's the thing they got to avoid. And they play a red-hot Marlins team who just swept the Yankees, who've won 5 in a row. So it doesn't get any easier, so they need to bounce back big time. All right, coming up, weekend's best, weekend's worst. You can text in yours, and we will go over ours coming up next.
All right, if you've got big, beautiful, valuable trees on your property, I need you to listen up one time, man. Lewis, Florida.
Texans training camp. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, let's do a little weekends. Normally do it in the 3 o'clock hour, but we are going to be joined by Payne and Pendergast. Seth and Sean will join us coming up at 3:40 as they are live in West Virginia, and they took in practice today, so there are eyes and ears on the practice field as they continue training camp up in West Virginia. It looked like it cooled off there. It looked like they was in the 60s and lower 70s up there in West Virginia. So shout out for them. I don't know what else they're doing there, but shout out to them as they are not in the heat, and the players as well, as I'm sure they're loving it too. That the heat provides in Houston.
Must be nice, ain't it, Ron? Ease on up there, man. Do your 2 hours of radio, turn it over to Mark and John, watch a little practice. Weather's cool.
Yeah.
I mean, damn, boys. I didn't even think about training camp. I mean, training camp for old Pendergast and Payne, boy, they get about half day in, don't they?
Hey, sit back, drink some Yingling.
Oh,
do
man.
Hammer,
Hey, get some good workout in.
Yeah.
I mean, get the hell. Sean will have that next day's show lined up by the time his normal show would be over. Oh, man. Them boys, I don't know what the Greenbriar got to offer, but hell, Sean and Seth,
they'll figure it out.
I mean, hell, they ought to know They ought to know the lay of the damn land down there. That's for sure.
Sean will fall himself into some bar.
No question.
And do have a good time in
Sean,
there.
Hey, over under on number of locals, Sean will have their phone number.
Oh, yeah. 5 and a half.
Let's 4.5.
4.5.
I don't think it's that high.
Oh, you don't think so?
I don't think
you wouldn't take the over?
I would. All joking aside, I would go 2.5. I think the number's 2.5. Does Sean Pendergast? I don't know. Does it?
Sean may give his number.
Or I bet he goes Instagram change.
Some way of connection. Sean does.
Some contact information exchange.
I'm going over
2.5.
that 2.5.
You're going over?
Absolutely.
Hey, Pendergast,
they got to be local.
Greenbriar on lockdown, son.
They got to be local. Yeah, I'm going up.
Yeah, local. Can't be coming back to Houston here in a couple days.
Yeah, I'm going up. All right, let's do it. Let's do it here. Our weekends best, weekends worst. Clint, let's start with you. What's your weekend's best?
My weekend's best is Shedeur Sanders. As we know, he's not getting, wasn't early in camp, getting as many reps as he would like to get in that quarterback competition up in Cleveland. Let's be honest. The odd man out in between him and Dylan Gabriel will probably end up having the better NFL career because they'll be cut or traded and they'll move on to another franchise and have a better chance. But Shedeur Sanders, I think he has handled this situation with flying colors. I'm talking about A++++. I think he's handled it. He said the right things from jump, but it hadn't been reported because maybe it's Cleveland and it's not somewhere else, but whatever. It hadn't been reported on daily the way that everything he did at Colorado was. And some of the stuff that he did at Colorado, I think he went into the league and people expected him to act a certain way, level of treatment. He's been the exact opposite. He has been a model young quarterback in this league that's in the middle of a little bit of adversity there. And this week it came out or actually this weekend is when it all kind of went down. Maybe it was earlier today when it came out. Anyway, the point being is Shedeur Sanders is in the news now for answering a question or making the comments in a press conference setting that he doesn't want his dad at practice. He doesn't want his dad at the Cleveland Browns practice. And I tip my cap to Shedeur Sanders for reading the room, for understanding who his dad is and understanding the light that brings, the attention that brings. Because the reality of it is Deion Sanders isn't coming to practice and sitting up there in the fans section with all the fans. Deion Sanders is coming to practice. He's going to be on the sideline. It can be viewed some kind of way by teammates, by the other quarterbacks. It's just a different animal. Tip my cap to Shedeur Sanders for really overall handling this situation like a true pro when I think a lot of people didn't expect him to, but really handling it this way, in particular with his dad and understanding like, nah, right now ain't the time, Dad.
Yeah, he understands what, or at least it seems like he understands what he's bringing to the table and the circus it brings. There's already enough of a circus that comes with it. And I feel like Deion's got stuff to do. Maybe I feel like Deion's got a college football season to prepare for. You would think so. No, that's I'm certain that will be something that people will like.
Well, it's easier, Ron. It's easier to understand because that's his role. You're a fourth or fifth string quarterback right now. We don't need to create any distractions. You don't need any distractions. We don't need anything. Whatever happens, good, bad, or indifferent, needs to be about Shedeur Sanders. Period. Point blank. And
seems like that's what he wants.
And then the reality of it is the pressure would be applied to him. If Deion's out there, all of a sudden the pressure's on him because he could be looked at some kind of way by coaches or players or everybody involved. So, and not that all that stuff matters, but it is real life. Right, it is real life for the kid that's going through this for the first time, and so I just tip my cap for. I think the kid is a lot more mature. I think he's mature beyond his years, more so than maybe some of his actions have led some people to believe. I think it's just the reality is he's more mature than people give him credit for, but so I'm not surprised. But I tip my cap, man. Hell of a job by Shedeur Sanders.
All right, my weekend's best goes to John Cena. John Cena this weekend, SummerSlam. He lost his title. But he put forth one of the best matches. I didn't even know he was still capable of having one of the best matches that he has had in at least a decade. And he's 48 years old, and he is going out the best way possible. And I do feel like he is a guy that is really going to be done. I don't think he's going to be coming back and wrestling matches and stuff. He's moving on with the next part of his career. But he's looked a little rough here, to be honest, in his matches. And he had a match against Cody Rhodes on yes, looked good, man. Turn the clock back. Looked good. I feel like he's done taking these chair shots. Feel like he's done going through it. He's going through his last tables, except Brock Lesnar came out there and knocked his ass loose at the end of the match. But I'm happy for John Cena. I didn't know he still had it in him. He looks like he's dropped about 30 pounds from his heyday to become an actor. And the schedule he has, he is filming 2 movies right now while he is still doing all of this stuff. So shout out to John Cena.
What'd you tell me the other day about taking them supplements that one of them make you bigger and one of them make you what is it?
Make you heal quicker.
It's interesting how that appearance changes when you switch it
it up.
Switch what's coming out of that needle, Chief.
Yeah, he said he was dropping it for the rolls, man.
Well, yeah,
a little bit.
Well, he's also not needing to gain it for the roll, right? Yeah. Hey, John Cena, that's a good-looking fella right there. Man. That's a good-looking fella right there, man.
By the way,
I hope he does well.
The Rock allegedly did. He hadn't switched it up. He appears to be. He appears to be on whatever the hell.
He's still Incredible Hulk in every video every movie he plays in.
He does. All right, let me get to my weekend's worst. My weekend's worst goes to the Boston fans and commentators. There was a moment over the weekend where Hector Neris, because he felt like the runner on second base for the Red Sox was looking at his pitches and looking at his grip and relaying signs. And this is that has happened for years and years and years. So he balked on purpose and moved him to third base. And this was the Boston Red Sox commentators and how they responded to that situation.
So he balks on purpose. See, he wanted him to go to third that whole time because he thought he was relaying Neris's grip. Bounding ball deep short. Correa staggered a bit. He'll skip it over there. Made a beautiful play. Yes, I was worried about this. I knew he was going to be angry first with Trevor Story. Benches are empty. Here come the bullpens, too. Yeah, imagine the Astros being mad about stealing signs.
Listen.
Oh, good one, dude.
Listen. I know many of you have been upset with over the years with my reaction of this thing. I mean, I do think, when you cheat in a way that most people in the sport believe is over the line, which is weird because it's a sport that a lot of it is built on cheating, is over the line, then you're probably going to hear this a lot. But I'll be damned, guys. It can't be them. They can't. They can't.
Why'd you grab your Apple Watches, you sons of bitches?
But we don't even have to go that far. That's a piece of it. Your manager over there was suspended for a year.
Yes.
You had to go another place. Your third baseman is the guy who was probably one of the ones who benefited from it.
Keep going, Ron.
That's over there. That's before you get to the Apple Watches.
Clown ass.
Hold on. Y'all can't. Look at that. The Twins can do it. Not the Red Sox. Alex Cora is sitting right there. He had to miss a year for it. So that's the weekend's worst is, listen, it's going to happen. Dodgers, I can understand. I know you guys get annoyed. I understand the Dodgers be pissed. But not the Red Sox. Y'all can't do it.
And you traded for one of the two guys that was left that's believed to have benefited from it.
He's at third base. That's crazy.
They've actually got more members, including their coach.
Yes.
That were responsible for it.
Yeah, they don't even get to boo Altuve every time it comes up. And they did that too. All right, what's your weekend worst?
Mine's Tyreek Hill, man, the wide receiver, former Kansas City, obviously, and now he's with the Dolphins, been with the Dolphins for a few years, kind of been a little bit of a mess down there. And he ended last year talking about he wanted out and didn't believe in the group, didn't believe in Miami and all this kind of stuff. Caused a real uproar, so much to the fact that Tua, the quarterback there in Miami, has this year in training camp started his comments, or first time he spoke to the media actually said that, hey, Tyreek Hill's got some making up to do. He's got some earning some respect back from these guys, from the team, from the roster, from the locker room, yada, yada, yada. So Tyreek Hill obviously is not in a great spot. He's trying to figure this thing out and trying to say and do the right things. Well, I don't know why or how this came about, but he was asked about what does this team need to do to be better on third down. And his response was, take A-Chain out of the game on third down. He's not a power back. Instead, and it's above my pay grade, he answers that you need to take your star running back out of the game because he's not a third down back and he's not going to go get you 1 or 2 yards. Now, apparently that was what was kind of discussed, if you will, in practice. They were working some third downs, and so maybe he was just reiterating what he watched and what he saw. And but still, Tyreek Hill's got to know better because at some point A-Chain retweeted it and said, "That's how you really feel, huh, bro?" And again, I don't know how serious they are about all this, but the fact that Tyreek Hill isn't in a spot right now where he's just like, hey, that's above my pay grade and let's keep this thing moving is plumb-ass silly on his part.
Well, he knows, Clint. He doesn't give a damn. He just doesn't. He doesn't give a rip. All right, Clint, I did weigh myself this morning.
Did you? I'm
out of town. I did weigh myself this morning. I will give you my weight. Don't be disappointed, Tyler. But before we get that, we have, I would say, some baseball horny news. Some baseball horny news involving the Astros. We will give you that as soon as we get back, coming up next, right here live on The Drive.
Don't mess with the Houston Astros.
The Astros needed bats, and they got him at the deadline. FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. It's Texan from O'Karam Injury Lawyers Studios. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Breaking news from Sports Radio 610 is presented by BetQL. Smarter bets start with BetQL. Download the BetQL app or visit BetQL.com today.
All right, move over, Tyler. I'm taking this one. We got some breaking news, some Astros breaking news. Clint, Joe Espada said to the media, Spencer Arrighetti will come off the IL today and join the big league team, and will start one of the remaining 2 games in this Marlins series. So he will either start tomorrow or Wednesday, but Spencer Arrighetti coming off of that right thumb fracture, we do not have to revisit how it occurred. It is over. Rear view mirror, Clint. It is over, but he is back. He is one of those injured pitchers that the Astros were looking to get back. And his last outing, 4 2/3 on Thursday, and he is set to join the big league club and pitch one of the 2 games in this Marlins series. So Spencer Arrighetti is back.
Come on.
Hold on, boys. This is a hell of a replacement for Augusto as they bounced him up out of Houston.
Yeah.
This is what we're talking about. It's you add the 2 bats from the trade, the Urias deal, to turn your defense up a notch. Now all of a sudden, by the air there, took years off Tyler's life, but a little bit of a scare there. He's back now. All of a sudden, here comes Spencer Arrighetti at some point tomorrow or Wednesday. This is what we're talking about, man. Hold on long enough to get these guys back whole. Now the big piece, obviously, is Yordan Alvarez, and this does not ease the tension of we just hadn't heard much. Do
you want an update on him, or do you want me to?
Yeah, no, I'd love an update on him.
I just wanted to give.
Can I somewhat feel good about Spencer Arrighetti for a couple seconds?
That's what I wanted to do. I wanted to give just good news. I was going to just hold back the Jordan thing for a second. I just wanted to give good news.
Well, here's the deal. I know when Spencer took the ball off the hand while the Mariners were in batting practice playing long toss in the outfield.
I said we were going to let that go.
Well, but here was where I was going with that, Ron. It's like I know there was some pushback on the text line, and some of our listeners that apparently played in the big leagues and studied the big leagues. Apparently, that's a pretty common thing. Like, let's just hope we don't still have starting pitchers in the outfield playing long toss, and let's hope Spencer Arrighetti can avoid that being an issue again.
I just want to break the news to you and tell you that they probably have not stopped. I bet you they've continued to do so in the outfield, Clint, and hopefully Spencer at least turning. At least have Spencer facing where the ball's coming from.
Why don't we have him behind the net, or maybe somebody out there protecting him a bit, man? That'd be smart. If you
let whoever he's playing catch
in a 24-hour span, if you can't find another time for your starting pitchers to get their long toss routine in, other than when the opposing team is taking BP. And Chris Walker and Jordan, and I'd be sending everybody up there and say, hey, man, forget really focusing in on driving the ball. Just hit P-rods out there at left field at the starting pitchers.
Yeah. Again, if you're just joining us, Spencer Arrighetti off the IL finally. He had the fracture in his thumb. He is back and will pitch either tomorrow or Wednesday in this Marlins series. So, as Clint said, we knew they traded, oddly enough, Ryan Gusto. What do you think the chances are that we see Ryan Gusto in this series? But they've traded Ryan Gusto to the Marlins, and you wondered who would fill that void. They didn't get Dylan Cease, but Spencer Arrighetti, who is back off the IL, will join the team. From the text line real quick, Arrighetti, 5.88 ERA. Wow, what a great pitcher. Guys, yes, that's factual. He has thrown 9 innings on the season.
One ball game.
All right. He's 1-1, 9 2/3. All right. Yes. And I would like to correct you. He's got a 5.59 ERA, not a 5.88 ERA by my calculations.
Get your facts right. Gonna come in here with that. Get that right.
I will say he finished last year. In the second half of last year, he was pitching really, really well. And he was a hope coming into the season that he would be somebody that you could potentially depend on. So hopefully it makes you feel better than some of the other guys that you had in the rotation. This means that maybe the Jason Alexanders we'll see who pitches tonight may not have to make that many more starts. So This is a great thing for the Astros.
This is a great thing for the Astros, and if you're an Astros fan that's not excited, now you may get let down, but if you're not excited about Spencer Arrighetti being introduced back into this starting rotation, something's wrong with you, man. Like, here's the deal. The reality of the Astros situation right now is you got Spencer Arrighetti, who you hope will take the next step based on what we saw last year, which would put him squarely in that 3 spot as the third starter in a playoff series. You either that, Christian Javier comes back after being out. How long's he been out? How long's Christian Javier been out, boys?
Last year, first half of last year.
Right. So he comes back and is just nails from jump, because we got about 50 games left this season before we got to know what the answer to this question is, right? Or Lance McCullers, who's costed him 14, 15 days here with a blister. He's got to be close to getting back in the rotation here in this round anyway. One of those 3 guys has to be your third starter. The trade deadline is come and gone. This has got to be your third starter. So if I mean, I understand that the number may not be what you want it to be with Spencer Arrighetti in the small sample size this year, but based on what we know of Spencer Arrighetti, there's a real chance that he's going to be the third guy, and rightfully so, is going to be good enough to earn that spot. So
but Clint,
I'm
at
here
this point,
for it.
Clint, at this point, you starter.
Absolutely.
This lead has slid down to 2.5. You need to be able, if you can have a rotation of Framber, Hunter, Arrighetti, Javier, McCullers, or Garcia, whatever.
Right.
If you can have it of those guys, then you would want it, right?
So as a fan, you might want to lean into Arrighetti. Huh?
I'm just saying you would want that, as opposed to the guys that I don't think were in the plans to come up.
Agreed.
All right. I'll give you the Jordan update here in the next segment. Jordan and a couple of others as well, because you brought up that devastating blister that got a hold of Lance, and there is an update there. Clint, I do want to tell you, I got on the scale, and I've been here in Kansas City, been here home. Well, slid into some good cooking, some food out, some drinks out. Ran into Canadian tuxedos, as you know, and got on the scale this morning at 287.2. I was at 288 the last time I weighed in.
Well, that's where you wanted to get into, right?
Yeah.
You wanted to get, I thought that's the first time you were in the 280s?
Well, we were in the 280s last time. We were at 288 the last time when I weighed in a couple Mondays ago, and now at 287. So we're a pound off since I've been here.
It's all right, man. That's the right direction, dude. I thought when you said I was going to be disappointed that you had gained. That's just
no,
fine.
I didn't. No, slightly gained. Slightly lost.
This ultimately is about the big number and how low can you get, and can we keep going south overall. But the reality of it is, Ron, and I think we have this in common, is when you do have weeks like this week, because I'm same boat. When you have weeks like this week where you kind of let your guard down a little bit, you have good reason. I do not. You're at least conscious of it, and it's not back to where we started. You know what I mean? That's good. That's what this thing's all about.
Yep, I did not have to order that country fried steak.
You did?
With the gravy and the eggs for brunch yesterday. I didn't. I did not.
I've not had a chicken fried steak. Ooh.
Are you on the scale? Clint's on the scale right now, YouTube and Twitch. What were you last week? 240?
I got down to 242, I believe.
242. Where are we at now?
247, too.
247.
47, too. I went the wrong direction, Ty. That's 5 pounds the wrong direction, too.
It's all right.
Be better, man.
You know what I've done? I'll give you all a silver lining.
Let's hear it.
I've been without my sauna for a month.
Yeah, you have been.
And I've been 44, 42, back to 47. I can get 39 with my sauna.
First world problems, man.
Yeah.
So Clint,
247.2.
247.2. 287.2. We're right here, right in the same space here. All right, we got a big Monday next week. We got us a big Monday next week. All right. Somebody said that. Somebody. About spaghetti or spaghetti for real. I have not had spaghetti, but that does sound good. But no, I'm going to tell you, it is a step up, because Clint, there's at one point I just said, man, F it, man. In my mind, I would normally just say, F it, man. I'm at home. I got the home cooking, man. Why not enjoy it for a week? But I have thought it through. I have thought it through.
You may tell you, I may have. And this is like a little kid. I'm a grown-ass man. I'm not proud of this. We had some people over. Some family over on Saturday. And it was a little rainy outside, so it was hard to get in the pool, get real active, and kind of get out of the kitchen ultimately. And I may or may not have got a touch inebriated.
Why not?
And when that happens and you can't get away from the food, you can't make yourself.
Oh, and it's right there. You start grazing.
I ate at least 15 tater tots. I hadn't eaten a tater tot.
But
in
not
2
at
years.
once, right? Did you kept walking over there and getting them? Didn't you?
It was in twos and threes because they would stick together. So that's how I justified taking the extra one.
Oh, it's just one.
Yeah, man. That was I made the decision to put a bread on my hamburger. I drank a tad bit of tequila. That was pretty clean. Then I stumbled into that old pantry, bub. At one point, muffins, like the pre-made breakfast muffins with the real
That's
moist
what
ones.
happens to you.
Mini muffins?
And then I found the wife had
you
restocked.
get a sweet tooth when you start drinking.
Yeah, the wife had restocked the chocolate-covered almonds. A couple handfuls of them. Yeah. So that's where I went wrong, boys.
You
That's
mentally said
wrong.
that.
It was a good Saturday for you boys. Had some good quality time with the family though, so I just got to get back on the horse.
No, that's all right, Clint. I was staring that omelet down. I was staring at omelet that came with arugula, and it was a veggie omelet. Staring it down. And I looked at the two stops over, up top of that. Country fried steak, scrambled eggs.
I thought you were hit that chicken and waffles, Chief.
I jumped up the two. So,
hey, man, that's it, baby. Come on.
That's all right. Not too bad. Not too bad. Yeah. I'm not proud of that. I'm not proud of that, but it went down. It certainly went down. But it's all right. We'll get there next Monday. We're not bad. We're still making progress here in this thing. You started in the 260s. I started in the 310, and we're still fighting in there. It's all right. Still fighting in there.
I got to get in these 230s, man. I got to get.
You've gotten close. Yeah, you've gotten close.
You're saying horseshoes or hanger nades don't count.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, be hard on yourself. It's all right. It's all right. Yeah, it's all right. We'll get there. All right. Again, if you missed it, breaking news coming through. He will be back and is back with the big league club off the IL and is going to pitch either tomorrow or Wednesday versus the Marlins. So he is going to be the one who replaces Ryan Gusto in the rotation. So Spencer is back, and hopefully others are coming on the move as well. Coming up, there was something, Clint, that happened at Texans training camp that I think spoke volumes about where Cole Popovich is, where Nick Caley is, where D'Amico Ryans is, by something that happened today. We'll discuss that and get your thoughts on that as well. That's next.
All right, y'all, check it out. Breathing is one of the most essential parts of living, man. And if you're out there and you're struggling with sleep problems, snoring like a freight train, allergies, sinus issues that are keeping you things of that nature, man, I got good news. Dr. Matoran is the answer. He takes a holistic approach to your treatment. He special procedures that'll get you nights, which ultimately going to allow
SportsRadio610.com/contest to sign up for your chance to have John Lopez on your boat with free entry into the 2025 Reel Fishing Tournament. That's SportsRadio610.com/contest for more information.
Houston, Sports Radio 610.
It's Texans training camp. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, it is Texans training camp, and they are in West Virginia. And coming up here at 3:40 or so, we will be joined by Payne and Pendergast as they were there. We'll get their comments at what they saw at camp today. What we've heard was another defensive dominant performance. We'll talk to them to get their thoughts coming up here in a bit. We told you about Spencer Arrighetti as he will join the Major League club today and will pitch one of the games in this, one of the other two games in this Marlins series. But the Jordan update, Clint, obviously he's dealing with that right hand issue. He traveled to Florida on Sunday to continue his hitting progression. So no one knows what that means, if that means he's facing live pitching, if it's still off the tee and soft toss, but that is the latest there. And then Lance McCullers, who has that blister on his finger. He threw 4 innings in a simulated game at an off-site facility on Wednesday. Unofficial reports were that he was on a 3-2 count with every batter in that 4-inning simulated game. Unofficial report there on the end. But that is the latest there with Lance and with Jordan Alvarez. So Jordan is in Florida, in a different state now, progressing.
Well, is he in Florida with the team?
Got no idea. Oh, you're right. He could be. I would think he's in probably in the place that Jose Abreu built. So I would imagine
Abreu's house. I tell you, I would almost rather him be for right now be at the Gulf Coast League facility. I don't know if y'all saw it, but you played the Hector Neris kind of scuffle up, brush up there. That was. I'm watching during that whole get down, and I even had to rewind it a couple times. I'm like, who the hell's he up? Who's he sideways with? What's going on here? I'm trying to figure it out. And I look up. This is the game that Jeremy Pena's missing because of the hamstring.
Yeah.
And I look up, and Pena's out of the dugout like he's fixing to do something. I said, no. Hey, Pena, how about you take this one off? The last thing we need is Jordan Alvarez coming out of the dugout when there's a little dust up on the field. So stay your ass in that Gulf Coast League until you're ready to take the. Having it back. So
so that's the latest there with Jordan Alvarez and Lance McCullers, and hopefully those will get better updates and those guys with joining. At least Lance sounds like he's closer to joining with that blister. All right, Clint, this is something that happened, and I'm sure we'll talk to Seth and Sean about this a bit, but something that happened at practice, the normal first team offensive line that we have started to see here over the last week or so. Clint, Cam Robinson at left tackle with Laken Tomlinson next to him. Today it was Andrews at center, but it's been Andrews and Patterson kind of flipping. But then it's been Titus at that right guard spot with Ariante Ursery at the right tackle spot. But today, Clint, Cam Robinson came up a little limpy. Had a little bit of a leg issue, limped off, did not return to practice. Not hearing that is serious, but he limped off, Clint. And I'm sure you know at this point, but if I'd have told you, all right, Cam Robinson is going to have to miss a practice or limp off in a scenario what would you think would be the next move to replace him on the one offensive line, Clint? If you had to guess before knowing what they actually did.
I would bump Ariante Ursery to left tackle because he's been running both and put Blake Fisher in at right tackle.
Yeah. Well, today, that's not what they did. Today, Clint, they did what you said first, bumped Ursery over to the left side. But then, Clint, they kicked Titus Howard back to his natural position of right tackle and then brought Juice Scruggs in to play right guard. And that became the ones, and they left Blake Fisher's ass over there on the bench. And I don't know how Lopez can even live with himself at this point, but they left him over there on the bench, and they pretty much feel about Blake Fisher right now that they kicked Titus Howard. Clint, I've not seen Titus Howard play a different position. Maybe in OTAs, but I have not seen him in mandatory minicamp or training camp even play right tackle. And that's what Blake's been playing all offseason, and they still kicked him outside. Well, were you surprised by that?
No, nothing they do is going to surprise me. Nothing they do with the offensive line is going to surprise me. It's where, for really, I'll be honest with you, we've talked about this. For the first 10 practices, I've been really high on Cole Popovich, and I'm not this doesn't take that away by any means. But really, where I'm going with it, I've been really high on the approach since they didn't sign the big names and spend the money that they thought they were going to spend. Like, I was impressed and really liked the approach of, the history with Laken Tomlinson, and he's going to be my left guard. Boom, plug him in. This isn't a competition thing. Plug him in. All right, we're going to move Titus Howard to guard. Boom, that's the plan. Plug him in. And we're going to have a competition at this right tackle spot or, whatever it may be. You had guards, you had centers, you had tackles. And I like the overall approach, but the further we get away from how they started training camp, the closer we get to the musical chairs at every damn position, and really the closer we get to the same guys that were responsible for what we saw last year, minus Laramie Tunsil, the only one that was the key bright spot individually, the closer we get to game time, the more dancing our musical chairs and who's going to be where, and that part of it makes me nervous about the offensive line. I'll be honest with you, this part of it makes me more nervous about the offensive line than like the actual negative play, tough, rough, ugly offensive line play that we've seen to date.
Yeah, that kicking Titus out at right tackle was an interesting move to me because, Clint, it just shows they don't know. I mean, they're out on Blake Fisher.
Yeah, they're out. They don't know. Blake Fisher.
At least. Out from him playing,
right.
Yeah, big moments right now. They're out on that, it seems like.
Well, we're trying to get to who the best five are, and I'm not real sure that we're even remotely close, given that one guy that's been competing goes down and you change three positions.
That's that's the three part, positions. You're right. Yeah,
that's the part for me is you swing Ariante Ursary, which I'll give him the credit. He's been going both, but you swing him from looking like he's going to be your starting right tackle. Let's swing him all the way to the left side, and then let's take a guard, a guy that looks like he's been from dieting to repping to weight rooming all offseason to play guard. Let's take him and move him to tackle, and then let's plug in a guy that has been running third string guard and third string center in Juice Scruggs, and maybe that'll work. Like I'm not overly concerned, Ron, about what they do on August the 4th and when a tackle or a guard goes down, comes up limping. I'm not overly when it immediately goes to we're going to shuffle Titus Howard back outside. That there's no minimizing that part of it.
Yeah, I was. And let's talk to Seth and Sean, because you've reached the point. Nothing surprises you now.
Like nothing. I don't think.
It surprised me, Clint.
Well, nothing's going to surprise me because this guy. Look. I think D'Amico, from this perspective, is bought into Nick Caserio and Nick Caley's belief in offensive line of. You need to cross-train everybody, and you need to rotate guys, and it's all about finding the best five instead of just play. Like, this is my best guard. This is my best right guard, and that sucker's going to play right guard. They are just firm believers in let's find our best five offensive linemen and put them out there. Even if that means your best guard's going to play tackle or your best right tackle is going to play left tackle, it's your best five. I don't like that approach to offensive line play. Clearly, D'Amico Ryans is bought into the two Knicks and how they do things, and that is their MO. They've said it, and they're transparent. Hell, they've said it. It ain't like they're hiding it. But that's just the reality of what they're going to.
I was surprised. I was surprised because Clint. Now, as you said, any tackle goes, that's gonna hit you for 3 different positions. Like any tackle, like say it's Ursery, I think they would probably kick, or maybe 2 there. They'd probably kick Titus out, and then I guess bring Juice in to play right guard. Yep. So it's got multiple changes. When you and clear, like D'Amico said over the weekend, when we put the pads on, you've seen guys separate. Well, clearly Blake Fisher is one of the guys that people have separated from, judged by this. All right, let's talk to Seth and Sean coming up. We'll get their thoughts on that, and just overall from their vantage point. We've seen a lot of reports, but from their vantage point of what they saw from practice today in West Virginia. That's coming up next.
Pendergast and Payne. New offensive coordinator Nick Caley sees plenty of benefit to competing against a tough Texans defense in practice every day.
They're competitive every single day, so we got to get our stuff in.
Gosh damn it, man.
It's Texans Training Camp. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, that's right. It is Texans Training Camp, and we are happy to Payne and Pendergast. They are joining us from West Virginia with a practice report courtesy of Yuengling. I'm sure you guys have probably had one or two since you've been in West Virginia thus far. As Clint is sure that Sean is going to fall into one of these local spots and have him a couple.
I'm thinking about going to Route 60 Bar and Grill a little later on tonight. So, yes, I will be meeting locals. I've only gathered names of a few locals here in the area. Bill was my cashier at Food Lion last night. Very nice guy. Bill. Semi-retired. So I chatted him up a little bit. And then the securities guy's name today at the Greenbriar is named. I said, "What's your name?" He said, "Willie Brown."
Yeah.
And I said, "Willie Brown," like all one word? He's like, "No, Willie, first name and last name." Okay, you're downtown Willie Brown to me now, man, just so you know. So those are the two friends I've made. And Seth.
Yeah.
That counts, Clint.
I thought you were going a different direction with that semi-retired cashier. Because there was a cashier yesterday as I crossed the border from Maryland into West Virginia who couldn't tell me what city and state I was in when I stopped at the gas station. And I said, "Hey, so what city is this? And like, am I in West Virginia or am I in Maryland?" And he's like, I don't know, man.
Hey, I would have immediately
so that's
thought,
what I knew I was in West Virginia.
Yeah.
I would have immediately thought, boy, I need more of that guy in my life.
Yeah.
I don't know what the legality is these days,
man.
but this guy was he was affected.
How liberating is that to not give a damn of what state you live in?
That man probably said he's thinking, Seth, I thought you had it.
This is a guy that showed up to work stoned, and I think he probably he knows that he's right on the border, and he just didn't in that particular moment he wasn't quite sure. I think he just started working there.
All right, hey, I want to start with you. I want to hear this from both of you guys from your vantage point. I'll start with you, Seth, and Sean. You can jump in after. Mm-hmm. What was your just overall feeling and takeaway from today's practice? Because we've heard a lot and seen a lot of reports from different people who were there. But from your all's vantage point, what did you see today out of practice?
This is what I'll tell you. Let's start at the end and then go to the beginning. And at the end, the guy who probably summed it up most was Sean T. Pendergast, who pointed out as the team came together, the defense. They looked like they were in a high school football movie about the way you play football. They're jumping up and down and hollering and everything, and the offense just kind of looked like they were like grudgingly going to church on Sunday. They were like, "We're gonna go again, Mom."
Yeah.
There's a lot of life and a lot of energy and a lot of activity to the defense. The offense looks a lot like a group that's trying to figure things out while also doing it against that Texans defense. And there's a lot of it's a struggle. It's a struggle today. Yeah. I think every on the final 2-minute drill, the ones, the twos, and the threes all threw an interception.
The last play was a pick on all of them.
So if what you're aiming for is consistency, it was a hell of a day by the offense.
That's right. Yeah, just to dovetail off of what Seth said, it looked like we were watching two different franchises out there at the end. You know, like it was like the two groups, the offense and defense, weren't on the same team.
I'll tell you, what I told you, Sean, if you remember, was you guys just hang out. Sean and I are going to do it. It reminded me of when I was in high school. We had like 19 kids on my high school team, and we went over and scrimmaged Fairport, which was a powerhouse. And they had 4 platoons of offense and 4 platoons of defense. And me and 10 of my friends, because the other 8 guys sucked, were out there like every single rep going against the 1s, the 2s, the 3s, and they just beat the snot out of us.
Yeah.
That's what it looked like. It looked like my bad high school football team going against an NFL team.
Yeah, well, guys, what do y'all talk a little bit about the offensive line? I know there was, I guess, Cam Robinson maybe banged up a bit, and so They had some Titus move to tackle and Ursery moved from right tackle to left tackle and Juice Scruggs in and the overall offensive line play just not being up to speed. What are we seeing now and what do you expect moving forward?
If there were two things that I noticed today, one a positive is to Ariante Ursery. He has his moments where he looks like out in space, where he looked a little unsure of himself. But on his nice pass protection reps, and some of them I saw were against Will Anderson, some were against Daniil Hunter, he looks every bit the part. I mean, he's really long. He gets on, he gets back off the line really quickly on his drops, and when it's right, it looks really smooth, and he uses all of his length. He has hiccups here and there, but I can totally see the potential for him. The interior and some of the sorting out is where there's still work to be done in the run game. I think that I tried to dial in on the centers, and right now at center, Jarrett Patterson and Jake Andrews are the two guys that have been going with the ones and the twos. I think if what you're looking for is a physical run blocker who can be part of double team and defensive tackles up into the lap of the linebacker, which the Texans really want to do, that Jake Andrews he looks like a guy who was a high school wrestler, which he was. Uses his hands real well, has a good base, just keeps his feet moving. He looks really stout. Jarrett Patterson isn't as put together physically, but I still think that akin to last year, they liked him mentally more than they liked Juice Scruggs when it came to making the calls and everything. So I think that he might have an appeal above and beyond necessarily the physical battles in camp. But just me, as a former nose tackle, watching those two, I try to look at it just through the lens of, all right, which guy do I want to play against less?
Yeah.
Right now, I wouldn't want to play as much. I think he's just more physical and more fundamentally sound. Pass protection, it might be a little bit more even of a battle.
The thing that got everybody talking at practice today, guys, and I'm sure you've probably talked about it because you saw the tweets and everything else, is that when Cam Robinson went out after the first rep and Ariante Ursery went over to left tackle like Seth was just talking about, normally you would think that, okay, well, this is an opportunity for your swing tackle. In a normal NFL game, that's when your swing tackle would come in to backfill the right side.
Sean.
Well, it was Titus Howard that got bumped out to right tackle, and Juice Scruggs, who's not had a good camp, was right guard with the ones. Right now, if we are taking the Texans' behavior today to be what it would mirror in the regular season, they've got more confidence in Juice Scruggs playing right guard than they do in Blake Fisher playing right tackle.
Yeah, and Zach Thomas played some left tackle as well with the one. Zach Thomas, who came over from New England. So it's that when they moved Titus out to right tackle, that's where it was a reality check for me that, all right, boy, we really don't have a whole lot of guys that you can feel confident in right now.
Titus is okay at right tackle, though.
Sean, you act like you have never heard of not someone having being a right guard and a swing tackle all at the same time. That's what Titus is, baby.
Yeah.
Sure, he hadn't played a snap over there all camp, but why not?
Yeah. I don't know if Blake Fisher had some injuries or something that he was dealing with in the offseason, but if he slimmed down at all, I don't think it was in a good way necessarily. You're hoping a lot of times with offensive linemen, especially. Remember with Blake Fisher, the book was pretty much that, hey, he's probably a 2-year project. So you hope to see a guy like that come back just looking stouter in his second season, and I don't think that's what we saw with him.
Sean, on the offensive side of the ball, Sean and Seth with us as they witness practice today in West Virginia. Check them out as they are live there each and every morning. They'll be there all week, 6 to 10 a.m., Payne and Pendergast. Sean, who on the offensive side of the ball looked good today, got you excited today at practice?
I would say it got me excited. Not much, but there were a few. I think Woody Marks has looked good. I think Woody Marks had a few nice runs, like not training camp runs where the guy gets mauled by 3 guys and then just as soon as they let him go, he sprints towards the goal line and everybody cheers. It's like he legitimately had some really nice, found some creases in there and showed a lot of good bursts. D'Amico even talked about him, I think, in his press conference. He cited Woody Marks. So Woody Marks, and I would say that the battle for the back end of the receiving room right now is turning into an intriguing one. I think the guys we know are going to be on this team are Nico Collins, Christian Kirk, and then the 2 rookies that they drafted out of Iowa State, Higgins and Knoll. So there's probably 2 spots left for 4 guys, depending on what they do with the return game. If Berrios, has an impact there, maybe they do like they did with Steven Sims last year, and they take 6 receivers and a kick returner. But they're like one of Hutchinson or Mechie or Justin Watson or Berrios, like one of those guys isn't going to make it significant, because they've said a lot of good things about Hutchinson in the offseason, and he's done some good things in camp. Mechie's had a really good week of camp, going back to the padded practices last week, and he made a nice play today when there weren't many nice plays made on the offensive side. And I think Watson is a guy that I expected to make the team just because he's a guy with Super Bowl experience, and he's made plays in big games. He's a good player. And then there's Berrios. So that's an intriguing one to me. The tight ends had been playing well, but there were some drops today. Dalton Schultz had a catch he probably should have made. Petrie knocked away. Brevin Jordan it would have been the best play of the day. He had nobody near him, and CJ found him just wide open down the middle and just dropped the ball. So that's been kind of an antithesis of what the tight end room has been. The tight end room's been pretty decent. But those are the ones I would say that were intriguing. CJ's really struggled. I'll just say that. I know you were asking about good things, but CJ's really struggled.
There was, I think the one thing with interceptions during training camp, I always try to be pretty tolerant of them because I want my quarterbacks to be taking chances more so than being conservative in a no-risk environment. Today, it looked like there were times where he just didn't have answers, or he almost threw a pick to Jalen Petrie that was just point blank in the red zone to Jalen Petrie when there were no receivers around him, and that's a little bit more concerning. I think there's times where CJ just looked like, perhaps through no fault of his own, but he just didn't have any answers for what he was seeing out there because the defense was playing so well.
Seth, what is your take on? We all understand the dynamic of you got a chance in an offense that's trying to trying to find an identity, overhaul the offense. There's a lot going on offensively. What do you, when you look at this, there's clear that dynamic is part of what the issue is with the offense. I think. How long do you watch this as a former player and go, hey, I can chalk that up to the situation before you start going, no, we just aren't very good here, or we got to be different here, we got to be better there. How long? What's the grace period for you?
I think there are a couple things that today, if I'm going to kind of just calm myself down and not freak out too much about one practice, it's that the offense has had some good days so far during camp as they're going against a very good defense. So the offensive line specifically and how those guys perform physically, that's where I just, there's certain excuses you can't make when guys are just getting beat in one-on-one pass rush. So that makes me nervous. Today, the defense did do some funky things, and DJ Bijani noticed it first and pointed it out. D'Amico doesn't want us saying exactly what the defense was doing, but I think they threw a couple wrinkles in today that perhaps caught the offense off guard, and in training camp that does happen, especially when you're working a new offense. So if I'm going to make at least a partial excuse today, it's that, man, some of the exotic stuff is really hard to pick up on the fly, whether you're a good defense, a bad defense, or not, a good offense or a bad offense when you're going against a defense.
I'll add to that real quick on the defense throwing things in the mix here. C.J. Gardner-Johnson had a pick 6 today off of C.J. Just a quintessential. I didn't see him pick 6 to the house. You can imagine what the celebration looked like, guys. But I interviewed C.J. Gardner-Johnson after practice, and the first thing I said to him was, hey, let's act like this is the post-game show. So my first question is going to be, take me through the pick 6. Clint, like we did with Stingley last year.
Absolutely.
And that's what C.J. Gardner-Johnson said. It was a new drop that they had just put in. Yeah. It was a brand new wrinkle they had put in the defense that they got him with. So
all right,
you're spot on.
We'll talk to you guys tomorrow. The info is great. Good to hear from your perspective of what you saw, and we'll do that all week long as Seth and Shine. Again, catch them in the morning. They're live out there in West Virginia, checking out the Texans as they continue training camp up there. Enjoy yourselves, fellas. We'll talk to you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow, guys.
All right, that's Seth and Shine, again, live from West Virginia, courtesy of our good friends at Yingling. Coming up, Well, Clint, what the hell's coming up?
The head coach, D'Amico Ryans, baby. He spoke from the Greenbriar today. As you can tell, they're starting to open some things up there and do some things differently that they weren't doing down here when all of the media was there to watch. I like that. Seth and Sean, D'Amico doesn't want us telling everybody what was going on up here in the Greenbriar. Well, we got a little update from the head coach. We got an update from the head coach in on a couple of different key spots on the offense. Tight end and running back. Those are the two positions to keep your eyes on. And Greenbriar risers, which young players have a chance, and really, do I hope, in the Greenbriar. We'll talk about that next right here on Sports Radio 610. Before we do that, though, I got to tell you about Orchard. Y'all, look, if you are looking to
services. Crypto held through Robinhood Crypto is not FDIC insured or SIPC protected. Investing involves risk, including loss of principal. Securities trading is offered through an account with Robinhood Financial LLC, member SIPC, a registered broker-dealer.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
We got a Woody and a Chubb in the building.
We got a Woody and a Chubb in that backfield.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I like a good time. I like to have a party.
I know you do.
It's Dirty's Daily, presented by Mokaram Injury Lawyers.
Mokaram Injury Lawyers, baby. Hard as hell to say, easy to dial. 281-222-2222. Along with Mokaram Injury Lawyers, big shout out to them. Appreciate the sponsor there, and also big shout out to the Odyssey app, man. They the Odyssey app is big time. If you're listening to AM/FM dial, we greatly appreciate it. If you're watching on YouTube and Twitch, we appreciate that too. Tell us how y'all feel about Tyler's clear frame glasses that he's rocking today. Either way it goes, man. Everybody out there, no matter how you listen, download the Odyssey app, AUDACY. Stay plugged in, no matter whether it's an interview with a general manager or a head coach or a segment that goes viral. You can always go back and listen on the Odyssey app. It's easy to find. There's a rewind feature there. All of the segments from every show that we do, they're podcasted individually, so you can catch individual segments, or if you want, or you can listen to the shows in full at any point in time, right there at your fingertips. As well as Odyssey overall has been known to have some pretty good giveaways to anybody that's got the app downloaded and is subscribed and doing it via the Odyssey app. AUDACY. Download that sucker. And let's ride. Ron, you were fixing to say something about Tyler's his Lokes in there. You like those?
Just said beautiful.
You're beautiful.
Yeah.
I got you.
Thanks, man.
I like them. I'm a fan. I'm a fan. Little statement piece right there in the clear frame glasses that he's rocking and rolling. It was a rough weekend on the Astros front, y'all. The Astros, they got swept by the Red Sox this weekend. They got swept by the Red Sox in a series where Hunter Brown pitched his ass off, and they lose in extras, and then Framber Valdez also pitches in this series where they get swept and just had a rough outing. They're two and a half games up on the division. Ron, when we left studio, they were 4.5 games up in the division. They are 2.5 games up at the Marlins tonight. 5:40 first pitch. We do have some good news that we'll be passing along, cussing, and discussing the rest of the way. We're getting some of our guys back kind of gradually as it goes here. I'll be honest with you, the Carlos Correa in an Astros uniform, I think took a bit of the sting out of getting our asses whooped in 3 straight games. If I'm being completely honest, no Carlos Correa to watch. I would have been in a really bad spot. I'd been disgusted. But the fact that I did get to see Carlos Correa hit a bomb in an Astros uniform, play third base and play shortstop, I'd be lying if I didn't tell you that did a little something for me.
Well, I think it would have been really bad had they not made it. Had no big moves. Had it just been Sanchez and what's my man's name? Yeah, Urias. If those would have been the moves and no Correa, and they got swept.
Yeah,
that would have been problematic.
That'd have been tough. We'll be breaking them Astros down and hitting them the hot Astros topics the rest of the way. We've got a couple hours left here with you. We'll be teeing them up and knocking them down, no question about it. But right now, the Texans at the Greenbriar. They left Houston. They went to some little cooler temps, escaped to some cooler temps up in West Virginia, and took the field today. Took the field this morning, and not much has changed. The Greenbriar gave us more of the same. The cooler temps gave us more of the same. Apparently, the defense dominated today. We had boots on the ground, and Sean Pendergast and Seth Payne, they're both, and it clearly was more of the same, where this defense is light years ahead of the offense. I think they're light years ahead of the offense, being year 3 for most of these guys in D'Amico's offense and D'Amico's defense, but they're also significantly better. The roster on the defensive side of the football is significantly better here. But there's interceptions being thrown, the inability to pass protect and give CJ a real chance. Is consistently a problem. I don't overthink the run game at this point, because we will. The one thing that we will know in a preseason game, because I don't think it is just something, guys, that is reserved for the ones. I think we'll see whoever plays for the Houston Texans. We are going to see if they are the more physical team than the Minnesota Vikings on game day. We are going to see 2s and 3 deep kind of guys. If there is a line up and punch in the mouth mentality, or is it guys that are confused as hell and can't figure it out, right? I mean, we're going to see that. I'm not worried about analyzing and evaluating that, because I just don't know how real that picture is. But the pass protection is something that we can watch, and if it's constantly chaotic around the quarterback, then we've got problems, which were problems that we hoped would be fixed. And now we sit here and go, is it install? Is it because this offense isn't caught up yet, or is it because they're not very good up front? Again, we'll find out. Only time will tell. Ron, I think there's 2 positions on this football team. Offensively, we talk a lot about the offensive line, right? We're not going to be able to tell really what is what. They put pads on, and you got an opponent over there where you can chip and you can actually knock the hell out of each other and see who's more physical. Right? We talk obviously a lot about C.J. Fair, and we talk a lot about the wide receivers. And the reality is Sean Pendergast just said it. You got 4 guys that are going to make this team right now, right? You got Nico Collins, you got Christian Kirk, and you got 2 rookies out of Iowa State. Everybody else are really, they're fighting for that 5-6 spot in the rotation at the wide receiver spot. The 2 places, Ron, where I think there's not necessarily competition, but should be really high expectations, and there are big opportunities to help this offense be significantly better than they were last year. And that is the tight end room and the running back room. And we got the head coach, D'Amico Ryans, has given us an update on both of those rooms. I want to start with the tight ends. And I'll say this. The tight ends coming into, when they got on the plane to go to the Greenbriar, I think the tight ends had been I don't think anybody offensively has been great, but I think they're all healthy, and I think they're all having decent days. So it's been a spot where I think there's a lot of hope. There's a lot of hope that this tight end group, as they're built right now, can help this offense be significantly better maybe than expectations. Again, that's Dalton Schultz. That's a veteran, $12 million a year guy. You got to get some production out of him, right? Brevin Jordan has stayed injured. At the very least, he's an explosive weapon. And Cade Stover is a second-year pro that has a full of years and appears to be making a huge stride in the developmental aspect of the game, and is going to be a big piece of what they do. Here is D'Amico Ryans talking about the tight ends after practice today at the Greenbriar.
And from our tight ends, what I've seen, difference is how these guys are blocking at the line of scrimmage, right? You see that finish, you see the edge, you see the physicality. They're doing a really great job, on the end of the line of scrimmage blocking, our defensive ends, and they make it tough. Our guys make it tough every down, but our tight ends, they are fighting. They're playing a really great technique, and it's going to pay off for us. And really well in the run game is when it's going to pay off. And, Kaylee's done a great job. Him and Jake working together with the tight ends. I can see a drastic improvement in where the guys are now, so it's good.
All right, Ron, I know today, after hearing Sean, today was a rough day for the guys at the Greenbriar. I think Brevin Jordan.
Offensively.
Yeah, well, Brevin, I'm talking about the tight end specifically. Brevin Jordan had a big drop. Dalton Schultz got a ball poked out. Maybe it was a pass breakup. Maybe it was a fumble. I don't know. But all in all, I'm going to tell you, I found that piece of audio really interesting, Ron, because as a fan of the Texans, I mean, he could have took that and went anywhere with these tight ends. He could have said, man, we got a versatile group, and, man, we can't wait to see these guys play, and we feel like they're going to do some good things for us this year. We'll see. But instead, he goes directly to what I believe was probably the most egregious thing I saw on tape last year was Dalton Schultz getting matched up on edge rushers and having absolutely zero chance. That right there is neck and neck with the inability of professional offensive line play not to be able to pick up a tack end stunt, but needless to say, it was ugly. He could have gone anywhere that he wanted to with those tight ends, and DeMeco Ryans, to all of us fans, said, hey, man, these guys are better off the edge. These guys are getting physical off the edge. These guys are blocking our ends. I hope he's right, because that is where this team needed some they were desperate, Ron. They needed some big-time improvement, and hopefully DeMeco Ryans is spot on with what he's seeing from the tight ends.
Well, listen, I hope at the very least, because I wrote it down what he said in there. I hope at the very least that they are giving, he said, a phenomenal, especially with Dalton, said he's come out with a phenomenal attitude and an urgency to get better, specifically physically. And with all of them, I hope that they are at least giving that, because sometimes I don't know if that was a phenomenal effort. I don't know if they showed urgency last year, like just those things, to even give the effort to start right off the rip. Now, judging by what we've watched and what we've heard and what's been reported, I don't know how much of a difference it's been for the physicality with the ends, and also not knowing how physical they can be. But I do think it's at least a positive thing that he's talking about. The effort, energy, and all of that looks different. Well, that's at least where you can start.
What I like about it is he's putting his name on it. DeMeco Ryans is. I mean, I hope this wasn't just an avoidance, like him avoiding being like, well, hell, they look like crap today, dropping balls and fumbling balls or whatever. I hope this wasn't an avoidance of that to say, yeah, but boy, what y'all can't see is in his run game, man, these guys are blocking really good. I hope this is legitimate tight end talk and what he's seeing, and he's putting his name on it, by the way. So when we go out against Minnesota, or more importantly, when we start the regular season games and these tight ends aren't real aggressive off the end, they aren't real physical off the end, they can't pass protect, they ain't worth a damn in the run game, then I think we circle back to this with DeMeco Ryans. But if you're going to – I know for me, if I were going to want to hear one thing from DeMeco Ryans about the tight ends, it was that. I want to hear that they're physical and blocking in the run game, because the other stuff we're going to be able to see really quick. Real quick, the running back update here. I think this is a huge topic with the Texans because there's no Joe Mixon. And Joe Mixon is out for an extended period of time. And then on the flip side of that, the back that we do have, which I am absolutely stoked about, by the way, is Nick Chubb. And so now you got some storylines beyond Nick Chubb, but I think that storyline, no Joe Mixon, Nick Chubb is the guy. What does Nick Chubb look like? And how is this running back room? What does DeMeco Ryans think about the running back room overall with no Joe Mixon?
Backs have done a really good job, man. Woody Marks has stepped in, and he's made some really nice runs over the past couple of days. Jawar is playing fast. It shows he falls behind his pads, and he's going to gain yardage. So all those guys collectively have done a really good job at the running back run.
I like the Nick Chubb is downhill behind his pads, and he's going to get yards. And then I tell you, the most exciting thing about that report, Ron, for me is Woody Marks. I think it's the first time that I've heard anybody choose to mention Woody Marks, not be asked a specific question about the rookie, but choose to mention him, as well as Sean Pendergast. Again, that was one of the offensive players that he said had a good day today. Good to see him coming around and flashing a bit on the field.
No, it is, and Woody Marks is the one I'm really intrigued. About. I understand the Nick Chubb move, especially even more now, Clint, with the injury to Joe Mixon and not knowing, when you'll get him and when he'll be in, get number one running back type snaps. But the thing with Nick Chubb coming on, though, does to me probably shrink the role of Woody Marks, and he was somebody I was really intrigued to seeing how he would be used. He looked bigger than I thought, which he looked more than just like a third down back to me. So I'm intrigued to see where he goes. But obviously, when you got Mixon and Chubb in front of you, that's probably going to shrink his role a bit. But it's good to hear what we hope to see, the speed, the quickness coming off of him in the backfield. It's good to hear DeMeco saying that.
what you want me at this point in time, what's fair, right, is – and same for Jordan, right? They keep mentioning his name keeps getting brought up.
Yeah.
I don't see it at practice. Like I'm not blown away. He doesn't stand out from the rest of the backs, but obviously they see more than I do. So D'Amico and them keep mentioning it. Like one of those guys that they are choosing to have in that room based on their running back abilities have to be better than Dare Ogunbowale. You know what I mean? That I think that's fair. You move up and draft a guy in the third round. You come in. If you start getting real reps and they trust you and you can pick things up mentally, that's got to be the option over the special team specialist Dare Ogunbowale.
Yeah,
right?
but you know what it is. They got to pick up pass protection.
Yeah, he's got to be able to pass protect. That's fair. But I mean that like at some point we need the guys around Dare Ogunbowale to get to a point where, because he's a better pass protector and knows what to do, he gets reps. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's got to be a thing of the past.
He's not helping their asses either. They ain't going to help him figure that out. No,
hell no. He got real staying power, baby.
All right, coming up, you guys tell me. I don't know if this is good or bad news with the Astros. It seems like a really bad idea when you read it, but we'll let you know the latest on one of their all-star players. And the lineup is out. We'll let you know what that looks as they get ready to face one of the hottest teams in baseball, the Miami Marlins, on a 5-game winning streak. We'll get you the latest on all that with the Astros coming up next.
I have no idea what bad idea Ron's talking about, but I've got
Texans All Access. Mark Vandermeer and John Harris have you covered all the way through the preseason on your home of the Texans. Sports Radio 610. It's Texans Training Camp. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, let me pass this across to you. This sounds like a really bad idea when you just think about all the things involved in this. And I'll on this 713-572-4610 YouTube and Twitch. Jump in on this, please. Clint, Tyler, YouTube. Isak Paredes received a PRP injection. What's that, Clint?
PRP injection.
I was wondering, have you heard of this one?
I've heard of it, yes. I don't know what exactly
you don't know
it
what it is for. Because I just remember you told us about a hamstring and somebody gave you 10 inches in the with a needle.
Somebody gave me 10 inches in a makeshift hotel,
not a
hospital room.
Yeah, I was about to say it was a house, wasn't it? Just a house.
It was a house, yes.
Yeah, but they gave him a PRP injection.
Platelet-rich plasma injections.
Okay, I've actually heard of that. I didn't know PRP, but injection in his right hamstring, and is going to rehab in an attempt to return this season. Astros general manager Dana Brown said surgery was on the table for Paredes, Brown said, but Paredes chose to rehab the injury instead. The surgery would carry a recovery time of 6 months plus, general manager Dana Brown said. I'm just saying this feels and sounds like a bad idea to me that they have come together with, I'm going to assume, the Houston Astros training staff as a part of this, to say, let's go injections instead of go ahead and just go ahead and knocking this thing out. Because when I just hear surgery on the table to hold somebody out for 6+ months, I would believe that this is some sort of an extreme pull of a hamstring, which is usually not followed up with surgery or PRP injections instead of surgery. So this just sounds like a bad idea for a team that's really replaced him, Clint. And why don't we just not have a Lance McCullers thing again, to where you try to avoid surgery and then ultimately ended up having surgery and he's out for 3 years. Can we this feels like a bad idea.
Well, this is interesting because I don't know, the PRP stuff is like QC kinetics, that what I'm always talking about. It's like it's usually typically joint pain, right? I didn't know, or I've never heard that. I've never heard it being used on a. I guess do we have real confirmation exactly of what is wrong with him? Or what
it's
happened?
A hamstring issue, Clint.
But do we know if it's a pull, a severe strain? Did it come off the bone? Do we know tear?
All we know, I believe I've seen reported tear, but what we know for sure is, Clint, it's a hamstring injury in which they went to grab a second opinion, and they're talking about surgery.
Yeah, I'm just not. I guess PRP can help you with a little bit of anything. I guess it's good for all levels of recovery.
I guess I don't know. It just pow on YouTube sounds like that idea for sure. I don't know, man. Just that doesn't sound like. Yeah, it just doesn't sound like the best course of action. It seems like you're like pushing away something that is potentially going to be on the table anyway. And you went out and got Correa. Let's just go ahead, man. I know you want to get back. You're young. Let's not make this worse. Let's not make this multiple years. Let's not make this a longer potential time that he comes back and he's not 100%. As you said, man, I don't know many hamstring injuries that aren't extremely severe if you're talking surgery on the table. That's the part to me. In
6 months worth of surgery.
6 months, yeah, six months plus worth of surgery.
Yeah, that's. I mean, look, it's the regenerative aspect of it. I don't know, man. I'm no doctor, but that's interesting because to your point is forget about trying to diagnose this thing. I mean, for us, it's like
that's a whole other separate conversation with the Astros and then
that I wasn't even trying to be funny with that, but good point. The overall thing is does waiting a month and a half for him actually make the recovery process, if surgery does happen, does it make it longer, or is it 6 months no matter what? And is he willing to risk maybe a little bit of the beginning of next year playoffs? So I'd imagine it's some level of juggling the different scenarios. My question is for him, I admire and respect the hell out of Isak Paredes just wanting to come back and help this team, right? But my question to him is, in the process of this, to your point, Ron, does it get a little bit better? You feel better because these treatments are working, and then all of a sudden you push it to a whole nother limit, and it gets worse, and now the surgery and recovery time is 8 or 9 months, and you end up missing the bulk of next year.
Yeah, Clint, this doesn't seem like a situation where, hey, there's no chance for it to get worse. You know what I mean? Like there's a difference with, all right, man, this is pain tolerance. He can't injure this any further. So yes, he can wait and take care of it in the offseason. This as you said, this sounds like all right, man, it's feeling good, it's feeling better. But you can injure this worse. Like that's what it sounds like to me. This doesn't sound like a situation where it's just a pain tolerance thing. Someone on the text line, so Jordan and Paredes both need surgery but don't get it.
Hey, both of them need to just don't go under the knife. Don't go under the knife. Go see the fine folks over at QC Kinetics, man. QC Kinetics, man. Regenerative treatments.
Yeah, what'd you say? If you go do PRP, hell, you might as well slide over that.
Yeah, slide over to my guys at QC Kinetics, man. I got 4 locations.
If it's that easy, man, let's do that. I just don't know how they sat there and looked at this and said, yeah, man, let's rehab it. What the hell, man? By the way, real quick, the lineup's out tonight. Pena's leading off. They're going Jesus Sanchez, who I thought had a good series, swung the bat well from the left side. He's moved up to the 2-hole, Clint. Altuve is now playing second tonight, batting third. Correa at third base, standing in that cleanup spot. Christian Walker behind him. Caratini's the DH tonight. Butterfingers, Yainer Diaz is catching. He's batting seventh behind him. Trammell is in center field, and Cam Smith is batting ninth. He's good. God, Cam Smith's batting ninth. Has fallen to the 9-hole into that. So that's tonight's lineup with Jason Alexander as they look to get off now another losing streak, a 3-game streak to the Miami Marlins tonight.
Boy, you look at that damn lineup though, Ron. Pena, Sanchez, Altuve, Correa, Christian Walker, Caratini, and Diaz. Like, to Diaz, you look at that lineup and you go, yeah, this got a real chance.
Yeah.
I mean, I know Jordan. It'd be a lot pretty if Jordan and
it looks a lot better. It looks a lot better than than what you were rolling in there.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like you ought to be able to win some games behind an offense.
The numbers do too.
I mean, yeah.
The batting averages.
Yeah.
Just look a little bit better. Someone text in Tyler. The option is either surgery or an ice pack.
Old school right there, ain't it?
Gotta love this training staff in town, don't you?
What you say? They eyed it right, looked at it, and said, "Here, guys, anybody got any dirt? Let's grab some dirt, just throw it on it. Turn around right there, just throw it on them."
Makes me so angry.
I mean, honestly, maybe they're asking the player, "What do you want to do?" I think, is there a rehab option? Sure.
We can get one of those together. Hell yeah.
Hell yeah, we can do that.
Your femur's broken? Oh, we got a plan, though.
All right, Clint, there's a couple of things we got to touch. Because D'Amico Ryans talked about the offense is getting better. And, Clint, obviously, you talked about it. We're not seeing it. We heard Seth and Sean talk about we're not seeing it. What does he actually mean by that? For you, can you help us in the audience? What DeMeco's getting at when he says the offense is getting better, even though we can't see it? And I feel like we kind of glossed over something Sean Pendergast said he said C.J. Stroud just did not play well today, right? Like, and talked about that flatly. And didn't give any kind of excuse or anything about it. He just said he didn't play well. I feel like we didn't hone in on that. Let's look at that coming up next.
All right, before we do that though, I tell you who is playing well, who is in the game. Damn.
Karam Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
I want to get to some of the D'Amico Ryan stuff. Tyler, it's my last day here. Clint, I think I'm gonna go a little Tyler Milner. I'm gonna get a little Tyler Milner tonight.
Gonna get horny?
Well, that doesn't. Horny is not just all Tyler Milner.
That's fair.
But having a little late, having a few pops, and a few pops during the work week. During the week, I'm drunk, I guess. Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead. Yeah, I might get there.
Attaboy. I like that out of you.
Yeah, meeting the best friend coming up here after the show. Go on the Country Club Plaza. Go have us some drinks, and we'll see what we can get into on a Monday night. Monday night used to be a real strong night for us. Used to be a real strong night.
I think once you hit 40, that changes.
35, 32. Yep.
Yeah.
Once you have children.
Hey, I'm telling you, boy, there's some them old Monday nights.
Monday nights.
I mean, I remember in Dallas, man, it was Tuesday nights.
We had a Tuesday night too.
Now Tuesday was our off day, so Monday was when we went hard, but it was hard to find a good time. Tuesday night, hey man, start to finish, boy, I had you. Now Wednesday practice might be a little rough.
Yeah, but you had it. Yeah, Monday we used to go to this place called Saints, baby. They had these 25-cent something. I can't remember, but
here we go, Tyler. You see what it revolved around, don't you?
It's 25. Oh man,
that was
I mean, they were basically giving away drinks. So Ron loved it.
You think I'm tight now at 41? What do you think I was?
Now that's a fair point.
Think I was at 26?
Ron said, "You think I'm tight now that I have no reason to be? What do you think I was when I had plenty of reason to be tight?"
Text line said, "There goes show's weight check this week." No, man, it may just. I've been banging doing a good.
Hey, get you a good tequila. If anything, if it's not a real good one, which I don't know if you want to spend that. Get you just a decent one. Let's splash of soda, 2 limes.
Yeah,
it's over.
I ain't tried to splash of soda. I'm not big, but I do a little sparkling water. Give me a little sparkling water.
Here's the deal. I mean, either way, it's a splash is what's key, right? So you still get the tequila, but the problem is the more you spend on the tequila, the less you need that. Which I'm not getting. Yeah. I'm just giving it to the people. The more you spend on the tequila, the less you need to splash right there. But if you're gonna go. Like I've always been a big Casamigos fan, but I'm mixing that, right? I'm mixing that up. So if you got to go Casamigos, I got to at least get a splash.
Yeah,
I got to get a splash and 2 limes.
I'm with you. I stopped when my wife and her friends crashed our boys' night on Saturday. That's another story. But I stopped one of her friends from getting whales. I said, "Ma'am, no,
don't do it."
I did, and I don't care if maybe I shouldn't have. Maybe I overstepped. I said no. She's
protecting her from a headache.
She's gonna get makers. Please. I said, come on now. You're a counselor. You're 5 years old.
You can't be drinking that Taka vodka.
I said, y'all been sitting there letting her drink this Kentucky Tavern? Are you kidding me?
Oh God.
God, stop. Stop. Yeah. By the way, if you reach that point where you will stop somebody from getting well, I am. Like I know I'm tight, and I will stop. I will stop somebody from getting whales. I don't know.
Oh, it's a great conversation piece. I mean, it is. It's a great starter.
Yeah, I did say it. In my voice. Are you kidding me?
You said you had a little more respect in what actually came out, but in your own mind.
That's a Clint. Are you kidding me? I did say, damn. Are you kidding me?
You're 45 years old drinking whale tequila.
You're better than this. I've dined in your home.
Hey,
wait till I tell your husband about you in here getting. And he's a big whiskey drinker. This is a man's got a collection, and she's up here going Kentucky Tavern. All right, I'm sorry. D'Amico Ryan said this.
I will tell on you, woman.
I will. I did. This is D'Amico Ryan's talking about his offense and where they are right now after today's practice.
In the same vein as I said for the defense, our offense is getting better. That's training camp. I talk about it all the time. I'm not just throwing out a term, but when I talk about iron sharpening iron, if everybody brings their best every single day, we will all get better. We're still one team. We're going to go out and compete against another team. We are making each other better here. Our offense is making our defense better. Defense is making our offense better. And that's what training camp is all about. So I'm very, excited to see where our guys are. And really, I'm excited to see them go play against someone else. It's becoming that time of camp where it starts to get a little chippy. Guys are tired of going against each other. So I'll be excited, when the end of the week comes and we're able to go against Minnesota.
All right, he's spoken about this the last couple of days as well, that the offense is getting better, Clint. And DJ Bieniemy, Jason Alexander, all of the people who were there and covering the Texans, that that today was held. DJ said is one of the worst starts that the offense has had since they've had training camp. But he says they're getting better, even though this is not a visual thing that we're seeing from a product perspective. Clint, where do you think he is meaning for that?
Well, look, I think this is one of those coach speak things that we're going to get. Now, I'm not saying there's not a lot of truth to it. It's kind of like, picking your best 5 offensive linemen. Yeah, that's true, but ideally that would be a center, 2 guards, and 2 tackles, not just a mumbo-jumbo bunch of, just mix and match group. So, yeah, I mean, look, withstanding, going out there every day, getting your ass kicked, staying focused on installing and not wanting to fight, not wanting to do more than you can do, and not not getting distracted, and then not losing your focus and still coming back. And is there some value in that? Sure. But I've said from the jump of training camp, for me, this is the biggest, the most difficult thing for DeMeco Ryans to accomplish this camp is to provide everything he needs to for this defense that's super multiple, that's super physical. Allow them everything that they need to remain that all the way through training camp and get better and learn the system, everything they need throughout training camp, while also allowing your offense, who the roster's not near as good, you're dependent on younger players, you've overhauled the offensive line. For the first time, you're giving your quarterback more power at the line of scrimmage. You got a new offensive coordinator, so the terminology is completely different. How does DeMeco Ryans juggle those two things? And as I said from the jump, it is going to be unbelievably frustrating for the offense. And I think you're seeing that. I think you're seeing C.J. Stroud being faced with something he's never faced before. He's got to go to battle every day with lesser than. And it's never been that way. It's never been that way for C.J. Stroud. And he is going to battle every day knowing he's got to damn near be perfect. Knowing that they got to get more out of Nico and more out of Dalton Schultz, and he's got certain guys that have to step up because the margin of error is slim to none because you are playing an uphill battle. You don't have the same guys that the defense has. And how does he handle that? Does he show the frustration? How many times has Sean Pendergast, as you said, it's one thing for me to walk in here and go, hey, man, CJ struggled today. It's another thing when Sean Pendergast says, hey, man, CJ hadn't looked good.
Sean is trying. And I'm not trying to throw shade. I think our visuals are different, right? I don't really have a dog in the fight, so I just kind of, there's no real emotion in it. There's emotion for it with Sean, and Sean, I think, comes in it with a look of trying to get optimistic. I think that's maybe the starting point. I think Tyler is probably in that vein too. Now Tyler will just lose it, but and when Sean comes in with that optimistic viewpoint, like I think a lot of our listeners have, and he comes back and he says, CJ, now I do wonder, Clint, is he saying that's due to CJ himself not playing well, or is that the stuff all around it? Maybe it's a little bit of both, but But that to me is something as well when Sean just point blank says that.
Yeah, well, when you know, because where I was going with it was like I'm watching CJ's every move, right? I'm watching his footwork. I'm watching is he anchoring down? Is he flushing too early? Is he throwing across his body? Is he throwing into traffic? Is he throwing a route versus a certain coverage that quarterbacks have no business throwing? And I know it's even if the guy catches it, I know it's the wrong read. It's not going to 9 times out of 10 it's going to be an interception. Like I'm watching in that level of depth. I think there's a 30,000-foot view with Sean watching it to where he even goes something just off. Something's frustrating.
Yeah.
So it's not good. It just hasn't been good. And I only say that to say that is where we are. That's fine, right? You get 2 weeks into it. You get a third week into it. I'm not saying the world's going to come to an end, but damn, it's hard on a guy like CJ.
Yeah.
You know, it is hard on a guy like CJ. So what does D'Amico do? Do you put the twos in and do less ones versus ones? Do you call the dogs off and stay real vanilla? You know, how do you manage that if you're D'Amico Ryans? Do you just say to hell with it? It'll all take care of itself when we start scout team work, when the regular season starts and we start scout team work? It'll all take care of itself? I don't know. I find it hard to believe that D'Amico truly looks at what's going on in practice and sees the offense being overwhelmed and goes, "Yep, we're all getting better."
Well, unless it's just more of they're gaining an understanding of the system better. Like the install is going and it's getting better.
There's a chance too, Ron, as I said before, like the run game. I don't know how anybody watches the way these guys practice right now in 2025, even with full pads on. I don't know how anybody watches from the angle that we are sitting at and goes, "Yeah, man, this run game just ain't quite gonna get it done." You know, you can't see. You have no idea. Did Nick Chubb miss that cutback? Right? Was Nick Chubb patient enough, and the O-line should have kicked the guy out? Instead, he did. Like, was it there, and we just looked like he got bottled up? Like we don't know that. So I gotta believe, and that's why I leaned into D'Amico Ryan's comments about the tight ends. Is like the one thing I can't tell is if in the run game, down in, down out, they're actually getting movement. If they're sticking their head in there, if they're willing to be more physical. Those are real possibilities, right? It doesn't all hinge on pass protecting against Daniil Hunter and Will Anderson, but in the big scheme of things, that's what we see the most of from the sideline where we're watching.
All right, coming up, a little 5 o'clock fire. There is a whole host of Astros news, some good news. I think most of it is all pretty good news. We'll let you know of that and get you ready for what is now becoming a big series in Miami against a surging Marlins team, and some of the injury things from training camp. A couple of guys that we have an update on that we have not seen all camp long. We'll do that coming up next right here live on The Drive.
All right, y'all, there's nothing more frightening, man, than suffering an accident at work or on the road.
big upgrades. eBay has all the parts you need at prices you'll love, guaranteed to fit every time. eBay, things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
It is 5 o'clock. Congratulations. Hopefully you're off work. Luckily for you, old dirty show, T-Mill, a.k.a. Psycho T, have the latest. And the latest is, fellas, some Astros news. They got a big series coming up in Miami as they continue on the road looking to try to get their first win on this road trip. But some news has come out about the Astros, and let's start here with the latest. And the latest is Isaac Paredes, Clint and Tyler. Isaac Paredes received a PRP injection on his right hamstring and is going to rehab in an attempt to return this season. Astros GM Dana Brown said surgery was on the table for Paredes, Brown said, but Paredes chose to rehab the injury instead. The surgery would carry a recovery time of 6 months plus, GM Dana Brown said. So, Clint, big ups to Isaac Paredes, who is going to try to get himself back to playing and being there at some point this season for the Astros. Clearly, the Astros had different thoughts about his ability to get back this year because they replaced him by getting two guys that could go and jump in and play that position, including Carlos Correa. And, Clint, this will be an interesting thing for me. This smells and fans, we don't make this thing worse, and let's it's a tough thing. I know you want to play, and I know you're a warrior here, but let's go ahead and get this thing healed up properly so we don't put ourselves in a position to miss more time. But it looks like they are going to they're going the other direction to rehab it. And I mean, there's a lot to this because let's say if he is able to get back, Clint, what the hell do they do? Paredes and Correa and all of the guys they have with him.
Yeah, look, that is a great question, and for the sake of not blowing the topic on a segment, I think that's a hell of a topic right there of what do they do if he does come back? What does the lineup look like? What does the defense look like? But on the front end of this has got to be a very cut and dry thing with Paredes, right? I mean, this PRP stuff, these regenerative treatments, all joking aside. I mean, they have athletes have gotten crazy results, whether it's avoiding surgery or recovering from surgery or playing on an injury. Like the results have been crazy with these PRPs, with these different treatments, these different injections. It has to be cut and dry though, of like, hey, Isaac, you can't make it worse. Yeah. You know what I mean? Like you see these guys sometimes playing with injuries of like, it can't be any worse than it already is. And it's just a matter of, do you want to do surgery once and then you do all your rehab in the offseason and you don't get a 2-month head start by missing part of this season. This has to be cut and dry, right? I mean, surely he's not, to your point, surely he's not just flippant like, yeah, man, let me see if I can come back and help these boys in the playoffs, especially after the Astros went and signed not one but two third basemen.
Yeah, but Clint, if you look at history with the Astros, all their decisions with this, between their players, their training staff, all of it, we have a very recent point of reference to look at with Lance McCullers. Lance elected to not have surgery on his elbow and tried to rehab it to get himself ready for the postseason. And he did. And, he pitched in the year that they won the World Series. When they beat the Phillies, he came back late, and they rehabbed. And since then, Clint, he's had multiple setbacks and eventually had to get surgery anyway on those bone spurs in his elbow. And it was clear it did get worse. This was something that got worse. And that is just the hope, is that we understand your toughness and what you want to do. But they like when they made a trade with Kyle Tucker, this was like one of the long-term plays. And you don't want to get a situation where you lose more years of control with a young player that became because he wants to get back. You've replaced him. Like the place is filled. I think I would rather get into next year to try to figure out what they're going to do with all those scenarios instead of right now. So, that's the latest with Paredes, Clint. The rest of the news here, good news here with Spencer Arrighetti, who has been out for a while with that right thumb fracture. He has now rejoined the big club, Clint, and is on track to start either tomorrow or Wednesday against the Marlins. So Arrighetti is back with the team and back in the rotation.
Yeah, this is where, as an Astros fan, I get real excited, man. You made the move. You bring in Urias, you bring in Sanchez, you bring in, most notably, Correa. On the same day that he comes in and starts in the lineup, you get Pena back, right? So you got two big guns there, and now you're starting to see, okay, well, now let's introduce Spencer Arrighetti back into this thing. And at the same time, Altuve had a one of his best Julys ever in his career. I guess the best one since I think I read 2019 or something like that. So things are starting to kind of come together. Now it didn't come to fruition in Boston, but things are starting to come together a bit. And Spencer Arrighetti coming back into the fold here with this rotation is could be. We don't know what Spencer we're getting, but could be absolutely huge.
No, yeah, he was your Plan 3 starter before the season started. He has made 2 starts. He's thrown 9 innings. So yeah, 2 starts. But damn it, it's you want that over the Jason Alexanders who's getting the ball tonight, and some of the other guys, the Colton Gordons, the other guys that have had to start. Also, Clint, J.P. France threw 2 innings in Sugar Land. He will continue his rehab start there. Luis Garcia threw 2 2/3 in Sugar Land on Friday. He'll continue his rehab assignment. Christian Javier threw 3 1/3 innings on Wednesday. He will make another start soon and continue his. Lance McCullers threw a 4-inning simulated game, and he will continue with that blister giving him problems. Brandon Walter has begun a throwing program up to 90 feet while he is in Florida rehabbing. Another big one here, Clint. Yordan Alvarez has traveled to Florida on Sunday to continue his hitting progression. Zach DeZenzo, these nuts, reported to Florida to continue his hitting, throwing, and fielding progression. Jake Myers currently rehabbing in Houston to progress, and he has progressed to running on flat ground. I forgot about Jake Myers almost for a second. So those are the latest injury notes. I don't know how close Jake and Yordan are. Those seem to be the 2 big ones from a lineup perspective, and then those other pitchers are at least in Sugar Land making their way.
Yep, keep your eyes open. I don't even know if the Astros know how close they are to it. We'll let you know.
Oh, I know. They definitely do not know where these guys.
Keep your eyes open. The update, though. By the way, they're going to get going here at 5:40 in Florida against the Marlins. Hopefully they didn't have too good a time last night. But here is the lineup. Pena, Sanchez, who will be coming back playing his old team and has started out pretty well in his first series as an Astro against the Red Sox. Altuve moves to the 3 spot. Correa's at third base again. Bat cleanup. Christian Walker behind him. Caratini as the DH. Yainer Diaz is catching again tonight. He's batting 7th with Trammell in center and Cam Smith in right field. And then you did bring this up earlier, Clint. It's been disappointing. They scored 5 total runs over the weekend in Boston. But the lineup, just the look of it, the names in it, just feels a lot better than what we've been looking at.
Yes. Yeah, I mean, it feels like we should be able to win a game offensively. It feels like we shouldn't make too much of a habit of losing games where Hunter Brown is nails, or it's a tight ball game and it's just a hit here or a hit there. it looks like with Pena and Correa and Altuve rolling and Christian Walker and Diaz and Sanchez, all these, like it looks like an offense that, yes, you're missing your big gun in the middle, no doubt about that. But it looks like an offense that you should be able to win some games with the bats here. And so hopefully we'll see some of that sooner rather than later.
Yep, again, 5:40 start. Tyler's not going to screw you with best bets. You can't. You don't have to get going earlier thinking it'll be too late. He's got other bets that you by the way, were you in the green Friday?
Nope.
Damn it. All right, he's got other bets, though, that aren't Astros related that you'll want to listen for coming up a little bit later.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, Clint, training camp day 11 there in West Virginia. You heard from Seth and Sean earlier. If you missed, you can go to the podcast page. He was on with us at 3:40. They were on with us at 3:40, so you can listen back to that. Some injury notes, Clint. Christian Harris still didn't practice today. Jarrett Wayne was out today. Jalen Reed, your guy with the ankle, was sidelined. Obviously, Joe Mixon, Trent Brown still hasn't gotten going. Dameon Pierce either. By the way, though, some news on Christian Harris and Dameon Pierce. Reports were they were off on a side field practicing, and according to DJ Bieniemy, Clint, their movements looked good to his eyes. So Christian Harris, Dameon Pierce were at least getting workouts on the field, and you saw them moving around.
Well, that's good. I mean, both of those guys, Christian Harris in a big way. I mean, as if this defense needs to acquire another super talented player, but we've got one waiting in the wings. If we can just get him back on the field, that is going to be an absolute boost to this linebacker. I mean, you mentioned E.J. Speed had a pick today. Hell, I think E.J. Speed and Azeez Al-Shaair had a pick today in critical situations. Your best linebacker's been on the pine for or been injured on the injured list for damn near 2 years. So, not really, but it feels like that. But
I know they don't have to be transparent with us, Clint, because of the timing or whatever. But what in the world is going on with this calf? I mean, it's just...
Yeah, I don't know, man. It's the damnedest thing. It's something like right now. I mean, why would he be at the Greenbriar practicing instead of just stay here with a training staff that he sees there? He's obviously very close. He's obviously at a spot where he needs to be on field doing football activities, and he's just not ready to pull the trigger and get it in the act to get hit yet ultimately or do any of the hitting. He's got to be extremely close, man. So I'm just keeping my fingers crossed that it's sooner rather than later. I mean, again, between Christian Harris and the Astros, I'm about done, trying to figure it out.
Yeah. So that is the latest there with those two guys. It's good to see them back, and hopefully they're close, as Clint just said.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, fellas, the coaches poll came out, and the Texas Longhorns, Tyler, are number 1 to start the season. Ohio State, number 2. I wonder how much do they really believe that? Are they just ready for a 1 versus 2 right off the bat to start the season? Because I think
you beat me to it.
I think Penn State's pretty good. I think Penn State's the preseason pick to win the Big Ten, but they are rated 3rd in the league, knowing that they will jump up to one of those spots when one of those two teams lose. But Texas, Ohio State, Penn State, Georgia, and Notre Dame, that is the top 5 from the coaches poll. SMU, your guy, Red over there, has got his team preseason 16. Clint, A&M at 21. Texas, Arkansas, nowhere close to the polls. Your thoughts of the preseason top 25?
Yeah, look, I mean, when you look at it, I think the last year's college ball playoffs and the teams that went deeper that also are reloading. And as you mentioned, I think it's convenient to put Texas and Ohio State up there because they play right out of the gate. It's going to be a good one too, and we'll see. I mean, whoa!
Bless you,
buddy.
All right?
You all right? Was that?
Oh, what? Thought I turned that mic off. Excuse me.
I thought you got hit with an air gun or something.
I thought I turned the mic off. Damn it!
You're fine, man. Bless you, dude.
But yeah, well, I mean, we'll see. Preseason rankings are just that. I think they're heavily weighted on what the hell we saw last year, obviously, and we'll see what happens when rubber meets the road.
Yeah, it'll be fun again. As you know, Clint, it feels like these polls matter less and less now. Now that you've got the playoffs, 12 teams. can make it. It used to be these preseason polls were really, really important because if you start high enough, even if you lose, it doesn't drop you that far out, right? And now I don't think it's as big a deal. Yeah. All right, coming up, there was an interesting thing that happened at practice today for the Texans. It's kind of crazy. It shocked me. It did not really surprise Clint. We'll talk about that. And it is for Clint with this offense. All of that as we continue coming up next.
All right, I got a house that I'm in the middle. I'm going to flip it, right? And it's time to paint the inside. And who do you call? Serta Pro Painters, y'all. Look, I've flipped many homes. I've done several projects in my house, and I'm telling you, there's nobody out there that is more prompt, more complete, more efficient than –
610.
It's Texans training camp. Live from the McCarran Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in as training camp continues. They've moved site. They've taken this show to West Virginia. Seth and Sean are out there live. They're doing their show live, 6 a.m. to 10 a.m., and they're joining all of our shows. I think they'll be on with In the Loop during the week at 12:40, and with us, you can catch them at 3:40. And they talked today and gave some good nuggets of what they saw, so I suggest you go check that out. And one thing that they spoke about and was one of the big stories, if not the big story out of the day, because, you know, the defense and that has become reoccurring. That is Cam Robinson, Clint. Nothing serious, but he did step out of practice and had to leave practice, didn't return. And what they did, to me, was very surprising. For you, Clint, as we talked about it, not as surprising, but for me, very surprising. And Seth saying a similar thing, it kind of threw him off a little bit, had to reevaluate how they look at Blake Fisher. But they started out with Cam Robinson at left tackle, Laken Tomlinson at left guard, Andrews at center, and then Titus at right guard with Ursary, the rookie, at right tackle. That's kind of been the show that they've been running here with Andrews and Patterson kind of going back and forth. But when Cam went down, the immediate thought was Blake Fisher will enter the game, and he did not, Clint. It was Ursary kicking to the left side and then kicking Titus Howard, who I have not seen any tackle probably since OTAs. He has been entrenched in that right guard spot. They kick him out to left guard, to right tackle, his normal position, and then bring in Drew Scruggs, who, as Sean said earlier, has not had a great camp, and they put him in at right guard, and that is where they decided to go. And Saturday, Clint D'Amico said there are guys who have separated themselves on the offensive line, especially since the pads have come on, and they are showing you what they believe a second-round pick who started several playoff games. They're showing you that he is not even the first tackle to come into the game. That was surprising to me, Clint.
Yeah, I mean, that surprises me a bit. I was more referring to it's not gonna surprise me in any way, shape, or form how musical chairs this offensive line gets when an injury occurs or when somebody doesn't play well. I think they have literally, if these guys are all trained to do one thing, it is expect the unexpected and be able to respond positively no matter where we ask you to play. And so this group, when it comes to Nick Caley, and mostly it's Nick Caley and Nick Caserio, it's less D'Amico Ryans and more of those two. The musical chairs at O-line is just a thing that they believe in, and they're trying to find the best five, and it's not about the best two guards and the best center and the best two tackles. It's about the best five, and you may have a guard playing tackle because your backup tackle ain't worth a damn, so that may constitute best five. So that's the part that I'm just not going to let them. I'm not going to let anything they do on the offensive line catch me off guard. None of it's going to surprise me. Now, am I surprised that we're less than 2 weeks into training camp and they've already bumped Titus Howard from guard, which it looks like he's worked his tail off to be a guard. They've already bumped him from guard to tackle.
Good God!
That in itself surprises me a little bit that it happened. One hopefully not very bad injury or whatever's going on with Cam Robinson. I'm surprised with that. But there's nothing overall that these guys will do that'll make me sit back in my chair and go, wow, I can't believe that happened.
Yeah,
from an offensive line perspective is what I'm saying.
I just didn't know they had gotten into that place with Blake Fisher. That's for me. I didn't know that was the case, that they would say. Now, I'm not going to lie to you. I mean, I've said to you, I think Titus Howard may be the best tackle on the team, but they got playing guard. So, I mean, I get the thought of it, but I always thought was like, hey, man, he's going to set in there and play inside, because that was the biggest thing you had to clean up. And that was the thing they decided to do, was to move him inside. That, to me, was the big off-season, outside of, moving on from Laramie Tunsil. That was the big off-season shift and move to help this offensive line, is to bring him inside. And then you got a second-round pick who started playoff games, who started 6, 7, 8 games last year, that not only has lost his job to a rookie, but he as Sean said, they felt better about Juice Scruggs playing right guard than they did about him playing right tackle. And
well, look, Ron, if we're just talking about Blake Fisher in a vacuum, which may have been the point you're trying to make from get-go, and I took us off in the weeds.
It's any of it, yeah.
Well, but that part of it, like Blake Fisher said this to start training camp, I would have been okay with Blake Fisher playing tackle. But now here's the context of that, right, is it's going to allow you to put Titus Howard, who appears to be one of your best guards, and guard was your problem area. Guard is the problem where you just flat out didn't have the players. So now you're going to take one of your guys, transition him to a guard, put him on the right side where he's played most of his career, and he's going to be your answer at guard. And Cam Robinson is going to be your left tackle, which you'd rather put more value at left tackle than right tackle when you got a right-handed quarterback. And now what's left over is the right tackle position. And you got a Blake Fisher who he clearly is not, I think Sean or Seth, one of the two mentioned earlier, is from a developmental standpoint, he don't fill out pads the same way, Ariante Ursery does. He doesn't fill out pads the same way that Cam Robinson does. He's not physically developed the way that those guys are. Doesn't mean he can't play. He's just not quite there yet, or he's not ever going to get there. But you look at it and you go, can he survive at right tackle? Yeah, he can survive. Would that be your weak link? Probably. Boy, we went from thinking that to like, hell, we're 2 weeks in, his ass is out. Ariante Ursery's in. or we'll shuffle our whole line.
That's the part. Wow. That's the part. You brought that up is – This is a group that is trying, like they've got more pressure of anybody on the field. They got more pressure than anybody else.
Sure.
Because they're the ones who are looked at as, you're the reason why this team isn't as good offensively as we thought they could be. They got a lot of pressure. And Clint, they're learning a new offense, learning how to play with each other on the field, before anybody messes those comments up. And all of a sudden, one move is going to, change 3 different spots across the line and put people in different spots that we haven't been playing with. When has Juice Scruggs and Titus, last year? That's the last time they played together as tackle and guard. Like, woo!
Yeah, an interesting thing with this whole deal is you mentioned pressure, and again, I don't mean to get us off in the weeds too much here, but when you look at the 2 offensive lines that have to improve the most from last year, it was Chicago and Houston, right? One of them went out, they fired everybody and brought in Ben Johnson, the best play caller, and they went out and they signed some of the best free agents available on the market, right? And best guard, best center, they signed several of them, but what D'Amico Ryans and Nick Caserio did was, we're going to take the whole is greater than the sum of the parts, or whatever the hell they say. We're going to retool this whole thing and have a different personality and we're not going to spend a ton of money and we're going to bank on 5 guys together being better than going and getting one great one. The pressure here is squarely on D'Amico Ryans and Nick Caserio because again, what's going to happen is, if like, let's say Chicago, if Chicago's offensive line isn't very good, they're going to look at Ben Johnson. They're going to look at the quarterback coach. They're going to look at that damn all-pro that you paid all that money to, that Joe Tooney cat.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Or the center who was the number 1.
Yes, the center they got out of Atlanta or wherever the hell he came from. That was the one of the top centers on the market. Like, there's also a level of, hey, man, we paid you guys some big bucks. Y'all are veterans with pelts on the wall. The hell's going on here, right? In Houston, I don't think that's going to be the case. I don't think it's going to be any other way to look than DeMeco Ryans and Nick Caserio. If these cats don't play well, and we end up with Titus Howard at tackle and Juice Scruggs at guard and more of the same across the board where CJ's getting beat up and CJ's getting pressured, all eyes are going to be on DeMeco Ryans.
Yeah, it just, when you say it out loud, your second-round pick in his second year, in which his first year he started 7 games, 2 being playoff games. And the next year, he's not ready to come in as a swing tackle. And baby, it ain't because you got so many good players up front. It's just because you don't trust him. That when you say it out loud, that is a bad look.
Yeah, no question.
That is a bad look. All right, coming up as we continue T-Mill's Best Bets, we'll let you know what's going on with the Astros as they are about to get underway in Miami, and an update on Isak Paredes. We told you about him avoiding surgery. There's more to that story as well. We'll tell you that on the other side.
All right.
Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7 or visit tremfyaradio.com.
Injured? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers, 281-222-2222.
It's Texans Training Camp. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, stay right here with us. We'll keep you abreast on what's happening as it is the Astros and Marlins underway right now in the first inning. And the Astros are playing one of the hottest teams in baseball. 5-game winning streak, just sweeping the Yankees are the Marlins, and they are up to 500, so they are trying to get back in the wild card race. And obviously the Astros are the opposite. They've lost 3 in a row, losing to the Red Sox over the weekend and getting swept. Coming up behind us, it is Texans All Access. Mark Vandermeer, John Harris, as they are also live there in West Virginia. They will tell you about the Camp Day hits as well. And Fairbairn, the kicker. Kaimi Fairbairn will join them as well coming up behind us, so stay tuned for that. And Area 45 is back in action, and they will have a post-game show for you, the best post-game show, as the Astros are looking to break yet another losing streak here in the second half in Miami to get back on track. You ready for that? Chris Santiago producing that bad boy. Sean Bijani, Patrick Creighton, they got it for you as the best late-night show in Houston right there, Area 45. Stay tuned for that. Some news, Clint, on the plasma treatments. As we told you about, Isaac Paredes has decided to go against surgery, which would keep him out potentially 6+ months, but decided to go with getting injections and wanted to rehab it with the chances of coming back in the regular, or coming back at some point this season. It is August, by the way. It is August 4th right now. And Clint, another update on that, according to Houston Chronicle, after plasma injections, Isaac Paredes will have to wait, quote, a long period before starting any type of exercises. A long period before starting any type of exercise. And so that is the latest there on the injections with Isaac Paredes. What are we doing here?
Yeah, I mean, we'll see. Again, this has to be. I know it's foreign, it's unorthodox, but this has to be one of those. Of course, a calculated decision, but more one of those decisions of like, hey man, you can't make it much worse. Let's just try this and see if you can come back. And if not, you have the surgery, you miss 6 months, boom, everything is fine. This has got to be something that's cut and dry, right? This can't be, hey man, let's wait around for 6 weeks, a month until and then we'll see if you can go do some baseball things, and by then they're in the playoffs and see what happens. Like there has to be a can't lose in this deal.
I hope so, Clint. I hope this is not a Lance McCullers situation. It is just an odd. It would be surprising to me if we heard someone come out and say that this hamstring situation, Clint, is the type of thing that can't get worse. Like I mean, maybe it is rest, right? Like I do think that, let's say a guy like Tyrese Halliburton would have been able to heal that by rest. But clearly, there was a chance for it to get worse, and it did. And there are some injuries that are that way. I'd be surprised, Clint, if this is one where, let's say he rehabs it, doesn't get the surgery, and he's completely out of the woods and can't hurt it any worse. That would be surprising to me. So it is a risk that he's taken. And, again, you said it earlier, and I agree with you. Like, shout out to Isaac Paredes for wanting to be there for his team and trying to get back But hopefully the Astros just make a decision that could make this thing longer and worse.
Yeah.
Yeah. Coming in from the text line before we get to T-Mill's best bets, as you brought the Bears as a comparison, texter, can we wait until the Bears actually do something before we start trying to say that we need to be more like the Bears? Any team can spend a bunch of money, and we have no idea if Ben Johnson will be a good head coach. Can we pump the brakes on the Bears being the shining star example?
Yeah. Just to be clear, you added a lot of context there that I don't think was even remotely close to a part of the conversation. The point being made was the two teams in this league that had the biggest offensive line issues last year were the Texans. I think
you could probably throw Kansas City in there too, and they all did three. The Texans did different things than the Bears did to attack it.
Well, I don't want to cloud the waters, muddy the waters any more than necessary. But, yeah, you can throw them in there. But, I mean, you had two teams that were really bad. One of them took the route of spending a bunch of money and bringing in a bunch of free agents that were the top guys available. The other team in the Texans did not spend very much money and got rid of their best offensive lineman, downgraded from a talent perspective, and brought in a new OC and a new O-line coach. And it's just two different approaches. The point is
just talking about the approaches.
There's two different approaches, and if it doesn't work in both places, one of them is the Houston Texans. And I'll tell you, I'll speak for myself. My question is going to happen in Chicago. What the hell happened to Joe Tooney?
Yeah.
What the hell happened? I can't remember the center's name
Chris Dahl.
There you go, Dahl. What the hell happened to that guy? What the world's going on here, right? That's the only point. I mean, if it doesn't work one place, you got to look at the guys with the offensive linemen that they brought in, they paid to do a job, and they didn't do the job very good.
Yeah, in Chicago, probably more Ryan Poles, not as much Ryan Poles and Ben Johnson as, hey man, you guys took a swing on guys that made sense that everybody thought made sense, as opposed to it seems like the Texans took a more questioned approach.
Well, they took the approach. They took the approach of one of two things: either we don't have the money, or we know better than y'all. It's not about talent; it's more about the makeup of the room and these guys we brought in, we believe in, and y'all just gonna have to trust us. Right? That there's two different approaches. And I'm not saying one is better than the other. I'm not saying one is or isn't going to work. I'm saying if they don't work, if the two teams that were as bad as anybody at allowing pressures and getting their quarterback beat up, if their protection does not improve when it was as bad as it was in 2024, you're looking at all pro, some of the best to ever do it that just don't perform in Chicago. And in Houston, you got to look at the head coach and the general manager for the approach they took. That's it.
Yeah. I think it was just the approaches.
Now, the way I do think Chicago is going to have a pretty good offensive line.
Yeah. And you have said you'd rather that approach than the approach to the Texans.
Well, yeah, no, absolutely. I would look. I'm on record of. I would rather the approach of hire a proven offensive play caller that's done it before.
And I'll be honest with you, Clint. I think deep down the fans would have liked to have gotten, would not have been upset if the Texans went after the best center and or a three-time All-Pro the last 3 years.
Right.
I think they would have been pissed.
Yeah, so I'm not. I'm just saying that's just the reality of the situation. It is what it is. I don't know what's going to work or what isn't going to work. I don't know what's going to be great and what's not going to be great.
Yeah.
But boy, if this offensive line scenario here doesn't work, I mean, what are you going to do? You're going to be mad at
Laken
Tomlinson and Jake Andrews and you're Ed Ingram.
Big Ed.
You're gonna be mad because Blake Fisher didn't work out. I mean, it's gonna be rough on them top dogs around here if it doesn't work out.
All right, let's get these best bets. Let's get off to a good start on a Monday. Let's get in the green on a Monday. Tyler, T-Mill's best bets. What you got for the people?
Yes, sir. 5 wagers for you on a Monday around Major League Baseball. Some of these getting started shortly after 6 p.m. So if you want to tail fade, whatever it is you're doing, You're going to want to get on it. Might want to lean towards fading. First, Diamondbacks hosting the Padres out in the desert, plus half a run for the D-backs in the first 5 innings of that one. I like that bet a lot. Might be my favorite one. Cardinals, Dodgers, over 4 runs in the first 5 innings.